Mr. Chun, the 100 family buckets of fried chicken you ordered have arrived. Mr. Chun, the 100 roast ducks you reserved have arrived. President Chun, the 10,000 tons of pork you ordered have arrived. Chun Luo, known as the Void King, had relied on an unmatched ability to lie low and survive, outlasting every other survivor. In the entire world, aside from monsters, no humans remained. Finding no meaning in staying alive, Chun Luo dug a pit and buried himself. It wasn't that he couldn't go on living. Chun Luo simply didn't want to live anymore. After waking up, Chun Luo was shocked to discover that he had been reborn to 1 month before the apocalypse. And the ability space he had opened up in his previous life had come back with him as well. No need to think twice. First, stockpile $1 billion worth of supplies. What was the point of hoarding that much? Chun Luo said that in this life, he wanted to try a different playstyle. He wanted to build his own settlement, be the boss for once, and see whether he could clear this apocalypse. The story begins. Mr. Chun, the 100 family buckets of fried chicken you ordered have been delivered at the time you specified, on a small roadside path near the outskirts. Chun Luo glanced at the delivery van and instructed, load them into my truck. Stack them neatly. The vehicle Chun Luo had prepared was a small cargo truck, more than enough to hold 100 family buckets of fried chicken. The delivery manager, who looked well-fed from eating plenty of chicken, answered with a smile, understood. Normally, they did not provide loading service, but there was no helping it. Chun Luo had paid too much. He had added extra money, and he had been placing orders like this for half a month. The fried chicken delivery had barely left when the roast duck delivery arrived right after. Mr. Chun, the 100 roast ducks you ordered have arrived. After both groups left, Chun Luo looked around, climbed into the cargo compartment, and then the fried chicken and roast ducks that had just been delivered vanished as if by magic. They had not disappeared. They had entered Chun Luo's ability space. He had to clear out cargo space first. There were still many more deliveries coming later. The ability space was not that big, only about the size of more than 20 football fields with a height of 20 meters. Inside the ability space, time was completely frozen. Even if he took out any piece of fried chicken or roast duck 20 years later, it would still be perfectly fresh and steaming hot. 3 days ago, Chun Luo was shocked to discover that he had returned from 12 years after the apocalypse to 1 month before it began. What was the most scarce thing in the apocalypse? Supplies. To be more precise, food. Food is the foundation of life. Without anything to eat, who could endure it? This damned apocalypse had made resources unbelievably tight. Even Chun Luo, known as the Void King, often went hungry in the apocalypse. What he ate was either expired fast food from who knew how many years ago, or the bitter, sour mutant flesh of mutated creatures. 27 days later, for reasons unknown, the apocalypse broke out and 80% of humanity turned into zombies. Of the remaining humans, at least 90% died at the hands of zombies. The surviving humans gradually began to evolve, some faster and some slower, developing abilities. Some are physical, some elemental, and some spiritual. As for Chun Luo, what he possessed was the extremely rare space-type ability. His talent was so overwhelming that he was called the Void King. It could be said that no one could match him. With Void Walk under his command, Chun Luo's ability to hide and survive was second to none. His combat ability was first-rate, and his ability to stay alive was even more first-rate. Whenever he ran into danger, one Void Walk and he was gone. As he kept hiding and surviving, Chun Luo discovered that he seemed to have outlived every other survivor. Across the entire world, aside from monsters that were becoming more and more outrageous, he could no longer find a single member of his own kind. In the apocalypse, the human heart was hard to read, but being the only person left in the world was simply too lonely. Chun Luo could not bear that loneliness. There was no point in continuing to live, so he found a pit and buried himself. It was that Chun Luo could no longer survive. Chun Luo simply didn't want to live anymore. After waking up, Chun Luo realized he had been reborn. The ability space he had opened up in his previous life was still there, and he could freely store and retrieve supplies. All his other abilities had disappeared. Chun Luo could not figure out what had happened to him, and he could not be bothered to think about it either. In this world, only good food must not be let down. Better hurry up and stockpile away first. 3 minutes later, Mr. Chun, the dishes you ordered have arrived. Chun Luo had specifically picked several hotels known for their food and had each of them send 100 packed meals and dishes. They were all dishes Chun Luo loved. Pickled fish stew, chicken stewed with mushrooms, beer duck, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised Crucian carp. And all of them have been made by top chefs. After the apocalypse, forget eating these dishes. Even being able to see them would already be ridiculous. Okay? Want to eat them? In your dreams, you have everything. A single piece of bread was enough to make people fight each other desperately. Chun Luo had once fought a bloody battle with someone over a single sausage. If anyone could provide a proper main dish, Chun Luo would say, "Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." He had been holding it in for far too long. In less than 1 hour, 500 proper dishes had entered Chun Luo's ability space before the apocalypse arrived. As long as he had time, Chun Luo would keep doing this. These meal orders were a little strange, but Chun Luo did not care. He was not stealing or robbing anyone. What if I'm buying them to donate to orphanages, construction workers, or maybe I'm just sick and buying them for fun? Is that not allowed? If ordering 1,000 portions at once were not too strange, and if those hotels' efficiency were not too low, Chun Luo would only have bought more. At that moment, the phone rang. President Chun, the first batch of the 10,000 tons of pork you ordered, 2,000 tons, is about to arrive at the cold storage. Do you want to come take a look? Chun Luo replied, I'll be there right away. That's right. Chun Luo had ordered 10,000 tons of pork, but that was far from all. He had also ordered 2,000 tons each of beef and mutton, plus 5,000 tons each of chicken, duck, fish, and more. After the apocalypse began, it wasn't as if cooking became impossible. If you had fresh ingredients, you could make anything. Not long after the apocalypse, the power went out. Even if you had ingredients, there was no way to keep them fresh. Chun Luo did not gain control of his ability space until 2 years later. By that time, would there still be any ingredients left for him to preserve? How much could he really haul in batch after batch with a small cargo truck? More importantly, the cost-performance ratio was poor. Pork was cheap, and it was also what Chinese people ate the most, so it was what Chun Luo stockpiled the most of at a wholesale price of 9.6 per gene. 10,000 tons came to less than 200 million. If money were not an issue, Chun Luo would only want to stockpile a full 100,000 tons. Chun Luo sighed. What good time to run into this. If it had been 2 years earlier, when second brother Pig's price was pushing 50, it would been hard to stockpile, even if you had money. Once all the supplies he had stockpiled had arrived, Chun Luo would find a suitable opportunity to put all of them into his ability space. After arriving at the cold storage, President Wang of the trading company that had taken Chun Luo's massive order came up with a smiling face to greet him. Chun Luo said, once the unloading is done, we'll go to the bank and transfer the money. President Wang's smile widened even more, and he said, no rush, no rush. Chun Luo just smiled back and did not take it seriously. For this batch of goods, he had paid a 10% deposit. He would pay for each batch as it arrived, up to a total of 70%, and the remaining 30% would be paid 1 month later. If possible, Chun Luo would have liked to make a profit with empty hands, but he was not familiar with them, and this President Wang simply did not have the strength to front the cost. Chun Luo called out to Old Zhang and Old Li, the pig butchers he had hired. Old Zhang, Old Li, keep a close eye on this. Don't let them fool us with frozen meat that's been sitting around for decades. Old Zhang shook the fat on his face and laughed. President Chun, don't worry. I've been slaughtering pigs for decades. I can tell with one look when this pork was butchered. Chun Luo joked, I've lived for more than 20 years. As for whether there's electricity in a circuit, I can tell just by touching it with my hand. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. President Chun, you're funny. After the unloading was finished, Chun Luo and President Wang from the trading company went to the bank and completed the transfer. Just after parting ways, his phone rang again. A furious voice exploded from the phone. Chun Luo, shares worth more than 3 billion, and you sold them for 1 billion? How could you keep something this big from me? Do you even still see me as your eldest uncle? Shares worth 3 billion, and you sold them for just 1 billion. Isn't that being a complete sucker? Those shares have been left to Chun Luo by his parents, originally accounting for 42% of the Chun Corporation Group. In 6 years, that stake had dropped from 42% to 17%. The original value of those shares had been over 7 billion, but now they were worth only 3 billion. If the group's development needed financing, then a lower shareholding ratio was understandable. But for the value not to rise at all and instead crash this badly, that was impossible to justify. Under the name of investment, Chun Luo's uncle, Chun Jianan, had been racking up massive losses. On the surface, it was all losses, but in secret, the money that was lost had merely been moved into another one of Chun Jianan's pockets. When the apocalypse broke out in his previous life, Chun Luo had only been a 21-year-old young man, inexperienced in the ways of the world. He had realized what was happening back then, but he was no match for an old fox like Chun Jianan and couldn't break free from his control. Now that he had been reborn, it would still be very difficult for Chun Luo to sell those shares at a normal price. There was an agreement in place. As the major shareholder, Chun Jianan had priority purchase rights over Chun Luo's shares. Only if Chun Jianan refused could Chun Luo sell them to someone else. And the moment Chun Luo revealed any intention to sell, Chun Jianan would definitely stall for time, then suppress the price as much as he could. By the time the money reached Chun Luo's hands, it might not even be 1 billion. It would waste a lot of time too. Although there was still nearly 1 month before the apocalypse, Chun Luo couldn't afford to waste time on this. Without money, who was going to sell him anything? Chun Luo had no time to waste words with Chun Jianan, so he went straight to a young master with immense influence. He dumped the shares worth 3 billion on him for only 1 billion. with the condition that he get the money the next day. With one move, he had let the wolf into the house. For a princeling with a huge backer, agreeing to Chun Luo's offer was absolutely impossible to lose money on. At the very least, he could make 1 billion from this deal alone. When Chun Jianan learned the news, how could he not fly into a rage? Chun Jianan said over the phone, "Come to the group. We'll talk face to face." Although Chun Luo didn't want to see Chun Jianan, he still agreed. Otherwise, he could forget about having any peace in this next month. Chun Luo, if you're being threatened, just blink. Chun Jianan put on a heartbroken expression in front of Chun Luo. He really was heartbroken. If he had been allowed to keep manipulating things for a few more years, he could have stripped Chun Luo of everything. But now, Chun Luo had sold the shares outright. This violated the agreement, but did that agreement mean anything to certain people? Chun Luo showed the proper respect of a junior toward an elder, but in his heart, overwhelming killing intent rose up. 6 years ago, his parents had died in a car accident caused by brake failure. The one behind it all had been Chun Jianan, his own eldest uncle, his blood-related eldest uncle. After the apocalypse, Chun Jianan's son, Chun Fei, had admitted it with his own mouth. Chun Luo smiled. "Uncle, no one threatened me. I have a feeling pork prices are going to surge again. 50 per gene isn't a dream. In that case, the pork I stock up on with 1 billion could rise to 5 billion. No, let me be bolder. 100 per gene isn't impossible either." Chun Luo wasn't lying. After the apocalypse, still thinking of buying food with money? Try offering 10,000 per gene and see if anyone would sell to you. After hearing Chun Luo's words, Chun Jianan stared at him with his mouth hanging open. Wasn't this just pure brain damage? He actually dared to dream something like that? You weren't this stupid before. After his shock faded, Chun Jianan smiled. Chun Luo wasn't some peerless genius, but he shouldn't have been stupid to this degree either. Chun Jianan said earnestly, "Xiao Luo, how about this? Why not sell them to me for 1.5 billion? Chun Luo shrugged. "Sorry, uncle. I've already sold them. The contract signed. Getting them back from that young master now is impossible, isn't it?" Chun Jianan frowned. That young master had an enormous background and was extremely difficult to deal with. Wanting to buy the shares back at the original price was out of the question. If Chun Jianan wanted them back, then unless he bled heavily, he shouldn't even think about it. Chun Luo was very busy, and his phone rang again. Chun Luo revealed an apologetic expression, walked to the window, and answered the call. When he saw the note on the screen, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? A young woman's voice came from the phone. "Mr. Chun, we found a lead on the black Chinese rural dog with one ear missing that you asked us to locate. We sent you a photo. Please confirm whether it's the one you lost." The moment he heard that, Chun Luo's breathing immediately quickened. After the apocalypse, some bored busybodies had ranked the ability users of each element. First place in the space element was naturally Chun Luo. First place in the fire element was Ling Yanji, known as the Scarlet Rose. And first place in the lightning element was a dog known as the Lightning Dharma King. Humans could turn into zombies, but they could also evolve and gain abilities. The same was true for animals and plants. If they didn't turn into zombie creatures, they also had a chance of developing abilities. It was just that, in general, animals had worse aptitude than humans. But there were exceptions. The Lightning Dharma King was one of them. This was a dog that had not turned into a zombie. Fresh dog meat, alive and kicking. Plenty of people had set their sights on it, but not a single one had succeeded. Aside from Chun Luo, every last one of them had been punished miserably. That was how it got the title of Lightning Dharma King. Quang Lei, the second-ranked lightning ability user, had been very unhappy about it. What was the point of counting a dog in the rankings? Damn it, I'm actually inferior to a dog. Later, the facts proved that he really was inferior to a dog. The Lightning Dharma King was a stray dog with no owner. Chun Luo had heard that before the apocalypse. Someone had once seen a black dog missing an ear in a dog meat restaurant in Modu. It seemed to be the Lightning Dharma King. After being reborn, Chun Luo had immediately taken it seriously and hired people to search for it. Whoever found it would get 1 million. That reward was no lower than the price some principal had once offered to find his beloved dog. Chun Luo immediately checked his phone. Sure enough, the other side had sent over a photo. In the picture was a black Chinese rural dog with a somewhat listless complexion and sorrow in its eyes. Chun Luo's pupils contracted. As the executioner who had ambushed the Lightning Dharma King many times before finally succeeding and eating it, Chun Luo was all too familiar with it. There was no helping it. Chun Luo had wanted to eat dog meat too badly. After eating it, Chun Luo had regretted it. He had lacked seasonings, and he had no cooking skills. All he could do was boil it in plain water and add a little salt. That taste, it had been so damn fragrant. Judging by its appearance, the black dog in the photo was indeed the Lightning Dharma King. Its missing left ear was ironclad proof. Chun Luo couldn't help but smile. Dharma King, oh Dharma King, this life, I won't be short on food anymore. How about we keep each other company? I promise I'll treat you well. I'll feed you good food and good drinks. Wait for me. Your brother is coming to save you right now. I just hope you'll acknowledge me as your master. Putting away his phone, Chun Luo couldn't wait to go save the Lightning Dharma King. Chen Luo called out, "Uncle, I'm heading out." Chen Jian and didn't stop him. He narrowed his eyes and watched Chen Luo stride away. The Chen group no longer had anything to do with Chen Luo. After leaving Chen Jian's office, Chen Luo paused for a moment. Chen Jian and his son were both pretty lucky. After the apocalypse, neither of them died. Chen Fei had even awakened a decent ability. Relying on the Chen Group's employees, he had put together a force of his own, and its strength was fairly solid. No chance in this life. On the day the apocalypse comes, he's dying for sure. I said so. Not long after Chen Luo left, Chen Fei entered Chen Jian's office. Chen Fei was tall and powerfully built, very sturdy. He hurriedly said, "I found out. Chen Luo recently ordered a huge batch of supplies." Chen Jian lit a cigarette and said irritably, he said he stockpiled 1 billion worth of pork. Damn it, that messed up my plan. Chen Fei said in surprise. But as far as I know, he only placed an order for 10,000 tons of pork. Close to 200 million. Chen Jian and let out a cold laugh. Chen Luo isn't that stupid either. Looks like he saw through my plan to swallow his shares and just found an excuse. I just didn't expect him to cut off his own arm so decisively. What normal person would be willing to sell 3 billion worth of shares for 1 billion at a dirt cheap price? I underestimated him, seeing there was no one around. Chen Fei moved closer to Chen Jian and lowered his voice. "Dad, should we do something and make him disappear? His parents are gone now. If he dies, we're the first in line to inherit his estate." Chen Jian and directly waved him off. "Xiaofei, back then, we had nothing, so we could take risks. Now our family is worth close to 10 billion. There is no need to risk everything over that 1 billion anymore. If someone gets hold of evidence, we want to be able to bear the consequences." Chen Fei cursed under his breath. That idiot. The world is about to end, and he is stockpiling this much stuff. Hope it bankrupts him. To find a lightning Dharma King, Chen Luo had hired 2 private detective agencies. If he had put out the bounty himself, all the nosy people, the bored people, the people asking questions, the greedy ones, and the scammers would have annoyed him to death. After nearly an hour of driving, Chen Luo arrived at the agreed meeting place. The moment he got out of the car, a man and a woman from the other side came up to greet him. The man was the private detective Wang Ming. He looked very shrewd. The woman was his assistant, in her early 20s, and the way she looked at Chen Luo was a little heated. Young, rich, and insanely handsome. How could a man like that not attract her? Chen Luo didn't waste time on small talk and asked directly, "Where is it?" Wang Ming smiled. "Mr. Chen, please come with me." Wang Ming had signed a contract with Chen Luo, so he was worried about Chen Luo refusing to pay. He had also looked into him beforehand. With shares in the Chen Group worth several billion, Chen Luo was an ultra-rich second-generation heir. He would stiff him on this 1 million. The Lightning Dharma King was currently at a dog meat restaurant. That was probably why it looked so mournful. Its intelligence was telling it that, at any moment, it might end up being eaten. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tonight. This dog meat restaurant was nearby. Or else why would they have chosen to meet here? 1 minute later, Chen Luo arrived at a dog meat restaurant called by air. It was afternoon now. The restaurant wasn't closed, but clearly had no customers. 2 large iron cages sat at the entrance with 5 local dogs locked inside. Customers could order on the spot, and they'd be slaughtered fresh. The Lightning Dharma King was among them. His luck was still pretty good. There were still 27 days left until the apocalypse, and during that time, it hadn't met the misfortune of being eaten. Chen Luo's attention was instantly drawn to the Lightning Dharma King. Its looks weren't great, and it didn't seem fierce either. Its listless expression made it look pitiful and helpless. The current Lightning Dharma King had none of the post-apocalypse dominance it would one day wield. Right now, it was just a little pitiful thing. Chen Luo stared at the Lightning Dharma King, and it seemed to sense it. It raised its head, and its body suddenly trembled. Ahem. Of course. There was no way it could magically know in advance that the person in front of it would be the one to eat it in the future. That shudder was purely from fear. What else would someone come to a dog meat restaurant for? And, with him staring right at it, how could an intelligent dog not be scared? Chen Luo was thrilled inside. The Lightning Dharma King. There was a very good chance he would become his master. Just thinking about it made him feel amazing. Space-type abilities weren't especially powerful in the early stages. Powerful skills like Void Walk couldn't be mastered quickly. And the Lightning Dharma King could make up for his lack of combat power in the early game. When a fight broke out, he could just send out the Lightning Dharma King, close the door, and let the dog loose. The 3 of them were standing outside when the on-duty waiter from the dog meat restaurant came out and asked, "Are the 3 of you here to eat?" Chen Luo's expression suddenly turned sharp, and he barked, "Where's your boss? Call your boss out here." Wang Ming felt a little gleeful. Chen Luo's beloved dog had turned up in a dog meat restaurant. Of course he was going to pick a fight with the owner. Still, Wang Ming was very confused. Would a rich second-generation heir really raise a dog like this? It was way too rustic. It didn't look cute at all, and it was even missing 1 ear. Looking for trouble? The waiter only made 3,000 a month and had a strong sense of self-preservation. Did he really need to deal with this kind of hassle? He decisively went to call the boss. In that brief gap, Chun Luo stared at the lightning Dharma King and revealed a kind, harmless smile. Not long after, the owner of the dog meat restaurant, by air, came out with a cheerful smile. "What can I do for you three?" Chun Luo pointed at the lightning Dharma King in the cage and demanded furiously, "You're still asking me what's wrong? You stole a dog and stole all the way to mine. If I hadn't found out in time, my dahe would been turned into dog meat." That was a complete bald-faced lie. Chun Luo wanted to vent some anger for the lightning Dharma King. You people actually wanted to eat dog meat. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to spend money. Even if it were 100 million, Chun Luo would still be willing to pay it for the lightning Dharma King. Besides, getting it for free felt great. By air froze for a moment. The dog's owner had come to the door. He'd been in the dog meat business for years. This kind of thing wasn't the first or second time he'd run into it. But this dog looked like a stray. By air quickly waved his hands in explanation. Could there be some misunderstanding? I got all of these through proper channels. Chun Luo sneered and pulled out his phone. "Hello, 110. I want to report a dog meat restaurant. Their dogs are stolen, and the source of the meat is suspicious. No merchant was truly innocent, and some things wouldn't hold up under scrutiny." The moment By air saw Chun Luo calling the police, he immediately folded. "It really is a misunderstanding. I didn't know this dog was yours. I'm a victim too. I'll settle accounts with the people who brought the dogs later. How about this, big brother? Your dog, you take it back. Not a cent. Is that okay?" Chun Luo's expression eased slightly, and he let out a cold snort. "Since your attitude isn't bad, forget it this time." By air put on a fawning smile and released the lightning Dharma King from a cage. He didn't put a leash on it, but he thought to himself, "It's your dog. You're not worried it'll run off, right?" Chun Luo called out, "Xiaohei, come with me. We're going home." The lightning Dharma King was a little dazed. "Xiaohei? Who are you calling?" But it was intelligent and could sense that Chun Luo had saved it, so it didn't run. It obediently followed behind Chun Luo. Chun Luo was delighted inside. It looked like the lightning Dharma King was basically secured. Chun Luo opened the car door for it. The lightning Dharma King hesitated for a moment, then jumped into the car anyway. Satisfied, Chun Luo gave a glance, then closed the car door and said to Wang Ming, "Send me your account number. I'll transfer the money." Chun Luo wasn't going to back out on this payment. Overjoyed, Wang Ming immediately sent over his account number. This 1 million was honestly a huge amount. He was some god-tier private detective. He couldn't even make that much in 2 years. And now he earned it in just 2 days. Money from rich people really was easy to make. After transferring the money, Chun Luo said, "By then." Seeing the money come through, Wang Ming said excitedly, "Young Master Chun, if you ever need anything in the future, just give a word. I'll make sure it's handled beautifully." Chun Luo smiled and nodded, then left with the lightning Dharma King in grand fashion. While waiting at a red light, Chun Luo looked at the lightning Dharma King and said with a smile, "From now on, I'll just call you Dharma King." Dharma King had no idea what Chun Luo meant. It only gave a soft bark. Chun Luo didn't mind. After the apocalypse began and supernatural abilities awakened, Dharma King's intelligence would go through a second development and become no less than a human S. Otherwise, Chun Luo wouldn't have had to rely on repeated sneak attacks to take it down. Seeing how filthy Dharma King's body was, Chun Luo made a special trip to a pet shop and bought some dog bathing supplies. As for dog food, Chun Luo didn't buy any. Was Dharma King an ordinary dog? This had to be treated properly. Whatever I eat, it eats. As long as I have a bite to eat. I absolutely want to let it go hungry. And if I don't have food, Dharma King probably won't let me go hungry either. Chun Luo headed straight home. During this period, he had to properly build up some affection with Dharma King, because he had gone so far while searching for Dharma King. It was more than an hour later before Chun Luo finally reached his home. This was a villa district. Even in Modu, it could be considered a true luxury residential area. Every inch of land was worth a fortune, with each square meter valued at over 300,000. The villa had been bought 10 years ago. It hadn't been nearly this expensive at the time, but over 10 years, its price had multiplied 7 or 8 times. Chun Luo's villa was now worth 350 million. On the very day Chun Luo was reborn, he had immediately mortgaged it out, found a group of loan sharks, and borrowed 300 million at a high interest rate. 1 month later, he was supposed to repay 3.3 billion. Hith. 1 month from now, your money will be my money, and my house will still be my house. If you've got the ability, come and try to collect for me. As he passed the security booth and saw the tall security guard standing at the entrance. Even though Chun Luo had already seen him several times since being reborn, his nose still turned sour. The guard had thick brows and big eyes, and his face looked very honest, too honest really. He even looked a little dumb. His name was Su Deju. He was Chun Luo's good brother after the apocalypse, and his ability was a body-type supernatural power. Indestructible like Vajra, practically immune to blades and bullets, tough as hell. But because of supplies, Chun Luo and Su Deju had once been blocked in by others. At that time, Chun Luo still hadn't team-mastered Void Walk. So was Su Daju, who stayed behind to hold them off. Chen Luo escaped with his life, but Su Daju was beaten to death by the mob. In Chen Luo's ears, it still seemed as if Su Daju's furious roar before death lingered there. Although Chen Luo had avenged Su Daju afterward, Su Daju was gone forever. Chen Luo's eyes reddened uncontrollably. Good brother, in this life, I'll definitely make sure you live well and enjoy the best of everything. The two of them had become good brothers after the apocalypse, but right now their relationship was only that of acquaintances. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry. When the apocalypse broke out, Su Daju would be on duty here, and when the old scene replayed itself, they would become brothers once again. Chen Luo stopped the car and joked, Daju, after you get off work tonight, want your bro to take you out and have some fun? Was that kind of fun proper? Su Daju gave a simple-minded grin. No, brother Chun. My ma said men can't learn to go bad. Chen Luo chuckled. And what else did your ma say? Su Daju grinned wide. My ma also said if someone suddenly starts being extra nice for no reason, he is either a scoundrel or a thief. Chen Luo brought Dharma King into the house. The spacious garden and exquisite villa were unfamiliar surroundings, making Dharma King a little timid. Whether Dharma King could understand or not, Chen Luo still smiled and said, Dharma King, from now on, this is your home too. Come on, I'll wash you up first. Dharma King was truly obedient. Although it was a little afraid of water, it still let Chen Luo fuss over it honestly. As he bathed Dharma King, Chen Luo couldn't help but start thinking about what else he still needed to stockpile. If it were only for himself and his brothers, then just the food he had hoarded using the small truck would be enough to last until the end of his lifespan. He wouldn't be able to finish it all in a lifetime. After being reborn, Chen Luo didn't want to live the same way he had in his previous life. If he were the only human left in the world and everything else was monsters, that bone-chilling loneliness would be unbearable. Chen Luo wanted more people to stay by his side, so he might as well build a gathering place himself. The dangers of the apocalypse didn't come only from food. More of them came from monsters and other survivors. Although Chen Luo's talent was powerful, he wasn't good at direct combat. To put it bluntly, if several hundred fairly high-level ability users attacked together, Chen Luo's only option would be to run. Wouldn't it be nice to recruit more underlings and use Group B downs against Group B downs? Chen Luo had a rough idea of which powerful ability users would rise to prominence in the future. Wouldn't it be great to recruit them under his command ahead of time? With his spatial ability and foresight, if he still failed to become the #1 force. That would be difficult in itself. Right now, what Chen Luo had stockpiled was only meat. Was that enough? Of course not. Staple foods, fruits, vegetables, seeds, and so on. Chen Luo hadn't even started stockpiling those yet. More importantly, there was water. After the apocalypse, water would also become polluted. No matter what purification equipment or other methods were used, the virus contained in the water couldn't be removed. In the early days of the apocalypse, survivors basically relied on bottled, canned, and barreled purified water to stay alive. But the amount of such water was limited, and it wasn't easy to obtain. After the apocalypse, the happiest days for people were probably rainy days. Once the clean water ran out, and there was nothing left to drink, survivors could only turn their eyes toward water full of viruses, water that had been soaked to varying degrees with corpses. That water wouldn't kill physically strong survivors, but it would suppress the growth of an ability user's power. This was only discovered long after the apocalypse had begun. In the early period, when Chen Luo didn't yet have his spatial ability, he had been forced to drink a lot of virus-filled water too. Water, the source of life, was the top priority above all else. While thinking about his next moves, Chen Luo finished bathing Dharma King. After the bath, Dharma King looked much cleaner, and his look seemed to improve by just a tiny bit. Dharma King looked at Chen Luo pitifully. Chen Luo smacked his forehead and laughed. He still hadn't given Dharma King anything to eat. Chen Luo directly took out a serving of sweet and sour spare ribs from his spatial ability and even gave Dharma King a bowl of its own. Starving, Dharma King immediately started devouring the food without a second word. Seeing how happily Dharma King was eating, Chen Luo, though he had already eaten quite a bit at noon, started drooling too after bottling things up for so long. Chen Luo also took out a serving of sweet and sour spare ribs for himself. As Chen Luo ate, he spat out the bones, and Dharma King actually copied him. Chen Luo laughed at the sight. Heh, even a dog knows how to spit out bones. As he spoke, Chen Luo spat out a bone he had finished gnawing on. Realizing something, Chen Luo's face darkened. Fuck, I just insulted myself. After the meal, Dharma King really was a dog master. Chen Luo even had to wash its bowl for it. After washing up, Chen Luo picked up his phone, preparing to head out again. Even though there was still plenty of time, the earlier he got supplies ready, the more at ease he would be. Chen Luo planned to order another huge batch of vegetables and fruits, and that required a very large warehouse as a temporary storage site. Was he supposed to keep collecting them wave after wave with a truck, letting other people load cart after cart onto it? Give me a break. Before leaving, Chen Luo deliberately tested Dharma King's reaction. Seeing that Chen Luo was about to go, Dharma King couldn't help but grow anxious. This master treated it really well. He had actually given it spare ribs to eat. Since birth, it had never eaten anything this good. Was it going to abandon me? Was I going to become a stray again? Dharma King whimpered and gently rubbed its head against Chen Luo's leg. Chen Luo smiled. Smiling, he rubbed its dog head and brought it into the car. During this period, it was still very necessary to build up their bond. Once in the car, Dharma King, now following Chen Luo, quieted down again. For the next few days, Chen Luo stayed busy looking for warehouses, contacting suppliers, and finding time here and there to stockpile some good food. He was busy nonstop. The funds in his account were dropping fast. But Chen Luo was very satisfied. Money only counted once it was spent. Otherwise, it was just a piece of useless paper. The house had been mortgaged for 300 million, and the shares had been sold for 1 billion. Meat was the biggest expense, costing 500 million. It had originally been 700 million, but the remaining 200 million would be paid after the apocalypse, which meant it would never be paid. Vegetables cost 300 million, mainly potatoes, Napa cabbage, radishes, tomatoes, various mushrooms, and leafy greens. These were bought from scattered suppliers here and there. They would not sell on credit. Delaying payment a little was possible, but not for 10 days or half a month. Unless Chen Luo timed it right to the very few days before the apocalypse happened, but by then, it might be too late to stockpile anything. As for water, Chen Luo stockpiled 100 million worth. All of it was purified drinking water. Water itself was not expensive, but the containers were. The actual cost of a 1 yuan bottle of mineral water was only a bit over 2 mao, setting aside labor, factory space, and equipment. The bottle was the expensive part, all right. Chen Luo also stockpiled 200 million worth of fruit, mainly apples and oranges. Apples and oranges were nutritious, cheap, and available in huge quantities. He stocked a little of every other kind of fruit too, but not much. All kinds of snacks like chocolate, candy, chips, as well as salt, seeds, and other miscellaneous supplies, cost Chen Luo another 100 million in total. He bought 10 million worth of salt alone, which was enough. That made a total of 1.2 billion. Renting warehouses, cold storage, and buying ready-made food had also cost Chen Luo quite a lot. Now, there were only 50 million left in Chen Luo's account. Chen Luo let out a long breath. Stockpiling supplies really was no easy job. At least it was mostly done now. The only thing he still had not stocked up on was staple food. He did not have any rice or flour at all. First, he did not have enough money left. Second, Chen Luo had a better idea. Who stored the most grain? The local grain depots. Especially in a major city like Chengdu, the grain reserves there were enormous. Once the apocalypse began, Chen Luo was worried that even his spatial ability would not have enough room after making one trip there. Chen Luo felt a little regretful. If he had known, he would have expanded his ability's space more in his previous life. And it was not just grain. Other supplies like vegetables and meat were not impossible to continue stockpiling either. A large supermarket held quite a lot of supplies on its own. Other people would not be able to take much even if they wanted to, but Chen Luo had a spatial ability to make things easier after the apocalypse. Chen Luo ordered a batch of high-voltage stun batons. He had really spent heavily on this batch of batons, 50 in total. Not long after the apocalypse started, these batons would not be all that useful anymore, but in the early opening stage, they were unbeatable. Zombies were afraid of electricity too. All right. As for why he did not buy knives, knives had a chance of getting stuck, and swinging them took a lot of strength. With a stun baton, he only had to touch the target lightly. It saved effort. A knife had to hit a zombie's vital point. A stun baton worked no matter where it touched. He also ordered 2 sets of high-tech alloy armor, one made to his own size and one made to suit US. Current technology was still not advanced enough. Wearing this kind of armor would be very heavy and would seriously affect speed and movement. But it was safe. With the strength of early-stage zombies, it would be hard for any zombie attack to break through the armor. Paired with a stun baton, it could only be used in places with few zombies. If there were too many zombies and he got surrounded, then once he could not run, he would be finished. The armor had not arrived yet. Now that he was finally a little free, Chen Luo bought 100 high-capacity phones and copied movies, novels, and study materials into them. After the apocalypse, there would be no internet and no signal, but phones could still be used as long as there was electricity. For that, Chen Luo also bought 10 diesel generators. Do not ask why he bought 10. He was worried they might break. He also bought a batch of solar power panels. If he had a phone with unlimited power and internet access, Chen Luo felt that in his previous life, he could have held on for another 10 or 20 years. He also bought quite a lot of diesel. That way, the air conditioner could be used too. Little by little, Chen Luo bought a batch of walkie-talkies and household items, like rice cookers, ovens, microwaves, iron woks, and so on. As for medicine, Chen Luo only bought some drugs for treating external injuries and preventing inflammation. He would not need the rest. At the same time, Chun Luo hired a cooking teacher. After the apocalypse, what had frustrated Chun Luo the most? It was finding ingredients and still only being able to make food that was hard to swallow. If it were not for staying alive, he really would not have wanted to eat it. One time, Chun Luo and Su Daju found 3 potatoes and wanted to make stir-fried shredded potatoes. But who knew how to cut them? Chun Luo and Su Daju could only stare at each other. In the end, they could only roast them with tears in their eyes, and they even burned them. Now that he had so many supplies, if he ever needed to use them later, then without cooking skills, he would only be able to stand there and do nothing. Chun Luo spent the high price of $50,000 a month to hire a chef. Not low, right? Payment after 1 month. This chef was named Mayu, a beautiful 25-year-old woman with a very mature, commanding air. Her face could only be called decent enough, pretty pleasing to the eye, but her figure was very good. Chun Luo had tried Mayu's cooking. It was truly amazing, far more delicious than the food bought from 5-star hotels. At first, Mayu had been worried that with such a high salary, the employer might be having some crooked thoughts. After seeing Chun Luo in person, she relaxed. With Chun Luo's conditions, how many pretty young women outside would fail to throw themselves at him? Would he really need to spend effort on her? At this moment, Chun Luo was studying. Today, I'll teach you how to make sweet and sour spare ribs. First, blanch the ribs in cold water to remove the blood foam. Then pour in some oil that costs nothing. Chun Luo's face turned red. How could oil cost nothing? During his first lesson, Chun Luo had always been afraid there would not be enough oil. Mayu had gone to the bathroom, and when she came back, she found that Chun Luo had poured in half a wok of oil. Mayu cried out in shock. Does the oil in your house cost nothing? Why did you pour in so much? Seeing that Chun Luo had a good personality, Mayu made that kind of joke with him. Even with Mayu teaching him hand in hand, the taste of the dishes Chun Luo made was nowhere near comparable to hers. If Mayu was not there to guide him on the spot, then the dishes Chun Luo made through his own attempts would not even be eaten by F.A. Wong. Not even a dog would eat them. F.A. Wong, I have no grudge against my master, so why are you trying to poison me? Chun Luo clenched his fists. I'm really not cut out for cooking. Chun Luo turned his gaze toward Mayu. Your cooking is good. I think highly of you. If he could not do it himself, then he would just find a personal chef. Mayu's cooking was really nice. Chun Luo and Mayu had never known each other in his previous life. He had no idea whether Mayu would turn into a zombie after the apocalypse arrived. That would depend on her own fate. Chun Luo parked the car at the entrance of an upscale residential complex. This place was not far from Chun Luo's home. While gently stroking F.A. Wong's already very smooth fur, Chun Luo quietly watched the movement at the complex entrance. Chun Luo was waiting for an important person. Just as Chun Luo was bored out of his mind, his eyes suddenly lit up. 2 beautiful women walked out from the complex gate. The older one looked a little over 20, about the same age as Chun Luo. The younger one looked 17 or 18. They looked like sisters, and they really were sisters. The older sister had a cold, glamorous face. She was truly a rare beauty. The younger sister was youthful and pretty, no worse than her older sister at all. Her delicate, obedient appearance made people unable to resist feeling protective of her. Chun Luo felt a bit heated inside. A graceful, beautiful lady was what every gentleman pursued. Who wouldn't like a beauty like this? Unless there was either something wrong with his mind or something wrong with his body. If it were just simple prettiness, Chun Luo wouldn't bother waiting around on purpose. These 2 sisters weren't merely pretty. The older sister was Mi Ling, and the younger sister was Mi Li. After the apocalypse, Mi Ling awakened a fire ability and became extremely powerful. She was the strongest fire ability user Chun Luo knew of, and also the Scarlet Rose Spirit Flame Princess he had mentioned before. Because her name had the character Ling in it, and because she controlled flames, people called her Spirit Flame Princess. Mi Ling also had another nickname, Scarlet Rose. Roses had thorns and weren't easy to touch, and Scarlet described her fiery temper. Still, her temper was fiery, and her figure was even fierier. As for the younger sister, Mi Li, Chun Luo thought she was even more remarkable. Mi Li's combat ability was weak because she wasn't a combat class. She was a healer, a support class. He had heard that in the later stages, she would even be able to use resurrection. Damn, who could handle that? It was practically a godlike ability. If he absolutely had to choose between Mi Ling and Mi Li, bah, only kids made multiple choice decisions. No matter what, he had to take in both sisters. Of course, not right now. Running up to them like an idiot now, wouldn't that just make him a simp? Chun Luo took out his phone and called Wang Ming, the private detective he had worked with before. I'll give you 3 days. I want their information. Most importantly, I want to know what they like to eat. Whatever you like to eat, I'll stock up on it. If you wanted to win a woman's heart, you had to win her stomach first. Wang Ming hurriedly agreed. For a professional like him, this kind of thing couldn't be simpler. Watch Amelie cling to Mi Ling's arm and act spoiled, while Mi Ling showed a doting smile. Chun Luo let out a light laugh as the 2 gradually walked away, then left as well. It didn't take 3 days. By the afternoon of the second day, Wang Ming had already sent Mi Ling and Mi Li's information to Chun Luo. Mi Ling liked Sichuan cuisine, and her favorite fruit was grapes. Millie liked fish, and her absolute favorite was braised pig trotters. Her favorite fruit was watermelon. Chen Luo suddenly realized something. Braised food tasted great too. I need to stock up on some. In the blink of an eye, the date reached May 28th. There were still 5 days left before the apocalypse broke out. The armor and stun batons Chen Luo had ordered were delivered one after another. The armor was entirely silver and was full body armor. There were 2 sets in total, one for Chen Luo and one for Su Dezhu. The armor was very heavy. Chen Luo's set was relatively smaller, but it still weighed 45 jin. Wearing it took a lot of stamina, but it made up for that with safety. Chen Luo had also thought about using mascot costumes or combat suits. A mascot costume wasn't even as convenient to wear as armor, and it was extremely bulky. Low-grade combat suits were useless, while high-grade ones were beyond Chen Luo's reach. In terms of defense, neither of them could compare to armor at all. Over the next few days, Chen Luo kept adapting himself to the armor. The stun batons had been purchased through a security company Chen Luo hired. By the time they reached his hands, each one cost 40,000. The high voltage they released could knock someone unconscious instantly. Shock someone for a few seconds, and it could kill them. There were 50 in total. It wasn't convenient for other people to carry them, but Chen Luo had his ability space, so he could rotate them. Killing several hundred zombies in one go wouldn't be a problem at all. Chen Luo also bought a heavy truck 13 meters long and parked it near the cold storage. On the night of June 2nd, Chen Luo transferred all of the remaining stockpiled supplies into his ability space, except for the meat that was still in the cold storage. Even if someone discovered that the supplies had mysteriously disappeared, they were my things. I didn't say a word about it, so what are you complaining about? Tomorrow, the apocalypse would break out. That night, Chen Luo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I was reborn once. This damned apocalypse isn't going to suddenly not come, is it? If it doesn't come, then the supplies I stockpiled are going to make me lose a fortune. Then again, maybe it really shouldn't come. Sacrifice me alone and benefit all of humanity. Even if I lose a fortune, I'm still a rich man. Wouldn't it be nice to live comfortably for the rest of my life in a peaceful world? Why did I have to go through that utterly inhuman doomsday? The next morning, Chen Luo woke up early, his feelings a little complicated. The apocalypse would break out at around 9:20. At 8 in the morning, knowing Chun Jianen's habits well, Chen Luo knew that Chun Jianen wouldn't arrive at the group headquarters until 9, which meant he was probably eating breakfast right now. Chen Luo took out his phone and dialed Chun Jianen's number. Chen Luo said respectfully, "Uncle, I have something I want to ask your help with." Chun Jianen said hypocritically, "You're my nephew. If it's something I can help with, then of course I'll definitely help you." Chen Luo smiled. "It's like this. I urgently need a sum of money recently, but you know my money has all gone into stocking pork. I want to mortgage all the supplies I've stockpiled to you. They're worth 1 billion. I only want to borrow 500 million. Even real brothers settle accounts clearly. Uncle, let's sign an agreement. I'll only borrow it for 1 month. When the time comes, I'll pay you back 600 million. If I can't repay the money by then, all the supplies will go to you to settle the debt." Chun Jianen asked strangely, "What do you need so much money for?" Chen Luo made something up. "From what I've observed, virtual currency is about to surge. It might even go up 8-fold or 10-fold. 500 million could turn into 5 billion. Uncle, if you trust me, come do it with me." Chun Jianen chuckled. "Trust you? My ass. I'm afraid I'd lose even my life savings. You dare play with that stuff?" Still, Chun Jianen didn't refuse. His mind was already turning quickly. No matter whether Chen Luo made money or lost money, he wouldn't lose. And there was a high chance Chen Luo would lose everything down to his pants. If that happened, he could trade 500 million for 1 billion worth of supplies. Although Chun Jianen didn't think highly of Chen Luo's behavior of stockpiling supplies, selling 1 billion worth of goods at a discounted price of 800 million wouldn't be a problem, right? This deal was worth making. Chun Jianen sneered. "When you lose money, don't blame me for turning ruthless and denying everything." Chen Luo continued, "Uncle, wait for me at home. I'll come to your house and talk in person right now. I miss Brother Fei too. Call him over as well." Chun Jianen agreed immediately. Something this important couldn't possibly be discussed over the phone alone, and money couldn't be lent out that casually. He had to investigate first. After hanging up, a cold expression appeared on Chen Luo's face. "We agreed on this. On the day the apocalypse comes, you all die." The apocalypse would happen around 9:20 on Thursday morning, with an error of no more than 3 minutes. Chen Luo would never remember the timing of an event this major wrong. Even if he wanted to forget it, he couldn't. 9:20 wasn't the weekend. It was working hours. In his previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, Chun Jianen had been in the Chun Corporation Tower, where the Chun Corporation had more than 1,000 employees. Fewer than 100 people survived. Although that number wasn't large, it wasn't exactly small either. Chun Jianen had considerable prestige within the Chun Corporation. On top of that, Chun Fei awakened a pretty decent ability. Using that, they took control of those people and built themselves up from there. Though later on, their strength was still only average, and they were ultimately destroyed by Chun Luo. Chun Luo couldn't kill the Chun Jinan father and son at the Chun Corporation Tower because that place was in a bustling district. After the apocalypse broke out, zombies would surge like a tide. Chun Luo was confident he could get back to his own home, but he wasn't completely certain. There was still a chance of something going wrong on the road. It was a risk he could take, but there was no need. It was far better to keep Chun Jinan pinned at home and kill him there in peace. Chun Jinan lived in a wealthy district where the population was small. After succeeding, Chun Luo could leave safely. The timing had to be after the apocalypse broke out. What if it didn't break out? Then I'd become a murderer. At that point, order would have collapsed. Who would care whether you killed someone or not? So, after that phone call from Chun Luo, the money-grubbing Chun Jinan saw there was profit to be made and would definitely agree. In Chun Fei lived together with Chun Jinan. Both of them had to die. Chun Luo left the house with F.A. Wang. After the apocalypse broke out, F.A. Wang would very likely awaken lightning powers. By the time Chun Luo drove to the guardpost, it was Su Daju standing watch. As he passed by, Chun Luo rolled down the window and said with a serious expression, "Daju, I've been feeling uneasy. It feels like something's going to happen. Around a little past 9. Pay extra attention to safety." Su Daju froze for a moment, then nodded. "Got it, Brother Chun." Su Daju looked dumb, but in truth, he just wasn't scheming. His intelligence was completely normal. No one would actually think a high-end residential complex like Chun Luo's would hire an idiot as a security guard, right? On top of that, Su Daju was a retired soldier. Even if he didn't awaken an ability after the apocalypse, 5 of the current Chun Luo still wouldn't be a match for him. Chun Luo nodded. There weren't many residents here, and there weren't many people around. Su Daju was standing guard outside and kept his distance from others. Turning into a zombie took more than 10 seconds. There was no way Su Daju wouldn't be able to react. In his previous life, Su Daju had lived just fine too, but Chun Luo still wasn't fully at ease, so he deliberately gave him a reminder. Chun Luo started heading for Chun Jinan's house. Along the way, Chun Luo dawdled on purpose, planning to drag things out until 9 o'clock before arriving at Chun Jinan's place. Chun Luo sent Chun Jin a message saying the car had a minor problem halfway there, that he would arrive half an hour late. Chun Jinan replied that it wasn't urgent. Inside Chun Jinan's house, Chun Jinan took a sip of tea and said to Chun Fei, "That brat Chun Luo actually wants to speculate on crypto. He really isn't afraid of death." Chun Fei actually took Chun Luo's side and sighed. Back then, crypto was only a few cents each. Who could have imagined it'd rise to more than 60,000 per coin? That's a million-fold increase. If you hadn't stopped me from touching it, Dad, I definitely would have gone in and played around a bit. It's only natural for Chun Luo to want to gamble once. Chun Jinan let out a mocking snort. What actual value does that thing have? It's just a tool for harvesting suckers. This deal can still be done, but we need to investigate whether the goods Chun Luo stockpiled are really worth 1 billion. Chun Fei smiled. A money-making deal delivered right to our door. And we still wouldn't do it? Chun Jinan pondered for a moment. Could there be a trick to this? That brat Chun Luo knows I cheated him. Why would he let me make money? Chun Fei snorted coldly. I understand the mindset of crypto traders. It's just like gambling. He's in a hurry to use money. And he doesn't know many people. No one can pull out 500 million on short notice, so he came to us. Let him try scamming us. I'll beat him to death. At 9:05, Chun Luo arrived. The live-in maid at Chun Jinan's house opened the door. Chun Fei came forward and warmly hugged Chun Luo, to the point that Chun Luo almost felt suffocated. Chun Luo, if your cousin here weren't so timid, I'd have joined you and played too. If you make money from crypto, don't forget your cousin. Chun Luo smiled. Of course not. If I make 1 billion, I'll definitely give you a supercar, cousin. Chun Jinan stood up to greet him. Xiao Luo, have you eaten yet? Want me to have the maid make something? Chun Luo didn't refuse at all. That'd be great. I came in a rush, so I really haven't eaten a thing. Chun Luo kept rambling on and on about how much money could be made from trading crypto. By the time the maid brought breakfast over, it was already 9:15. Chun Luo wolfed it down. Suddenly, a painful roar came from the maid's room. Chun Jinan frowned. What's going on with Xiaoli? Is she sick? Xiao Fei, go take a look. Chun Fei also found it strange and answered. Chun Luo's eyes flashed. The apocalypse had still arrived after all. Looks like the two of you really do have to die today. Chun Luo stood up with a puzzled expression. I'll go take a look too. If she needs to be taken to the hospital, I can help cousin out. Chun Fei walked to the maid's door and opened it. He was so frightened that he instantly let out a scream. Inside, the maid in her 40s had her hair hanging loose, blood pouring from all 7 orifices. Blood ran down her face and neck, and her eyes were deep red. It was horrifying. When a strong grown man like Chun Fei saw something like this, he only felt his scalp go numb and his legs turn weak. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and stood dumbly frozen in the doorway. And when a maid saw Chun Fei at the door, she pounced over like a fly, spotting filth. After zombification, strength would rise explosively, but speed would drop by quite a bit. Chun Fei still managed to react and was just about to slam the door shut, trapping the maid-turned-zombie inside the room. But one hand stopped him. At the same time, a wicked smile appeared on Chun Luo's face. He took out an electric baton from his ability space, flipped the switch, and the baton let out a buzzing hum. Without a trace of mercy, Chun Luo pressed the electric baton against Chun Fei's back. This kind of high-voltage electricity was no joke. Chun Fei's body jerked violently a few times, then he was shocked unconscious. If Chun Luo had kept the electric baton pressed against Chun Fei for a long time, Chun Fei would have been electrocuted to death on the spot. When Chun Luo saw that Chun Fei had passed out, he let go and did not choose to shock him to death. Why? Because there was a zombie right in front of him. The flesh and blood of the living had a fatal attraction for low-level zombies. As long as they had a bite to eat, they would often ignore other living people, which was more satisfying, letting Chun Fei be electrocuted to death, or letting him be eaten alive. Obviously, the latter. After Chun Fei was shocked unconscious, he didn't fall over because Chun Luo was supporting him from behind. The maid zombie pounced onto Chun Fei without the slightest difficulty and bit straight into his face. Rip. A chunk of flesh was torn off Chun Fei's face alive. After turning into a zombie, even Bite Force underwent a shocking change. The maid zombie directly swallowed the flesh into her bloody mouth. It was just that. Why did this meat taste a little numb? Damn, how much chili had been added to it? Chun Jianan had been watching the whole situation, but he hadn't stood up. When he saw such a sudden change, he immediately sprang to his feet. Originally, he should have been somewhat stunned, but seeing his precious son in such misery made him instinctively lunge at Chun Luo. Chun Jianan roared at the top of his lungs. Chun Luo, what are you doing? Chun Jianan grabbed the purple clay teapot he had been drinking from and charged at Chun Luo. Chun Luo sneered and extended the electric baton toward Chun Jianan. Chun Jianan instinctively raised a hand to block it. Ha! What? Are you insulated or something? Chun Jianan dropped to the ground on the spot, his head slamming heavily into the coffee table. There was a kind of pain that hurt just from looking at it. Seeing the large amount of blood flowing from the back of Chun Jianan's head, Chun Luo sucked in a breath. That really hurt. Chun Jianan also fainted. A miserable scream rang out. Chun Fei's face was being eaten, and because the pain was too intense, he actually regained consciousness. But at this point, he was already pinned tightly to the floor by the maid zombie. In this kind of situation, if Chun Fei hadn't been shocked once by Chun Luo, then with how strong and fit he was, he might still have had a chance to resist. But Chun Luo had shocked him once. His whole body was numb, and he had no strength. The zombie's strength was also far greater than his, even though the maid zombie had been a woman when she was alive. The maid zombie completely ignored Chun Luo. She would eat her fill first. Struggling, Chun Fei said, Chun Luo, Dad, save me. Chun Luo put on an exaggeratedly shocked face and said, I don't have a bastard son like you. Your dad's lying on the floor over there. Chun Fei recalled what had happened before he fainted and was just about to curse him out. Chun Luo, you didn't get to finish cursing, because the maid zombie used her mouth to block his mouth. Then, with a hard yank, Chun Fei's entire upper lip was torn off, leaving a bloody, mangled mess. Chun Luo clicked his tongue. A scene this thrilling and exciting couldn't be enjoyed by him alone. Chun Luo turned and went into the kitchen, poured out a basin of water, and splashed it onto Chun Jianan's face, then slapped him hard several times. Chun Jianan slowly came to, only to see a scene that made his eyes split with rage. His son, Chun Fei, no longer had a single intact patch left on his face. Even if he were saved, that face was completely ruined. Chun Jianan struggled to get up and save Chun Fei. But Chun Luo lowered the voltage on the stun baton, making Chun Jianan feel numb all over without passing out. Since Chun Jianan was soaked with water, the current running through his body was simply too enjoyable. Chun Jianan struggled several times, but each time Chun Luo forced him back down. Chun Jianan actually begged, Chun Luo, Chun Fei is your own cousin, your blood cousin. Hurry and save him. I admit it, I was the one who secretly screwed you out of your shares. But Chun Fei didn't know anything. He asked innocent. Chun Luo let out a cold snort. What else have you done to wrong me? If it had only been about money, Chun Luo would not have gone this far. The hatred of his parents' murder could not be shared under the same sky. No matter how he took revenge, it would still be too light. Chun Jian's heart thudded. Could it be that Chun Luo knew about that matter? Chun Luo grabbed Chun Jianan by the neck and forced his head up, making him watch even more clearly how Chun Fei was being eaten alive. Seeing Chun Fei's breathing grow weaker and weaker and his whimpers quieter and quieter, Chun Jianan roared, Chun Luo, if you save Chun Fei now, I can still choose not to call the police. Otherwise, you won't escape this disaster. Even now, Chun Jianan still hadn't realized the apocalypse had arrived. He only thought the maid had contracted some horrifying illness, or that Chun Luo had drugged her. Chun Luo acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, occasionally brushing the stun baton lightly across Chun Jian's face. At this point, Chun Jianan was truly desperate. Chun Luo had clearly made up his mind to kill both father and son. You heartless beast. You're actually going to kill your own uncle and cousin with your own hands. You're worse than pigs and dogs. Chen Luo's face twisted viciously as he slapped Shun Jian and hard across the face. The heartless one is you. I sent it. My father saw that you were accomplishing nothing, so out of kindness he brought you into the Chen group, and you repaid him by harming him. What face do you have to say something like that? The maid zombie had already bitten through Chun Fei's neck. Shun Jian no longer had any room for hope. He had lived his whole life for this son, even after becoming rich. He had placed great hopes on Chun Fei and disciplined him strictly. Now, all of it had turned to nothing. Shun Jian completely lost his mind. I was his real big brother, I helped him accomplish plenty, and what happened in the end? He only gave me 10% of the shares. Was he sending off a beggar? He deserved to die. And you, with today's technology, there's no way you can escape. Chen Luo's gaze turned cold. He had brought a wolf into the house. With the value of those shares back then, 10% was worth 1.5 billion. What wage worker could ever get shares worth 1.5 billion? Even 1% would be a dream. A man's heart was never satisfied. One zombie couldn't eat two people in a short time, and Chen Luo had no way to control the maid zombie into gnawing on Shun Jian. Electrocuting him to death would be letting him off too easily. Chen Luo took out the dagger he had prepared in his ability space and stabbed twice, leaving 2 holes with 1 thrust. He kept stabbing until Shun Jian no longer made a sound. During that time, Chun Fei had already been bitten to death alive. Hearing the bigger commotion, the maid zombie, somewhat filled, let out a roar and charged at Chen Luo. Zombies were something Chen Luo had seen far too many of, especially this lowest grade kind. Chen Luo didn't panic at all and reset the stun batten's voltage to the maximum. A crackling sound of electricity rang out. A scorched stench spread through the air. This time, Chen Luo shocked it for several full seconds. After a few miserable screams, the maid zombie went silent and collapsed unconscious. Zombies also felt pain, but unlike normal people, they would not feel fear because of pain. Other than the urge to eat people, they had no other emotions. They didn't know fear, but they knew pain. Killing them wasn't that hard either. Any method that could kill a person could kill them. The only troublesome part was that even if their intestines spilled out or half their face was gone, they still wouldn't stop fighting. Paralysis and unconsciousness worked on them just the same. Chen Luo couldn't be sure whether the maid zombie in front of him was completely dead, but it didn't matter. He crouched down, pulled out the dagger, and drove it into the center of the maid zombie's forehead. Now it was truly dead. Zombies also had a weak point, and that was the spot between the brows. Once a sharp weapon was driven deep into it, they would die instantly. Chen Luo didn't stop there. Instead, he continued stirring around inside the maid zombie's brain with the dagger. Red and white fluid spurted out. It was disgusting. But Chen Luo's expression remained calm. In his previous life, Chen Luo had vomited many times. After vomiting enough, he had gotten used to it. Chen Luo wasn't some pervert deliberately desecrating the maid zombie's corpse. He was extracting the crystal from the spot between its brows. Whether it was an esper or a zombie, after the apocalypse broke out, a crystal would form in the spot between the brows. The crystal's size and color would vary depending on the target's ability type and strength. For a fire-type esper or zombie, the crystal would be red. For a wind-type esper or zombie, the crystal would be cyan. If F.A. Wong awakened an ability, its crystal would be purple. Back then, the crystal taken from F.A. Wong's head had been a dark purple crystal the size of an egg. As for this maid zombie in front of him, because it was the lowest grade and had not yet evolved any ability, its crystal was pale white. For someone like Chen Luo, whose ability was space-type, the crystal would be transparent. Don't misunderstand. Chen Luo had never seen what his own crystal looked like. He had seen it from the heads of other space-type espers. Chen Luo obtained a pale white crystal the size of a grain of rice from the maid zombie's brow. A crystal this low grade was something Chen Luo hadn't seen in a very long time, because after at most half a year, zombies this weak and low level would become rare. Not to mention 12 years later, when any random zombie you ran into, if placed in the present, would absolutely be a proper big boss level monster. Zombies were constantly growing stronger too. After awakening an ability, one could absorb the energy inside crystals to speed up advancement, or absorb the energy to recover more quickly. Chen Luo remembered that in his previous life, at around 10 o'clock, he had suddenly felt a mysterious energy appear inside his body. At the time, though, he had no idea what it was, nor did he know how to use it. Chen Luo placed the pale white crystal into a small box he had long prepared inside his ability space. Then pried open Shun Jian's and Shun Fei's heads. As expected, there were no crystals. Only after survivors awakened would a crystal form inside their brains. Chen Luo didn't care. Even if there were any, they would only be the most worthless kind of crystals. There were plenty of zombies outside, and if he wanted crystals, getting them would be effortless. After taking his revenge, Chen Luo did not hurry to leave. In about half an hour, he would soon awaken his ability. When that happened, his head would suffer a brief burst of intense pain, so he might as well wait here for the awakening. F.A. Wong should awaken as well. Earlier, Chen Luo had told F.A. Wong to stay in the car and not come down. After stepping outside, Chen Luo planned to bring F.A. Wong in. When he had come here, the whole sky had been bright and clear, but now it had turned deeply gloomy, like the prelude to a torrential storm on a thunderous rainy day. But it would not rain. This strange sky would last for 3 days before dispersing. Inside the car, F.A. Wong felt its scalp crawl because outside the yard there was a girl zombie staring fixedly at it through the car window, roaring non-stop. F.A. Wong thought, if you've got the ability, come in. All you can do is yap. When the girl zombie saw Chen Luo, it turned and roared at him instead. The iron gate outside Chunjian and S yard was very sturdy. The girl zombie couldn't get in at all. Chen Luo smiled. Come on, Uncle will help you find release. Chen Luo moved closer. The girl zombie immediately stretched both hands straight out through the gaps in the iron gate, trying to grab Chen Luo. Here, have something tasty. Chen Luo took out the stun baton and extended it toward the girl zombie. The girl zombie had no idea what this thing was and wasn't scared of it all. She grabbed the baton with her hand on her own. The iron gate rattled loudly as the girl zombie's body shook violently. Clearly, the shock hit her hard. After 2 or 3 seconds, the girl zombie fell stiffly to the ground. Chen Luo sighed in admiration. This stun baton is really useful. Uncle helped you find release. So taking a little compensation isn't too much, right? Seeing that there were no other zombies around, Chen Luo opened the iron gate without worry and took the crystal out from the center of the girl zombie's forehead. F.A. Wong, who had witnessed the whole thing, was dumbfounded. Master, why are you so brutal? After closing the iron gate, Chen Luo let F.A. Wong out of the car and brought him into the building. When he saw the corpses of Chun Jian and the other two, F.A. Wong, seeing such a scene for the first time, was badly frightened too and hurriedly stuck close to Chen Luo. With nothing better to do, Chen Luo started rummaging through cabinets and boxes in the room. Chun Jian and S treasured cigarettes and fine liquor were all swept away by Chen Luo in one go. Even though Chen Luo only smoked occasionally, there were plenty of old smokers around. For many old smokers, having no cigarettes was even more unbearable than having no food. Chen Luo picked up an apple and peeled it at an unhurried pace. The frightened F.A. Wong pressed tightly against Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled and didn't think much of it. Dogs have feelings too. If he and lived through one lifetime already, then seeing a scene like this for the first time, he would have been in even worse shape than F.A. Wong. Just as Chen Luo was about to stuff the peeled apple into his mouth and take a bite, a purple electric arc flashed across F.A. Wong's black fur. Chen Luo, who was pressed right up against F.A. Wong, got shocked on the spot. Chen Luo's whole body twitched, and the apple that hadn't made it into his mouth yet dropped to the ground. Chen Luo was both shocked and delighted. F.A. Wong had awakened an ability? Chen Luo laughed and cursed. You damn dog. After awakening, the first one you shock is actually me. Chen Luo immediately moved a little farther away from F.A. Wong. What if he got zapped again? Electric arcs began flashing across F.A. Wong's body from time to time, and pain showed on his dog face. But that pain only lasted a little over 10 seconds before F.A. Wong returned to calm again. Chen Luo felt a little envious. The strength of one's supernatural talent mainly depended on 2 aspects. The first was the time of awakening. The earlier the awakening, the stronger the talent. The second was the growth speed of the ability. Without question, the faster one's strength increased, the stronger the talent. Even if 2 ability users with different levels of talent were given unlimited crystals, their growth speeds would still be different. F.A. Wong's talent was unquestionably the ceiling among lightning-type abilities. And on top of that, F.A. Wong's intelligence should have gone through a second development by now. Chen Luo cursed inwardly. Humans really were inferior to dogs. Right at that moment, Chen Luo also felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if something were forming inside his head. Instead, a smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. I'm not bad either. Even though his head hurt like hell, Chen Luo's expression remained calm. He had long since gotten used to this level of pain. Every time an ability advanced, there would be an experience like this. Chen Luo felt a mysterious power suddenly appear inside his body. If it were the Chen Luo from this point in his previous life, he would have been able to grasp and use this power in a short time. But now, he was already more than familiar with it. Chen Luo stretched out his hand and slowly guided the power inside him into his palm. A force of space emerged in Chen Luo's hand. Not to mention others. Even Chen Luo himself couldn't see the invisible power of space. He could only feel that he had condensed the force of space into a transparent sphere. Chen Luo swung his hand, and the force of space in his palm smashed toward the wall opposite him. At once, a crack more than 10 centimeters in diameter appeared in the wall, about 4 or 5 centimeters deep. F.A. Wong, standing to the side, stared with his dog, eyes wide open. Chun Luo, however, shook his head. An attack at this level still can't instantly kill even the lowest level zombie. It would take 2 hits. And that single space sphere just now had consumed about 1/4 of the ability power inside Chun Luo. It wasn't that the destructive power of space ability in the early stage was weak. Compared to other abilities, it just consumed a bit more. But under Chun Luo's precise and practice control, his consumption at this stage was actually lower than other people's. Space ability wasn't especially powerful in the early phase. It only started showing its true strength in the middle and later stages. Once one mastered Void Walk, Energy Pulse, and Dimensional Blade, its destructive power would be no less than that of Fire-type and Lightning-type ability users, while its survival capability was unmatched. Chun Luo immediately took out the 2 crystals he had just obtained, clenched them tightly in his palm, and began absorbing them. Chun Luo couldn't see the crystal in his mind, but he could sense its existence. 5 minutes later, after completely absorbing the power of the 2 crystals, Chun Luo felt that the crystal in his mind had grown a little, about 1/5. After absorbing around 20 more crystals, the crystal in his mind would undergo a small transformation, signifying that Chun Luo would advance from a level 1 ability user to a level 2 ability user. The levels of ability users were divided from level 1 to level 10, and above level 10 was king level. In his previous life, both Fa Wang and Ling Yanji had reached king level at their highest. After absorbing Fa Wang's crystal, Chun Luo had advanced from king level to another level entirely. But what was the use of that? No food, no drinks, nothing fun, and no one to keep him company. What was the point of living at all? He might as well just die. Chun Luo had mastered the power of his ability, but Fa Wang, who had just awakened, still wasn't used to the power inside his body and couldn't control it yet. Chun Luo instructed, try gathering the power in your body into your throat. Charge it up a bit, then spray it in the direction you want to fire. Chun Luo had thought it would take Fa Wang quite a while to get used to his ability, but to his surprise, the very next second, after hearing Chun Luo's words, Fa Wang tried it and spat out a purple bolt of lightning from his mouth. Its target was the LCD television on the opposite wall. The TV screen exploded into pieces on the spot. Chun Luo was overjoyed. What good dog. Let us go. We're heading to the cold storage to collect the supplies. The cold storage where Chun Luo had stockpiled meat was one of the 2 biggest cold storage facilities in Chengdu, with a storage capacity of 100,000 tons. It didn't just contain Chun Luo's supplies. After opening the iron gate and getting in the car, the wheels rolled over the girl zombie's body as Chun Luo drove away with Fa Wang. This was also a villa district with a total of 100 villas. Altogether, there were only a few hundred residents, and at this time, more than half of the homeowners still weren't in the district. Most of the zombies were still locked inside the houses for now and couldn't get out, so only a handful of zombies could be seen. When he occasionally ran into a zombie, Chun Luo didn't stop and just charged straight through. There was no rush to advance to a level 2 ability user. The increase in strength wouldn't be that great, and for now, it was still nowhere near as useful as the stun ban. In the apocalypse, everything was lacking except zombies. When he drove to the exit, Chun Luo saw the boutique supermarket by the gate, more than 200 square meters in size. He hesitated slightly, then stopped. A thief never leaves empty-handed. No, wait, just taking something along the way. This supermarket wasn't small, and there were plenty of supplies inside. Spending a few minutes to clear it out was still worth it. Looking through the car window, Chun Luo could already see several zombies inside the supermarket. The supermarket wasn't small, so having several employees was perfectly normal, not to mention customers. This wasn't just 1 or 2 zombies. Chun Luo had a stun baton, so he wasn't afraid at all, but there was still the slightest possibility of getting injured. With Chun Luo's absurdly cautious personality, would he take that kind of risk? What did he spend all that money on the armor for? Chun Luo immediately put on the armor. It was a bit troublesome, but it was reliable. Chun Luo looked at himself in satisfaction. Now, this was secure. With Dharma King beside him, Chun Luo swaggered over. Chun Luo said to Dharma King, attack if you can. Be careful. Don't fight them head on. Use your footwork and kite them. It wasn't like he actually needed Dharma King, but Chun Luo wanted to train him a little. Strangely enough, Dharma King actually nodded like a human. When Chun Luo got close to the supermarket, he saw 4 zombies hugging 2 people and gnawing on them. Those 2 were obviously dead beyond doubt. There wasn't much left of their bodies, and blood had spread all over the floor. Once zombies had eaten their fill, they wouldn't ignore survivors who came close. The 4 zombies pounced at Chun Luo from front and back at the same time. Chun Luo took out 2 electric batons, 1 in each hand. 2 zombies dropped to the ground on the spot, twitching nonstop. As for the 2 behind him, Dharma King let out a bark and spat out a bolt of lightning. It missed. Dharma King looked a little dumbfounded. Chun Luo chuckled. Dharma King, lead them away. There was absolutely no need for it. Chun Luo was just building teamwork with Dharma King. After hearing that, Dharma King immediately trotted off to lure the zombies. Zombies weren't fast. They were much slower than normal people, let alone Dharma King, who was ridiculously quick. Dharma King could clearly have shaken off the two zombies with ease, but he kept their aggro locked onto him, making sure Chen Luo could get free of them. At the same time, Dharma King didn't forget to gather lightning and attack the zombies. Chen Luo walked straight into the supermarket, ignoring the gruesome corpses on the ground. The first thing that caught his attention was the rows of high-end cigarettes and alcohol on the checkout counter. These cigarettes were all at least 30 yuan a pack. There wasn't a single cheap one. Chen Luo's hand swept across them one by one, and very quickly, all of them entered his ability space. Then he went to the fruit section. Premium apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, honey melons, and the rest were all cleared out. The snack section, the beverage section, the grain and oil section, he let none of them off. In just a few minutes, nearly everything on the shelves had been emptied. A roar came from somewhere. Chen Luo followed the sound and found the supermarket's storage area. A zombie that looked like the store manager had been locked inside the storage room. There was an office desk in there too, so it was probably his. Chen Luo electrocuted him to death with ease. Without even checking what was inside the boxes stacked there, he stuffed them all into his ability space. The space was huge. He could do whatever he wanted. Chen Luo dug out the crystal from the manager zombie, then went back outside the supermarket and collected the crystals from the two zombies he had electrocuted earlier. Of the two zombies Dharma King had been kiting, Dharma King had electrocuted one to death. One was still left. It wasn't that Dharma King didn't want to kill it. He had only just awakened his ability, and his mana was gone. He couldn't release lightning anymore. Dharma King looked extremely dejected. Why was his master able to deal with zombies so easily, while he couldn't? Chen Luo smiled and rubbed the dog's head. You've already done great. Give it some time, and you'll be the coolest dog around. Dharma King's eyes sparkled. Really? Even without absorbing crystals, the power of an ability would still slowly grow. Just nowhere near as fast as it would by absorbing crystals. Dharma King's zombie kiting had unintentionally attracted two security guard zombies. But Chen Luo dealt with them in a few moves. With 6 zombie crystals in hand, Chen Luo drove out of the villa district. After leaving the villa district, Chen Luo didn't head for the main road. He planned to take a more remote route to the cold storage warehouse. From time to time, zombies noticed Chen Luo, but with their speed, all they could do was eat his exhaust from behind. He also kept seeing drivers suddenly turn into zombies, their vehicles going out of control and crashing everywhere. When the apocalypse broke out, in just a few minutes, the global population had dropped by 80%, and every kind of order and production had completely collapsed. The traffic lights, which still hadn't lost power, were still working. Only someone brain dead would keep waiting at a red light at a time like this. Chen Luo drove straight through the red light. Behind him, a white sedan speeding along pulled up side by side with Chen Luo. A young man leaned out the window and asked anxiously, "Bro, do you know what's happening?" "I can't get through to the police." Chen Luo stared straight ahead without looking at him and said calmly, "It's obvious. The apocalypse has begun." Chen Luo accelerated and left the young man behind. Unwilling to give up, the young man called out, "Bro, let's team up. We can look out for each other." Chen Luo's voice came back coldly. "No need. Wolves don't cooperate with sheep." Chen Luo did plan to recruit some subordinates, but he wasn't going to take in just any random trash. He only recruited elites. At the current stage, ordinary survivors might still have some use if they were obedient. But a few years later, all they could do was serve as cannon fodder. But over those few years, how many resources would they consume? At the very least, they would use up 100 gene of pork. Chen Luo had a lot of resources, but not an infinite amount. It wasn't that Chen Luo was cold-blooded. This world was just too cold-blooded. Besides, Chen Luo was out collecting supplies. Having someone beside him would be inconvenient and would expose the secret of his ability space. If Chen Luo hadn't prepared in advance, then bringing along a disposable pawn would have been fine, like using him to draw zombie aggro. But there was really no need. Just after turning onto a narrow side road and driving a few dozen meters, Chen Luo frowned. There was actually road construction ahead, taking up half the road. One car could still pass through, but an out-of-control van had crashed into the construction barriers and blocked the road. With one glance, he counted more than 20 zombies, most of them wearing worker uniforms. This was the only road nearby that could lead to the cold storage warehouse. Taking a detour would waste too much time. Chen Luo got out of the car. There was no other way. He could only deal with them. Dharma King got out too. Chen Luo said, "Just kite them around on your own. Protect yourself." There were no living people nearby. The moment Chen Luo appeared, the zombies charged at him like dogs seeing shit. Chen Luo just smiled indifferently and took out 2 electric batons, one in each hand. BZZT, BZZT. The sound of electricity rang out, and 2 zombies dropped on the spot. But Chen Luo was also surrounded by zombies. Chen Luo wasn't flustered in the slightest. 4 or 5 zombies lunged at him at the same time, while the electric batons could only shock 2 targets at once. Wearing armor, Chen Luo's movements were clumsy, and he couldn't dodge their attacks. But Chen Luo was fully armed. Clad in alloy armor, with a thick helmet on his head too. How could zombies at this stage possibly break alloy-forged armor? The zombies didn't care. Their claws and teeth all came down on Chun Luo's body. The ones using claws were still fine. Their swipes scraped against the armor with an ugly, grating sound. Other than leaving faint marks, they posed no threat to Chun Luo at all. The zombies that bit with their teeth had it worse. Their teeth had become a bit sharper, and their bite force had increased a lot, but they still couldn't bite through the armor. The stronger their bite force, the more damage they took in return. Two bloody teeth suddenly flew into the air. Their powerful bite had broken their own teeth. Chun Luo chuckled. There aren't any dentists in the apocalypse to fix your teeth. You should stop biting. If you lose all your teeth, you'll only be able to lick people. With the armor protecting him, the zombies couldn't hurt Chun Luo at all. Of course, armor alone wasn't enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to hurt the zombies either. One zombie that got shocked didn't pass out like usual. It was still ferocious as ever. Instead, it grabbed the electric baton hard. There was no need to think about it. That electric baton was almost out of power. This electric baton had very high voltage, but the trade-off was that it didn't last long. Chun Luo had already used it to kill 7 or 8 zombies. As soon as you hand them over, Chun Luo loosened his grip and took out another stun baton from his ability space. I prepared a full 50 of them. After easily killing all the zombies and collecting the drained stun batons, Chun Luo dug out the crystals from their bodies. Walking over to the van, Chun Luo took a look. One side's windows had all been smashed. There was no one inside, but the key was still in the vehicle. Most likely, the owner had suddenly turned into a zombie and gotten trapped inside. Since it didn't know how to open the door, it could only smash the windows. Chun Luo moved the van out of the way and got back on the road. This time, he arrived near the cold storage facility without any accidents. He didn't rush into the cold storage. Around this area, Chun Luo had prepared a heavy truck in advance. In a wide open area, this heavy truck was an even more godly weapon than armor plus stun batons. At the parking area, Chun Luo found the heavy truck he had prepared. He chuckled, took out the key he had readied, opened the door, and got inside with Fuang. The door of this heavy truck was more than 1 meter off the ground, so stepping on the footplate made it easier to climb up. The feeling of driving a heavy truck was on a completely different level from a small sedan. The solid steering wheel and massive body gave a person a strong sense of security. Giving up on the sedan, Chun Luo somewhat awkwardly drove the heavy truck toward the cold storage facility. The electronic gate outside the facility was tightly shut. Chun Luo didn't care at all. Driving the heavy truck, he slammed the gas and accelerated straight into it instead. If it had been a small sedan, crashing into this electronic gate might have left the car stuck there. But in front of a heavy truck like this, the electronic gate was smashed apart instantly. The truck charged into the cold storage compound, as if nothing had been blocking it all. Chun Luo's mouth fell open. Wow, this feeling of destruction was insanely satisfying. This cold storage facility was huge, and it normally had quite a few employees. It was working hours, so there were plenty of zombies inside too. No fewer than 100. Stun batons could kill them, but that would waste too much electricity. The roaring of the truck, along with the noise from smashing through the electronic gate, instantly drew the attention of a large number of zombies, and they rushed toward Chun Luo. Chun Luo smiled lightly and rammed into them at full speed. Not many people could survive being hit by a fully accelerated heavy truck. The zombies, who currently had no concept of dodging at all, instead tried to stop the truck. Trying to stop a truck barehanded? Wasn't that just plain brain damage? 2 zombies were instantly sent flying 3 meters into the air. After hitting the ground, they stopped moving. This felt way better than using a stun baton. More and more zombies came over, but they posed no threat at all. Some zombies were knocked to the ground and didn't die completely. So Chun Luo simply drove over them again. Let us see if you still don't die. Chun Luo rampaged through the entire cold storage facility, and it was just too damn satisfying. Even Fuang at the side barked excitedly. The stupid zombies came one after another just to throw away their lives. More than 10 minutes later, even when Chun Luo deliberately made noise, he couldn't lure out a single additional zombie. Chun Luo got out of the truck, but he didn't rush into the cold storage to collect supplies. Instead, while gathering the crystals from the zombies' heads, he observed the surroundings to see whether there were any survivors. He had just made such a huge commotion. If there were survivors around, they definitely would have noticed. In an environment like a cold storage facility, when the apocalypse first broke out, if there were any survivors, then either they had relied on speed to shake off the zombies and escape outside the facility, or they were hiding in some solid room. Best if there weren't any, but if there were, Chun Luo definitely wouldn't take any survivors with him when he left. They weren't family. They weren't friends, so why should he? As for the supplies in the cold storage, anything useful definitely had to be taken away in full. He wouldn't collect them right in front of people, but if all the goods in the cold storage disappeared, how could they not suspect Chun Luo? The fact that Chun Luo had a huge amount of supplies absolutely could not be leaked out, so he could only be ruthless. Chun Luo wouldn't slaughter innocents indiscriminately. But if you threatened him, That was another matter. After the apocalypse, what right and wrong was left in this world? There was only fighting zombies, fighting monsters, and even fighting other survivors, killing each other over limited supplies. Just like how Chen Luo had once gotten into a vicious fight with someone over a single sausage. Was Chen Luo wrong for wanting to eat a sausage and fill his stomach? The other person was also trying to fill his stomach. Was that wrong? Was Fu Wang wrong? Was Fu Wang wrong? It hadn't provoked Chen Luo, and it still got eaten. At this moment, on the rooftop of the cold storage building, 3 survivors were carefully observing Chen Luo. They were all employees of the cold storage facility, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were movers at the facility. Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang, both strong and sturdy, both in their 30s. The woman was the facility accountant, Zhang Meng, in her 20s, with a somewhat delicate and pretty appearance. When the apocalypse broke out, since they had no assignment at the time, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang had been sitting by the side of the cold storage chatting, a little distance away from the others. The moment they saw the zombies, the 2 men were almost scared into pissing themselves. Surrounded by zombies, they didn't have the courage to break through. Familiar with the cold storage layout, they hurried inside, went up to the rooftop by the stairs, and then sealed the rooftop entrance. Zhang Meng had been a bit luckier. At the time, she hadn't been in the office. After discovering the mutation, she screamed as she fled, and just happened to see Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang. She followed the 2 men up to the rooftop. The zombies found the 3 of them, but had no way to do anything to people on a rooftop. They could only block the area below, and after Chen Luo arrived, they turned and rushed at him instead. They had seen Chen Luo crushing zombies with the truck with their own eyes. Zhang Ming said excitedly, "Let us have him take us away." Tong Yuanhang said, "This heavy truck has a cargo compartment. The cab alone can fit 5 or 6 people. I don't know how my wife is doing at home. I'm worried sick. Driving this truck, we'd definitely be safe." They had all seen it clearly. More than 100 zombies had been killed by a single heavy truck. Gu Tao smoked and shook his head. That only works in open areas. In the city, there are too many cars. It can't get up speed, and if it gets blocked, you'll still be waiting to die. Zhang Meng said worriedly, when the mutation first happened, the internet still hadn't gone out. I checked online, and a lot of people were saying they'd seen zombies. Could it be that the whole world has turned into this? Tong Yuanhang said, "No matter what, I have to go home and take a look. This heavy truck is way better than the other vehicles at our cold storage." Zhang Ming agreed. But Gu Tao didn't think that way. Is he your dad? You think he'll just do whatever you tell him? That driver is a ruthless guy. Otherwise, he couldn't have done what he just did. Yuanhang, do you think he'll risk his life escorting you home? I figure this guy knows our cold storage has supplies, so he came over to move some of them. Once he takes what he wants, he'll leave. He won't give a damn about you. Tong Yuanhang froze. If he were that driver, and some stranger asked him to take him home, he definitely wouldn't agree either. No family ties, no friendship. Why should he risk himself to help you? Gu Tao said fiercely. Rather than let that heavy truck stay in someone else's hands, better let it be in ours. We rob him, even if there wasn't an apocalypse. What we're doing would count as emergency avoidance, not robbery. We want to kill him. Just control him. Zhang Meng suddenly said, "Look, it seems like he is wearing armor." Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang immediately looked over. Both were shocked and blurted out in amazement. A heavy truck was fierce, but getting out of it was dangerous. With armor, though, it was different. Gu Tao became even more determined to rob Chen Luo. "What do you two say?" Tong Yuanhang immediately said, "Right, rob him. This brat actually came to our cold storage to steal supplies. We can't tolerate that." Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment, then agreed as well. Better for it to be in her co-worker's hands than in Chen Luo's. At least she was much more familiar with them than with a stranger, and for the sake of being co-workers, they would help her too. Seeing that both of them agreed, Gu Tao chuckled and said, "Zhang Ming, use your beauty trap to draw his attention. Yuanhang, you and I will take him down together." Zhang Ming's face reddened slightly, and she felt a little pleased with herself. In a place like a cold storage warehouse, where everyone was a rough guy, was she basically a beauty? When you hear enough flattery, some people really start to believe it. The 3 of them came down from the rooftop and headed straight for Chen Luo. Zhang Ming did her best to use a sweet voice. "Hello. Thank you for saving us." Tong Yuanhang and Gu Tao also tried their best to put on warm, grateful smiles. They had been on the rooftop earlier, and with the sky so dim, Chen Luo really hadn't noticed them. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Next, were they going to ask him to take them away? And if he refused, would they make a move? Chen Luo did not act right away. Instead, he asked, "Are you the only ones here?" Zhang Ming's expression immediately turned gloomy, and she nodded. "Yeah, only the 3 of us survived." Chen Luo suddenly became alert, because Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang had started moving closer to him from the left and right. Between strangers, people would subconsciously keep about 3 meters of distance. Only people who knew each other well would get within 1 meter. Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang made their move decisively, one on each side, pressing down on Chen Luo's shoulders. They were very confident. They had spent years doing hauling work, and their strength was far greater than that of ordinary people. The armor had strong defense, but it was only useful against zombies, if not for playing it safe. Either one of them alone could have subdued Chun Luo, even with him wearing armor. Chun Luo sneered inwardly. Damn, I hadn't even made a move yet. And you people attacked first? Just now, they were thanking him for saving them. And now they turned hostile just like that? If Chun Luo had not been prepared, if he were just an ordinary person, he would have been completely screwed in this situation. A harsh environment would infinitely magnify the ugliness of human nature. Kindness was the cheapest thing in the apocalypse, and also the most harmful. After pinning Chun Luo's shoulders, Gu Tao could not help sounding smug. Little brother, don't resist. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Woof woof. Fu Wang, who had split up from Chun Luo to search separately, came back at that moment. Seeing the scene, a fierce look instantly appeared on the dog's face. Gu Tao and the other two were startled. There was even a dog? The sky was dim, so they had not seen clearly before. But the three of them did not think much of it. Fu Wang did not look especially large or intimidating. There was no need for Fu Wang to act. Two stun batons suddenly appeared in Chun Luo's hands and moved toward Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang's bodies. Dead people would not expose the secret that Chun Luo could suddenly take things out of nowhere. The power of the stun batons had long been proven. The two men immediately screamed, their bodies trembling violently as they involuntarily let go of Chun Luo. Zhang Ming was stunned by the sudden turn of events. When she saw Chun Luo approaching with the stun baton, she instantly let out a terrified scream. Don't kill me. What? You think your face is that important? Zhang Ming tried to run. In a moment of danger, the burst of speed she unleashed really did make it hard for armored Chun Luo to catch up. It didn't matter. Fu Wang quickly caught up and slammed brutally into Zhang Ming's back with a savage charge, sending her sprawling face first on the ground. Chun Luo stepped forward and finished her off. Looking at the three corpses, Chun Luo suddenly laughed. So really, sometimes you have to strike first. If you wait for someone else to make a move before retaliating, isn't that too late? Chun Luo got into the truck, drove it up near the cold storage warehouse, then turned it around. In the process, it rolled over 3 soft objects. No special reason. He just happened to pass by. After getting out of the truck, Chun Luo prepared to start collecting supplies. Fu Wang kept watch outside the cold storage warehouse. If anyone came close, he would warn Chun Luo. First, Chun Luo opened a cold storage room where his own meat was stored and collected all the meat he had stockpiled. He could not come before the apocalypse, because Chun Luo had not paid the final balance. 200 million was no small amount, and no one would feel at ease. If the supplies disappeared, people would definitely notice. Now that everything was in his pocket, Chun Luo felt much more at ease after collecting all the meat. He did not care whether anyone else would have meat to eat in the future. At the very least, he and Sudaju would have more meat than they could ever finish. And this was only the beginning. He was taking away every useful supply in the entire cold storage warehouse. Chun Luo opened the door to the second cold storage room. The supplies inside made the corner of his mouth twitch. The entire warehouse was packed full of garlic. Who knew how many tons of it? What the hell would I do with this much garlic? Garlic gone wild. Forget it. Garlic was still an everyday seasoning, and once there were more people, the daily consumption would not be small. Stir-frying and cooking all needed it. Take it all. Next warehouse. Damn. Ginger strikes again. A whole warehouse of ginger. No wonder there were nicknames like Garlic Gone Wild and Ginger Strikes Again. Don't tell me it was black-hearted merchants like you people hyping prices all along. The next warehouse gave Chun Luo a pleasant surprise. There were large amounts of raw pig trotters, along with other pork offal like pig hearts, pig lungs, and pig livers. These were decent enough. Chun Luo had mostly stockpiled pork, so this counted as a supplement. Next warehouse. Frozen chicken feet, chicken wings, and drumsticks. Seeing there were also quite a few duck heads, Chun Luo hesitated for a moment. I don't eat duck heads. Forget it. If I'm passing by, I can't miss out. There are also quite a few whole chickens and whole ducks. In the next warehouse, Chun Luo's eyes lit up. Box after box of frozen prawns. This warehouse seemed to be specifically for storing seafood and aquatic products. All kinds of fish and seafood. Chun Luo casually opened one box, and inside it was packed full of mantis shrimp. This stuff was delicious just boiled in water. Beaming, Chun Luo collected everything. Mantis shrimp, let us go. What surprised Chun Luo was that quite a bit of tea was stored here too. Although he rarely drank tea, he took it all anyway. What surprised him even more was, damn, there were also tons of popsicles, ice cream, and the like. There were also plenty of fruits and vegetables. He took all of it. Chun Luo did the math. There were probably more than 60,000 tons of goods. A fully loaded cold storage warehouse. Awesome. It took Chun Luo half a day to store all the supplies into his ability space. It could not be helped. There was simply too much stuff. Chun Luo returned fully loaded and completely satisfied. He drove the heavy truck itself. As for the sedan he had driven herein, he abandoned it outright. There were plenty of sedans in the city. But the heavy truck Chen Luo had carefully chosen was almost impossible to find. Chen Luo hummed a little tune, planning to head home first to see how Su Daju was doing, then pick a time to go to the grain depot. The cold storage warehouse and the grain depot were more than 100 kilometers apart, not exactly close. If they had been on the way, Chen Luo would have gone there directly. On the road, in the first half day of the apocalypse, there still were not many zombies capable of stopping Chen Luo. He drove into a small side road. On this road, Chen Luo did not see any zombies. A yellow-haired guy hiding behind a tree by the roadside lit up when he saw a heavy truck driving over. This place could temporarily help him avoid zombies. But he could not stay here forever. What would he eat? What would he drink? If he could get this truck to take him along, that would be perfect. The yellow-haired guy gripped the wooden stick he had found for self-defense, ran to the middle of the road, and shouted loudly, "Driver, help me out. Give me a ride." Chen Luo was expressionless. There was no way he was stopping. Other than Su Daju, for the first month after the apocalypse began, Chen Luo would not take in anyone. During this period, as long as survivors were bold enough, they could still obtain some relatively easy-to-get supplies. They had not yet experienced despair, or rather, they had not yet tasted what hunger really felt like. If a man could eat his fill, and you ran over and said, "Come with me," or if he had been hungry for a long time, and when he was desperate, you took out a piece of bread for him, which situation would have the better effect? The answer was obvious. Besides, someone who has gone hungry is easier to discipline. Even Mi Ling and Mi Li, whom Chen Luo was eyeing, had to go hungry for a while too. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry. "Who the hell are you, some blonde punk? To expect me to give you a ride? You're holding a stick. What if you get in while I'm driving and smash me with it?" Chen Luo kept driving without slowing down. "If you dare stand in front of the road and refuse to move, then I really do dare run you over." Seeing that the heavy truck had absolutely no intention of slowing down, the blonde-haired guy froze. "Even if you weren't going to help, you could at least stop and say so. What else would this look like you're trying to run me over?" People these days really don't have any sense of basic decency at all. When he saw the heavy truck was only a dozen or so meters away, the blonde-haired guy hurriedly got out of the way. Just as the truck brushing past him was about to drive off, the blonde-haired guy cursed angrily. "CNMD, you just wait. Asshole, if I ever get the chance, see if I don't beat the hell out of you." Hearing that, Chen Luo's face sank, and he stopped the truck. There was no need to doubt the blonde-haired guy's words. If he ever got the chance, and had the ability in the future, he would definitely take revenge. "I need your help, so you have to help me. If you don't, I'll hold a grudge." That was human nature. Like borrowing money. Under normal circumstances, this kind of grudge just meant talking behind your back or pulling some petty tricks. After the apocalypse, people would die for it. Chen Luo originally hadn't wanted to bother with the blonde-haired guy, but now he couldn't leave him alive. "Same as always. You threatened me." Even if that threat was tiny, so small it could practically be ignored. Chen Luo said to Dharma King, "Did you hear what he said? He said he wanted to eat dog meat." Dharma King was stunned. Although I can't understand every bit of human speech, I'm sure he never said the words dog meat. Seeing Chen Luo stop the truck, the blonde-haired guy immediately came charging over viciously with a wooden stick in hand. The car door opened, and Dharma King jumped straight down from the truck. Dharma King stared fiercely at the blonde-haired guy. "Doesn't matter whether you wanted dog meat or not. If Master says you have to die, then you have to die." A dog jumping out of the truck made the blonde-haired guy a little stunned, but he didn't panic at all and only sneered. "Watch my dog-beating staff technique." The blonde-haired guy raised the wooden stick and was just about to swing it hard at Dharma King. Disdain flashed through Dharma King's dog eyes. "I have magic. Do you really think I'd fight you in close combat?" After more than half a day, Dharma King had already fully recovered the power he used up that morning. The moment he opened his mouth, a purple electric arc shot straight at the blonde-haired guy. The completely unprepared blonde-haired guy was hit without any surprise at all. His blonde hair immediately stood straight up strand by strand. Even though it was a lightning ability he had only mastered not long ago, it still had considerable killing power against ordinary people and low-level zombies. The blonde-haired guy fell to the ground. Chen Luo said calmly, "Finish him. Don't use lightning." The reason Chen Luo had Dharma King make the move was also because he wanted to train him. Right now, what they were facing was just minor trouble. Sooner or later, they would run into hard battles. Better to get more practice now, so he wouldn't panic later. The power of an ability was limited. Using ability power to finish someone off was not a wise choice. Before this, Dharma King had only killed zombies. He had never killed a survivor. Zhang Ming had only been knocked down by Dharma King. Even though Dharma King was a dog, this experience was still necessary. Dharma King clearly hesitated for a moment. But under Chen Luo's gaze, he still used his sharp teeth to bite through the blonde-haired guy's throat. The closer they got to the city center, the more zombies there were, and the more vehicles there were on the road that had crashed into a complete mess after suddenly going out of control. There were a lot of cars in Shun. Do how many? So many that even traffic restrictions had to be enforced. On the bustling roads, the streets were completely blocked, with hundreds of cars piled up in chain collisions. If the vehicles blocking the road weren't moved away, then forget the heavy truck Chen Luo was driving. Even a tank wouldn't be able to get through. Fortunately, the villa district where Chen Luo's home was located was relatively quiet, with mountains and water nearby, and not many people or cars around. Chen Luo specifically chose roads with less traffic. Even if he had to take a longer route and spend more time, it didn't matter. When he occasionally ran into situations where 2 or 3 cars were blocking the road, Chen Luo simply accelerated and smashed through. The small cars were sent flying on impact. After bumping and crashing along the way, he finally made it back near home. Chen Luo let out a breath. It really hadn't been easy. After looking around, Chen Luo decided to park the heavy truck by the roadside instead of driving it into the villa district. The heavy truck was powerful, but had its drawbacks too. It wasn't nimble enough. There were some roads that a small car could enter, but it couldn't, and turning was very inconvenient. The roads inside the villa district weren't wide enough to accommodate a heavy truck. Barely driving it in was possible, but getting it back out afterward would be a real pain. As for Chen Luo's reversing skills, they weren't worth mentioning. Chen Luo said, "Dharma King, get out and lure the zombies away, then wait for me inside the villa district." Chen Luo pointed in the direction of the villa district. Dharma King got the message, jumped out of the truck, and started barking loudly. More than 20 zombies that had been drawn over by the heavy truck immediately had their attention pulled away by Dharma King. Dogs are already fast by nature. Surely none of your friends could outrun a normal adult dog, right? And Dharma King, who had awakened an ability, had his speed boosted even further. After growing stronger, Dharma King's speed really could be described as lightning fast. He was just fast, either. He was agile, short, and leading around those slow zombies was ridiculously easy. Dharma King's barking gradually faded into the distance. Chen Luo chuckled. Even if Dharma King's talent wasn't that strong, he was still an excellent companion. At the very least, he wouldn't betray him. Chen Luo could easily kill those zombies, yet he had Dharma King lure them away instead. The reason was simple. He wanted the zombies to watch the truck for him. Without zombies around, someone might approach the heavy truck. Even if they couldn't drive it away, they might still damage it. Free labor like this would be wasted if he didn't use it. When Chen Luo walked to the entrance of the villa district and saw that Su Daju wasn't among the 2 security guard zombies, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Chen Luo was really afraid of a butterfly effect changing the world, with Su Daju turning straight into a zombie. If that happened, Chen Luo wouldn't have any solution. He took out the electric baton and easily dealt with the few zombies he ran into, then began searching for Su Daju. Chen Luo remembered that when the apocalypse broke out, Su Daju had fled deeper into the villa district, climbed over a wall into one of the villas, and hidden there. At the time, the 2 of them hadn't teamed up. Later, after the food ran out, when they went to the supermarket inside the villa district to search for supplies, Chen Luo and Su Daju happened to meet by chance, and only then did they become partners. How could Chen Luo endure waiting more than a month before being with Su Daju? "Brother, I miss you to death." The protagonist isn't gay. His preferences are normal. Chen Luo also couldn't bear letting Su Daju starve for more than a month. "Whatever I eat, you eat too." On top of that, Su Daju didn't know about the existence of crystals in the early stage, causing him to miss the initial development period. Chen Luo had to make up for that. But Chen Luo couldn't remember which villa Su Daju had hidden in. He only remembered it was somewhere in the outer area. That didn't stump Chen Luo. A move other people wouldn't dare use, Chen Luo dared. Just then, Dharma King came back with a fawning look, his face full of asking for credit. Chen Luo smiled and patted the dog's head. Holding the electric baton, Chen Luo shouted loudly, "Su Daju, where are you?" A zombie's eyesight wasn't very good, but its hearing and sense of smell were abnormally sharp. Shouting loudly would attract zombies. But was Chen Luo afraid of that? Inside a room in one of the villas, Su Daju was hiding together with a quiet, refined girl. Hearing Chen Luo's shout right nearby, he couldn't help complaining. "Is that guy sick or something? Isn't he afraid of drawing zombies over? Fine if he wants to get himself killed, but he better not get us killed too." But Su Daju suddenly couldn't help standing up. "It's Brother Chen." With Brother Chen's brains, how could he possibly not know that doing this was dangerous? But Brother Chen actually used this method to look for me. Their friendship wasn't that deep, but Su Daju was still moved. Su Daju walked over to the window and, sure enough, saw Chen Luo. The quiet, gentle girl had also come over. Just then, a zombie was lured over, and Chen Luo calmly electrocuted it to death without the slightest panic. Both Su Daju and the quiet girl saw that scene. The quiet girl wasn't the owner of this villa. When the apocalypse broke out, she had run in here with Su Daju. The quiet girl was startled. That stun baton was really powerful. If she had something like that for self-defense, she would have to fear zombies anymore. No wonder this man was so bold. Su Daju shouted, "Brother Chen, I'm here." Chen Luo also saw Su Daju, and a smile couldn't help appearing on his face. "Good brother," just as expected. He was safe and sound. But when he saw the quiet and delicate girl, Chun Luo's expression darkened. Damn it, how did I forget this green tea bitch, Chun Jing? In his previous life, both he and Su Dezhu had been dragged down badly by this Chun Jing. Chun Jing was very scheming. When they were running low on purified water, she was afraid tap water was risky and that drinking it would turn her into a zombie. So she used Su Dezhu as a test subject. Brother Dezhu, have some tea. Su Dezhu had been completely off guard. After Chun Luo and Su Dezhu teamed up, Chun Jing would say in front of Su Dezhu, Brother Dezhu, I always feel so safe when I'm by your side. Then when facing Chun Luo, she would say, Brother Chun, I don't know why, but the moment I first saw you, I felt close to you. Whenever food was distributed, Chun Jing would always hide part of hers. On the surface, she acted hungry and miserable, but she wouldn't ask for anything directly. She would just play pitiful, like fainting from hunger. After Su Dezhu gave her part as food, she would tearfully thank him, when in fact she still had an entire backpack full of food. Her tea game was absolutely masterful, and she had Su Dezhu spinning in circles. Thinking of all this, Chun Luo's anger surged. He wished he could slap Chun Jing to death right now. Chun Luo calmed himself down. He couldn't kill Chun Jing yet. She hadn't served her tea yet. If he slapped her to death now, Su Dezhu, who knew nothing, would instead grow distant from him, and the two would only drift farther and farther apart. That worked too. He could use Chun Jing to let Su Dezhu understand how sinister people's hearts could be. Slapping you to death in one go wouldn't be satisfying anyway. Let us see how I don't screw you to death. Chun Luo said, Dezhu, come with me. Head to my place. That way, we can look out for each other. Su Dezhu nodded repeatedly. Two grown men together really could watch each other's backs. And deep down, Su Dezhu had a feeling that following Brother Chun couldn't go wrong. Brother Chun had even warned him this morning, and sure enough, something really had happened. Chun Jing also agreed. Brother Chun had a stun baton in his hand. Staying with him meant guaranteed safety. Big Brother Chun, my name is Chun Jing. We even share the same surname. Maybe 500 years ago, we were one family. It was a world that judged by looks. If an ugly person used tea tricks, no one could even be bothered to drink. This Chun Jing had the air of a gentle, refined girl from a modest family. She looked pretty good too, barely reaching the level of class beauty. Chun Luo said flatly, forget that for now. Let us move. Running into zombies is trouble no matter what. Chun Jing was calculating inwardly. She had a deep in this Chun Luo's favorability toward her. With two men protecting her, she would have the best possible chance of surviving until the nation's rescue arrived. In the early days of the apocalypse, basically everyone still held on to fantasies, thinking the disaster was only temporary. But the longer they waited, the more hopeless they became. On the way, Chun Luo ran into two zombies and directly killed them with a stun baton. Chun Jing was delighted to see it. The more powerful that baton was, the more at ease she felt. After entering the house, Chun Jing looked at the layout and decoration of Chun Luo's home and was inwardly shocked. The location, environment, and size of this villa were clearly on a completely different level from the one they had stayed in before. If they could wait until the nation's rescue arrived. And she also managed to win Chun Luo over, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Besides, Chun Luo wasn't some nasty old man. Nor was he ugly. He was even more handsome than those so-called pretty boys. At that moment, Su Dezhu's stomach let out a protesting growl. If the apocalypse had been caused by some kind of virus, then it could turn people into zombies, awaken supernatural powers, and also alter physical constitution. Su Dezhu belonged to the type whose body had been remodeled once over. In truth, the virus brought great benefits to survivors. The price was that the body's energy needs became much greater. Poor Su Dezhu hadn't eaten much in the morning, and now it was already close to evening. He still hadn't eaten anything, and his stomach was growling from hunger. The villa they had stayed in before actually didn't have any food at all. That was because the owner of that villa was never around all year long, so what food could there possibly be? Chun Jing also raised her head and gave Chun Luo a shy look. Chun Luo said, don't worry, I'll go get something to eat. Chun Luo walked toward the fridge. Other than leaving behind 3 slices of bread, he put everything else from the refrigerator into his ability space. Chun Luo divided the 3 slices of bread into 2 portions, one with a single slice and the other with 2 slices. Then, thinking of something, a wicked grin appeared on his face. If I just let you eat it like this, wouldn't that be letting you off too easy? Chun Luo called over F.A. Wong and rubbed the 1-slice portion against the depths of F.A. Wong's butt. F.A. Wong instantly looked like his whole dog life had gone wrong. Chun Luo chuckled. Let me add a little extra flavor for you. When he returned to the 2 of them, Chun Luo put on a regretful face and said, Sigh, this is all I've got at home. You just have to make do. Su Dezhu hesitated and said, Brother Chun, you should keep it for yourself. Chun Luo said indifferently, it's fine. Once we get a chance, we'll just head to the supermarket and grab some food. Then Chun Luo said to Chun Jing, you're a woman, and women eat less. Giving you 1 slice isn tea too much, right? With Chun Jing's green tea personality, She would absolutely never say anything about that on the surface. Chen Jing was unhappy inside, but she also felt that Chen Luo was right. Su Daju needed to eat his fill first, so he did have the strength to find food for her. Su Daju was truly starving. He wolfed down the 2 slices of bread in 3 bites, but it was obvious he still wanted more. Not to be outdone, Chen Jing stuffed the entire slice of bread into her mouth as well. Chen Jing's expression suddenly turned a little strange. This bread, the taste was off? Fa Wang stared at Chen Jing in horror. You actually dare eat bread that touched my butt? I think I dropped a turd in the cold storage. Chen Luo wore a smile, his expression perfectly normal, but inwardly he was feeling absolutely amazing. The butt flavor of the lightning Dharma King, being able to eat it is your honor. Seeing Su Daju rubbing his stomach from time to time, Chen Luo realized that while dragging out Chen Jing's torment would indeed feel great, Su Daju would suffer along with her. With Su Daju's personality, if Chen Luo gave him good stuff to eat, then before he had clearly seen Chen Jing's true nature, he would definitely share it with her. Absolutely not. Just giving Chen Jing Fa Wang brand bread already made Chen Luo's heartache. He had to deal with Chen Jing as soon as possible. Otherwise, a lot of things would be inconvenient. Chen Luo clapped his hands, and the 3 of them sat down on the sofa. Chen Luo said in a deep voice, "We're out of food. We have to get some as soon as possible. While no one has gone to the supermarket by the neighborhood gate yet, we need to grab more." Su Daju said, "Brother Chen, let us go right now. I'll cover you. Don't worry. Just use the stun baton and zap them. As long as I'm not dead, zombies absolutely 1T be able to hurt you." Chen Luo shook his head. That 1T work, even fully charged. This stun baton can only kill about 4 zombies. I checked. There are way more zombies over by the supermarket than that. I have a better idea. Chen Luo pointed at Chen Jing. "Miss, you're petite, so I'm guessing your speed isn't bad. You go lure the zombies away. Daju and I will head to the supermarket to get supplies, then we'll regroup back at the house." Chen Jing was dumbfounded. "Me? Lure the zombies away?" Chen Jing said pitifully, "Brother Chen, I've been weak and sickly since I was little. I really can't run fast. Wouldn't that just be sending me to my death?" Chen Luo let out a short laugh. "Then how about this? I'll be the one to lure the zombies away, and you and Daju can go get the supplies. That works, right?" Chen Jing wasn't willing either. It was too dangerous. With a trembling, tearful voice, Chen Jing said, "Brother Chen, it's not that I don't want to. Since this morning, I've only eaten that 1 slice of bread you gave me. I'm afraid I don't have the strength. I might just end up dragging you down instead." Chen Luo said unhappily, "Then tell me, what can you do? It can't be that you do nothing at all and just let me and Daju take all the risks while you sit back and enjoy the benefits." Chen Jing had never expected Chen Luo to be so completely lacking in tenderness toward women, with not a trace of manly bearing. Wasn't he taking care of women what men were supposed to do? And yet he actually wanted her to act together with them. Chen Jing could only look pitifully at Su Daju, hoping he would say a few fair words for her. Chen Luo didn't give her the chance. He coughed and said, "I haven't had any water since this morning. My throat is practically on fire. My bad too. I didn't keep any bottled water at home. And I don't know if the tap water has been contaminated or not. How about this? Chen Jing, you test it for me. If you do, I want to make you go." Chen Jing was already furious. Was this something a man should do? Use me as a test subject? It was precisely because she was worried the water might be contaminated that Chen Jing hadn't dared drink any. With Su Daju right there beside her, she hadn't even dared drink the waha in her backpack, afraid Su Daju would ask her for some. "Why do I have to do something? If I were capable, why would I need you 2 to do it?" Chen Jing said softly, "I can help wash your clothes and take care of your daily needs. Brother Chen, please really don't make things hard for me." Just then, from the corner of her eye, Chen Jing spotted Fa Wang and immediately said in surprise, "Right? We can let test whether the tap water is drinkable or not." Fa Wang looked at Chen Jing with a dumbfounded expression. "I may not be human, but you really are a dog. You want me to be the test subject? Damn it, I want to bite you." The enraged Fa Wang lunged at the backpack Chen Jing had been carrying the whole time. Chen Jing shrieked in fear and clutched the bag tightly. The things inside were exposed, and her true colors were exposed along with them. Fa Wang barked at Chen Luo, signaling him. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. What good stuff is in there? Let me take a look. How could Chen Jing alone stand against the team-up of 1 man and 1 dog? Chen Luo forcefully opened Chen Jing's backpack. Well, damn, there was quite a bit of food inside. A big bag of beef jerky bites, 2 chocolate bars, 1 bag of chips, more than 10 little jelly cups, and 2 bottles of waha. A lot of girls had the habit of carrying snacks with them. Chen Jing had that habit too. The moment she saw the zombies, she understood that a disaster had happened. A lot of disasters were long-lasting, and supplies were extremely important. Having food and water could greatly extend survival time while waiting for the country's rescue. Even though Su Daju had saved her, she had no intention of sharing her snacks with him. After hiding with Su Daju for most of the day, she was starving too. Originally, she had wanted to find an excuse to avoid Su Daju and secretly eat a little by herself. But since she had no idea how long this disaster would last, Chen Jing thought it would be better to wait until she was truly starving and completely out of food before eating them. She never expected F.A. Wang and Chen Luo, those two damn dogs, to expose the snacks in her backpack. Before this, she had kept saying that she didn't have anything on her. Chen Jing's mind went blank. Being exposed wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that after offending these two men, wanting to freeload supplies from them in the future would probably be impossible. Especially this Chen Luo. He was targeting her, intentionally or not. Looking at the backpack full of snacks, Chen Luo grinned. Heaven as his witness. He had known Chen Jing would hide supplies later on, but he hadn't expected her to be carrying so many snacks even before the apocalypse began. That ugly face of hers had been exposed just a little bit. Just looking at this is making me hungry. Then I want to be polite. Chen Luo shoved the straw into a bottle of Waha and drained it in a few gulps. At the same time, he handed the beef jerky bites and chips to Su Daju. Daju, you're not full yet, right? Take them. Once we're full, we'll go get supplies. This time, Su Daju didn't stand on ceremony with Chen Luo at all. Without a word, he took them, then shot Chen Jing an unfriendly glance. This morning, he had risked himself to save Chen Jing. When Chen Jing couldn't climb into the villa, he had even climbed back and, while under pressure, helped Chen Jing get over. He had nearly been caught by a zombie. And in the end, she clearly had food. It still lied to him and said she had nothing. It was obvious she just didn't want to share with him. Su Daju was simply guileless and didn't instinctively assume the worst of people. That didn't mean he was stupid. Why would he still be polite with Chen Jing now? Coming back to her senses, Chen Jing screamed and lunged over. That is my stuff. Give it back. Chen Luo shoved her to the ground with one push. Chen Jing landed hard on her butt and started sobbing. You two men bullying one little girl. What kind of men does that make you? Chen Luo sneered. Go ask the zombies whether they care if you're a man or a woman. Although a little of Chen Jing's true nature had been exposed, it still wasn't enough. Not enough for Su Daju to truly understand human nature. He had to hit Chen Jing with something harsh. Very quickly, Chen Luo came up with a plan. Instead, Chen Luo comforted Chen Jing. Why are you crying? We need to eat our fill, so we'll have the strength to search for supplies. You don't have to go this time. Since we ate your food, when we come back, we'll pay you back double. Chen Jing also realized that no matter what, she couldn't completely fall out with Chen Luo and Su Daju. That would bring her absolutely no benefit. On the contrary, it would push her into the abyss. If she died, there wouldn't even be anywhere to argue her case. With tears shimmering in her eyes, Chen Jing said, it was my fault. I was scared of hunger when I was little. I know this kind of personality is bad. I'm sorry. It was just an instinctive reaction for me. Then came the blah blah blah. Chen Jing made up a story about how miserable her childhood had been. Even Chen Luo had to admire her. To come up with a story like that on the spot was something. Chen Luo casually ate a few jelly cups, then gave all the rest to Su Daju. Chen Jing watched from the side with a pained expression. Just like that, all her stockpiled supplies were gone. Chen Luo said, Daju, let us rest for 1 hour, then we'll go check out the supermarket by the entrance. Su Daju nodded. I'll follow your lead, Brother Chen. Chen Luo pretended to go rest, but in reality, he called F.A. Wang over. F.A. Wang, go draw some zombies over from outside. Around 10 or so. Let them here. If F.A. Wang slowed down and didn't shake the zombies off, he could lure those lowest level, mindless zombies. In times of danger, you saw people as hearts. When disaster truly struck, a person's real face and human nature were often completely exposed. F.A. Wang looked at Chen Luo in confusion. I get drawing zombies over, but drawing them to the house? That I don't get. Chen Luo glanced at F.A. Wang. Don't ask so much. Once you get back, you'll understand. F.A. Wang accepted the order and left. Chen Luo first went downstairs, sneaking around as he opened the door to the house. Then he took out 4 cloves of garlic from his ability space and minced them up in the kitchen. Garlic couldn't deal with zombies, nor did it make zombies fearful. On the contrary, garlic's pungent smell would strongly attract zombies. If someone had a sharp, irritating smell on them, low-level zombies would swarm up and tear that person apart. Chen Luo brought out 2 bowls of garlic juice and placed them on the table. Daju, no need to panic when we go out this time. Didn't I come back from outside earlier? I happened to see someone with a string of garlic tied to his body, and the zombies were actually so scared they kept backing away. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. In movies, garlic really did work on vampires. Su Daju also looked delighted. Chen Luo said regretfully, what a pity. There's only this little bit of garlic at home, just enough for 2 people. Let us see if we can get some garlic from a supermarket. Just then, the distant howls of a group of zombies rang out. Clearly, there were quite a lot of them, not just 1 or 2. Chen Luo's expression changed drastically. The zombies' roars were getting closer and closer, louder and louder. Very soon, it sounded like they were right next to their ears. The iron door rattled violently. Chen Jing's face turned deathly pale. Was the door locked? After hearing something else, Chen Jing's face lost all color. The zombies have reached the first floor. Without another word, Chun Luo poured the garlic juice all over himself, then pointed at the other bowl and said to Su Daju, hurry and use this bowl of garlic. Su Daju was kind-hearted, even though he had started to dislike Chun Jing a little, if he used it himself. Wouldn't that mean Chun Jing was doomed? There were obviously quite a lot of zombies outside. Their side clearly couldn't handle them. If Chun Jing still had some doubts about Chun Luo's words before, wondering whether Chun Luo might be trying to screw her over, those doubts vanished the moment she saw him pour the garlic juice on himself. Chun Luo wouldn't harm himself, would he? There was only one bowl left. That meant only one more person could survive. Chun Jing was very quick-witted. She immediately grabbed the garlic juice Chun Luo had prepared for Su Daju and, without the slightest hesitation, poured it all over herself. Chun Luo could have stopped her, sighed, but he just didn't before the apocalypse. Chun Jing wouldn't even eat garlic, let alone pour it on herself. The smell was far too pungent. Now, she only feared that there wasn't enough garlic juice on her body. Seeing this, Su Daju froze for a moment. Instead, Chun Luo laughed. See that, Daju? After the apocalypse, don't casually treat people well because some people aren't human. In his previous life, Chun Jing wasn't just skilled at acting innocent and manipulative. She was ruthless too. When Su Daju and Chun Luo were injured, she stole all their supplies and latched onto another backer. She had almost pissed Chun Luo to death. Chun Jing's expression changed drastically. You set me up? Chun Luo's reaction made Chun Jing realize that she had been tricked again. But why? Chun Luo had splashed garlic on himself too. Chun Luo sneered. Set you up? Didn't you jump into the trap yourself? Did I force you to pour garlic on yourself? To tell you the truth, you're dead for sure. Zombies are extremely sensitive to the smell of garlic. Chun Jing broke down. I just want to live. What did I do wrong? Chun Luo let out a cold snort. Nothing wrong with that. But targeting an honest man and bullying him relentlessly is wrong, especially when that man is my brother. Using your own words, we all want to live. So if we sacrifice you, is that wrong? Chun Jing's little manipulative act only worked on honest people. If she met someone a bit more vicious, then after the apocalypse, she could only become a tool for venting desire. Getting a tiny bit of energy each day to stay alive would already be considered lucky. In his previous life, Chun Jing thought she had found a new backer. But in reality, it was the beginning of a nightmare. Not everyone was Su Daju. The zombies were about to come up. So Chun Luo couldn't be bothered wasting more words on Chun Jing. He took out his armor from his ability space and skillfully put it on. Chun Jing was about to become a dead person. Dead people wouldn't leak secrets. As for Su Daju, Chun Luo would tell him that the ability he had awakened was space. Chun Luo's outfit stunned both of them. Chun Jing finally understood where Chun Luo's confidence to pour garlic on himself had come from. Chun Luo said, Daju, find a room and hide. Right now, you'll only hold me back. Su Daju answered and quickly agreed. With that kind of armor, zombies simply couldn't hurt Chun Luo. He really would only drag him down. Chun Jing also wanted to find a room. The breakdown on her face vanished, replaced by flattery and fawning. Brother Chun, let me off this once. After this, you can do whatever you want of me. Chun Luo chuckled. I want you to die. Once you're dead, I'll let you off. The zombies had reached the second floor. Chun Luo kicked Chun Jing hard, sending her straight into the zombie horde. This time, Chun Jing completely collapsed. Surnamed Chun, how exactly did I offend you? You've been targeting me from the moment we met. Chun Luo, you want to die a good death. Chun Luo watched coldly, unmoved. My heart turned cold a long time ago. Anyone who hurt me or hurt my brother in my previous life, not a single one can be spared. Chun Jing no longer had any value. If it weren't for letting Su Daju see the cruelty of human nature, dealing with one Chun Jing wouldn't have required this much effort. Just to clean you up, I didn't even get to properly eat dinner. Huh. One Chun Jing was obviously not enough for all the zombies. The rest of them lunged at Chun Luo. Chun Luo electrocuted them to death with effortless ease. Looking at the mess and blood all over the floor, Chun Luo broke down. My home. Chun Luo felt like crying, but had no tears. What a miscalculation. The home he had lived in for more than 10 years had really suffered a disaster today. Su Daju came out, his expression complicated as he looked at Chun Jing's remains. Chun Luo didn't say much. He simply called for Su Daju to help carry all the zombie corpses out of the villa. Otherwise, how could anyone still live here? The two of them spent nearly half an hour moving all the zombies to the roadside a little farther away from the villa. That was the best they could do. Looking at the blood everywhere, Chun Luo truly couldn't be bothered cleaning it up. At a time like this, if only he had a little maid. Maya would be pretty good. She worked very efficiently. But Chun Luo didn't know whether she was dead or not. Dead or alive. Let the apocalypse teach her a lesson first. Then when he went to her door, things would go much more smoothly. So who was going to mop the floor? Chun Luo didn't want to do it. If he made Su Daju do it while he rested himself, Chun Luo would definitely feel embarrassed. Chun Luo turned his gaze toward Fa Wang. You then? Chen Luo found a few rags and a bucket, then taught F.A. Wong how to pour water and how to wring out the rag. F.A. Wong, I'm leaving this important task to you. You only get to eat after you finish. Woof woof. F.A. Wong was numb. But how could it refuse what Chen Luo ordered? You really are a dog. Sudaju said, Brother Chun, let us go to the supermarket and grab some stuff. With Chen Luo's armor and electro baton, it would be ridiculously easy. Chen Luo had been tired all day and simply didn't want to bother with it. He didn't think much of those scraps anyway. Chen Luo waved his hand. I've got better food here. Come on, let us go upstairs and have some drinks. Sudaju had only eaten 2 slices of bread and a little snack. Forget after awakening. Even before awakening, that wouldn't have been enough for him. At the dinner table, Chen Luo brought out 8 dishes one after another. Big plate chicken, beer duck, pickled cabbage fish, braised pork knuckle, dry-fried cauliflower, green pepper scrambled eggs, and home-style tofu. Chen Luo deliberately placed the big plate chicken in front of Sudaju. He liked chicken. Then he took out 2 bottles of ice-cold beer and 1 huge serving of rice. The rice was for Sudaju, since he didn't like eating only dishes without rice. The fragrant food not only made Sudaju nearly drool, it almost made his eyes pop out too. This was way too outrageous. He had conjured it out of thin air. Sudaju said dumbly, Brother Chunyu. Chen Luo smiled lightly and explained, Daju, have you felt any changes in your body? Sudasonadith. This morning, after my head hurt for a bit, I felt like my strength increased a lot. The increase in strength was only one of Sudaju's changes. What he still didn't know was that his vitality had also risen dramatically. Once Sudaju's level got a little higher, even an ordinary dagger wound easily be able to stab into his body. Chen Luo said, actually, I had this kind of change even before the apocalypse happened. If your change is strength type, then mine is space type. I suddenly discovered that I could control a bit of the power of space. And on top of that, I kept feeling like some disaster was going to happen. So I stored up some supplies. If you said these words were fake, they weren't exactly fake, but they also weren't as outrageous as reincarnation. It was just Sudaju. If there were trustworthy confidants in the future, Chen Luo would explain it the same way to them. Sudaju nodded, half understanding, half not. Chen Luo smiled. I also have a feeling we'll become brothers. Come on, don't think so much. No matter how big the world is, eating comes first. Looking at the table full of dishes, Sudaju swallowed hard. There's too much food. We can't finish it, Brother Chun. Let us save a little. 2 or 3 dishes is enough. Chen Luo said boldly, it's fine. If we can't finish it, there's still F.A. Wong. He hasn't eaten yet either. F.A. Wong, who was mopping the floor, didn't mind at all. Back when he was a stray, having swill to eat was already pretty good, let alone leftovers. Thanks, master. It's just, is mopping the floor really something a dog should be doing? Unless there was a special reason. Chen Luo normally wouldn't drink alcohol. But to celebrate truly reuniting with Sudaju, he had to have a drink no matter what. Not much, just 2 bottles of iced beer. Chen Luo looked at Sudaju wolfing down the food, and guilt flashed through his eyes. Espers all ate quite a bit more, especially body-type espers. Every single one of them was a bottomless pit. But how much food was there for them to eat? At first, Chen Luo hadn't known about this. He only understood after coming into contact with other body-type espers. Just thinking about what hunger felt like was enough to scare him. Sudaju had often given him food before, and in private, who knew how miserable he must have been from hunger. Chen Luo swore that even if he had to go hungry himself, he would never let Sudaju go hungry again. Watching Sudaju eat so happily, Chen Luo showed a smile like an old father, as if his own child had finally eaten his fill, and he felt deeply comforted, with Chen Luo repeatedly signaling that there was no need to save food. Even 8 dishes still weren't enough for Sudaju. Chen Luo took out another plate of big tray chicken, and only then was Sudaju completely satisfied. Seeing Sudaju eat his fill made Chen Luo feel even better than if he had eaten ginseng fruit himself. Chen Luo stood up, went to the kitchen, took out a barrel of purified water from his ability space, and began washing the zombie crystals they had obtained. He hadn't counted how many there were, but there had to be at least more than 200. After washing them and coming back out, Chen Luo saw F.A. Wong looking at him pitifully. Didn't you say I could eat the leftovers? In the end, not a single bite was left. That glutton cleaned everything out. Chen Luo smiled and took out a serving of braised pork for F.A. Wong. To put it bluntly, in a few more days, there wouldn't be many people in the whole world eating better than F.A. Wong, this dog. Right now, every household only had some stored ingredients left, that was all. Chen Luo called Sudaju over and handed him a handful of crystals. Daju, try absorbing the power in these crystals. It can quickly strengthen your power. Sudaju asked where they came from, and Chen Luo smiled as he explained that they had been dug out of zombie heads. Sudaju immediately looked disgusted. That's kind of gross. Then Sudaju thought of something and asked in confusion, Brother Chun, how did you know there was this kind of thing inside zombie heads? Chen Luo said, When your head hurt this morning, it felt like something was forming inside it, right? I guess the crystal had formed. So I started wondering whether zombies might have the same thing in their heads too. And sure enough, they do. Su suddenly understood and praised him. Brother Chun, you're really smart. Chun Luo smiled. As long as someone was smart and quick enough, they could figure this kind of thing out. It wasn't really some secret. Even if they didn't know, once they came into contact with other people, they could easily learn it. Chun Luo said gently, don't call me Brother Chun anymore. Just call me Ge. There was obviously a difference between Brother Chun and Ge, even though Su Daju was tall and sturdy. He really was 3 days younger than Chun Luo. Su Daju immediately grinned foolishly. Okay, Ge, I wanted an older brother for a long time. Chun Luo and Su Daju had actually known each other for over a year already. In Su Daju's heart, Chun Luo was different from the other residents who acted arrogant and never gave a security guard like him proper look. He was always gentle, polite, and never overbearing. It was hard not to feel good toward that kind of respect. That was also why, in the previous life, after the two of them met again, they naturally became partners. Chun Luo had Su Daju pick a room and absorb the crystals in peace, while he also returned to his own room and began absorbing them. After Fa Wang finished eating, Chun Luo directly tossed him a handful of crystals. Eat them one by one. If it feels like you can't take it anymore, then stop. Crystals could be absorbed by holding them in your palm, or they could be eaten directly. The difference was that if you held one in your palm, you could freely control whether to absorb it or not. If you swallowed it, then if you couldn't withstand the energy in the worst case, you could explode and die. Of course, that kind of thing couldn't happen with the lowest grade crystals. It was just that these things had been dug out of zombie heads, so wasn't it disgusting to eat them? Fa Wang was a dog, so it didn't matter. Chun Luo lay on the bed, holding a crystal in his hand, and began absorbing it. The crystal contained a certain kind of power. Absorbing it could strengthen oneself, and the best results came from absorbing crystals of the same attribute. For example, as a space-type crystal, Chun Luo got the best result from absorbing it. But this power couldn't be absorbed without limit. It depended on the individual. It was just like eating. A big eater could finish 10 large bowls of rice, while some people could only eat half a bowl. The ones who could eat more naturally had better aptitude, and their strength increased faster. The amount of power one could absorb at a time would also increase along with one's strength. Based on his experience from his previous life, Chun Luo estimated that right now he could absorb the power of 8 crystals in one go. That was already a lot. For espers with poor aptitude, when they had just awakened, they might not even be able to fully absorb the power of a single crystal. The power contained in each crystal wasn't exactly the same. Some had more, some had less, but the gap wasn't big. If he absorbed around 20 in total, then he would probably reach the strength of a level 2 esper the day after tomorrow. As he absorbed them, Chun Luo suddenly sat up. Something's not right. I've absorbed 5 already, so why does it feel like I've only absorbed a tiny bit? Normally, after absorbing 5 crystals, Chun Luo should have already been more than half full. But now, it only felt like a gap filler. Of course, this was a good thing. The more power he could absorb at once, the faster his strength would grow. Both shocked and delighted, Chun Luo immediately began absorbing again. When he absorbed the 21st crystal, his head suddenly hurt, though not as badly as it had during his awakening that morning. Chun Luo was a little unable to believe it. On the very first day of the apocalypse, I already reached level 2. In his previous life, he had only advanced on the 14th day. Back in the morning, right after awakening, Chun Luo had been able to release 4 space orbs in one go. But now, he could fire them at least 15 times. And their power had increased a little too. Against zombies, it still hadn't caused any qualitative change. At most, he could only kill 11 or 12 zombies. And it still couldn't match the efficiency of the electric baton. Not bothering with that change, Chun Luo continued absorbing the power of the crystals. After reaching level 2, the effect of the lowest grade crystals on Chun Luo weakened quite a bit, because the power in those crystals wasn't pure enough. Once he reached level 4, the power of the lowest grade crystals would become completely useless to him, and at best could only barely be used to speed up recovery. So for some zombie crystals, Chun Luo couldn't even be bothered to pick them up. Having enough was enough. Only after absorbing 42 crystals did Chun Luo finally feel like he had reached his limit and couldn't absorb anymore. Part of the reason he could absorb so many was because he had reached level 2. When 1's level increased, it wasn't just the ability that improved. Physical fitness also received some enhancement. The physical fitness of a king level esper was not inferior at all to that of a level 10 body type esper. If they seemed weak, it was only in relative terms. Feeling the power inside his body, Chun Luo stood up, wondering if he could use the void sword now. He began gathering all the strength in his body into his palm, condensing it into the shape of a sword. This sword was not invisible or colorless, impossible to see. A pale white, laser-like light sword slowly formed in Chun Luo's hand. But in less than 5 seconds, Chun Luo collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat. Forcing himself to use this ability was far too exhausting for him. In his previous life, Chun Luo had Master Void Walk at level 9, and Dimension Blade at King level. It was not that one absolutely had to reach level 9 to Master Void Walk. It all depended on comprehension. There were no NPC skill trainers around to teach you skills, as long as the energy inside his body was sufficient. Chun Luo could use Void Walk even at level 1. But obviously, at level 1, it was impossible to have enough power to support Void Walk. Chun Luo estimated that he would need to reach level 4 before he could barely use Void Walk, and even then, it would only be the short distance kind. At most 100 meters. A single use would drain all of Chun Luo's ability power. Void Sword was an ability Chun Luo had mastered at level 7, condensing the power of space and giving it form. The Void Sword was unbelievably sharp. Cutting through iron like mud was no longer enough to describe it. It could split a target's body cleanly in half, yet not a drop of blood would flow out. The body could not even be pieced back together, and healing would be useless unless another powerful space-type ability user stepped in to help. It was a brutal weapon Chun Luo used for killing, looting, and ambushing targets. At his peak, the Void Sword Chun Luo condensed was almost tangible, and he could maintain it with ease for half an hour. Now, it was only a faint outline of light, and it could not even last 5 seconds. Completely drained, Chun Luo smiled and did not mind it. Being able to use it at all was already good enough. Against some beings with extremely powerful defenses, it could already pose a threat. He could not continue absorbing crystals. After a tiring day, Chun Luo quickly fell asleep. F.A. Wang not only had to work, it also had to guard the house. F.A. Wang's hearing and sense of smell were extremely sharp. With its standing guard, it was more useful than any bodyguard. If it could handle trouble, it would deal with it itself. If it could not, it would notify Chun Luo. It could be said that with F.A. Wang around, Chun Luo could sleep peacefully. Otherwise, life would be exhausting, and he would have to stay on guard against uninvited guests at all times. F.A. Wang, I feel like I've borne far more than I ever should have. My dog life is full of exhaustion. The next morning, Chun Luo asked Sudaju and F.A. Wang about their crystal absorption. Sudaju said excitedly, "Bro, the method you told me really works. I can feel my strength increase a lot. I absorbed 7 crystals, I think. 7 was already pretty good." F.A. Wang barked 9 times in a row, meaning it had eaten 9 crystals. Chun Luo chuckled. Good thing it was not 99, or you would have had to bark 99 times. Once there were more subordinates. Maybe you should give it a round of 9-year compulsory education. Su Daju clicked his tongue in amazement as he looked at F.A. Wang. This dog really was not simple. Yesterday, he had been too hungry and did not pay much attention, but today he finally realized just how extraordinary this dog was. Still, you ate 9 while I only got 7. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Today they had to go to the grain depot and take all the rice and flour there. After thinking it over, Chun Luo decided to bring Su Daju along. But obviously, Su Daju was not the kind of person who would stay home and enjoy the benefits without doing anything. So it was better to bring him along. They could look after each other, and it would also let Su Daju get used to fighting. Chun Luo gave Su Daju the armor he had prepared for him, let him get familiar with it, and also gave him 2 stun batons. For Su Daju, who already had decent strength, this armor was not heavy. It felt about the same as an ordinary person wearing winter clothes. As for Chun Luo, after advancing to a level 2 ability user, his strength had also clearly increased a bit. Wearing the armor felt much easier now. Once everything was ready, they set out. It was not that there were no other survivors left in the residential complex, but aside from a very small number of people, unless they were truly driven into a corner, no one was willing to come out and take the risk. They were still staying at home and watching how the situation developed. As they left the complex, Chun Luo casually swept up the supplies from the supermarket inside his villa district. When they arrived where the heavy truck was parked, Chun Luo smiled. The heavy truck was safe and sound. Free security really was reliable. At the sight of the zombies, Su Daju, now equipped with armor and stun batons, was itching to make a move. But Chun Luo stopped him. These are all free labor. Just have F.A. Wang lure them away. F.A. Wang skillfully walked the dog, easily leading all the zombies away. Su Daju said gloomily, "Why do I feel like F.A. Wang the dog is more useful than me?" Chun Luo laughed and comforted him. "Don't compare yourself to a dog. There are things it can do that I can't do either. Everyone has their own strengths. It dares to eat shit. Do you?" After F.A. Wang got into the truck, Chun Luo did not drive toward the grain depot right away. Instead, he first headed toward the suburbs. To get to the grain depot, they had to take a detour. Otherwise, they would have to pass through the city center. Chengdu had a population of 30 million. Was it not just courting death? Spending more time taking the longer route was absolutely worth it. Chun Luo drove with practiced ease. Before the apocalypse, he had specifically studied the routes, what paths could lead to the grain depot, and how many there were. He had even gone near the grain depot before to scout the area. Along the way, There was no shortage of survivors like that blonde punk from before trying to block the road and hitch a ride. But Chen Luo did not slow down in the slightest. If you dare stand in my way, I dare run you over. A trip of a little over 100 kilometers took Chen Luo more than 5 hours to complete. The grain depot was a 3-story building. It was fairly long, but overall not very large. Even if it were completely filled with grain, it could not possibly hold that much. But underneath, it was a massive basement storing an unknown amount of grain. Everything above ground was just office space. Chen Luo drove the heavy truck straight into the grain depot. In such a wide-open area, using the truck to kill zombies was almost too easy. Chen Luo kept circling inside the depot until he had run over nearly all the zombies there before finally stopping. During the whole process, Chen Luo did not see any survivors. If there had been any, they definitely would have called for help after hearing the commotion from his side. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. There were quite a few staff members at this grain depot. There should not have been no survivors at all. Chen Luo walked to the passage inside the office building that led to the basement. The door to the passage was not closed, but wide open. The passage was pitch black. Chen Luo took out a flashlight and shone it inside, and when he saw a skeleton, his pupils suddenly contracted. This was clearly human remains. All the flesh and blood had been stripped away, leaving only a skeleton. Some kind of mutated small-sized creature was inside the grain depot. Ants or rats? Normal zombies devouring humans would definitely leave behind some scraps of flesh. They could never eat things that clean. Only mutated creatures like ants and rats could gnaw something so cleanly. They were weak. Individually, their strength was very small, but their numbers made up for it. Chen Luo had seen a large ant army before, a swarm of several 100,000. Anyone who saw it would have to run. The skull of this skeleton was facing toward Chen Luo, and the whole body had fallen in his direction. From this, it could be inferred that when this person had been heading toward the basement, he discovered the terrifying creatures inside and immediately turned to flee, but failed to escape. Chen Luo hesitated at once. If he ran into something with overwhelming numbers, he truly had no confidence that he would make it out safely. But if he did not go down and collect the grain, then for a long time, he would not be able to come here again. In the end, Chen Luo gritted his teeth. He could not take the risk. It did not matter if he lost the grain. Keeping his life safe was more important. Squeak, squeak. Chen Luo's expression changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed Su Daju and ran at once. That sound was a rat swarm. The situation now was no longer whether Chen Luo wanted to enter the grain depot basement. The rat swarm had already caught the scent of Chen Luo and the others and come out. Chen Luo wasn't too afraid of an ordinary rat swarm. Even if there were several hundred of them, he wouldn't panic too much. The key problem was that he had no idea how many there were. If it was several thousand, then GG. Right now, Chen Luo lacked any large-scale killing method. Once he got surrounded and knocked to the ground, all he could do was wait to die. The electric baton absolutely could not kill a large rat swarm. It had a battery limit. Without knowing the exact situation, Chen Luo had zero intention of fighting to the death. He dragged Su Daju and ran. Only now did Chen Luo finally understand why there wasn't a single survivor on the grain depot side, with the sharp teeth of mutant rats. Aside from the kind of solid, thick iron doors like the ones on safes, ordinary security doors and wooden office doors simply couldn't stop them. And rats had a pretty good sense of smell too. Unless they ran out of the grain depot, the survivors had absolutely no chance of making it. When F.A. Wong saw a mass of dark figures pouring out of the basement, he was startled too and immediately ran. F.A. Wong let out an anxious bark. It meant, "You two run first. I'll lure them away." F.A. Wong had judged it too. The rat swarm wasn't zombies. Their speed was completely incomparable to zombies, and the 2 men in armor would definitely get caught fast. Chen Luo and Su Daju ran toward the outside of the office building. As long as they got onto the heavy truck, they might not be able to use it against such tiny rats, but they would basically be safe. F.A. Wong, meanwhile, chose to run down a corridor on the right. He couldn't run in the same direction as Chen Luo and the other man. With his speed, he would definitely leave Chen Luo and Su Daju behind. Then the two lagging behind would definitely be screwed. But only some of the rats that had rushed out first went after F.A. Wong. The rats were pretty fast, but compared to F.A. Wong, who had awakened lightning powers, they were still a bit slower. A gigantic rat, nearly the same size as F.A. Wong, glanced at the fleeing F.A. Wong. After hesitating slightly, it still chose the direction of Chen Luo and Su Daju. Humans tasted better, after all. Despite the Rat King's huge body, its speed wasn't clumsy at all. It was not the slightest bit slower than F.A. Wong. And if it wasn't slower than F.A. Wong, then it was definitely much faster than Chen Luo and Su Daju. Hearing movement behind him, Chen Luo didn't even turn his head. Running was the only right move right now. The number of rats was unknown, so he absolutely couldn't fight head-on. He had to observe first. Just as Chen Luo reached the steps of the office building and was about to run out, the Rat King leaped high into the air and slammed viciously into him. The force was astonishing. Ordinary sharp objects couldn't pierce the armor, but powerful impact force wasn't something the armor could fully block or cancel out. Chun Luo only felt a sharp pain in his back, and his body pitched forward uncontrollably. He crashed heavily onto the ground. The armor on his body only made the pain worse. Chun Luo ignored the pain and hurriedly climbed back up. But those 2 seconds were already enough for the rat swarm to catch up to him and Su Dezhu turned back to look and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He saw hundreds of black rats surging over. Every one of them was more than twice the size of a normal rat. A rat king of shocking size was staring at him bloodthirstily. This rat king had gray-black fur, filthy and greasy all over, with a wet, slimy look like it had just been fished out of a sewer. What drew the most attention were the 2 front teeth sticking out of its mouth. They were more than 10 centimeters long and gleamed coldly. Su Dezhu had never seen a rat that looked like this before. He only felt cold all over. Rats didn't waste time spouting threats before a fight. They pounced directly. Both Chun Luo and Su Dezhu were attacked at the same time. Several hundred rats lunged all at once. Some jumped directly onto Chun Luo's legs, some onto his chest, then climbed upward along his body. In only an instant, both Chun Luo and Su Dezhu were covered in rats. Rats piled on top of rats, densely packed. From a distance, they looked like 2 rat men. The armor couldn't even be seen anymore. Each of them had at least 50 or 60 rats on their bodies. The other rats had no place to land and squeaked anxiously. Each of these rats weighed more than half a kilogram, and with the force of their pounces added in, Chun Luo felt like he was carrying a sack weighing over 50 kilograms. It wasn't enough to knock him down, but he could barely stay standing and couldn't move an inch. The Rat King stood to the side and watched coldly. After the little brothers bit these 2 men to death, of course the big boss, would eat first. If they hadn't been wearing armor, anyone else would have been bitten to death in seconds. The teeth of ordinary rats still couldn't bite through the armor Chun Luo had custom-made. Chun Luo cursed under his breath and pulled out the electric baton to shock them. The rats were small, and with how densely packed they were, the half-meter-long baton could shock at least 3 or 4 at once. The vitality of ordinary rats obviously couldn't compare to zombies. Even zombies would be instantly stunned by the baton. For normal rats, touching it meant death. Chun Luo had considered this situation before, so the armor he had ordered was mixed with non-conductive materials. The shocked rats dropped to the ground one after another. But in the next second, the remaining rats that had been anxiously waiting filled the vacant spots. The number of rats in the swarm wasn't as high as Chun Luo had feared. It wasn't in the thousands or even several thousand, and that reassured him quite a bit. The electric baton was enough to kill these rats. But that Rat King, which still hadn't truly made its move, made Chun Luo's heart sink. A mutant. In the apocalypse, all living things, whether survivors, zombies, or mutant creatures, normally grew stronger slowly. But a few zombies or mutant creatures would undergo mutation, causing their strength to skyrocket suddenly. These mutants were like beings that had overdrawn their life potential. Their lifespan was at most a few months, sometimes only a few hours. The greater the increase in strength, the shorter the lifespan, and their strength would become fixed, unable to keep growing. But no matter how long they could live, running into one while it was still alive was like stepping in dog shit. The Rat King in front of him was obviously a mutant. Otherwise, on the second day of the apocalypse, there was no way it could have grown to this size. F.A. Wong, who had lured away part of the rat swarm, reached the end of the corridor, but instead of slowing down, he slammed straight into the glass at the end and smashed through the window to escape. Ignoring the pain, F.A. Wong quickly ran back to Chun Luo's side, barking loudly in an attempt to draw the rat swarm away. The rats that couldn't cling onto Chun Luo and Su Dezhu's bodies were low in intelligence, and immediately most of them turned to chase F.A. Wong again. The Rat King narrowed its eyes, though. It felt that even with its speed, it might still have a hard time catching that dog. Better to eat the humans first. This time, it took the lead in attacking Su Dezhu, who was in front. With one fierce leap, its powerful force instantly knocked Su Dezhu to the ground. But at the moment of danger, Su Dezhu didn't panic. With a savage expression, he pressed the electric baton hard against the Rat King's body. Yet the electric baton, which had always worked so well, lost its effect. The Rat King only showed a flicker of pain on its face. Instead, it bit down even harder on the armor. With a crack, the sturdy armor was actually bitten open with a deep split. One more bite, and it would be pierced through. The Rat King was very smart. This bite had landed on the neck area of Su Dezhu's armor. Once the armor was pierced through, Su Dezhu's neck would be exposed beneath the Rat King's sharp teeth. What would happen next went without saying. Chun Luo naturally wanted to save Su Dezhu, but clearly, the electric baton couldn't threaten the Rat King in a short time. This Rat King was at least level 3, maybe even level 4 in strength, and it was the kind focused on physical ability, not elemental ability. With ordinary methods, killing it in a short time was impossible. Some people might say the Dharma King wasn't as strong as the Rat King. But how long could the Rat King stay alive? Maybe in a few minutes. No one would even need to kill it before it suddenly dropped dead. Chen Luo was very glad that he had broken through to the strength of a level 2 ability user last night. Otherwise, both he and Su Daju would have definitely died. Now, there was still a sliver of hope. What rotten luck. They had run into a pack of mutated rats. And among them was even a mutant Rat King. He was also very glad that the Dharma King had lured away most of the mutated rats. Chen Luo took out 2 slabs of pork from his ability space and threw them on the ground. Some of the rats immediately couldn't resist pouncing on the pork. The pressure on Chen Luo instantly dropped. He didn't bother with the rats, still clinging to him, and quickly moved toward the Rat King with the stun baton in hand. Disdain flashed through the Rat King's eyes. This stun baton could threaten it? It would bite him to death first, then come back and bite the other one to death. The stun baton on the surface was a fake. What he was really doing was condensing the Sword of the Void. The Rat King was intelligent. If it sensed danger and chose to evade for the moment, then Chen Luo, who could only condense the Sword of the Void for a brief instant, would be completely screwed. He held the stun baton in his left hand. In his right hand, a faint shimmer of light had already condensed. A ruthless glint flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. Godi. The Rat King had already bitten through the armor around Su Daju's neck and was just about to bite him to death when its fur suddenly stood on end. It sensed the danger of death. It shot Chen Luo a stunned look and tried to run. But with how close it was to Chen Luo, wasn't it too late to run now? Chen Luo's sword slashed across the Rat King's neck. If ordinary blades struck the Rat King, it would already be good enough if they cut into the flesh. But Chen Luo's Sword of the Void directly split the Rat King into 2 halves. Its head separated from its body. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Even after suffering such a devastating injury, the Rat King, with its astonishing vitality, did not die immediately. Its headless body kept twitching, while that huge head desperately tried to push back toward the body, trying to reattach itself. Even though that was impossible no matter what, if the Rat King wanted to keep biting people, it still could. After using the Sword of the Void, Chen Luo was drenched in sweat. His whole body gave out, and he collapsed to the ground head first, without even a bit of strength left. Su Daju wasn't a dead man either. Without the Rat King pinning him down, he immediately grabbed the Rat King's head with one hand and hurled it far away. After twitching a few times, the Rat King went still. The drained Chen Luo revealed a smile. The Rat King was dead. The remaining rats were no longer a threat. Chen Luo didn't even have the strength to hold the stun baton anymore, so he could only take it out from his ability space and let Su Daju zap them one by one. 5 minutes later, even the rats that the Dharma King had lured away had been electrocuted to death one after another. Chen Luo barely recovered a little strength. Leaning against the steps, he sat up and took out 3 bottles of mineral water from his space. Why did Chen Luo and Su Daju need 3 bottles of water? The Dharma King got a share too, obviously. After gulping down a mouthful of water and taking a heavy breath, Chen Luo still felt lingering fear. He had almost died just now. If he hadn't brought Su Daju with him today, he probably would have been finished already. Even if he could have killed the Rat King himself, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the remaining rats. The rats might not be able to bite through his armor in one go, but they could wear it down little by little. Damn it. Even though I was reborn, my strength didn't come back with me. After taking the grain from the depot, I need to lie low and develop for a while. Chen Luo stood up and patted Su Daju on the shoulder without saying anything. Everything that needed saying was already understood without words. Ordinary rats didn't necessarily have crystals in their bodies. They were too weak. Even if they did, the effect was nowhere near as strong as zombie crystals. So they were useless to Chen Luo. Chen Luo walked over to the Rat King's head. After expending a great deal of effort, he barely managed to cut it open and took out a crystal from inside, less than half the size of a quail egg. It was already very large. Ordinary zombie crystals were only about the size of a grain of rice. Other than the crystal, there was one more valuable thing on the Rat King. That was its 2 sharp front teeth. Once Su Daju got stronger, ordinary weapons would have a hard time piercing his body, but these 2 front teeth could. After being made into weapons, they would be very useful. Getting them out of the Rat King's mouth wasn't easy. Chen Luo didn't have much strength left, so he left it to Su Daju. Even Su Daju had to put in a ton of effort before he finally got the 2 teeth out. Chen Luo said, "Let's go. Let's check the basement." Now that the rat swarm had been dealt with, there shouldn't be any danger left in the basement. Even if zombies had gone in, the rat swarm would have attacked them. If Chen Luo had come a few days later, there probably wouldn't even be any zombies left outside the grain depot. Still, Chen Luo entered the grain depot cautiously, and the Dharma King kept patrolling around as well. Other than a dozen or so human remains and a few mutated rats, there was nothing else. Chen Luo turned on the basement lights, and the entire basement came into view. It was so large that he couldn't see the end of it at a glance, and it was extremely spacious. Bag after bag of grain was stacked high. Chen Luo didn't waste time looking around. Better to get it into the bag first. It wasn't until a little past 8 in the evening that Chun Luo had finished loading all the grain into his ability space. By Chun Luo's estimate, there were 60,000 tons of rice and 20,000 tons of flour. This was the largest grain depot in Chengdu. There were other grain depots too, but Chun Luo didn't plan to go to them. They were too far away and too dangerous. He had almost overturned today. This much grain was enough to feed 10,000 people for decades. It was completely, absolutely enough. Besides, his ability space was almost full. It couldn't hold much more. Su Dezhu stared with his mouth wide open. Bro, just how big is your ability space? Chun Luo smiled. Not that big. About the same size as this grain depot. I guess. Chun Luo's expression turned serious as he said, Dezhu, you absolutely can't accidentally let it slip that I stockpiled this much material. No matter who it is. You can't tell them. Su Dezhu was the quiet, closed-off type who rarely spoke, but Chun Luo still made a point of reminding him. Su Dezhu nodded just as seriously. Don't worry, bro. I know. Beat me to death and I still won't say a word. In his previous life, Chun Luo had only had Su Dezhu as a brother. In this life, with Chun Luo's current mindset, it would probably be hard for anyone else to make him sincerely regard them as a brother again. Friends and brothers were two different things. Across 2 lifetimes, he only had this one brother. That was more important than anything. A little past 7. The power at the grain depot had gone out. If Chun Luo remembered correctly, by this time, most areas of the city had already lost power. The sky was very dark and driving wasn't safe. So Chun Luo simply decided to rest in the heavy truck for the night and head back the next morning after daybreak. After absorbing another crystal, Chun Luo still didn't advance again. He would need to absorb around 150 crystals in total before he could advance to a level 3 ability user. That meant at least another 3+ days. Worried that Su Dezhu might get bored, Chun Luo took out a fully charged phone and a pair of earphones for him, letting him play offline games or watch movies. This phone had a storage capacity of 512 gigabytes. The driver's cabin of the heavy truck was very spacious, since it was specifically designed to leave living space for 2 drivers. Chun Luo also took out a phone and started watching a movie. Unexpectedly, the Dharma King sat behind Chun Luo and watched along with him with great interest. Brother Jian, there's a large truck driving over from that side. By the roadside in the morning, for young people were trudging forward. They were thirsty and hungry, and were about to check whether the vehicles that had occasionally spun out and stopped by the road contained any supplies. The one called Gujian was a 25 or 26-year-old young man named Wang Jian. When he heard that, he turned his head and looked. Sure enough, it was a big truck, and joy appeared on his face. Wang Jian waved his hand. Stop him. The other 3 immediately answered yes and started fantasizing. There had to be something loaded on that big truck. Maybe it was a whole truck of instant food. A whole truck of watermelons would be nice too. They could quench thirst and fill the stomach. Other fruits would work too. Even if it wasn't tea carrying supplies, my uncle is a driver. So I know truck drivers usually keep cases of bottled water in their trucks all year round. There were also plenty of snacks like braised eggs, braised chicken drumsticks, and biscuits. With that said, the 4 of them felt even hungrier. Gujian, if he doesn't stop, we'll have to use your divine power to puncture his tire. The other 2 also chimed in, looking at Wang Jian with a bit of fear and envy. Wang Jian had awakened an ability last night. He had suddenly discovered that he could control metal. At first, he thought he could control anything, but after testing it, he found out he could only control metal. The few people beside him had seen it happen and were dumbfounded. An ability? They had no idea that within half a month, survivors would awaken abilities one after another, some sooner and some later. That was treatment only the protagonists in novels got. They absolutely had to cling to this thigh. Wang Jian, who had originally been ordinary and low in status, instantly became Gu Jian to the other 3. Wang Jian was also extremely pleased with himself. I am destined to be extraordinary. Sooner or later, this world will submit beneath my feet. After awakening abilities, many ability users became arrogant, thinking heaven was first, earth was second, and they were third. Wang Jian was by no means an exception. With Wang Jian's approval, the 3 immediately stood in the middle of the road, while Wang Jian put on the airs of a boss and stood by the roadside. This big truck was precisely Chun Luo's heavy truck. Stop the car. Stop the car for me. Facing this group, shouting, Chun Luo curled his lips into a faint smile. If they weren't afraid of death, they could keep blocking the road. Just like before. Chun Luo did not slow down at all. Faced with a rapidly charging truck, the 3 naturally didn't dare forcibly block it anymore and started cursing loudly. Wang Jian's face turned gloomy. He has really not given me any face? Wang Jian had come prepared. He took out a long, sharp iron nail and used his metal ability to control it, quickly stabbing it toward the rear tire of the heavy truck. The punctured rear tire immediately began leaking air. Chun Luo only felt the vehicle shake for a moment and was stunned. What was going on? Chun Luo had no choice but to stop the vehicle and check what was wrong. When they saw Chun Luo slow down and stop, Wang Jian and the other three showed smug expressions and quickly ran over. Two of them, without another word, opened Chen Luo's cargo compartment. Wang Jian came viciously to the car window and pounded hard on it. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Run then. Run again and let me see. Before the apocalypse, Wang Jian hadn't been this arrogant. But after the apocalypse, he had awakened an ability, and with 3 lackeys flattering him, his ego had inflated too much. Get the fuck down here. Stop playing dead. Chen Luo looked at Wang Jian in astonishment. You were the one who wrecked my truck? Chen Luo flew into a rage. With the truck damaged, how was he supposed to get home? He was still over 90 kilometers away from home. Without this heavy truck, the road home would be very dangerous. Ordinary cars simply couldn't move freely through the city. At this moment, the 2 lackeys who had opened the cargo compartment were deeply disappointed. The compartment was completely empty. They shouted, "Good Jian, damn it, there's nothing inside." After hearing that, Wang Jian felt disappointed and became even angrier. He roared, "Get out of the car." Chen Luo was trembling with anger. What a bastard. Opening the window, Chen Luo slammed a condensed baseball hard onto Wang Jian's face. Wang Jian couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. The baseball exploded on Wang Jian's face, only to hear Wang Jian let out a miserable scream. His face was blown into a bloody mess. All the skin on his face was gone, and he immediately collapsed unconscious to the ground. No matter what, Wang Jian had never expected that besides him, there was actually someone else who had mastered an ability too. He was supposed to be the protagonist. At this sudden turn, the other 3 immediately fled in terror. Wasn't he good, Jian, the protagonist? How'd he just die? Chen Luo patted F.A. Wang on the butt. F.A. Wang understood and jumped out of the truck to hunt down the 3. Barely calming his anger a little, Chen Luo explained to Zhu, "It's not that I'm heartless. If we were just ordinary people and fell into their hands in that situation, think about what the consequences would be." It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and Su de Zhu didn't have much real experience of it yet, so Chen Luo explained it specifically. Under F.A. Wang's pursuit, the remaining 3 soon lost their lives. Chen Luo's anger eased a little, and some of his frustration was vented. But even if his anger was vented, the truck was still broken. It wasn't going to fix itself. Chen Luo and Su de Zhu got out of the truck and took a look. They quickly found that one tire had been punctured. The air had completely leaked out, and the tire had gone flat. Out here, in the middle of nowhere, where were they supposed to find someone to patch a tire? There was no other way. Chen Luo took out his study materials and relied on himself. Besides copying a huge amount of movies, novels, and games, Chen Luo had also copied a lot of study materials. Real study materials, including things like planting, circuits, agriculture, biology, and medicine. As for the study materials that could be collected on the market, he had copied down as much as possible. With the help of the study materials, Chen Luo spent a huge amount of effort and only then managed to patch the tire together with Su de Zhu. Fortunately, all kinds of tools had also been prepared inside his ability space. Chen Luo curled his lips. He had picked up another skill now. Just as he was about to set out again, Chen Luo suddenly remembered that he still hadn't collected Wang Jian's crystal. Survivors who had awakened abilities also had crystals, and their effects were much better than zombie crystals. So after the apocalypse for survivors, schemes and attacks from other humans were far more terrifying than zombies. Wang Jian had only just awakened. The effect of his crystal was much better than the lowest level zombie S, but also wasn't that useful. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Chen Luo finally got home. He hadn't even eaten lunch. After finishing a rich feast, Chen Luo lazily stretched. Looking at the table in complete disarray, Chen Luo glanced at F.A. Wang. It'd be nice if you knew how to wash dishes. F.A. Wang, who was being stared at by Chen Luo, felt his chrysanthemum tighten. Please be a human. When the apocalypse first broke out, it didn't take long before the signal was cut off for unknown reasons. Water resources had already been polluted at that time. If any survivor was bold enough, or desperate enough, to drink the water, in mild cases, they would suffer severe stomach pain. In serious cases, they would run a high fever, fall unconscious, and die. Later, survivors' constitutions gradually became stronger, and they could drink polluted water sources. But who knew how many corpses and mutated creatures had been soaking in those waters? Just thinking about it was disgusting. But if you didn't drink, what else could you do? At the same time, this water would suppress the growth of an ability user's power. On the evening of the 2nd day of the apocalypse, some areas had already started losing power. And after that, it kept spreading. June was summer, and the weather was hot. Fruits, vegetables, and meat all spoiled and rotted faster. Fruits and vegetables were a little better, but meat would become inedible in at most 2 or 3 days. And at most 1 month, survivors could only fill their stomachs with all kinds of snacks and packaged instant food. Wanted to eat even one bite of hot, fragrant home-cooked food had already become the greatest luxury. Having food at all was already not bad. Those who were timid and lacked strength simply had nothing to eat, or died on the road while looking for food. But none of that had anything to do with Chen Luo. Fa Wang was thinking, should I eat braised pork today? Or ribs? Eating it every day, every meal was getting a little tiresome. Today, he wanted a change of pace and something lighter. In the living room, with the curtains drawn, Chen Luo and Su Daju were using the huge LCD TV as a screen while playing games on the PSP. What a boring life this was. Eat then play, play then eat then sleep, drifting through each day, eating and waiting for death, wasting his life on entertainment. But this was the apocalypse, and he had no intention of saving the world. Picking up the ice-cold cola by his hand, Chen Luo let out a sigh. I don't want to live like this either. But what can I do? I'm desperate too. Glancing at Fa Wang behind him, whose eyes were locked onto the TV, Chen Luo said, go find some zombies to practice on. Try to get a handle on your new skills. Fa Wang had already advanced to level 2 yesterday. The power of the ability inside him had increased quite a bit, and he could now use other lightning-type skills. But these skills were not something he could master just by leveling up. He had to comprehend them himself. Chen Luo only knew space-type abilities. He could not help with other types. This kind of thing could only depend on oneself. The fastest way was to temper himself in battle. Fa Wang struggled to tear his gaze away from the LCD TV in front of him. This game looked really fun. It was one thing not letting the dog play games, but now he was not even allowed to watch. Chen Luo laughed inwardly. Fa Wang looked exactly like him when he used to bring his GBA to school as a child, with a big crowd of classmates around him watching him play. But this was for his own good. A dog that was not tempered would never amount to anything. Su Daju had also advanced to level 2 yesterday. There was still a bit of a gap between him and Fa Wang, but in the early stage, leveling speed was fast, so that difference was not very noticeable. Su Daju was different. He was a strength-type body enhancement ability user. There were no skills for him to master. Leveling up simply made his body stronger and his strength greater. What he needed was only battle experience. But the zombies outside were still only the lowest level. There was nothing to gain from using them for training. When he saw Fa Wang stand upright, open the door by himself, and prepare to leave, Chen Luo suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, wait a second. Fa Wang turned to look at Chen Luo. Could it be that he did not want him to go after all? Or was he worried about his safety and wanted to give him a special reminder? Then he heard Chen Luo say, take the 2 trash bags I packed up and throw them out at the garbage pile on the way. Fa Wing. You really do not treat a dog like a dog, huh? Watching Fa Wang leave, Chen Luo shook his head. He really makes people worry. When will you learn to clean up the trash and take it out on your own? Then you'll be a mature dog. If I don't tell you, you never think to do it yourself. Sigh. Su Daju gave an awkward laugh from the side. Poor Fa Wang. Chen Luo said, forget about him. Let's keep playing. At 6:30 in the evening, it was time for dinner. But Chen Luo was troubled. Eating rich meat dishes every day was not good either. Even his stomach was starting to feel a little uncomfortable. When Chen Luo had just been reborn, he had really held himself back for a long time. He had wanted to eat nothing except meat. The first things that came to mind were a greasy fried chicken bucket and roast duck. All the ready-made food he had ordered had also been heavy meat dishes. There were vegetable dishes too, but they were all dry-fried cauliflower, hand-torn cabbage, and braised eggplant in oil. As for simple stir-fried greens or a light vegetable and egg soup, there was not a single one. Who could take this? Chen Luo was full of regret. He had miscalculated. As for ingredients, Chen Luo had more than enough that he could not finish them in 10 lifetimes. He also had plenty of study materials, and there were tons of cooking videos. But if watching videos were enough to cook well, then everyone would be a master chef. Right now, Chen Luo did not want to eat anything. He just wanted to drink a bowl of plain vegetable soup. But there was none. He had to rely on Fa Wang even to take out the trash. Expecting Chen Luo to do it himself was impossible. Fa Wang was too dumb. There were many things he did not know how to do, and Chen Luo urgently needed a maid to take care of his daily life. He wanted that kind of life where clothes were handed to him when he reached out and food was brought to his mouth. Someone had to wash the dishes, mop the floor, do the laundry, and tidy up the house. The first person Chen Luo thought of was Mayu. Her cooking skills were amazing. If she were here, he could eat whatever he wanted, and after he finished eating, she could help wash the dishes. Chen Luo felt her personality was pretty good, and she was pleasing to the eye as well. Even before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had already had this thought. Chen Luo did not know whether she was dead or alive. Normally, even if she had survived, he would have wanted to starve her for a few more days to make her easier to discipline. But now, as a severe laziness patient himself, Chen Luo desperately needed a nanny. Watching Fa Wang constantly get worn out, Chen Luo also felt a bit bad inside. It was time to liberate Fa Wang a little. Back when Mayu came to Chen Luo's home to teach him cooking, Chen Luo had personally taken her home once. The place she was living now was the staff dormitory of a 5-star hotel not far from Chen Luo's home. Mayu was one of the chefs there. Chen Luo had poached her with a high salary to teach cooking part-time. If Mayu had lived too far away or in a crowded downtown area, Chen Luo would have given up on the idea directly. It was not as if she were the only person in the world. Chen Luo thought about it. To be safe, tomorrow he would be able to advance to a level 3 ability user. The day after tomorrow, he would go see how Ma Yu was doing. If that did not work out, he would look for other candidates. Chen Luo sighed. I'll make do tonight and drink some wintermelon pork rib soup. After advancing to level 2, Chen Luo could absorb around 50 of the lowest grade crystals every day. If the crystals were of a higher grade, the number would decrease accordingly. As for the crystal Fa Wang had back then, it had taken Chen Luo more than a week to fully absorb it. Testing had shown that absorbing crystals once a day was the best method. Keeping the body in a hungry state allowed him to absorb a bit more, making it slightly more effective than absorbing once every few hours. As a burst of pain spread through his mind, the crystal in Chen Luo's head underwent a small transformation. Chen Luo revealed a smile. He had advanced to a level 3 ability user. Only 4 days. In his previous life, he had reached this level after 1.5 months. Even with Fa Wang's absurd talent, if he absorbed crystals with all his might every day, it would still take him half a month to advance from level 2 to level 3. But Chen Luo only needed 3 days. Fa Wang, oh, Fa Wang. In this life, you should be glad you followed me. Otherwise, there would have been no need to ambush you to deal with you. The power of the ability inside Chen Luo, which could be called magic power or mana, had not only become pure compared to when he was level 2, but more importantly, the amount had increased by nearly 3 times. Before, Void Sword could only last for 5 seconds. Now it could last for 20 seconds. His strength had improved greatly. He was still far from being able to use Void Walk. At the very least, he had to be level 4. The zombies of today had actually not even reached the level of a first-level ability user. They could be said to be level 0, very weak. After level 4, level 0 zombie crystals would be completely useless to Chen Luo. At that time, his strength would no longer be able to grow quickly. Even now, level 0 zombie crystals had very little effect on Chen Luo. If he wanted to rely on them to advance to level 4, he would need at least over 1,000 of them. Chen Luo only had a pitifully small number of crystals left in his hands. He had to replenish them in large amounts. While looking for Ma Yu, he could just happen to collect some near that 5-star hotel. The next morning, Chen Luo set out with Su Daju and Fa Wang. When they passed the supermarket inside the residential complex, they saw an interesting scene. There was a young man Chen Luo found familiar. He was from the same complex and had lived here for years. They saw each other often, but he was only familiar looking. Neighborhood relations these days were like that. Even if you lived next door to him and he was your neighbor, you might not even know his last name. That young man carried out more than half a bag of items from the supermarket and hurriedly tried to leave. Most of the supplies in this supermarket had basically been taken away by Chen Luo. There were still a few bits and pieces left, things dropped on the floor or tucked away in corners, that Chen Luo had been too lazy to collect. Just then, another woman ran out from inside the supermarket. The moment she got close, she tried to snatch the supplies from the young man's hands and shouted in a tearful voice, "You took everything in the supermarket. How am I supposed to live now? Split half with me." Even though it was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, everyone already understood how precious supplies were. If you had food, you could live. The young man couldn't care less about her. He forcefully shook her off. "Get lost. Whether you have food or not has jack shit to do with me." The woman was ruthless too. She lunged forward and hugged him tightly. "If you want tea, give me any, then I'll hold on to you. When the zombies come, we'll die together." The young man immediately gave in. "You've really got some nerve. Fine, you win. Let go first, and I'll share with you." The woman loosened her grip, but one hand still clutched the corner of his clothes tightly. Who would be thought that the young man's face would turn vicious? He pulled a dagger from his clothes, turned around, and stabbed the woman several times in a row. The woman slowly collapsed. Now he didn't need to share anymore. 2 zombies wandered over, and when the young man spotted Chen Luo and the others again, he was afraid Chen Luo would take his stuff, so he hurriedly ran off. As long as you were bold enough, even if you couldn't beat zombies, you could still rely on your speed advantage. Chen Luo shook his head. The young man wasn't a good person, but what did that have to do with him? He wasn't qualified to judge others either, because he was a good person himself. After being reborn, Chen Luo had never planned to be a good person. Good people didn't live long. The fastest to die were always the good ones. I'm not a hero, and I don't want to be a good person either. After getting back into the heavy truck, Chen Luo thought for a moment about which route to take. The once bustling international metropolis had long since lost its former prosperity. It now felt somewhat silent, broken only now and then by the hissing roars of zombies. Thankfully, the 5-star hotel where Ma Yu was staying, although inside the city, was located in the very center. Otherwise, there was no way Chen Luo would go there. It was too dangerous. If the truck got stuck, the moment he got out, at least 1,000 zombies could swarm over. A heavy truck driving through the city looked somewhat out of place. In normal times, trucks like Chen Luo's weren't even allowed to drive in the city. On both sides of the road were basically residential communities. A lot of survivors were constantly watching the situation on the streets, and when they saw Chen Luo's truck, many of them shouted out, Driver, what's it like outside? Can you tell us? Driver, can you bring some food up here? I'll pay whatever it costs. I'll pay 10,000. Bring me something too. I'm not picky. Anything is fine. I'll pay 100,000. Bring me a pound of pork. Chen Luo rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to respond. I'm not Tang Monk, and you're not the White Dragon Horse. Shouting like this usually only brought trouble to Chen Luo, but he couldn't exactly go door to door teaching them a lesson either. Inside the city, a heavy truck really couldn't move fast. There were too many roadblocks and too many turns. In less than 20 minutes, Chen Luo arrived at the back entrance of Yunlai International Hotel. Chen Luo said, Daju, put on your gear and get out. Su Daju nodded and put on his armor. The two men and the dog got out of the truck. This time, Su Daju wasn't holding the electric baton. Instead, he was carrying a solid iron staff. The electric baton had limited battery life. After advancing to level 2, Su Daju's strength had greatly increased, and the iron staff was even more lethal in his hands than the electric baton. There were as many as 40 or 50 zombies that had been following behind Chen Luo all the way, without losing track of him. The moment they saw Chen Luo and Su Daju get out, they immediately lunged over. Chen Luo still held the electric baton, while Su Daju raised the iron staff and brought it down hard on a zombie's head. This strike was powerful and heavy. Whether it was a zombie or a survivor, one hit from the staff would burst their head open. A huge crack instantly split open on the zombie's head. Red and white splattered all over the ground, and it died on the spot. The head was a zombie's vital point. If Su Daju struck their bodies instead, there was no way they would die so easily. Su Daju kept swinging the iron staff again and again. One zombie after another died at Su Daju's hands. His efficiency wasn't any worse than Chen Luo's with the electric baton. If Chen Luo didn't rely on the electric baton and only used his spatial ability, then even as a level 3 ability user, he still wouldn't be as efficient as Su Daju. In the early stage, body type ability users had a huge advantage. But that didn't mean Chen Luo couldn't beat Su Daju. Zombies couldn't hurt Su Daju at this point, but Chen Luo could kill him with a single sword strike. Chen Luo might also get taken down together with Su Daju, but Fa Wang, with his agile body, had already become quite skilled at kiting under Chen Luo's guidance. As long as he controlled the distance well, he could absolutely wear Su Daju down to death. One of Chen Luo's main purposes in coming out was to collect crystals. Naturally, the zombies they killed couldn't go to waste. So after Chen Luo and Su Daju finished killing the zombies, they began collecting them. Chen Luo looked relaxed as he neatly and efficiently took the crystals. Su Daju, on the other hand, was very uncomfortable dealing with the bloody heads. Chen Luo's collection speed, with how practiced he was at least 3 times faster than Su Daju's. As for Fa Wang, no need to even mention it. He couldn't do this kind of work. The two men and the dog slaughtered their way through the zombie horde, and very quickly collected more than 300 zombie crystals. They could keep killing, but there was no need. Su Daju had already used up a lot of energy. There was absolutely no way they would wait until he was completely exhausted before stopping. What if they ran into danger again after that? More than 300 crystals were enough for 3 days. Chen Luo glanced at the hotel employee dormitory he had visited before and frowned. When the apocalypse broke out, it had been a little past 9 o'clock. Was Mayu in the dormitory, or was she at work? Hopefully she had been in the dormitory. Otherwise, in a hotel this large, even if she were still alive, finding her would be difficult. To be honest, Chen Luo thought Mayu's chances of surviving really weren't high, around 5%. He was only coming over to take a look with a try-and-see mindset, as long as it wasn't dangerous. As they entered the employee dormitory, Fa Wang took the lead up front. The mournful cries of fallen zombies and Fa Wang's barking quickly drew the attention of one of the dorm rooms. A young man looked through the peephole and saw 2 people in armor, watching Chen Luo and Su Daju kill zombies as easily as chopping up mobs. Even though he was terrified, he still gathered his courage and opened the door just a tiny crack, sticking his head out. Big brothers, save me. Lu Wenbao was a waiter at Yunlai Hotel. When the apocalypse broke out, he had been resting. He was the only one in the dorm room, and had managed to survive until now on stored snacks and 2 bottles of mineral water, but he also felt like he was about to hit his limit. This time, Chen Luo didn't just coldly walk away. Instead, he asked back, do you know Mayu? Lu Wenbao nodded like a chick pecking rice. Mayu was quite famous among the Yunlai Hotel staff. Very few people didn't know her. First, her cooking skills were exquisite, unmatched in the entire Yunlai Hotel. Second, while Mayu wasn't some peerless beauty, she had that mature older sister aura, was quite pretty, and had an outstanding temperament. She was the goddess of many of the male employees at Yunlai. Chen Luo smiled. Do you know which dorm room is hers? Lu Wenbao nodded. I do, but she is probably not there. On the morning the disaster happened, there was a major business conference at the hotel. She was probably preparing ingredients for it. Chen Luo said, lead the way. I'll give you something for it. Lu Wenbao didn't dare negotiate conditions. These 2 killed zombies without even blinking. and in his eyes, zombies were already terrifying enough, okay? Even though the chances of Mayu being in the dorm were very small, Chen Luo still wanted to go take a look. If she was there and he skipped it, then wouldn't it all be for nothing? There weren't many people in the employee dormitory. Most of them had been on duty at that time. Lu Wenbao pointed at a dorm room on the 4th floor. This one, Chen Luo tried it. The door was locked, so he gestured to Su Dezhu. Su Dezhu understood and viciously kicked the door with great force, sending it flying open on the spot. Lu Wenbao felt his scalp go numb as he watched. If that kick had landed on him, wouldn't he had been scrapped on the spot? The dorm room was completely empty. Chen Luo smiled. Good thing he didn't TC a Mayu who had turned into a zombie, or they could VE just turn around and gone back. Let us go. Check the conference hall. By the time Chen Luo arrived at Yunlai Hotel, Mayu's situation was already pretty miserable. When the apocalypse broke out, Mayu had been in the kitchen preparing ingredients for the luncheon banquet for a group of social elites after the meeting ended. This business conference was a big one. Many major figures from the Shundu business world had come to attend. Even the big star Lin Yi-er had been invited. When the apocalypse broke out, Mayu fled in panic into the cold storage room next to the kitchen. This cold storage room was only one of the hotel's small cold rooms, with an area of just over 30 square meters. But the door was very sturdy, so zombies couldn't get in. There was also a switch inside the cold room. So after turning it off, she wouldn't freeze to death. Quite a few survivors from the conference had run to the back kitchen area where there were fewer people. Kind-hearted Ma Yu quickly led them into the cold room. There were 9 people in total, including the big star Lin Yi-er. There was only some rice and vegetables in this cold room. There was no fire, so the rice couldn't be eaten. They could only eat raw vegetables and barely stay alive. In an enclosed environment, people still needed to eat, drink, piss, and shit. No one dared relieve themselves outside the cold room, since zombies were wandering back and forth. The cold room was a little over 30 square meters, but it was packed with shelves. The remaining space was only enough to move around in. With 9 people inside, it was truly cramped. Lying down was impossible. They could only sit on the floor to rest. They also had to leave a large section empty for a temporary toilet. The whole cold room reeked to high heaven, even worse than a public restroom. At least public restrooms got flushed from time to time, and the one closest to this toilet was Mayu, the benefactor who had brought everyone else into the safe zone. This was something Mayu had never expected. It wasn't hard to understand when you thought about it. Among these 9 people, aside from Mayu, the others were either hotel executives, Mayu's absolute superiors, or a big star. The highest status person was a business tycoon named Li Lin. Even the ones below him were still bosses of fairly large companies. Mayu, this cook, had the lowest status. If she wasn't the one closest to the toilet, then who would be? Inside the tiny cold room, the class divide was crystal clear. None of them knew that this was already a complete and utter apocalypse. They were still hoping for rescue. They even arranged where everyone sat based on status. At this moment, Mayu hugged her head, her heart turning cold. Sitting next to Mayu was the big star Lin Yi-er. She wore a mask that tightly covered her mouth. After sitting for so long, Lin Yi-er felt very uncomfortable and subconsciously wanted to stretch her legs. But she ended up kicking Mayu. Mayu frowned, but said nothing. Instead, after being trapped for several days, Lin Yi-er was in a terrible mood and sharply said, "Move over a little more." Mayu froze for a moment. "Even closer?" Mayu said coldly, "If you want to go over there, do it yourself." Lin Yi-er's brows furiously knit together. "What status do you have? What status do I have? Believe it or not, once we're rescued, one complaint from me will be enough to get you fired." The hotel manager also chimed in, "Mayu, Lin Yi-er is an honored guest of our hotel. Be more polite." These past few days, the hotel manager had practically been serving the business tycoon Li Lin like he was his own father, hoping that after they were rescued, Li Lin would give him a hand because of this opportunity. Mayu had already suffered enough grievances these past few days, unable to endure it any longer. She finally exploded. "I'm a person, and you're a person. What is the difference? Or are you saying you're not human?" A vicious look flashed across Lin Yi-er's face. She said nothing and directly kicked at Mayu. If Mayu hadn't steadied herself against the shelf, the consequences would been unimaginable. The 2 women started fighting. Displeasure showed on Li Lin's face. He was somewhat old, in his 50s. He had wanted Mayu to massage him, but Mayu had refused. Li Lin then looked at the vegetables they had left. There wasn't much remaining. It wouldn't last for many more days. A cold look came over Li Lin's face. Throw her out. Of the 9 people in the cold room, aside from Mayu the cook, all of them could be considered social elites. None of them were simple-minded. They had all seen the situation in the cold room clearly. If they didn't reduce the number of people, the supplies simply wouldn't be enough. With one less person, the space would also feel less cramped. The first to agree was naturally the big star Lin Yi-er, since she had just had a conflict with Mayu. The second to agree was unexpectedly the hotel manager. "Mayu, you can see it too. There is not enough space here anymore. For the greater good, we can only sacrifice you. Try escaping somewhere else." Escape? There were zombies guarding the outside. Mayu hadn't eaten or drunk well these past few days, and her body was terribly weak. After squatting for so long, her legs were numb too. She simply couldn't run. Going out meant certain death. No one objected. Their own interests were on the line. One less person meant one more chance to survive. Even though Mayu had saved them at this moment, this seemed to be the will of the majority. Mayu stared at this group of people in disbelief, and a sentence surfaced in her heart. In the blazing days of the 6th month, people wave their fans, but my heart turns cold. Mayu's heart was incomparably cold. If she had known this would happen, she never would have opened the door back then. Wouldn't it have been better to let them get bitten to death by zombies while she hid in the cold room alone? This was clearly forcing her to die. Fine. If I die, then don't think any of you are living either. Well, Mayu prepared to open the door. She planned to hold it firmly in the gap and draw the zombies over, so everyone would die together. But the other 8 weren't idiots. They weren't that careless. They waited for a moment when the zombies were wandering back and forth, and there were none in front of the door, then opened it just a crack and shoved Mayu out. Lin Yi-er viciously kicked Mayu in the butt, knocking her down right in front of the door. Lin Yi-er left behind only one sentence. This is what happens when you go against me. In the cold room, door slammed shut. Mayu wanted to cry, but forcibly held it back. The people in the cold room could observe the situation outside. If she cried now, wouldn't she just be letting them watch her as a joke? So infuriating. At this moment, Mayu wasn't even afraid anymore. She was furious to death. Whoever could kill this group of people, she would be willing to pay any price. But it seemed like she no longer had the chance. 2 zombies caught Mayu's scent and immediately changed from their aimless wandering, roaring as they lunged at her. Mayu's mind went blank, with only one thought left. How ridiculous. I saved a group of people, and then they got me killed. Facing the lunging zombies, Mayu knew there was absolutely no way she could survive. She closed her eyes and waited for death, led by Lu Wenbo, who was familiar with the hotel layout. Chen Luo and Su Daju came to the 4th floor by way of a staircase. This staircase happened to be not far from the cold room. Chen Luo heard Lin Yi's voice and walked over to take a look, only to happen to see the 2 zombies pouncing toward Mayu. At first, Chen Luo wasn't sure it was Mayu, but seeing the long braid behind her back, he thought it looked like her. But Fu Wang was sure. It had seen Mayu many times and also knew that the purpose of this trip was to find Mayu. It was familiar with Mayu's scent. Fu Wang instantly sprang into action. Covering a distance of more than 10 meters, it arrived in 1 second. Rocket headbutt. Fu Wang slammed into the zombies with all its strength. As Fu Wang's level increased, its physical abilities had also been continuously strengthening. The 2 zombies that were close together were knocked to the ground by Fu Wang in 1 blow, and the arriving Su Daju immediately finished them off. Chen Luo looked at Mayu with boundless delight. The cook isn't dead. Looks like I'm in for some good food. For 5 days. Do you know how I spent those 5 days? There's a scene like that in the movie God of Cookery. An unbelievably ugly chef with astonishing skill. But the moment Stephen Chow looked at him, he lost all appetite. Bad review. A chef with exquisite skills and a pleasing face was hard to come by. Otherwise, just looking at food made by some rough-looking brute. Chen Luo would dock him 80 points on the spot. Mayu stared at F.A. Wong in shock. She knew F.A. Wong too, and without the missing left ear. The resemblance was even more obvious. Chen Luo walked closer and said with a smile, Mayu, it's me, Chen Luo. I came all this way just to save you. I risked this much to get here. Tell me, are you moved or not? Just wholeheartedly work as my chef from now on. After the shock passed, Mayu really was moved. She said excitedly, Chen Luo, thank you. Su Daju was just about to help Mayu up when the nearby zombies, along with the zombies in the main conference hall, heard the commotion and all began rushing over. There was no time to catch up with Mayu for now. Chen Luo and Su Daju guarded the doorway, one on the left and one on the right, with F.A. Wong in the middle, slaughtering the zombies that came charging over. Wave after wave, the zombies came running in to die. If more than 100 zombies had charged together all at once, Chen Luo really would not have dared to take them head on. Before long, not a single zombie was left alive. Inside the cold storage room, the people there had watched everything through a small window in the door, though they had not heard the conversation between Chen Luo and the others. Lin Yi-er covered her mouth excitedly, tears glimmering in her eyes. They were saved. After holding out for 5 days, they were finally saved. Business tycoon Li Lin's leg did not hurt anymore either. But the people in the cold storage room still were not at ease. Only after there were no more zombies at all did they open the door. Li Lin said with a smile all over his face, thank you, you 2 heroes, for saving us. Lin Yi-er took off her mask, revealing a reserved and pure smile. Hello, I'm Lin Yi-er. I'm very happy to meet you. If she did not take off her mask, how would Chen Luo know she was Lin Yi-er? She was one of the top stars among the first-tier celebrities, only a step away from becoming a superstar king. Maybe these 2 were her brainless fans and would take even better care of her than of Li Lin. Chen Luo glanced at her and thought, you're celebrating too early. Chen Luo asked Mayu what happened. If there's anything, I'll stand up for you. Everyone else had hidden safely in the cold storage room, but only Ma Yu had been left outside and nearly got eaten by zombies. It was not hard for Chen Luo to guess that something filthy had happened. For some reason, the moment she heard Chen Luo say that, all the grievance in Ma Yu's heart surged up at once. Choking with sobs, she recounted everything that had happened. Chen Luo listened with a cold sneer. That was why being a good person was pointless. Ma Yu had value, so Chen Luo came to save her. If she had no value, why would he care whether she lived or died? Li Lin and the others exchanged glances. It seemed Ma Yu knew them. There was no problem in this world that money could not solve. Li Lin smiled and said, "Little brother, could I trouble you to escort me home? Once this crisis is over, come work at my company. Monthly salary, 200,000. 200,000 was not low at all. That was more than 2 million a year. How many ordinary workers could ever reach that figure? Work for a few years, and you would be a multi-millionaire." One person pulled out a checkbook and held it out in front of Chen Luo. "Just get me somewhere safe. Fill in whatever amount you want." Whatever amount he wanted. Could he write 100 quadrillion? This was the legendary bad check. Chen Luo could only marvel. This guy was even better than him at getting something for nothing. Ma Yu almost laughed at the sight. She did not know exactly how much Chen Luo was worth, but at the very least, she knew his villa alone was worth several hundred million. Among everyone present, the only one who might be richer than Chen Luo was probably Li Lin. Everything Ma Yu had said made even Su Daju furious. What he hated most was this kind of person who repaid kindness with betrayal. Someone saved your life, and instead you wanted to send her to her death. Was that something a human being could do? Su Daju could not hold back any longer. He stepped forward and gave every last one of them a huge slap. He did not spare Lin either. With Su Daju's hand strength, the slaps left them dizzy and seeing stars. Li Lin shouted angrily. In the end, he still did not dare say anything harsh. He had just watched those two massacre zombies with his own eyes. These people clutched their faces, furious but not daring to speak. Lin lowered her head, feeling endless humiliation. Lu Wenbo gaped. "You people have some nerve. Aren't you afraid they'll take revenge on you? None of these people are ordinary. They all have deep connections and powerful backgrounds." The conditions they offered made Chen Luo scoff. It was the apocalypse. What use was money now? It was not even as useful as toilet paper for wiping your ass. Living in a dream was one thing, but 200,000 a month? Damn, what a joke. As for Lin this big star after the apocalypse, people like her had it the worst. She had a pretty face and a halo of celebrity. Countless sinful hands would reach for women like her, leaving them in a fate worse than death. Ma Yu was furious with them. If not for Chen Luo, she would have died. She could not help but start slapping Li Lin and the others too, and Lin got special attention. Ma Yu had little strength left, so her slaps were not loud at all. The damage was low, but the humiliation was immense. Li Lin forced down his anger and said in a humble tone, "Little brother, you've already helped your friend vent her anger. We were wrong. That much is true. As long as you get us somewhere safe, whatever conditions you want, just say them." Chen Luo had always followed one principle. As long as you were his enemy, if he had the chance to kill you, he would never let you off. These people had already been sentenced to death by Chen Luo. As for the halo of being rich or famous, what the hell use was that? Afraid of scaring his personal chef, Chen Luo made a show of going out to look for rope. When he came back, he was carrying rope taken from his ability space. "Look, we're not killing you. We'll just tie you up. Whether you survive or not, that's up to fate." Li Lin flew into a rage. "How is this any different from killing us? Is there no law left in your eyes?" Even Su Daju sneered. "When you threw her out there, did you think about that question at all?" Ma Yu, who had still felt a little unwilling a moment ago, immediately turned cold-faced. But she still whispered to Chen Luo, "Thank you, but forget it. If you kill them, you'll get dragged down too." In Ma Yu's mind, the order of society had not completely collapsed yet. Chen Luo smiled indifferently. "You saved them, and they still want to harm you. I'm definitely not saving them. Do you think they wouldn't hold a grudge? Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to yourself. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Li Lin and the others were not willing to sit there and wait for death. But when they looked at the blood-stained iron club in Su Daju's hand, they did not have the slightest courage to step up and resist. They could only scatter like startled birds and beasts trying to run. Chen Luo took out an electrobaton and gave everyone who tried to escape a shock. Sharp screams rang out. Su Daju stepped forward and started tying them up. What Chen Luo had not expected was that Lin actually dropped to her knees. She moved forward on her knees, tears in her eyes, and reached out to pull down Chen Luo's pants. "Save me. I'll do anything." Lin planned to trade her body. So many people were watching, but having seen plenty of big scenes before, she was not flustered at all. Her reputation was not that good to begin with, so she did not care what everyone thought. Afterward, she could always explain it away. It would all just be rumors. Chen Luo was horrified. "What is wrong with you? You start pulling someone's pants down the second you disagree?" Chen Luo said coldly, "Get lost. You're too dirty for me." Lin said pitifully, "I haven't bathed in days. Being a little dirty is unavoidable. You can wash me for me." Lu Winball watched from the side with extreme envy, screaming in his heart, "Why not come at me? I don't mind if it's dirty. This is a big star." This kind of dirty was something he couldn't wash away. Chun Luo directly stuffed a filthy rag into her mouth. Chun Luo said, "Let us go. Let them fend for themselves." Chun Luo wouldn't leave behind this kind of threat, but if he killed them in front of her, he was afraid it would scare Mayu. Chun Luo took Mayu downstairs, preparing to head back. The two tasks from this trip had both been completed perfectly. In secret, he gave F.A. Wong an order. F.A. Wong understood. After turning back, he went to the third floor, drew over some zombies, and led them to where Lin Yi-er, and the others were. Watching the zombies pounce at them, everyone besides Lin Yi-er, whose mouth was blocked, loud screams. Chun Luo shrugged. Looks like their luck isn't too good. They ran into zombies this fast. Mayu sighed. They were eaten by zombies. That has nothing to do with you, Chun Luo. Lu Winball opened his mouth. Bro, I want to follow you. With a thigh this thick, someone who killed zombies as easily as drinking water, following him would be insanely safe. Chun Luo chuckled and rejected him directly. What do you think you have that S worth me taking you in? Lu Winball stammered, unable to say anything. Chun Luo handed him Su Deju's big iron rod. Take this. Go kill 10 zombies on the street, and I'll let you follow me. Lu Winball was so scared he shook his head again and again. No, I don't dare. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. With Lu Winball leading the way, and Chun Luo having promised to give him a little benefit, they arrived at a small supermarket beside the hotel. Chun Luo looked at his watch and said, I'll give you 3 minutes to shop freely. Then I'll escort you back to your dorm. Consider my thanks. Looking at the cold-faced Chun Luo, Lu Winball still gritted his teeth and went into the supermarket, grabbing a plastic bag and crazily stuffing things into it. Chun Luo glanced at the supermarket. It was a very small one, with nothing particularly valuable inside. But since they were already here, it felt like something was missing if he didn't take at least a little. Chun Luo walked to the tobacco and alcohol counter and took more than a dozen cartons of the most expensive cigarettes. In 3 minutes, Lu Winball took a full 6 large plastic bags of stuff. If he ate sparingly, it would be enough for him to last a month. If he had enough courage, and his luck was decent, he could survive in the apocalypse. During the whole process, Mayu had been thinking about one thing. What value did she have? Friendship? Don't joke around. The two of them weren't that close. It wasn't worth Chun Luo taking that kind of risk for her. Looks? Impossible. There were plenty of girls prettier than her. Lin Yi-er, for one, and Chun Luo had shown zero interest in her. Then she remembered teaching Chun Luo cooking skills. Every time she finished a dish, Chun Luo would always devour it hungrily. Maybe this was where her value lay. Chun Luo had Sudu escort Lu Winball back to the dorm, then said blandly, I'm short on logistics over there. No one cooks. As for making me wash dishes and scrub pots, I'd rather go kill zombies. I just happened to think of you. Are you willing to come back with me? I'll guarantee your personal safety, and you won't lack food or drink either. To say something a little arrogant. Meeting me is the luckiest thing that has ever happened in your life. Meeting me is the luckiest thing in your life. That sentence wasn't arrogant at all. What kind of person was Chun Luo? A reborn king of survival. He was familiar with how the apocalypse would unfold afterward. He hadn't died in his previous life. So in this life, he could definitely survive to the end too. The difference was that he had stockpiled an unknown amount of supplies. The unit for his supplies was no longer measured in jean or bags. The unit was tons, or even tens of thousands of tons. Even someone like Chun Luo had to fight people over a single ham sausage, so the scarcity of supplies was hard to imagine. If she followed Chun Luo, there would be clean water and fresh meat. As Chun Luo's personal chef and housekeeper, would Chun Luo really mistreat her? Toward enemies, Chun Luo was ruthless. But toward his own people, especially someone as close to him, he was extremely generous. Mayu's heart trembled. That was right. Meeting Chun Luo really was her good fortune. If not for him, she would have died just now, and in the kind of way where zombies ate her alive. That alone was already enough. Without thinking too much more, Mayu nodded and said, I'm willing. Getting the answer he wanted, Chun Luo smiled. If it hadn't been this answer, he would have turned around and left. She could fend for herself. Mayu had been busy thinking before, and only now, after relaxing a little, did she feel the intense hunger in her stomach. Back in the cold storage, she had only eaten some raw vegetables every day. The best thing she had gotten was carrots. She could still eat them during the first 2 days, but after that, she didn't even get a share anymore. The little bit of vegetables she ate each day left her so hungry that her stomach acid surged, making her miserable. Mayu couldn't help picking up a pack of cookies and wolfing it down. Chun Luo didn't stop her. He said, eat a little less. When we get back, we'll celebrate you joining us with a big meal. Then Chun Luo added, of course, you'll be the one cooking it. Very soon, Su Deju and F.A. Wong both came back, and the group got into the heavy truck. Mayu looked at it in amazement. Chun Luo had actually managed to find a truck like this. While driving, Chun Luo asked casually, right, Mayu, have you awakened any powers? Everyone would awaken powers. It was only a matter of sooner or later. Chun Luo explained what powers were, and introduced both his and Su Daju's abilities. There was no need to hide his spatial ability from Mayu. Mayu was a cook, and Chun Luo's storage space was basically the same as a refrigerator. It was just that he wouldn't tell her how much was actually inside that refrigerator. Mayu thought for a moment and said, on the third day, my head really did hurt for a bit. As for whether I got any kind of power, I'm not sure. I was starving the whole time and felt awful. So I didn't pay attention. Awakening a power on the third day couldn't be called amazing, but it was definitely not bad. After hearing that, Mayu tried hard to sense the power inside her body. Slowly, faint little flames appeared in her palm. It startled Mayu, but Chun Luo was overjoyed. Cooking needed fire, right? Gas fire, induction stove, charcoal fire, firewood. The food made from them all tasted different. And the flames of an ability user? Dishes made with that kind of magic fire were even more delicious. Fire ability users weren't especially rare. What was rare was that this person also happened to be a master chef. And if that person also happened to be pretty easy on the eyes, he had struck gold. Very soon, they arrived home without incident. Chun Luo impatiently took out ingredients for Mayu and had her arrange a big feast. Mayu already knew about the spatial storage from earlier, just not how large it was, so she wasn't too shocked. She herself had already gained flame powers. Was it really that hard to understand that Chun Luo had spatial powers? Smelling the fragrance coming from the kitchen, the 2 men and 1 dog couldn't help drooling. After a little more than an hour, Mayu had finished making 8 dishes. Tomato, scrambled eggs, oyster mushrooms braised with tofu, green pepper and eggs, stir-fry greens, chicken stewed with glass noodles, braised pork with potatoes, cumin lamb, and shrimp stir-fried with onions. The soup was seaweed egg drop soup. They had color, aroma, and taste all in one. The dishes Chun Luo had bought before were all pre-packed meals. It had been at least half an hour since they were made. So compared to these fresh-cooked dishes, there was still some difference. More importantly, the taste really was different. What Mayu made smelled even better. Mayu originally hadn't wanted to make this many dishes. She thought they wouldn't be able to finish them. But come on, if Su Daju really let himself eat freely, he could wipe out all of it by himself. Chun Luo and Su Daju had plenty of oil and water in their stomachs, so even staring at a table full of dishes, they wouldn't lose composure. But Mayu had gone 5 days surviving on nothing but a little raw vegetables, so she couldn't help swallowing hard. Chun Luo grinned. What are we waiting for? Let us eat. Picking up a piece of tofu, the smooth, tender, delicious taste made Chun Luo burst into tears. Going to find Mayu had really been the right decision. Although she was hungry, Mayu ate in small bites. Since this was her first time getting in contact with him, she was still a little reserved. After finishing the meal, Chun Luo comfortably rubbed his stomach. That meal had felt amazing. Meanwhile, Mayu consciously started cleaning up, and Chun Luo happily thought that from now on, he would never have to wash dishes again. Mayu always wanted to do something, so after cleaning up the tableware, she wanted to mop the floor, but Chun Luo first arranged a room for her. If you want to take a shower, you can, but be careful not to let raw water get into your mouth. You lost your phone, right? Here, take this phone, and this 50,000 milliamp power bank too. I already downloaded movies and novels onto it. Watch them when you're bored. With Mayu joining him, Chun Luo started living a life where clothes came to his hand when he reached out. Cough, cough, not that far. But meals being served right to his mouth was definitely real. Chun Luo no longer had to worry about trivial matters. Every day, all he had to do was eat, drink, and have fun. Fa Wong also started living a normal dog life. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The crystals Chun Luo had obtained by killing zombies were almost used up. After reaching level 3, Chun Luo could absorb 80 of the lowest grade crystals every day. Su Daju needed 10 a day, Fa Wong needed 12 or 13 a day, and Mayu, who was still level 1, needed 2 crystals a day. Mayu really was lucky. Crystals that others had to risk their lives fighting for were casually tossed to her by Chun Luo. If he wanted to advance to a level 4 ability user, he would need at least another 10 or so days. Chun Luo prepared to go out and get another batch of crystals. At the same time, Chun Luo had not forgotten Mi Ling and Mi Li. It had been 10 days. He wondered whether they had suffered enough in the apocalypse yet. Probably not enough. They could keep starving. Still, Chun Luo planned to go take a look at Mi Ling and Mi Li's home. He was not planning to take them in now. The timing still was not mature enough. His purpose was to see whether they were at home. Mi Ling was attending a university in Chengdu, while Mi Li was a senior in high school. When the apocalypse broke out, it was not the weekend, so there was a good chance both of them had been at school. Chun Luo planned to go over and see whether they were at home. Dead? They definitely were not dead. Chun Luo had not been sure about Mayu because in his previous life, he had never crossed paths with her. As for Mi Ling, Chun Luo had fought her before. As for Mi Li, Chun Luo had personally seen her alive. Chun Luo sighed and said, resurrection ability. If someone with that kind of power isn't kept in hand, I'm afraid heaven would punish me for it. Before going out, Chun Luo instructed Mayu. No matter who it is, No matter what excuse they use, you are not allowed to open the door. Even if someone is about to die right in front of you, no? Keep the doors and windows shut tight. Don't stick your head out the window. And absolutely do not go outside. If something happens, you'll bear the consequences yourself. After what had happened at the hotel cold storage, Ma, you was scared too. And she nodded solemnly. Chen Luo, Su Dezhu, and Fa Wang were going out to collect crystals, so Ma Yu could only be left home alone. There was no way he could take her with them. She would just be a burden. It was enough for her to handle logistics. It was even more impossible to leave someone behind to protect her. Not even Fa Wang. Fa Wang was a highly capable assistant, all right? If they ran into danger, Fa Wang might actually be able to turn the tide. Chen Luo gave Ma Yu 2 stun batons for self-defense. That was enough. After leaving the residential complex and arriving at where the heavy truck was parked, Chen Luo's face darkened. The window on the right side of the truck's cab had been smashed by someone. Smashed thoroughly too. It looked like someone had gotten inside the truck, probably to check whether there were supplies in it. Blind or what? You could already see from outside the window that there were no supplies. The cargo compartment had also been opened, and whoever did it had not even closed it afterward. Chen Luo had not gone out for 3 days, so it was not strange that someone had set their sights on the heavy truck. Chen Luo felt bad for Fa Wang and had not let him come out to watch the truck. It had not been worth it. 2 zombies lunged over. Chen Luo kicked one of them with a single foot, sending the zombie flying hard. Damn it! How the hell were you watching the truck? What use are you? Zombie. Chen Luo got into the heavy truck while cursing. Don't let me find out which little bastard did this. Chen Luo checked it over. Thankfully, aside from the broken window, everything else was normal. Chen Luo drove the truck onto a nearby street where there were not many people. If he could run zombies over with the truck, he would use the truck. If not, he and Su Dezhu would get down and kill them. In just a little over an hour, Chen Luo had collected more than 300 crystals. While killing zombies, Chen Luo deliberately moved closer to the residential complex where Mi Ling and Mi Li lived. After collecting more than 500 crystals, Su Dezhu was panting heavily. After resting for a bit, Chen Luo entered Mi Li's residential complex. It was just past 6 in the evening now, and the sky was slightly dark. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had specifically had people investigate Mi Ling and Mi Li's information. Not only did he know their general preferences, he had naturally also looked up their exact address clearly. This residential complex had a total of 16 buildings, the kind that were 9 stories tall, with a resident population of around 3,000. When the apocalypse hit, it would already be pretty good if 1,000 people had been in the complex. After entering the complex, Chen Luo observed that there were only 3 convenience stores inside, and all of them were the kind of tiny stores only 30 to 50 square meters in size. This kind of store basically would not have much in the way of supplies. Chen Luo took a look and was somewhat surprised to find that all 3 stores had already been emptied out. That was normal too. Many times, hunger was more terrifying than zombies. There were always bold people who came looking for supplies. Chen Luo chuckled. Even better. If Mi Ling and Mi Li are at home with no food, let us see how long you can hold out. Killing zombies as he walked. Chen Luo arrived at Building 8 and looked in the direction of Unit 3, Room 201. This was Mi Ling and Mi Li's home. No lights were on, and no household in the complex had any lights on either because the power was out. The curtains of Room 201 were fully drawn. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Under normal circumstances, aside from when resting, very few people would completely draw all their curtains shut. When leaving home, people would not draw every curtain shut. During the apocalypse, though, as long as someone was home and not an idiot, they would draw the curtains to protect themselves. Of course, there was no way to judge whether Mi Ling and Mi Li were home based on this alone. There were 2 ways upstairs. One was the elevator, which was immediately ruled out. The second was the stairs. Chen Luo said in a low voice, Fa Wang, go sniff and see whether anyone is home. Fa Wang nodded. This was the kind of thing a dog should be doing. Fa Wang was just about to go upstairs when his only remaining right ear twitched. Then he lowered his body, and a growl came from his throat. Like a rabbit, Fa Wang instantly darted into a patch of bushes nearby. Meow. A cat's cry, clearly filled with panic, rang out. Then a white figure appeared from the bushes and fled at high speed. Fa Wang had discovered the cat hiding in the bushes and chased after it, while the cat fled in terror. But clearly, even though cats were more agile than dogs, it only took 5 seconds before Fa Wang caught up to it. Chen Luo froze. A cat? Clearly, this was a cat that had not turned into a zombie. Chen Luo hurriedly said, Fa Wang, don't hurt it. A cat, huh? Bringing it back as a pet would not be bad either. Cats and dogs could turn into zombies too, but they would not become very powerful. They were even weaker than zombies, unless they were some kind of mutant. The odds of that were too small. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had wanted to buy a cat to keep him company, but he had not known whether it would turn into a zombie after he bought it. What if it bit him? So in the end, he gave up on that idea. Chen Luo thought, if you look good, I'll take you back. If you don't look good, Fa Wang bit the loose skin at the back of the cat's neck and trotted back over. looking full of pride as if asking for credit. Chen Luo observed the cat and was pleasantly surprised. Looking closely, it was a silver-shaded cat, a little over 20 centimeters long, with sky-blue eyes. Its fur was smooth and soft, without a single stray hair. Its overall looks were extremely high-tier, like a little fairy among cats. Of course, it might also be male. The cat struggled hard in Fu Wang's mouth, but clearly, it couldn't break free. Just as Chen Luo was about to pet its fluffy little head, he suddenly heard a voice. "Oh, make this stupid dog let go of me already." Chen Luo's pupils shrank as he stared at the cat in shock. This voice hadn't sounded by his ears, but had appeared directly in his mind. Chen Luo was no stranger to this kind of ability. Powerful mental-type ability users could do it too. Without speaking, they could use mental power to communicate with others. If Fu Wang, a dog, could wield a lightning ability, then why couldn't other cats and dogs wield mental abilities? The silver-shaded cat in front of him had obviously mastered telepathic communication, and it was very smart. It knew Chen Luo was the one in charge, so it begged him to make Fu Wang release it. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. An unintentional move had brought an unexpected gain. "Come with me. You'll get fish and meat every meal." Chen Luo scolded. "Fu Wang, how can you be so rude? Hurry up and let it go." That was what he said, but at the same time, he grabbed the cat's body, afraid it would run away. Fu Wang felt wronged all over. "Fine, it's all my fault." Once the cat was in Chen Luo's hands, it didn't struggle. It just widened its sky-blue eyes and looked at him, while a voice sounded in Chen Luo's heart again. "I didn't provoke it or do anything to it. And this dog just bit me for no reason. So hateful." Chen Luo agreed. Right. Too hateful." Su Dazhu scratched his head and looked at Chen Luo strangely. Why did Big Brother seem like he was talking to a cat? The cat used its ability again, as if sensing something. "Do you dried fish?" "I feel like you do." The intuition of mental-type ability users was often stronger than that of others. Powerful mental-type ability users could even sense danger a little in advance. Just like animals could know ahead of time when rain or earthquakes were coming and react early. This cat said it felt that Chen Luo had dried fish on him. And yes, he really did have some, and a whole lot of it. Not just raw fish, there were plenty of dishes made from fish too. On top of that, snacks like grilled fish slices and dried fish were stocked by the ton. Chen Luo chuckled and was just about to take out some dried fish. "Once you eat my food, you're my cat. Take it home and pet it to his heart as content." Petting cats could relieve stress, help people relax, and improve their mood. Just then, the curtain of a room on the second floor was pulled open, the window was opened, and an anxious voice came from above. "Let go of my Myfin." Chen Luo looked up and was stunned to discover that the person was Mi Li. This cat was called Myfin? Her cat? Seeing two fierce-looking men holding sticks and grabbing her cat, Mi Li couldn't help but become extremely anxious. Mi Li's figure disappeared from the window. In just a little over 10 seconds, she opened the door and ran from the second floor down to the first. Mi Li looked uneasy and wary as she stared at Chen Luo and Su Dazhu, but she still gathered her courage and pulled Myfin out of Chen Luo's hands. Chen Luo let go without resisting. If he forcefully kept Myfin, it would stir up Mi Li's hostility. Once Myfin was back in her hands, Mi Li let out a sigh of relief. She didn't dare stay outside any longer, softly said sorry, turned around, and was about to leave. Running into Mi Li ahead of time didn't fit Chen Luo's original plan. He had only come this time to see whether Mi Li and Mi Ling were home. Myfin suddenly started struggling violently in Mi Li's arms and used telepathic communication on Mi Li. "Let go of me. He has dried fish on him." "I want dried fish." "He has dried fish, so he is not a bad person." Mi Li's cheek twitched slightly. What kind of logic was that? But Myfin broke free from Mi Li and jumped from her arms to the ground, then looked at Chen Luo pitifully. Myfin hasn't had dried fish in over a week. "Give me one, okay?" Chen Luo's mind spun rapidly. Very clearly, Mi Li was the only one at home. If Mi Ling were here, she would never have let Mi Li come down alone and take such a risk. The sisters were not together. So is this a chance to start with the younger sister first? Of course, he couldn't just hand over resources right away. Even Su Dazhu knew that being overly attentive for no reason meant either treachery or theft. Chen Luo's original plan had been to use cooperation. Mi Ling and Mi Li were not just pretty vases. With his powerful strength, deep understanding of danger, and trump card of massive supplies, Chen Luo was fully confident that he could keep them firmly by his side, willingly and wholeheartedly. In his previous life, he had never seen this cat Myfin, nor had he even heard that Mi Li and Mi Ling had a cat. So clearly, Myfin had died somewhere along the way. This cat's intuition was extremely accurate. It could actually sense that he had dried fish on him. Thinking of that, Chen Luo smiled at Myfin and said, "That large supermarket outside definitely has dried fish. Come on, I'll take you there." Then Chen Luo said to Mi Li, "How about we cooperate and search for supplies together?" Mi Li instinctively wanted to refuse. There was no way she was going out with two strangers she didn't know. But Myfin didn't care about that and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing Millie hesitate, it persuaded her. Ikan sense Italia. This person doesn't have any malice on him. He can be trusted. Millie was still hesitating, and Myfin got impatient. Then don't go. I'll go with him. You can keep doing what you always do. Stay at home and wait for me to bring food back for you. That one really hit home. Myfin's words made Millie's cheeks flush. For more than a week now, she had been relying on Myfin, using its small and agile body to go outside and gather supplies. If it weren't for Fuang, no one would have been able to easily catch such a nimble and intelligent cat. Now all the nearby supermarkets had been emptied out. Unless Myfin ran to places farther away, it would be impossible to find supplies. But that would be too dangerous. Thinking of how Myfin said these two people had no ill intentions, Millie still chose to believe it. Myfin's intuition was extremely accurate, especially after awakening its telepathic ability. And there really wasn't too much food left at home. Millie steeled herself and said, "Okay, I'll go with you. Myfin, I'm betting everything on you." Chun Luo smiled. This was a good start. Millie said, "Wait for me a moment. I'm going upstairs to grab a few things." Very soon, Millie came back down. She had a red helmet on her head, probably one for an electric scooter, and wore a thick leather jacket that covered up her youthful and pretty figure. In her hand was a rolling pin. Millie said weakly to Chun Luo, "You should already know Myfin's ability to communicate with people. I also suddenly gained a special ability, kind of like a priest in a game." Chun Luo let out a light laugh and, without hiding anything, introduced himself. "My name is Chun Luo. My ability is basically like a spatial mage. His name is Su Daju. He is basically a warrior. This dog is my partner. His name is Fuang. He is a lightning-type mage. You can call him the Lightning Dharma King." When Fuang heard Chun Luo call him that, he immediately straightened his back proudly. "I'm not some combat trash like Myfin." Millie stared at Fuang with her mouth agape. So was it just Myfin that had gained a special ability? A dog could actually use lightning? If she and T come out, she wouldn't have known that the world had already changed so drastically. Myfin urged, "Hurry up and go find dried fish." After only taking 2 steps, they ran straight into several zombies. Chun Luo and Su Daju were completely unflustered, but Millie tensed up from head to toe. She said with a slight tremble, "I'll buff Su. Big brother Daju, as strength a bit." A warrior needed to hold the front line. Millie understood that clearly, so she first gave Su Daju a strength buff. It wasn't necessary at all, but Chun Luo wanted to see it. A ball of faint golden light rose from Millie's hand and quickly entered Su Daju's body. Seeing how smooth and practiced Millie's movements were, it was obvious she had trained this before. Then Millie gave Chun Luo a buff as well. Chun Luo closed his eyes and felt it carefully. It was roughly equal to a 1/3 increase in strength. If his previous strength had been 30 points, then this added 10 points. Of course, it couldn't be a percentage-based boost. 10 points of strength was basically the strength of an adult man. And Millie was definitely only level 1 right now. As her level increased, the boost she brought would grow stronger too, and she would be able to buff more than just one target. With Millie's buff, Su Daju killed several zombies as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Millie showed no joy. Instead, her face turned pale. Zombie heads were being smashed open, red and white matter spilling out. The scene was far too bloody for her. A lone zombie came running over. Millie actually said in a shaky voice, "I've never fought a zombie before. This one is perfect for me to practice on. Sooner or later, I have to go through this step." She looked extremely cowardly, yet what she said had a bit of fierceness to it. If this world was full of creatures like zombies, then she had to overcome her fear of them. Hearing Millie's words, Chun Luo was a little surprised. She looked delicate on the outside, but her heart was strong. With him watching over her, nothing would happen. So Chun Luo did not refuse. "Daju, give Millie the iron rod in your hand. No matter what, a rolling pin could never compare to a solid iron rod in power." Su Daju looked at Millie, whose body was still trembling non-stop, with amusement, then handed her the iron rod with admiration. Millie still wanted to prepare herself mentally a little more, but the zombie would not give her that time. Seeing the zombie pounce at her, Millie panicked and cast a strength buff on herself. The zombie opened its bloody maw. Millie's mind went a little blank, but her eyes quickly turned firm. But Millie had absolutely no combat experience. The zombie lunged at her, and she had no idea how to dodge. Sigh. She was just going to stand there and trade blows. The zombie's hands, with her sharp nails, instantly pressed onto Millie's arms. If she hadn't been wearing a thick leather jacket, a lot of flesh would probably have been torn off. At the same time, the zombie's mouth bit toward Millie's snow-white neck. The iron rod in Millie's hand smashed viciously toward the zombie's head. Millie's strength buff was a fixed increase. She looked like a delicate young girl, but at this moment, her strength was greater than that of a healthy adult man. The zombie was beaten until its head split and blood flowed. The splattered blood sprayed onto Millie's helmet and leather jacket. The head was a zombie's weak point. But to smash one open in a single blow, it took strength like Su Deju's. Millie was still a little short of that. The zombie continued biting at her. Millie was frightened by the blood splashing onto her, and with the iron rod raised, she smashed at the zombie again and again like she was smashing a watermelon. The zombie was dead, but Millie was still smashing it. The zombie's head was completely crushed. Even Chen Luo felt his scalp go numb at the sight. Girl, you're way too fierce. After killing the zombie, Millie crouched down and took off her helmet. The bloody scene made her want to vomit. She could only dry heave. There was nothing in her stomach. Chen Luo took out some tissues and a bottle of mineral water and handed them to Millie. Millie glanced at him gratefully. 2 minutes later, Millie calmed down, looking at herself. Then at Su Deju and Chen Luo, she finally understood why they had looked so vicious. Even she looked scary now, with bloodstained clothes. Chen Luo said a few encouraging words. At the very least, she now had the courage to fight zombies. And she had tea frozen up at the critical moment. Myfin sighed. You're such a hassle. Are we still going to look for the dried fish or not? On the way here, Chen Luo had already killed quite a few zombies, so there were not many wandering around the residential complex anymore. He brought Millie and Myfin onto his heavy truck. The thick body of the truck gave Millie a strong sense of security, and she felt much more at ease about this trip to search for supplies. There was a large shopping mall nearby, the only one in the area. The second and third floors were a supermarket, so there definitely wouldn't be a shortage of supplies. Supplies were not the main point. The main point was to build some teamwork with Millie. In the truck, Chen Luo gave Millie a heads up. Millie, what if we run into survivors in the mall? Millie froze, then thought for a moment and said, with your strength and big brother Ju's, you can kill a lot of zombies. If there are survivors, then at that time, they can absolutely escape on their own. I've observed it. Zombies aren't fast. Escaping is possible. We're not saviors. In the end, they still have to rely on themselves. If Chen Luo were more familiar with Millie right now, he would really have wanted to pat her on the head. She was absolutely right. It was better to rely on yourself than others. Don't always place your hopes on someone else. What? Were they supposed to escort you all the way home too, then feed and house you properly? When there was time, you should have you tell Millie about her own experiences. Very soon, they arrived on the road beside the mall. Quite a few cars were jammed there. Chen Luo observed the area and saw that he couldn't use the heavy truck to run over zombies. First, turning around would be inconvenient. Second, there were many electric scooters beside the mall, along with a lot of uneven ground. The truck could get stuck. They could only kill the zombies by hand. Fortunately, it wasn't the weekend, and when the apocalypse broke out, it had been morning. There weren't many zombies inside the mall or on the surrounding roads. And this mall wasn't located in a busy district either. The greatest value of this mall, actually, was attracting traffic and raising nearby housing prices. Chen Luo said, Millie, later just buff my strength. No need to buff your big brother Deju. He doesn't need it. Whether Millie buffed Su Deju or not, Su Deju could still smash a zombie's head open with one strike. As for Chen Luo, after becoming a level 3 ability user, although his strength was still a bit below Su Deju's, the gap wasn't that big. With Millie's buff, he could also kill a zombie with one strike. It was just that Millie's mana bar was limited. Otherwise, of course, it would be even better to buff Su Deju too. Chen Luo gave Millie 2 stun batons for self-defense. Watching Chen Luo take things out of thin air, Millie was insanely jealous. A spatial mage was just too good. Chen Luo also took out a large iron rod and worked together with Su Deju to kill zombies. The stun baton was no longer that helpful to Chen Luo. After some more time passed, it would be even less useful. Millie watched in shock as Chen Luo and Su Deju killed zombies so easily. These two were so strong. Even without me, they could probably collect the supplies here with ease, right? Suddenly, as if F.A. Wong had realized something, it spat out a fist-sized ball of lightning from its mouth, flashing constantly with silver light. The lightning ball flew to where the zombies were concentrated and exploded abruptly, instantly blowing 4 zombies to death. F.A. Wong shot Myfin a smug look. Can your cat do that? To be honest, Myfin was a little shaken, but even if it lost as a cat, it couldn't lose in presence. On the surface, it put on a look of disdain. Chen Luo was truly speechless. Could it be that F.A. Wong had only comprehended this lightning ball because it was provoked by Myfin? But the improvement wasn't that great because, compared to arc attacks, the lightning ball consumed a bit more. The first floor of the mall mainly sold clothing, and there were more shop assistants and customers. The second floor was the snack section, and the third floor was the fresh food section. There would definitely be more zombies there. When they reached the second floor, Chen Luo said, Fawang, go lure the zombies over. We'll kill them batch by batch. If more than 100 zombies came at once, even Chen Luo would have no choice but to run. It took 5 minutes for Chen Luo and Su Deju to clear out all the zombies on the second floor. And Millie's blue bar was completely drained too. Each time she buffed Chen Luo, it could only last for 2 minutes. Chen Luo said, Millie, go get some bags and pack whatever you want. Take as much as you can carry. Meanwhile, Myfin had already found where the dried fish was stored in the snack section and was begging Chen Luo to help open the package for it. Chen Luo tempted it, saying, "Don't rush. I got fresh fish here. Come back with me later, and I'll make braised fish for you." Myfin was very important to Millie. For its sake, she had actually dared to risk grabbing it from Chen Luo's hands. If not for Myfin, Millie would never have boarded Chen Luo as pirate ship so easily. As long as he had Myfin in hand, it would be hard for Millie to run away. And if Millie didn't run, Mi-Ling wouldn't be able to run either. Besides, Chen Luo also liked this cat a lot. Not only was it ridiculously good-looking, smart, and lovable, its ability was also very special. Chen Luo had realized something. The ability Myfin had awakened was probably not as simple as a mental-type power. A special ability, like telepathic communication, was impossible to be something a mental-type user could grasp in the early stage. At least, Chen Luo had never seen it before. He still couldn't figure out why Myfin had been able to master telepathic communication right after awakening. It was truly his first time seeing something like this. With such a rare cat, how could he not keep a firm hold on it? This was a gluttonous cat. It might not be easy for others to please it, but for Chen Luo, wouldn't it be easy to handle? Sure enough, at the mention of braised fish, Myfin's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, but I haven't eaten dried fish in a long time, and I'm hungry too. Let me eat a little first to fill my stomach. Smiling, Chen Luo helped Myfin open the package of grilled fish slices. Millie, meanwhile, hurriedly started packing supplies. She prioritized candy and chocolate, all the high-calorie foods. At this point, she no longer cared whether eating that stuff would make her gain weight. Looking at the rows of drinks, Millie thought for a moment and chose bottled water instead. Soft drinks were too sweet. They didn't quench thirst at all. If anything, the more you drank, the thirstier you got. Suddenly, because of the shelves blocking her view, Millie didn't notice an abnormally obese figure right away. And this obese figure was treading lightly, trying its best not to make any sound. By coincidence, when this huge figure came down from the third floor, Fuang had gone to patrol the other side and failed to notice it in time. But Fuang was still the first to discover this unusual figure. Woof, woof. Fuang barked out a warning anxiously and rushed toward Millie's direction at top speed. Only because of Fuang's warning did Millie, who had her back to the obese figure, notice this uninvited guest. The moment she saw its face, she was scared out of her wits, her complexion turning deathly pale. This figure was over 2 meters tall. Its whole body looked like a giant meatball, to the point where its legs and neck were almost impossible to see. Its grotesquely swollen belly took up most of its body. The skin on its body looked like boiled pig intestines, full of folds, and an eerie pale pink color. Zombies were already somewhat frightening looking, but compared to this obese figure, they could practically be called cute little darlings. With such a horrifying appearance, anyone seeing it for the first time would be stunned by it. Millie wanted to run, but she actually tripped over the 2 large bags of food she had packed. Fuang barked a warning and rushed over, but Chen Luo got there even faster than Fuang, because Myfin had suddenly given a warning. Myfin, who had been eating dried fish, suddenly stopped and said to Chen Luo, who was petting it, "I feel like Millie is in danger." But Myfin couldn't explain where the danger was coming from. Of course, Chen Luo wouldn't ignore that. Since he didn't know where the danger was coming from, he would just go find Millie. The obese zombie actually let out a sinister laugh and said, "Hungry? So hungry, let me eat you." Staggering to her feet, Millie didn't hesitate for even a second. She hurled the 2 big bags of food she had worked so hard to pack at the obese zombie, then turned and ran. The moment she started running, the still shaken Millie ran straight into the arriving Chen Luo. When Chen Luo saw the obese zombie, his pupils contracted, but he calmly said to Millie, "Get behind me. Don't be afraid. I'm here." That terrifying obese zombie was right in front of them, but after hearing Chen Luo's words, Millie somehow felt her violently pounding heart begin to calm down. Millie stared blankly at the shoulder in front of her. It wasn't especially broad, yet it gave her an inexplicable sense of safety. Chen Luo hadn't expected to run into another mutant here. Probably a 1 in 10,000 chance. He had killed so many zombies already, so running into another one wasn't that strange. Once zombies reached level 1, they would gain a tiny bit of intelligence. The higher their level, the smarter they became. Chen Luo's guess was that there was some kind of virus inside zombies that kept evolving, gradually beginning to control them. The obese zombie in front of him had not been uncommon in his previous life. People called this kind of devourer. Its belly was practically a bottomless pit, and it could eat while excreting at the same time. That image was too beautiful. The devourer in front of him hadn't been eating non-stop. So Chen Luo's luck wasn't bad. At least he didn't have to smell that nauseating stench of excrement. Among others of the same rank, a devourer was extremely troublesome. It had great strength, strong defense, could use a meatball charge, and could also self-destruct on its own. Once it's self-destructed, just imagining the sight of all that flesh and blood in its belly exploding was disgusting enough. Judging from its size, Shenluo could tell it was a level 3 zombie. Not a high level, but the same level as him. If it were some other level 3 ability user, or if Shenluo didn't have the skills he had mastered in his previous life, then even at the same level, dealing with this devourer would be extremely troublesome. But now, it was just a one-sword matter. The Sword of the Void slowly formed in Shenluo's hand. At that moment, Fuang arrived and unleashed the lightning orb it had just learned from behind the devourer. Against ordinary zombies, the lightning orb had strong killing power, but also consumed a lot. It was less practical than electric arcs, but its single target damage was high, so it was still somewhat useful against the obese zombie. The lightning orb exploded on the devourer's back, injuring it there, but for the devourer, it was definitely not a serious wound. Fuang was level 2. The devourer was level 3, and the devourer specialized in defense. The devourer furiously turned around and roared at Fuang. Seizing the opportunity, Shenluo slashed the Sword of the Void at it. There were people who could block Shenluo's not-so-solid Sword of the Void, but that definitely did not include the level 3 devourer in front of him. The devourer was split in two like a tree cut apart by a chainsaw. It never even got the chance to use its self-destructibility before it died in 2 halves. Shenluo turned around and covered Millie's eyes, saying softly, "Don't look. Its corpse is disgusting." That voice was almost hypnotic, making Millie close her eyes involuntarily. At that moment, all Millie could think about was the instant Shenluo had swung the Sword of the Void. He was just too cool. How could he be this cool? With one sword strike, he had killed that terrifying monster. Millie let Shenluo hold her hand and help her to another place. When she opened her eyes, she couldn't help looking at Shenluo. Before, when Shenluo had been fighting zombies with blood and gore all over him, Millie hadn't thought he looked handsome. But now, she suddenly realized that brother Shenluo was actually this handsome. Shenluo looked at Millie too, and for some reason, Millie's face turned red. Shenluo was quite surprised inside. Holy crap, he and expected the appearance of this devourer to be this helpful. Though the whole hero saves the beauty thing was a bit too old-fashioned, the effect really was good. Compared to humans, zombies had worse eyesight, but their hearing and sense of smell had been enhanced a lot. If there were survivors inside them all, it would be very hard to hide from a devourer. And unless it was a heavy iron door, there was no way to block a devourer that had decent strength and could use tools. There were probably no survivors left in the mall. Shenluo rubbed Millie's head. "Millie, how about we form a team together from now on? It'd be good to have someone to look out for each other." Millie nodded, her face flushed red. There were so many supplies in the mall. If it didn't take them, that simply wouldn't be Shenluo's style. Right in front of Millie, Shenluo stored all the supplies on the second floor of the mall that caught his eye into his ability space. Millie was someone he could trust. In his previous life, although Shenluo hadn't teamed up with Li and Ling, he had interacted with them before and understood Li's character. Besides, he couldn't just leave all these supplies here because he was worried about this and that. Originally, the matter of his ability space would be revealed to core members sooner or later anyway. Millie didn't think much of it. She only parted her pink little lips slightly, marveling at the wonder of spatial magic. When they went up to the 3rd floor, they didn't run into any more mutants. There were only ordinary zombies. After spending a bit of time clearing out the zombies, Shenluo looked over the supplies on the 3rd floor. The vegetables were all wilted and limp, but they were barely still edible. Shenluo still took them anyway. Even if he wouldn't eat them himself, he could trade them with others later. Not everyone was as picky as he was. In other people's eyes, even vegetables in this condition were treasures. As for the meat, that really couldn't be taken. It had all spoiled. In summer, without being preserved in a refrigerator, meat would go bad in at most 3 days. Millie found a counter with raw pig trotters. She took out a moldy trotter, unwilling to give up, and sniffed it. She was deeply disappointed. It was completely spoiled. With pig trotters like that, getting diarrhea would already be the best-case scenario. Millie let out a long sigh. She wondered if she would ever get another chance to eat braised pig trotters again. Shenluo watched from the side and secretly laughed, but didn't say anything. He was planning to give Millie a surprise. Shenluo said, "Let us go. It's time for us to leave." Only the 2nd and 3rd floors of the whole supermarket had supplies. The other floors were clothing stores, an amusement area, restaurants, and a movie theater. Millie nodded. Shenluo said, "Millie, come on my place and get familiar with it. We can have dinner too." If not for what had happened at the mall, Millie definitely would have refused. But now, after hearing that, she hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to go. It was that she had to stay home and wait for her sister. If her sister came back and couldn't find her, how worried would she be? Mi-Fan had said Mi-Ling definitely wasn't dead. It had a feeling that Mi-Ling would come back to find her. Millie didn't know whether that was true or not, but she was willing to believe it. Otherwise, she didn't know how unbearable a world without her sister would be. If there had still been food at home, Millie definitely would have chosen not to go anywhere and just wait at home for her sister. There was no way she would have come out with Shenluo. Millie said awkwardly, "Brother Shenluo, I want to go too, but I have to wait for my sister." How about, after my sister comes back, I'll go then? Chen Luo had told Mi Fan before that he would take it to eat braised fish, and while Mi Li was hesitating, Mi Fan was already impatient. Mi Fan directly urged Mi Li, didn't you leave a note at home? Mi Ling won't worry if she sees it. Besides, I have a feeling Mi Ling won't come back today. Only someone communicating with it telepathically could hear Mi Fan's words. Hearing that, Mi Li seemed to make up her mind and asked, Brother Chen Luo, your house isn't far, right? Chen Luo gave his address. It really wasn't far. And Mi Li said, all right then, but I can't stay too long. Chen Luo glanced at her. If you were willing to stay the night. Of course I wouldn't refuse either. After calling over Sudaju and Fa Wang, the group set off for home. The most anxious one was Mi Fan. It had even dreamed last night that it was eating fish. In all the world, there was probably no greater happiness than a cat eating fish. In the car, Chen Luo, who was driving, looked at Mi Fan, who was fidgeting restlessly and almost unable to wait, and couldn't help finding it a little funny. This cat really was somewhat magical. It could actually sense danger. Even though this ability was still weak at the moment, it was already incredibly astonishing. This was something only a spirit-type ability user of at least level 10 could do. But then why hadn't Mi Fan sensed Fa Wang biting it? After thinking about it, Chen Luo came up with the answer. Because that didn't count as danger at all. It was more like a stroke of good fortune. Very soon, Chen Luo returned home. He didn't have Mayu open the door, because Chen Luo had a key. The room was pitch black. Mayu, who had been paying close attention to the movement at the entrance, quickly noticed that someone had entered the house. What she saw was Chen Luo and the others. She immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then when she saw Mi Li, Mayu was greatly shocked again. How'd he go out once and come back with such a stunning little beauty? Chen Luo smiled and introduced them. Mi Li, this is Sister Mayu. You can call her Sister Yu. This is Mi Li. Just call her Mi Li. Calling her Li Li actually doesn't sound as nice. Mi Li politely called out, Sister Yu. Mi Fan urged, fish, fish, fish. Chen Luo laughed. Sister Yu, hurry up and start cooking. Make one braised fish for this one first. Mi Fan. Mayu looked at Mi Fan in surprise. It really was a very beautiful cat, but this treatment, making food for a first? Even Fa Wang didn't get treatment like this. Mayu said, cats can't eat things that are too salty. How about I make a steamed fish for it instead? Mi Li directly made the decision for Mi Fan and agreed. But Mi Fan said to Mayu, make two. The bigger kind. Mayu was startled by the voice that suddenly appeared in her mind. Only after Chen Luo explained did she understand why Mi Fan's status was so high. Before Chen Luo got home, Mayu had already started preparing dinner. The dishes were ready, just waiting to be cooked once Chen Luo arrived. Following Chen Luo's request, she first served Mi Fan 2 steamed sea bass. When the dish was placed in front of Mi Fan, the fresh and delicious aroma spread everywhere. Mi Li liked fish too, but this had been made for Mi Fan. If there hadn't been other people around, Mi Li definitely would have snatched one for herself. But with everyone standing there, she was too embarrassed to do that. So she could only secretly swallow her saliva. Oh, Mi Fan, you don't even know to give me one. All the love I gave you before was for nothing. Mayu's cooking skills naturally needed no praise. Smelling that enticing aroma, Mi Fan was so excited it was almost crying. Heaven have mercy, I, Mi Fan, am eating fish again, and such fragrant fish at that. Mi Fan let out a cheerful cry, then began feasting heartily from the plate prepared for it. Watching from the side, Mi Li felt so distracted she could barely focus. Meanwhile, while Mi Fan was busy eating fish, Chen Luo Kunti helped vigorously petting it all over with both hands. Petting a cat feels good for a moment. Petting a cat forever feels good forever. Mi Fan Kunti helped saying, lighter, lighter. If you keep petting me like that, you're going to pet me bald. In fact, Chen Luo had no idea how many dishes were in his ability space. He could take them out and start eating immediately. But obviously, what Mayu made tasted much better. Besides, Chen Luo was holding back some bad intentions. If he made Mi Li stay hungry a little longer, the food would taste even better when she ate it later. He didn't make Mi Li wait too long. Very soon, the first dish, deep-fried small yellow croaker, was ready. Now this was real dried little fish. Mi Li swallowed hard, her eyes sneaking toward the small yellow croakers like a thief. Myfin, on the other hand, had no restraint at all. It still hadn't finished the steamed perch Mayu made for it, yet it was already thinking about the dried little fish again. Chen Luo, make me those dried little fish tomorrow. You can pet me however you want. Lo, EQ really? Deal. Chen Luo, Myfin, you're so well behaved. Whatever you want to eat, I'll do my best to get it for you. Myfin let out touched little whimpers. Chen Luo, you're way too good to me. Chen Luo said to Mi Li, you must be hungry. Have some fried little yellow croaker first to fill your stomach a bit. Even though Mi Li was already craving it to death, her good manners still made her shake her head. No thanks. Sister Yu is busy. I'll wait and eat with her. Seeing that Mi Li insisted, Chen Luo didn't try to persuade her further. The remaining dishes were finished one after another. With a glutton-level big eater like Su Daju around, Chun Luo's side always had 8 dishes and 1 soup besides breakfast, and every dish came in large portions. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to eat. Within a week, unless Chun Luo specifically asked for it, Mayu wouldn't make the same dish twice. Other people just ate whatever they could get. There was no room to be picky. Want to choose? Having anything to eat at all was already pretty good. At Chun Luo's place, it was all about whatever he felt like eating. As long as he wanted it, they'd have it. Tonight's dishes were fried little yellow croaker, shredded pork with celery, sweet and sour spare ribs, pickled mustard fish, braised Crucian carp, stir-fried potatoes, eggplants and peppers, bean sprouts with vermicelli, iced tomatoes with rock sugar, and seaweed egg drop soup. Millie was dumbfounded, even before the apocalypse. She had rarely eaten this many dishes at once. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, but that she wouldn't be able to finish it. So there's no need to waste food like this. Millie said emotionally, Brother Chun Luo, even if this is my first time visiting, isn't this way too much? Mayu found a little funny. Should she tell this child that this was how they normally ate too? Millie reacting like this was normal. Hadn't Mayu been just as shocked when she first arrived? But Chun Luo didn't say anything, and she couldn't tell what he meant, so she stayed silent too. Chun Luo waved a hand grandly. It's fine. We're teammates. Hurry and eat. You must have been hungry a long time ago, right? Let's eat. Chun Luo was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Otherwise, Millie definitely would have felt awkward. Sure enough, only after seeing Chun Luo start eating did Millie finally dare to pick up a piece of the fried little yellow croaker she had been eyeing for ages. The smell of it had already tempted her so badly that her stomach had started growling. The moment the little yellow croaker entered her mouth, that crispy, fragrant, tender texture spread through her whole body, and Millie suddenly had the urge to cry. Woo, it's even better than I imagined. Chun Luo smiled. Millie, don't be polite. I don't have a habit of serving food to people. Whatever you want to eat, just take it. After saying that, Chun Luo started eating in big mouthfuls. The more refined he acted, the more restrained Millie would feel. Only if he acted more open and hearty would Millie loosen up. Millie responded with a faint blush on her face. Just the 2 steamed perch had already made Myphin's little belly bulge out, and it was now rubbing it with its paws to help digest. Suddenly, Fuang tapped Chun Luo with a paw, then barked a few times at Myphin. Fuang thought, Myphin may be a combat Power 5 weakling, but its coming here wasn't without benefits. At least it could help translate for him. Fuang, little trash cat, translate this for me. Tell Master I'm sick of meat. Tonight, I want rice soaked in vegetable soup. Little trash cat? Who was a little trash cat? Myphin got angry. It had originally planned to translate for Fuang by saying that it wanted to eat shit, but when it heard the rest, sick of meat? Myphin relayed it to Millie in disbelief. Millie's eyes widened. Sick of meat? Are those even human words? Oh, right. They really weren't human words. Then she thought it over and accepted it. Brother Chun Luo was so capable. Was something like this really that strange? Chun Luo personally took Fuang's big food basin, filled half of it with rice, then poured in a bit of soup over the top. Even such a simple bowl of rice soaked in vegetable soup was already something many people now could only dream about. Millie normally ate only 1 bowl of rice per meal, but this meal she directly wiped out 3 bowls. Having eaten too much, Millie lowered her head a little awkwardly. Mayu smiled and stopped Millie, who had wanted to fight her for dishwashing duty. After a moment of silence, Millie said, Brother Chun Luo, I've stayed quite a while. I should go back now. I'm afraid if my sister comes home and doesn't see me, she'll get worried. Chun Luo nodded, but there was no way he could let Millie go back alone. At that rate, she probably wouldn't even make it home alive. In the end, she was only a healer. Even if she cast buffs on herself, at most she could handle 2 zombies. So someone definitely had to escort her back. But if he escorted her back, what if Millie got hurt while he wasn't around? In his previous life, that hadn't happened to Millie. But now, with him as this butterfly in the picture, who knew whether a butterfly effect might happen? What Chun Luo valued in getting close to Millie wasn't just her beauty. Well, you can put that absolutely. An 18-year-old girl was liked by men of any age. But what mattered most was Millie's ability. Not only was Millie talented, her comprehension was even better. Some skills weren't something you could master just by reaching the required level. Millie was the only light-type ability user who had mastered resurrection magic. Just like Chun Luo, even though there were other space-type ability users too, Chun Luo was the only one who had mastered Void Walk. The importance of resurrection magic went without saying. Nothing could happen to Millie. As for Myphin, to be honest, its ability was to foresee things and avoid danger by seeking fortune and dodging misfortune. It could tell whether a target held goodwill or malice. That was national treasure level 2. Thinking of this, Chun Luo made a decision. He would personally protect Myphin and Millie. Getting Millie to move over to his place was impossible, because she had to wait for her sister. Chun Luo also had to wait for Mi Ling, that spirit flame princess. In that case, he might as well move over there himself. Thinking this, Chun Luo said, Millie, it doesn't matter where I live. How about this, does you sister you? And I move over to your place. There should definitely be empty houses next to yours. We can move directly into one. and it'll be easier for us to look after each other. Mealy froze for a moment, then said in incomparable delight, "Okay, what mutual care?" It was obviously brother Chen Luo looking after her. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Does you, sister, you pack up? We're getting ready to move." In Chen Luo's team, Chen Luo was the absolute core. Although Ma Yu felt a bit reluctant to leave the environment she had just started getting used to, she still agreed without a second word. The move was only temporary. Mealy's place wasn't suitable for permanent residence, much less as a gathering point. And with a space ability user like Chen Luo around, wasn't moving easy? Anything that needed to be taken along could just be tossed straight into his ability space. What Ma Yu packed were cooking tools, some seasonings, and daily necessities. Chen Luo and Su Daju only brought some clothes. It didn't even take 5 minutes before Chen Luo and the others had finished packing. The cab of the heavy truck was large, so 4 people, 1 cat, and 1 dog didn't feel crowded inside. In the car, Su Daju was following a costume drama series. Taking advantage of the free time now, he addictively pulled out his phone and started playing it. Maifin curiously squatted behind Su Daju and watched. A coquettish female voice came from the phone. "You deadbeat. Why did you only get here now?" Sudatsu grinned foolishly in delight. Maifin watched with great interest too. Mealy, meanwhile, looked very envious. Her phone had run out of power long ago. She disliked it even if it was only used as a brick. Seeing Mealy's expression, Chen Luo took out a phone and a power bank and handed them to her. "Take it and play with it. There are lots of movies, novels, and games on it. I also have a laptop here. Do you want it?" Chen Luo had dozens of laptops here too. He and T bought that many of them before, and now in the digital mall, there was no shortage of this kind of stuff. Mealy sighed and said, "Brother Chen Luo, I feel like you're just like Doraemon. You got a treasure box with everything in it." When they got near Mealy's residential complex, Chen Luo hesitated about where the heavy truck should be parked. After thinking about it, he relaxed. Anywhere was fine. The heavy truck was about to lose its value anyway. Once the zombies evolved to first level, they wouldn't keep acting stupid and let themselves be run over without dodging. And after reaching first level, zombies would be like humans, able to release all kinds of spells, just with very weak power. Weak as they were still enough to threaten a heavy truck. On the 20th day after the apocalypse began, zombies had already started evolving one after another. Some very few zombies had even already evolved to first level because they had eaten people. If the survivor's strength increased slower than the zombies, the outcome spoke for itself. Chen Luo drove into Mealy's residential complex and casually found a place to stop. Now, Mealy wasn't afraid when she saw zombies anymore. She wasn't panicked at all. This change had happened in just a few hours. The best temporary place to stay was the unit directly across from Mealy's home. The door to this place was tightly shut, but the window was actually open, which meant no one was home. Su Daju easily climbed to the 2nd floor. With just a little force from his hand, the security bars were snapped apart on the spot. The door had been locked with a key, so it couldn't be opened even from inside. No one knew how to pick locks, so Su Daju could only force it open. But the door was ruined. A door wasn't exactly a strong defensive measure, but if someone broke in by force, it could at least serve as a warning. Otherwise, some random cat or dog, or even rats, might get in and very likely threaten everyone's safety. Mealy thought for a moment and said, "How about staying at my place instead? My home has 4 bedrooms and 1 living room. It's just enough for everyone." Could Chen Luo refuse? "I'm supposed to protect you up close, after all." It was already past 9 at night. With no electricity, Mealy's home was pitch black. Chen Luo drew the curtains and took out several battery-powered desk lamps. The light from these lamps wasn't very bright. Looking at the light, Mealy couldn't help but feel a sense of security. If Chen Luo weren't here, she would have dared turn the lights on even if she had them. She might not be very old, but her sense of caution wasn't weak at all. For the past few days, as soon as night came, the entire room would be swallowed by darkness. Hungry and thirsty, she could only sit there in the dark in a daze. Thinking about it now, she didn't even know how she had endured it. Now, the outside world was full of danger, but with Chen Luo here, Mealy felt inexplicably at ease. Like performing magic, Chen Luo took out 2 watermelons and said with a smile, "Time to eat watermelon." Mealy's favorite fruit was watermelon. Looking at the watermelons, Mealy felt as if she were dreaming. Everything that had happened today felt like a dream. She thought of the terrifying fat zombie they had encountered in the mall, how Chen Luo had stood in front of her like a mountain, and how well he treated her. Unable to help herself, Mealy hugged Chen Luo. "Brother Chen Luo, I feel like the luckiest thing in my life was meeting you and my sister." With Mealy hugging him like this, Chen Luo couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. "Sai, my charm stat is too high. There's nothing I can do about it. I only just met Mealy today. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Otherwise, my ugly true face would be exposed." Maya looked at Mealy and thought, for someone like Chen Luo, handsome, considerate, with a great personality, and rich too, if he seriously flirted with someone, who could possibly withstand it? It was only because he hadn't flirted with me. Otherwise, it felt like I wouldn't be able to resist either. Mealy also came back to her senses. She let go of Chun Luo, her face flushed red, and took small bites of watermelon to hide the embarrassment in her heart. After eating the watermelon, Mealy started arranging rooms for everyone. Sister you can stay in this room. I used to let my classmates stay here when they came over once in a while. Brother Deju, this room was my sister's painting room. Just move a bed in and it'll be fine. Sooth Deju said indifferently. I'll just sleep on the floor. It's cooler that way. No need to move a bed in. Too much trouble. Brother Chin Luo. This room is my sister's room. You can stay here. If someone absolutely had to stay in Ling's room, the most suitable person should have been Mayu. But Mealy assigned it to Chin Luo instead, because this room had the best conditions. Sima Zhao's intentions were obvious to every passerby. Mai didn't tease her either. It didn't matter which room she stayed in. Chin Luo was a little stunned. I'm staying in Ling's room? That's great. But if Ling comes back, where will she stay? Whatever. I'll stay here first and worry about that later. Ling's room was decorated in an overall light blue tone, with an elegant style and a faint fragrance in the air. A bamboo mat had already been spread over the bed. Chun Luo lay down on it in a starfish shape. It was seriously comfortable. Remembering something, Chun Luo took out the crystals, washed them, then came into the living room and handed them to Mealy. This is a crystal. Hold it in your hand and absorb the power inside. If I had to explain it in game terms, it can increase your mana and level. When you feel like your body can't take it anymore, don't force yourself to keep absorbing. Chin Luo taught Mealy some basic common knowledge, and Mealy nodded in confusion. Not absorbing crystals didn't mean the power of one's ability couldn't increase at all. It was just slower than absorbing crystals. Today, Mealy had already used her strength enhancement 7 times. If she absorbed once tonight, and then again tomorrow night, Mealy would be able to break through to 2nd level. Chun Luo returned to Ling's room and also planned to start absorbing crystals, then go to sleep after he finished. But what Chun Luo didn't expect was that Mi Fan was actually sitting on the bed, waiting for him. Mi Fan gave Chun Luo a flirtatious look. You dead ghost, what took you so long? Mi Fan and F.A. Wong, although their intelligence had greatly increased, still hadn't received 9 years of compulsory education. Their Chinese wasn't very good. Chinese characters were broad and profound, and there were some phrases they simply didn't understand. For example, have you come? I came. Come on, come. Still coming or not? Not coming, can't come. Hith. Mi Fan just thought it was fun. She didn't understand what it meant. So when she saw Chun Luo arrive, she tossed that line out. Chun Luo, Mi Fan said, I'm sleeping with you tonight. Tomorrow I'll sleep with Mealy again. Oh, so you really are a scumbag cat. You even know how to spread the favor around. Without another word, Chun Luo started petting Mi Fan hard. Mi Fan really was lovable, pretty, well-behaved, and sweet-talking too. They had only just met today, but Chun Luo already liked Mi Fan a lot. How much did he like her? If Chun Luo had nothing left and only 1 dried fish remained, then he definitely wouldn't eat it himself. He defeated to Mi Fan instead. You eat the dried fish, I'll eat. Mi Fan, stop touching my belly, it's so ticklish. Let me see whether you're male or female. So you're a little female cat. After fooling around with Mi Fan for a while, Chun Luo started absorbing crystals. Of course, Mi Fan got her share too. Mi Fan, come cultivate with your big brother in my arms. What pleasantly surprised Chun Luo a little was that Mi Fan could absorb 8 crystals, only slightly worse than F.A. Wong. Tomorrow he would ask Mealy how many she could absorb. After Chun Luo finished absorbing them, he felt it out. In about 6 or 7 more days, he should be able to reach 4th level. At that time, the lowest grade crystals will be useless to him. At night, Mi Fan slept curled up by Chun Luo's hand. If Chun Luo hadn't resisted with all his might, Mi Fan would have insisted on sleeping pressed tightly on top of his stomach. How was he supposed to sleep like that? The next day, the first one to get up was Mayu. She had to make breakfast after all. Breakfast was handmade by her. Big meat buns, eggs, served with rice porridge, and shredded cucumber as the side dish. Sigh, you really couldn't ask for too much. This was the apocalypse, after all. Chun Luo yawned and sat down at the table. After he finished eating, Mayu would naturally clean up. This feeling of just opening your mouth and having food brought to you was really nice. Chun Luo asked Mealy, how many crystals can you absorb? Mealy said 9. Is that a bit too few? Fuang, chewing on a big meat bun, thought it is a bit few. That's 1 less than a dog. Chun Luo smiled. Being able to absorb 9 at level 1 is already top tier. After breakfast, it was naturally time to have fun. What else would he do? Chun Luo took out the storage battery and study materials he had bought, then connected Mealy's home's electricity to the battery. The refrigerator, TV, and things like that could all be used now. As for the air conditioner, forget it. The air conditioner in Mealy's home wasn't a silent one. Sudaju was still watching his TV drama, while Chun Luo took out a desktop computer and started playing the AAA games on it. When it came to the experience, a desktop was still better in the end. Honestly, the fun of many single-player games wasn't any worse than online games. And single-player games didn't even need an internet connection. One large game could support at least a month of Chun Luo's leisure time. And Chun Luo had copied every game on the market that he could get his hands on. He had over 1,000 game discs. Sometimes Mealy watched Chun Luo play. Sometimes she chatted with Mayu. And sometimes she looked at her phone by herself. But every now and then, she would look out the window, worried about Mi Ling. If her sister could come back safely, then she would ask for nothing else. Mealy was a senior in high school. At the beginning of June was the time for the college entrance exam. Mealy hadn't gone to school and had chosen to stay home to prepare in peace. The university Mi Ling attended was local, but she still had a dorm room at school because the school and home were really too far apart. One was in the east of the city, the other in the west. A daily round trip took 4 to 5 hours. If she had fewer classes, she would choose to go home. If she had more, she could only stay at school. When the apocalypse broke out, it was a little past 9, just when one class had ended. Mi Ling had gone to the restroom. If it had happened while class was in session, in a densely crowded area, she would most likely have met a bad end. When a zombie mutation happened, Mi Ling panicked too, but while the zombies were busy feeding, she ran out of the teaching building and hid in the small woods on campus. The entire university town, although located in the near suburbs and some distance from the city center, had 5 universities clustered together. On top of that, there were street vendors and nearby residential areas. The number of zombies was not small at all. In the small woods, Mi Ling happened to awaken her fire ability, but she felt no joy at all. She was even more worried about Mealy's safety at home. Had Mealy turned into a zombie, or had she run into danger? Mi Ling was deeply worried and wished she could immediately grow a pair of wings and fly home. It had to be mentioned that Mi Ling's fighting ability was no joke. She and her younger sister only had each other. 2 weak women, and both so beautiful. If they had no means of self-defense, that would be far too dangerous. Mi Ling had put in hard work and had a powerful set of anti-harassment combat skills. Before the apocalypse, without abilities, if Chun Luo had run into Mi Ling, he probably would have gotten hung up and beaten. Mi Ling told herself that she absolutely couldn't panic. It would be pointless if her younger sister was safe. But she rushed home in a panic and got herself killed instead. After spending 2 days, Mi Ling, with her anti-harassment skills and ability, finally found a chance to escape from school. Her target was the direction of home. If she went home from the school in a straight line, she would pass through who knew how many busy downtown areas. That would undoubtedly be suicide. So Mi Ling planned to go around from outside the city and make a huge detour back home. This route was nearly over 300 kilometers. When she left the school, Mi Ling ran into 4 classmates from the same university, 3 men and 1 woman. They naturally recognized Mi Ling, the campus belle. With Mi Ling's breathtaking cold beauty and a figure that made people impulsive just thinking about it, she naturally had many admirers. These 4 classmates all wanted to escape the zombie-filled school. They didn't really have any destination themselves, so when they saw that Mi Ling was going home, they naturally wanted to follow her. And Mi Ling did not refuse. 1 more person meant 1 more helper. Mi Ling had no confidence at all that she could make it home alone. The unease along the way far exceeded Mi Ling's imagination. The sedan Mi Ling found was not Chun Luo's heavy truck. If small cars were blocking the road, they had to get out and move them. And the roads outside the city were not wilderness. There weren't too many cars, but there weren't too few either. Where there were cars, there were zombies too. And Mi Ling was not the flame princess of later generations. Even though she advanced to level 2 a few days later, she still couldn't deal with multiple zombies. After dealing with them, she had to rest and recover her mana bar. Otherwise, she couldn't use her ability. Fight zombies barehanded? The 4 classmates weren't much help, and they still had to split the food. 1 man and 1 woman died, leaving only 2 boys, Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu. Mi Ling even had to stay on guard against them from time to time. She was really exhausted. Without navigation, the 3 of them actually took the wrong road. Along the way, Mi Ling lacked food and water, and she also had to worry about Mealy the whole time. She became utterly haggard. At the worst point, Mi Ling went a whole day without eating. Mi Ling thought sorrowfully, I'm already living with such difficulty. What must the frail Mealy be going through? Had she already starved to death at home? Or had she gone out to search for supplies and been eaten by zombies? Because of this, Mi Ling often had nightmares. Mealy would say you were talking nonsense. She was eating even better now than before the apocalypse when she was at home. Home was right in front of her now, but there was still one final stretch of urban road, the hardest part to cross. Mi Ling prayed in her heart, Mealy, if you're still alive, hold on. Big Sis specially saved a piece of chocolate for you. The closer she got to home, the more chaotic Mi Ling's heart became. She was afraid that after returning home, she would run into the worst scene she could imagine, or that Mealy would be nowhere to be found. Mi Ling walked in front, while Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu followed behind. Just looking at these two made Mi Ling mentally tired. They were fine in favorable fights, like when there were 1 or 2 zombies. But once there were more, they would only hide behind her, and they ran even faster than she did. Useless at everything. And when it came to eating, they never left anything behind. It wasn't like they were completely useless. When they ran into other survivors, They could barely count as extra numbers, and against a small number of zombies, they could at least let her use a tiny bit less effort. They kept saying they were helping her find her younger sister, but Mi Ling felt more that they wanted to find someone strong to rely on while also getting close to her. At least put in some effort. If she found Mi Ling, it would be best to draw a clear line between herself and them, Mi Ling thought. Finally, Mi Ling arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, and she was already prepared for battle. How could she not know how many people normally lived in this complex? There were definitely plenty of zombies. When traveling 100 miles, 90 is only halfway. She couldn't relax and get careless on the final stretch, only to overturn at the end. But after entering the complex, she discovered in confusion that there really were not many zombies in the entire place. Just 2 or 3 here and there. Why were there so few zombies? No matter the reason, this was a good thing for Mi Ling. When passing by the supermarket, Mi Ling instinctively looked inside. If she could bring some supplies back on the way, that would be even better. Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu moved even faster than Mi Ling, but they were disappointed. Several supermarkets were completely empty inside. Along the way, aside from the first few days, when they had run into one stocked supermarket, all the supermarkets they found later were empty in 8 out of 10 cases. As for the remaining 2, they had far too many zombies inside, and they didn't dare go in. That was normal. Zombies were terrifying, but hunger was even more terrifying than they were. Running into zombies didn't necessarily mean death, but hunger really could starve a person to death. If someone had enough courage, after making a few more trips, they could empty out an entire supermarket. Not caring about any of that, Mi Ling ran in big strides to the downstairs of her apartment building. There weren't any zombies around, so she didn't need to worry about anything and shouted with all her strength. Mili, are you there? Are we having barbecue tonight? Yujia, can you make it? Chen Luo wanted to change of pace. He suddenly remembered that it had been more than half a month since he'd last had barbecue. If they paired it with ice-cold beer, how satisfying would that be? As for the grill, Chen Luo had specifically prepared one. He had every kind of seasoning. Mayu smiled and said, I can't compare to top-tier barbecue masters, but it'll definitely be no worse than what you get outside. Then I'll start getting the marinade ready now. Just tell me what skewers you want. Also, the smoke for barbecue is way too heavy. There's no way we can do it at home. Satisfied, Chen Luo said it's fine. We'll grill on the rooftop. Even if someone noticed, Chen Luo wouldn't panic. Even if there was a little trouble, compared to the deliciousness of barbecue, it wasn't worth mentioning. Chen Luo was just about to ask Su Dezhu and Mi Li what skewers they wanted when shouting suddenly came from downstairs. Mi Li's whole body trembled, and an expression of overwhelming joy appeared on her face. She said excitedly, it's my sister. My sister's back, wearing slippers, denim shorts, and a short-sleeve shirt. Mi Li impatiently ran downstairs. Chen Luo muttered inwardly, I've waited so long. You're finally here. Mi Ling Chen Luo followed, right behind Mi Li. As Mi Li ran, she shouted back loudly, Sis, I'm here. Hearing Mi Li's reply, Mi Ling was just as excited, and then she saw Mi Li come downstairs. Before she could get a better look, Mi Li spread her arms and threw herself at Mi Ling. The two sisters happily embraced. Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu stared at Mi Li in shock. The older sister, Mi Ling, was a campus belle, and the younger sister, Mi Li, was no worse. Damn, if we could get both of these sisters, wouldn't that be amazing? Chen Luo looked over. He hadn't expected that it wasn't just Mi Ling. There are also 2 refugees. No, 3 refugees. Mi Ling was a refugee too. After more than 10 days without a bath, exposed to sun and wind, eating badly, drinking badly, and worrying day and night, even a peerless beauty would look haggard. Mi Ling's face was haggard now. She had some dark circles. Her hair was dry and lifeless, and only a faint trace of her former cold beauty remained. Her face was even dirty. Part of it was truly because of the circumstances, and part of it was intentional on Mi Ling's part. She had deliberately made herself uglier to avoid trouble. Only her magnificent chest was still astonishing. Chen Luo's appearance immediately made Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu wary. Who's this guy? Why is he with Mi Li? We never heard that Mi Ling had a younger brother or older brother. From the corner of her eye, Mi Ling saw Chen Luo and instantly looked at him with vigilance as well. In Chen Luo's arms, Mi Fan lazily meowed at Mi Ling. Mi Fan had long had a premonition that Mi Ling would be fine, so she hadn't worried at all. Mi Li smiled. Sis, this is Brother Chen Luo. While you were gone, it was all thanks to Brother Chen Luo taking care of me. Mi Ling's brows relaxed slightly. Taking care of her? What kind of taking care? But looking at Mi Li's good complexion, it did seem like she'd been taken care of very well. And Mi Fan was actually behaving obediently in his arms. With Mi Li safe, a huge weight in Mi Ling's heart finally fell away. The first time they met Mi Li, Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu made a decision in their hearts. They had to build a good relationship with Mi Li. Mi Ling had always been lukewarm and hard to approach. Maybe they could start from Mi Li instead, or just directly pursue Mi Li. Mi Li had no dirt on her body, and they only thought it was because she'd stayed at home and hadn't gone outside. Her rosy complexion, they thought, was because she was happy to see her older sister Mi Ling. They hadn't thought any deeper about it at all, and were just guessing Mi Li's condition based on their own imagination. She must be very hungry, right? Along the way, they had come to understand quite clearly how important food was. They decided to steal themselves and take out some meeting gifts. Just as Zhang Jun was about to try to please Mi Li, Wang Xinwu made the first move. From his pants pocket, Wang Xinwu carefully took out a crumpled bag of bread. There were still 3 slices inside. Holding it out with both hands, Wang Xinwu said to Mi Li, "Little sister Mi Li, you must be hungry, right? I have bread here. Take it and eat." Looking at the crumpled bread, Mi Li was honestly speechless. Mi Li smiled awkwardly. "No need, really." Wang Xinwu thought Mi Li was just being polite. Gritting his teeth, he took out the only sausage he had left, the kind that cost 1 yuan a pack. "Little sister Mi Li, don't be polite. Bread with sausage, a perfect match." Zhang Jun looked at Wang Xinwu in shock. "Damn, you're going all in?" It was already hard to find supplies in the supermarkets outside, unless you risked going into the kind with lots of zombies. "You're really not planning to live anymore?" Zhang Jun had originally wanted to give Mi Li his packet of instant noodles, but seeing Wang Xinwu bleeding this much, he felt there was no need to follow suit. "You're ruthless. I'm out. I'll just focus on pleasing Mi Ling." Seeing that Mi Li still had no intention of taking it, Wang Xinwu froze. "Mi Li, why aren't you eating?" 2 random people suddenly showed up and immediately asked if she wanted to eat. Mi Li didn't know these 2 at all. If her sister hadn't brought them back, she would have left immediately. Not to mention that Chen Luo was here. Even if he wasn't, Mi Li still wouldn't take food from strangers. Also, Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu hadn't bathed for more than 10 days. After running all over the place, the sweaty stench on them nearly made Mi Li faint, and they kept moving closer. Mi Li was about to cry. "Please, stop coming closer. I'm really not hungry." Mi Ling was just about to take out the chocolate she had purposely saved. It couldn't be helped. Food had been far too scarce on this trip. They had circled around from outside the city, and there weren't many stores along the way. But looking at Mi Li's healthy complexion, rosy and fair, it was obvious at a glance that she'd been living quite comfortably. Then comparing it to herself, the current her was basically a dark-faced hag. Mi Ling suspiciously looked at Chen Luo again. With Chen Luo's clothes and complexion, if not for using herself as a comparison, Mi Ling really would have thought this was a handsome guy from normal times who had merely come downstairs for a walk. Did he really take such good care of my sister? Since Mi Li wouldn't take it, Wang Xinwu's outstretched hand looked extremely awkward. Could it be that she really wasn't hungry? "I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. When you get hungry later, if you want it then, it won't be there anymore." Mi Li said awkwardly, "Sis, let's go inside." Watching from the side, Chen Luo secretly laughed. "So even you, Flame Princess Ling, can end up this bedraggled? If I didn't look at your chest, I almost wouldn't have recognized you." Mi Ling said to Chen Luo with gratitude, "Hello, I'm Mi Ling. Thank you for taking care of my little sister." Mi Ling was still guarded against Chen Luo, but no matter what, Mi Li really had been taken care of very well and hadn't suffered any harm at all. Chen Luo smiled faintly. "My name is Chen Luo." Mi Ling reached out, about to take Mi Fan from Chen Luo's arms. After not seeing Mi Fan for so many days, she missed her too. All right? She was also happy that Mi Fan hadn't died, but Mi Fan turned her face aside and refused. At the same time, she used her telepathic ability to speak with Mi Ling. Go away. You haven't bathed in days, have you? You're filthy. What if you get me dirty?" "It doesn't matter if you get me dirty, but if Chen Luo holds me afterward and I get Chen Luo dirty too, that would be very bad." After hearing Mi Fan's words, Mi Ling first showed a look of disbelief. Mi Fan can talk. But right after that, Mi Ling's face went completely dark. Are those even human words? It wasn't because she disliked me for being dirty, but because she was worried about getting Chen Luo dirty. So, she wouldn't let me hold her? "I'm your master, all right?" Mi Ling couldn't understand it. Why had Myfin completely switched sides after just half a month apart? Even though she was shocked by Myfin's ability, Mi Ling didn't make a scene. Mi Ling glanced at Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu behind her. They'd eat one last meal together, then go their separate ways. It wasn't that Mi Ling wanted to burn the bridge after crossing it or kill the donkey after it had turned the millstone. The truth was, these two had been less than useless the entire way. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. In front of them, she had basically been their hired thug, clearing obstacles and cutting a path for them. Whenever danger showed up, all they did was cower behind her. She really must have had something wrong with her head back then to pick up these 2 deadweights. She'd had enough. She couldn't let them keep dragging her and her sister down. It was too unsafe. Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu followed along happily. "My life of living with the school beauty is about to begin. Once we live together and spend more time together, won't the feelings come naturally? After all, we'd escorted you all the way here to find your sister." Mi Ling probed, "Is there still anything to eat at home?" She was starving too. Originally, she'd planned to go look for supplies after seeing her sister. There were no supplies left in the supermarket, but there had to be supplies somewhere in the residential complex. Find a few apartments whose owners had turned into zombies, and just taking some rice at random would be enough to keep them going for the time being. Chen Luo gave a light snort. Of course there was food, more than they could count. But as for all that good stuff, unless you Ling listen to me, roll with me, and call me big brother, don't even think about it. Chen Luo raised his voice and shouted, Sister you, isn't there still a little rice left at home? Cook some. After all, you're me Li's sister. It wouldn't look right if I were stingy to the bone. I'll let you eat some rice, at least. There was no way Ma Yu hadn't noticed what had happened downstairs. She just hadn't gone down. When she heard Chen Luo's words, she froze for a moment. Weren't we getting ready to have barbecue? But she wasn't stupid, and she instantly understood what Chen Luo meant. Ma Yu nodded and said, All right, I'll go cook some right now. There's another woman in the house. Ling actually felt a bit more at ease. Chen Luo added another reminder, and don't wash the rice. Don't waste water. Normally, the rice Chen Luo and the others ate was of course washed first. But for Ling's group of 3, was that necessary? No. For Li's sake, it was already generous enough that they were getting anything to eat. Ma Yu laughed. There really was no need to wash it. At most, it was a little dirty, but not dirty enough to matter much. Only when they heard the mention of water did Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu realize their throats were practically smoking. Along the way, not only food but water had been a huge problem. On top of that, with the scorching weather, both of them felt like they were about to collapse. At this point, they had already reached Li's front door. Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu couldn't wait any longer and rushed to get water. They went straight for the kitchen and saw Ma Yu holding a large bottle of purified water, pouring it into the rice cooker. Without a word, Zhang Zhun snatched the bottle, which still had about 1/3 left, right out of Ma Yu's hands. He lifted it straight up and drank from the mouth of the bottle like a madman. If Wang Xinwu hadn't kept urging him from the side, Zhang Zhun could have kept drinking for half a minute. Wang Xinwu didn't even mind Zhang Zhun's saliva. He grabbed the bottle and started chugging from it too. Watching the two of them drink straight from the bottle like beggars, Ma Yu was instantly filled with disgust. Ma Yu snapped, There are bowls right here. Can't you pour it into a bowl before drinking? If you drink like that, what are other people supposed to do? Zhang Zhun said carelessly, Sorry about that. We were just too thirsty. Don't worry, we're not sick. But Wang Xinwu said, unhappily, You people have been sitting at home without going out into the sun. So of course you're not thirsty. Do you know how much we've suffered on the way here? Zhang Zhun chimed in, Yeah. Try to understand. We won't do it like this next time. Ma Yu's face turned cold. Why should I understand you? What do I care how much you've suffered? It's not like I made you suffer. Ling shook her head. She couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Once the meal was over, they'd split up. Feeling sorry for her sister, Li handed Ling the bottle of Nutrient Express she'd already drunk from and that still had more than half left. Ling was desperately thirsty too. She drank a little less than half, then left the rest for Li, but somehow the more she drank, the thirstier she felt. Something this tasty should be left for Li anyway. Wang Xinwu and Zhang Zhun, now feeling somewhat full from drinking, walked out of the kitchen and looked around the place with satisfaction. As expected of the school beauty's home, not only was it spacious, the decor had a lot of style too. The only problem was that there was another man here. Zhang Zhun suddenly froze, his eyes locking onto F.A. Wang lying under the sofa. A dog. A living dog. It had been more than half a month. All he'd eaten were trashy convenience foods, either instant noodles or snacks like bread, chips, and biscuits, and there still wasn't enough. His stomach had long since stopped being able to take it. As the saying went, roll dog meat 3 times, and even an immortal won't be able to stand steady. Zhang Zhun had grown up under the influence of his elders and had eaten dog meat often, especially dog meat hot pot. Before the apocalypse, he considered it the ultimate delicacy. Now, F.A. Wang's temptation was even greater than Ling and Li's. Wang Xinwu wasn't much better than Zhang Zhun. When fresh meat suddenly appeared in front of you, who could resist it? But obviously, F.A. Wang was lazily lying under the sofa, not a meat dog locked in a cage. It was someone's pet. Zhang Zhun pointed at F.A. Wang. Whose dog is this? Chen Luo chuckled. Mine. Chen Luo didn't even need to think with his brain to know what the two of them were planning. Zhang Zhun frowned and said slowly, Brother, it's not that I want to lecture you, but you probably don't know how chaotic it is outside, right? It's already hard enough for people to stay alive. How can you use food to feed a dog? I just heard you say there's only a little rice left at home. What happens after that's gone? Take a piece of advice from me. Stew this dog. Not only will it save food, it'll fill your stomach too. The instant F.A. Wang heard that, he stood up from under the sofa and glared at the two of them in fury. I didn't eat your rice or your braised pork. How'd I waste your food? A fierce growl rumbled out of F.A. Wang's throat, and all he needed was one order from Chen Luo to bite the two of them to death. Wang Xinwu pointed at F.A. Wang and cried out in alarm. This dog is way too vicious. One look and you can tell it bites people. It has to be stewed. What if it hurts me, Li? Zhang Zhun said. I've never killed a dog before, but I've killed who knows how many zombies already. Why would I be afraid of one dog? I'll kill this dog. You all just wait to eat. The smile on Chen Luo's face turned cold in an instant. There really isn't any extra food to feed dogs. But that's because you 2 dogs need to get the hell out. Zhang Zhun flew into a rage. Kid, watch your mouth. Have you ever fought zombies one-on-one? Let me tell you, I've smashed who knows how many zombies to death with a brick in my hand. Chun Luo was startled. Fight zombies? That really wasn't something he'd done. Chun Luo shook his head. Zhang Zhen let out a cold laugh. He knew it. Just some pretty boy who only dared hide at home. Then he turned to Mi Ling and said, Mi Ling, we followed you all the way here. How much did we suffer? How much hardship did we endure? How much danger did we go through? Don't you know how hard it is to stay alive? Yet this kid is using food to feed a dog. Isn't that a waste? Wang Xinwu cut in. You experienced for yourself what we ate and drank along the way. You saw how much your stomach suffered too. In times like these, people can't keep dogs anymore. What's wrong with us eating it to improve the food a little? We're not even planning to keep it to ourselves. Everyone can eat together. Mi Ling felt exhausted. How many times had they already said things like this? What their real goal was and how much effort they'd actually put in on the way here, didn't they know themselves? Millie had had enough too. She'd originally planned to split up after finishing this farewell meal, but now they could just go their separate ways immediately. You can go find an empty apartment somewhere in the complex and live there yourselves. From now on, everyone fends for themselves and stays out of each other's business. Split up? Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu were stunned at first, then they really got angry. Mi Ling, do you even have a conscience? We took such a huge risk and helped you find your sister. Now that you found her, you kick us aside right after crossing the river and tell us to leave? Do you have any conscience at all? I didn't expect you to be this pretty, yet have such a vicious heart. Mi Ling didn't argue with him at all. She just kept nodding. My heart is just that cruel. I'm just that vicious. Done cursing me out? Then leave. Because Mi Ling was too beautiful and had an overbearing figure. Countless people who were jealous of her or couldn't have her had been stirring up trouble behind her back, spreading bad rumors and gossip. Sugar baby, plastic surgery, mistress. There had been no shortage of slander like that. On top of that, she had been depending on each other with her little sister all this time. If Mi Ling had been mentally strong enough, she would collapsed long ago. It wasn't that Mi Ling didn't know how to repay kindness. It was just that, she was so angry her chest hurt. Were you the ones escorting me? Or was I the one escorting you? Without you, I would have had such a hard time either. Mi Ling didn't refute them at all. Instead, she directly admitted it, leaving Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu with no idea what to say. They were completely dumbfounded. Mi Ling said coldly, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, cruel and vicious as I am, I won't hold back. Zhang Zhen was so furious he almost raised his hand to slap Mi Ling. But then he remembered that even if he and Wang Xinwu teamed up, they still were Mi Ling's match. On the way here, 5 survivors had gotten lustful the moment they saw Mi Ling. Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu had been ready to run. But who would thought Mi Ling would cleanly take on all 5 by herself and deal with them. Wang Xinwu nodded. Fine, Mi Ling. You win. We'll see about this. They couldn't even handle Mi Ling alone, let alone the 2 women, 2 men, and 1 dog in this room. Mi Ling really did dare to kill people, but they were idiots. Even when leaving, they still dared to throw out threats. Chun Luo patted Dharma King on the head, motioned with his mouth in the direction the 2 men had gone, and said softly, make sure they die far away. Otherwise we'll have to collect their corpses too. Dharma King trotted after the 2 men downstairs. Mi Ling still wasn't ruthless enough. She had clearly already turned hostile with those 2, yet still didn't finish them off decisively. Mi Ling looked at Dharma King suspiciously. Was this dog being sent off as dog meat? After going downstairs, Dharma King saw the 2 men enter the neighboring building unit. Well, in that case, there was no choice. He'd need to send them on their way. Using his mouth to bite the 2 of them to death was way too disgusting. Wang Xinwu said hatefully, that filthy bitch. If I don't kill her, I swear I'm not human. Zhang Zhen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a noise came from behind them, and the 2 men discovered in delight that the dog meat had come to them on its own. They couldn't deal with Mi Ling, but could they not deal with 1 dog? But how could this dog use magic? Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu had both awakened abilities too. After all, it had already been more than 10 days since the apocalypse began. One was a physical type ability user, and the other was ice type. But both of them were only newly awakened level 1 rookies. Dharma King opened his mouth, and a ball of lightning shot toward the 2 men. The lightning ball exploded right beside them. Dharma King was at peak level 2 and was about to break through to level 3 soon. On top of that, he was attacking in anger, condensing a great deal of power into that single lightning ball. The 2 men standing together were instantly blown to death. Hello, goodbye. Dharma King snorted in disdain. With just that little bit of skill, and they still wanted to eat dog meat. After finishing off the 2 men, Dharma King returned home with flashy footwork. Back at home, the rice Ma he was cooking had already finished, even though it was only plain rice. The aroma it gave off was already more than Mi Ling could endure. It had been so many days since she had eaten anything cooked. Mi Ling directly filled herself a heaping big bowl of rice. Just plain rice by itself, without even a bit of pickle mustard. Maya and T cooked much rice, just about the amount of 3 normal small bowls, but that still wasn't exactly little. Usually, Mi Ling only ate 1 bowl. In the end, Mi Ling ate all 3 bowls clean. Everyone just watched Mi Ling eat. Mi Li fit broken. Her sister was so pitiful, setting down her chopsticks. Mi Ling said in satisfaction, "Sorry, I ate a little too much. But don't worry. With me around, getting food won't be hard." Mi Ling planned to go door to door, searching for rice and flour. She absolutely wouldn't let Mi Li go hungry. Whatever Mi Li had eaten from Chun Luo, she would pay back double. Chun Luo let out an "Oh. You're done eating, right? It's our turn to eat." Unless Mi Ling called him big brother like Mi Li did, and was obedient too, Chun Luo wasn't going to bring her along to enjoy the good life. Otherwise, he wouldn't mistreat her either. She could eat rice every day. You're still not one of Big Brother-s people yet. With Mi Ling's abilities, even if Chun Luo didn't give her anything, she could still find rice and flour herself. It was just that she wouldn't have that much time to do it on the road. Mi Ling froze. "You guys haven't eaten yet?" Mi Ling's face turned red. "Sorry, I think I ate all of everyone's rice. Is there still enough left? If not, I'll go find some right now." My secretly left. Was that little bit of rice even enough to fill his US teeth? And it hadn't even been washed. Chun Luo wouldn't eat it even if you handed it to him. Chun Luo waved his hand. "No need. We have food. A lot of it. Yujia, come here. I'll tell you which dishes to make." Chun Luo walked over to the fridge and took out the ingredients they were preparing for lunch today from inside. "Yujia, no barbecue for now. Today let us make mapo tofu, hand-torn cabbage, hot and sour shredded potatoes, boiled pork slices, spicy diced chicken, braised prawns in oil, spicy crab, and napa cabbage with beef. For soup, make tomato and egg soup." Maya nodded. "But if we start cooking now, it'll take at least more than 1 hour to finish all these dishes." Chun Luo smiled. "It's fine. Just bring them out one by one. Cooking was my US task anyway." She didn't care how many dishes she had to make. If anything, she was happy to have more ways to pass the time. Chun Luo then said to Mi Li, "Come on. Let us go to your room. I want to talk to you about something." Mi Li let out an "Oh," obediently stood up from the sofa, and followed Chun Luo to her room. Mi Ling frowned. A man and a woman alone in one room. But there was no way this Chun Luo would pin my little sister against the wall while I'm here, right? If he wanted to, he probably would done it a long time ago. He wouldn't wait until now. Later, when she found a chance, she would have a talk with Mi Li and get a better understanding of this so-called brother Chun Luo. Chun Luo brought Mi Li onto the balcony attached to the room. Mi Li stood in the corner by the wall, while Chun Luo placed one hand against the wall and really did speak to Mi Li in a wall pin pose. Mi Li's face couldn't help turning red. Chun Luo said, "Mi Li, when you follow Big Brother, you don't have to worry about food or drink, right? You can eat whatever you want, right?" Mi Li nodded. "Then when you're with Big Brother, it's very safe, right? You don't have to be scared at all, right?" Mi Li nodded again. Chun Luo smiled and rubbed Mi Li's head. "Because Mi Li is obedient, well-behaved, and capable, Big Brother treats you well too. But what about you? Will your sister listen to me?" Mi Li immediately started thinking. Her sister had always had her own mind, and she wasn't familiar with Brother Chun Luo either. She most likely wouldn't listen to Brother Chun Luo. Chun Luo continued, "Mi Li, let me ask you, between me and your sister, if you had to choose one captain, who could lead all of us to survive better?" Mi Li didn't need to think about that question at all. Of course, it was Brother Chun Luo. Her sister had gone through countless hardships to get back from school, and when she arrived, she ate 3 bowls of unwashed plain rice like a starving ghost. Just watching that made Mi Li's heart ache. As for Brother Chun Luo, even the Dharma King he raised was already sick of eating meat. Her sister was living worse than Dharma King. No, the two weren't even comparable. Ever since meeting Brother Chun Luo, I've never gone hungry again. My sister can't even take care of herself, so how could she let everyone? So, did this question even need thinking about? If Mi Ling knew what Mi Li was thinking, she'd probably get so angry her chest would hurt again. Chun Luo laughed. "So, we have to first get your sister, Chun Luo had wanted to say, train her to be obedient, but that sounded a little too evil. Make her submit to me. Otherwise, at a critical moment, if your sister and I get into an argument and have a disagreement, it could lead to irreversible serious consequences. By then, it'll be too late." Mi Li nodded solemnly. "Right, sis has to listen to you." Chun Luo smiled. "Before your sister submits to me, I'm not going to share my supplies with her. Otherwise, she eats my food, drinks my stuff, and still resists me. Wouldn't that make me a complete sucker?" Mi Li felt that made a lot of sense. Chun Luo patted Mi Li on the shoulder in satisfaction. "So, in a bit, let her watch us eat. She gets food whenever she behaves. Remember, we're doing this for her own good." Mi Li echoed, "This is for sis' own good." Chun Luo's little scheme was perfectly completed, and then he left the room with Mi Li. At this time, Mi Ling had already sensed that something was off. Why was such an amazing smell coming from the kitchen? Watching Ma, you take things out of the fridge one by one, then glancing at the connected storage battery, Mi Ling suddenly understood. So the fridge could still be used. Ma Yu glanced at Mi Ling. Chun Luo had said not to give her any food, but he hadn't said she couldn't watch. In fact, it seemed like this was being done on purpose for her to see, because usually Ma Yu would shut the kitchen door to keep the oil smoke from drifting out. Mi Ling said in shock, "Why are you taking out so much stuff? How many dishes are you planning to make? Are you seriously going to live like this? One dish is enough. Trust me, later on, you won't be able to eat any of this even if you want to." Ma Yu gave an O. Chen Luo told me to make it. How much I cook isn't up to me. Mi Ling ran over to Chen Luo at once. "Chen Luo, this is too wasteful. Even if we can finish it, you still can't eat like this. What are we supposed to eat tomorrow after it's all gone?" Chen Luo chuckled. "Today is the day you and Mi Li reunited. Mi Li is happy, so of course we have to celebrate." Mi Ling froze for a moment. "Even so, you still can't do it like this. It's too extravagant." Chen Luo waved his hand. "This is my stuff, so don't worry about it." Seeing that persuasion was useless, Mi Ling stopped trying. She only hated that she had eaten too fast just now, even though she was craving it to death. Her stomach probably wouldn't be able to hold that much now. With so many dishes, there was no way they could finish everything. And a lot of them seem to be dishes I like. The hot, spicy smell of chili. It's been so long since I smelled that. This Chen Luo is actually pretty decent, willing to bring out so much good food to celebrate my reunion with Mi Li. The first dishes brought out were mapo tofu and boiled sliced pork in chili oil, and their numbing, spicy aroma filled the living room. With my US cooking skills, it wouldn't have been easy to eat food like this even before the apocalypse, let alone now. Mi Ling had only taken one sniff, and saliva was already unconsciously gathering in her mouth. Her stomach was even starting to feel faintly hungry again. While no one was paying attention, Mi Ling swallowed hard. Everyone was obviously waiting until all the dishes were served before eating, just like in a normal gathering, playing on their phones, chatting, and waiting patiently. Mi Ling kept telling herself, "Don't rush. These dishes didn't grow wings. They're not going to fly away. At this serving speed, I'll be eating them very soon. If any zombies dare come cause trouble, I'll chop them alive." Finally, all 8 dishes had been served. Only the last soup remained. By now, Mi Ling was already so restless she could barely sit still, but she still put on a look like she wasn't craving anything and wasn't in a hurry. Chen Luo took 4 bottles of herbal tea drinks out of the fridge and placed them on the dining table. Mi Ling felt puzzled. There were 5 people, so there should be 5 bottles. Could it be there wasn't tea enough? Then I just want tea drink any. I could just eat the dishes. Mi Ling had finally waited until it was time to eat. Even if there was nothing to eat tomorrow, it wouldn't matter. At least this meal would let her eat to her heart's content. If there's wine today, get drunk today. Tomorrow's worries can wait till tomorrow. Time to eat. Chen Luo looked at Mi Ling strangely. "Why are you sitting here?" Mi Ling was also confused. "Does it matter where I sit? I'm not sitting on your lap. I'm sitting next to Mi Li. Is there a problem?" Knowing what was about to happen, and knowing her sister was definitely craving the food to death, but wouldn't be able to eat it, Mi Li immediately felt bad. But thinking that it was all for her sister's sake, she could only let her suffer for now. Brother Chen Luo is a really good person. Cease. Just endure it for a little while. Chen Luo coughed lightly. "We're about to eat. It's not appropriate for you to sit here, right? If you want to watch us eat, you can stay sitting here." Mi Ling froze, then said in shock, "What do you mean? There's no share for me?" Chen Luo looked astonished. "Why would you think there's a share for you? Didn't you already eat?" Mi Ling said in disbelief. "You said before this was to celebrate me and Mi Li reuniting." Chen Luo nodded. "That's right, but I never said it included you. Everyone at this table, except you, is one of my people. Only my people get to eat the good food I risk my life to bring back." Chen Luo said to Mi Li, "Mi Li, are you one of my people? Call me Gij." Mi Li nodded, had he seen. "Of course. I'm Chen Luo Gij's person. And what about you?" "Daju, so that's Natif. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, bro, I'll go with you." Is this him declaring loyalty? Ma Yu hurriedly said, "Chen Luo, you rescued me. I can never repay that debt." The Dharma King barked loudly, showing that he was also his masteress. As for the fried, dried minnows, whenever Mi Fan wanted to eat them, Chen Luo would have Ma Yu fry a fresh batch on the spot. That kind of thing only tasted good when freshly fried. Mi Fan, who had been eating fried, dried minnows, immediately put down the one in his mouth, unwilling to be outdone, and thumped his chest and belly with his paw. "I live and die with Chen Luo." Chen Luo smiled. "See that? Everyone at this table is either one of my people, or my dog, or my cat. They're all with me, so I'm willing to share with them. And what are you? You're not qualified to eat with us, right? Unless you also show that you'll listen to me, call me Gij, and roll with me. Then you can join us. Listen to him, call him Gij." Mi Ling stood up in humiliation and anger. "Chen Luo, don't go too far. You think one meal is enough for you to humiliate me like this? I'm telling you, I, Mi Ling, do not eat food handed out as charity." Fuming, Mi Ling stormed over to the sofa in the living room and sat down, getting angrier the more she thought about it. Wasn't he this obviously just messing with her? Oh, so he deliberately didn't say in advance that she wouldn't get any, and only told her right when they were about to eat. What was so great about one meal? Did I, Mi Ling, never eat before? Or am I, Mi Ling, unable to resist temptation? Should I kick them out? Mi Ling thought angrily, this is my house. But Mi Ling quickly rejected that idea. You, Chen Luo, are really a bastard, but I, Mi Ling, can still tell right from wrong. Chen Luo had taken care of Mi Li. Mi Ling couldn't take revenge on Chen Luo like that. It would make her seem petty, and it would also make her seem incompetent. Damn it, the hot, spicy smell coming from the Sichuan dishes kept tempting Mi Ling normally. Mi Ling wouldn't care that much, but in the past half-month, just think about what she'd been eating. Seeing Mi Fan keep eating those greasy dried minnows. Mi Ling frowned and said, Mi Fan, don't always eat such greasy things. It's bad for your stomach. Mi Fan licked the oil from the corner of his mouth. Right, because only eating rice or junk food is so good for your health. You should worry more about yourself instead. That hit right in the heart. Those words dealt 10,000 points of critical damage to Mi Ling. The corner of Mi Ling's mouth twitched, and her chest hurt from anger. What made Mi Ling even angrier was that Chen Luo was treating her like this. Yet her own little sister, Mi Li, just sat there eating and didn't even say a single word for her. She wasn't on the same side as her at all. Are you even still my sister? My rice, my Mi Li, they've all defected. Mi Ling had never imagined that after going through so much trouble to make it home, she would be greeted by a scene where everyone had turned against her and left her isolated. Chen Luo said in admiration, Sister you, this diced chili chicken is seriously delicious. Here, Mi Li, try this spicy crab too. It's really good. There was no way she could stay in this living room any longer, especially with the smell of the food in the air. With a cold face, Mi Ling went back to her room. The moment she got there, her chest started hurting again because there was a pair of men's underwear on the bed. Was it Chen Luo's, or that Su Daju's? She only had to think about it a little to know it was Chen Luo's. Ah, Mi Li, well done. You actually let a man stay in your sister's room. Mi Ling clenched her fists and ground her teeth. For the sake of you taking care of my sister, I'll endure it. Mi Ling packed up her clothes and personal items. Fortunately, the underwear in her wardrobe showed no signs of being touched. Chen Luo was really a bastard, but at least he wasn't a pervert. Mi Ling planned to move into Mi Li's room and stay with her. Once she found a chance, she wanted to ask her one thing. Mi Li, whose sister are you exactly? She had just gotten home, fallen out with Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu, eaten 3 bowls of rice, and then been lured around by all that food. Only now did Mi Ling feel that her whole body was in terrible shape. She hadn't bathed for more than half a month. She was practically about to stink. Mi Ling planned to take a shower. Even though there were still unfamiliar people in the house, she didn't want to endure it any longer. There was a shower in her room, but she found that the body wash seemed to be gone, so she ran to the bathroom outside to get some. When Mi Li saw that, she couldn't help reminding her, Sis, Brother Chen Luo said it's okay to take a shower as long as water doesn't get into your mouth. Mi Ling gave a light snort, so now she remembered to care about her sister. Mi Ling locked the door first, then started washing up. While showering, she still couldn't help thinking, how did I end up all alone? As for Mi Fan, that was understandable. People always said cats were treacherous ministers, and it was true after all. Whoever feeds them is their mother. But what about Mi Li? She couldn't possibly have sold out her own sister just for food, right? Thinking of something, a smile appeared on Mi Ling's face. At the rate you're eating, in at most 3 days, you'll end up just like me, obediently eating nothing but rice or flour. When that time comes, Mi Fan will still have to come back into my arms obediently. Mi Li is my real little sister in the end. She can't possibly run off with an outsider. As long as I get the full story and expose Chen Luo's scheme, Mi Li will still side with me. There was a refrigerator at home, sure, but how much could one fridge hold? The supermarket outside did have supplies, even meat, fruit, and vegetables, but the power there was already out. Even if they collected anything, it had to have gone bad. Just wait. We'll see who gets the last laugh. After the meal, Chen Luo took out grapes to share with everyone again. Come eat some grapes. The dark purple grapes were big and sweet. Chen Luo deliberately said it loudly enough for Mi Ling to hear from inside her room. Grapes? That was Mi Ling's favorite fruit. Mi Ling swallowed, but still acted dismissive. They were definitely grapes that had been frozen for who knew how many days. Not fresh. Not good. After finishing her shower, Mi Ling changed into a black lounge dress and revealed her naturally snow-white skin and beautiful face once more. Mi Ling let out a long breath. Other than her stomach, she felt much better all over. She started packing her things, preparing to move into Mi Li's room. After she finished packing, Mi Ling walked out of the room. Ma Yu, who was in the living room, looked at Mi Ling in surprise. So Mi Ling was this pretty, especially that figure. Even she, as a woman, couldn't help taking a few extra looks. Even Chen Luo couldn't help stealing a few glances. That figure alone was enough to stir impulsive thoughts in people. While playing a game, Chen Luo muttered, "Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skins. Don't eat grapes, but spit out grape skins instead." Mi Ling gefrowned. This Chen Luo really was taking it easy. What kind of ability did he actually have to get all these supplies? And what kind of spell had he cast on Mi Li? Mi Ling said, "Mi Li, come with me to your room." Mi Li gave an and followed Mi Ling into her room. Mi Li also wanted to persuade her and get Mi Ling to listen to Chen Luo sooner. After entering the room, Mi Ling first locked the door, then pushed Mi Li down onto the bed. Her hands didn't stay idle either, pinching Mi Li's waist neither too hard nor too lightly. Mi Ling said viciously, "Well done. Mi Li, your sister rushed back from school, and in the end you stabbed your sister in the back, teaming up with an outsider to piss off your own sister. Speak. What's going on? You didn't even say a word for me, just now." As Mi Li begged for mercy, she also tried to persuade her sister. "Cease. If we're going to be one team, then we need a captain so that there won't be disagreements at critical moments. And the best choice for that role is Brother Chen Luo. Brother Chen Luo was afraid you wouldn't listen, so that's why he treated you like that on purpose. He told me beforehand, and I thought it made sense too." Mi Ling froze for a moment, then sneered. "You've been brainwashed, haven't you? As long as he shows enough ability, I'll naturally listen to him. But he used such a cheap trick. It's ridiculous. He thinks one meal is enough to make me submit? Whether he can do it or not, he'll have to prove it with actual actions first. And didn't you hear what he said? He wants me to call him brother. He might not even be older than me." Mi Li completely failed to catch the point. Or rather, in her heart, she had already decided that Chen Luo was the most suitable choice for captain. Her sister simply couldn't compare to Chen Luo at all. Mi Li opened the door, came in front of Chen Luo, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen Luo, what day is your birthday? I also think that if my sister is older than you, making her call you brother would be kind of too much, right?" Chen Luo found it funny inside. "I clearly know Mi Ling's birth year and month. I investigated it beforehand. Sai, no matter how you ask, I'm older. Mi Ling was actually 2 months older than Chen Luo, but Sai, now I'm 2 months older than you." Mi Li excitedly told Mi Ling the answer. "Sis, Brother Chen Luo really is older than you." Mi Ling poked Mi Li in the forehead with her finger in annoyance. "Is that the point? If you want me to listen to you, fine. Then let's compete and see who gets the last laugh." After thinking for a while, Mi Ling decided to go out and look for food herself. Even if there was rice at home, she wouldn't eat it anymore. "Anything that belongs to you, Chen Luo. I don't want any of it." But Mi Ling wasn't planning to go to some farther supermarket to try getting meat or anything like that. First, even if there was any, it was probably all spoiled. Second, she couldn't let her competitive pride push her into a dangerous environment. She couldn't die. Her little sister still needed to rely on her. Mi Ling planned to search for supplies right here in the residential complex. She changed into clothes that were easier to move around in and was about to head out. Mi Li asked, "Sis, where are you going?" Mi Ling glanced at her. "I don't dare eat certain people's food. I'll go look around the complex myself." Go out and look for food? Mi Li couldn't help worrying. What if she ran into danger? Mi Li said, "Sis, I'll go with you." Mi Ling was going out to look for food. So Chen Luo had no reason to stop her, and he couldn't exactly stop Mi Li from going either. If they were only searching within the residential complex, there probably wouldn't be any danger. Chen Luo said, "Bring Maifan along too. If there's any danger, she can give an early warning. Fuang, follow behind them and keep an eye on things." Chen Luo signaled to Fuang that there was no need to act unless they actually ran into danger. Mi Li knew very well what kind of strength Fuang had, so she was quite happy. Even though Chen Luo wanted to keep her sister under him, he still cared a lot about her. Maifan was in Chen Luo's arms, watching him play games and acting like a keyboard king, pointing things out with full confidence. When she heard Miling's words, she could not help sighing. Wasn't it good enough staying with Chen Luo? Sigh, women really were impossible, always so willful. Fuang was listless too. Did they really have to go out in weather this hot? Miling looked at Fuang in surprise. This dog was going along as a bodyguard? This dog seemed unusual. After it followed Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu downstairs, it came back very quickly. Did that mean it had already dealt with the two of them? Miling frowned. She was confident that if she searched carefully in the residential complex, nothing would happen. But Mealy insisted on following, and she could not forcefully refuse. At the same time, she felt much better inside. So Mealy had not betrayed her after all. She still cared very much about her as her older sister. Mealy put on her gear again, a riot helmet, a thick leather jacket, and the 2 stumbatons Chen Luo had given her. Mealy gave the helmet and leather jacket to Miling. She only needed to follow behind her sister. Watching the 2 girls, 1 cat, and 1 dog head out, Chen Luo did not follow. He could not possibly stay with them at all times. Even if he wanted to protect them up close with someone around, she would not agree to it either. This Miling was not someone who could be easily subdued. Fine, let's compete and see who's on top of whom. Miling did not even leave the building. She went straight up the stairs to the top floor, the 9th floor. Miling knocked on the doors with controlled force. If no one responded, then fine. But if she confirmed there was a zombie trapped inside, then she would break in. If no one answered, it could mean no one was home, or it could mean they were too scared and did not understand the situation well enough to respond or open the door. If she forced the door open and caused that household to lose its only line of defense, the result might be getting someone killed. Miling did not want to save people, but she did not want to harm them either. No one answered at the first door. At the second door, the moment they heard the knocking, a zombie's roar suddenly came from inside. It lunged toward the door and began banging on it nonstop. Instead, Miling smiled. She had no key and no lock-picking skill, so she planned to destroy the door by force. Myling gestured for Mealy to step back a little. Myling stretched out her palm. Then a tightly compressed ball of flame appeared in her hand, and like a flamethrower, it began melting the area around the lock. Very soon, a nearly circular hole about 30 centimeters in diameter was burned into the door. The metal around the lock was just beginning to melt, but before it fully did, the lock dropped off. Myling opened the door with ease, then used an iron rod to smash the zombie's head. Mealy's original gear had now all been given to Myling. On the way home, Myling had learned to conserve her strength. Her ability was useful, but her mana bar was limited. If a zombie could be killed without side tools, then it was best not to use her ability. Myling began rummaging through cabinets and drawers. She found 60 pounds of rice and several cans of drinks in the refrigerator. After that, she found a case of milk, more than a dozen eggs that had not gone bad yet, a bag of red dates, half a box of instant noodles, and a large water jug that was still more than half full with purified water. Every household had more or less some stockpiled supplies. Chengdu had nearly 10 million residences, and the amount of supplies they held was no less than what could be found in supermarkets and malls. Of course, searching for supplies in a residential complex was not easy either. If Chun Luo had not already cleared out most of the zombies, how could Myling have entered the complex so easily? Myling smiled and generously tossed a box of milk to Mealy. Mealy smiled bitterly. Myling sneered inwardly. Even if I starved to death, I still would not eat handouts. Before leaving, Myling dug out the crystal from the zombie's brow. Though her expression was uncomfortable, for a girl at this moment, that was already no easy thing. She had only searched one home, and it was already a huge harvest. Since her own home was right downstairs, Myling planned to bring the supplies back first and show off a little in front of Chun Luo while she was at it. Without you, could your sister really starve to death? After Myling and Mealy went out, Chun Luo had been absent-minded. He was thinking about whether he had gone a little too far at noon. Not giving Myling a big meal when she had not obeyed him was reasonable enough. But he should not have done it in a way that was practically teasing her, even humiliating her. Would the future dignified war goddess, Ling Yanji, really submit to him just because of the temptation of good food? If his methods had been a little gentler and a little kinder, if he used Mealy as the bridge and then firmly tied Myling down with good food, it would have been hard for Myling not to come around. But instead, he had used a teasing method, low-level tactics. Would Myling still truly come around after that? If she still did, then Myling would be too disappointing. He would also have underestimated Ling Yanji too much. Chun Luo sighed. Myling, oh Myling, who told you to kick my butt in the previous life? Don't I have my pride too? In his previous life, Chun Luo had been all alone. Naturally, he was no match for Myling when she had numbers on her side. With Mealy and her friends backing her up, how could Chun Luo alone possibly be their opponent? At that time, Chun Luo was level 10 and had not yet reached king rank. He had not mastered the dimensional blade yet. Although the Void Sovereign was powerful, it still was not enough against the group. Once he was discovered, all he could do was run. Chun Luo, I'm begging you, please stop stealing my vegetables. Do you know how hard it is for me to grow them? How about this? I'll give you 1 cabbage and 2 potatoes every day. Myling, who had absolutely no way to deal with Chun Luo, was practically on the verge of tears. Chun Luo chuckled. What do you mean stealing? This is called robbing. And what does it mean if you give them to me? Then I'd be turning into a beggar. Later, for some bizarre and unimaginable reason, Chun Luo got screwed over and was caught by Myling. Myling, who had held a grudge for a long time, viciously kicked Chun Luo in the butt. If not for that, Chun Luo would not have messed with Myling at noon like that. This could not drag on like this either. After humiliating Myling a little at noon, with her personality, if he did not make some changes, she would never sincerely submit to him. He did not have that much time to waste. Wouldn't it be better to conquer Myling sooner? Just then, the door opened. Myling and Mealy had been out for less than 10 minutes, and they were already back. Myling waved around the supplies in her hands in a showy manner. Myling said loudly, tonight, I'm eating braised beef instant noodles with 2 eggs. It may not compare to certain people's feast, but I'm satisfied with this too. Chun Luo gave a dismissive snort and thought, someone who didn't know better would think your braised beef noodles actually had beef in them. He had originally been planning to eat barbecue tonight. Fine, then they would eat beef noodles too, and he would show her what real beef noodles looked like. Chun Luo stood up and said seriously, Myling, let's talk. Myling sneered. Fine, let's hear what kind of nonsense you can come up with. Myling put down her things and sat across from Chun Luo. Mealy followed, right behind her. Of course, she wanted Myling and Chun Luo to get on the same page as soon as possible. With a sincere expression, Chun Luo said, first of all, why did at noon really was a bit too much. I shouldn't have treated you like that, so let me apologize to you here. Myling froze for a moment, then gave a mocking laugh. What? Are you trying to trick me again? Say you'll treat me to a big meal tonight, then mess with me again? Is that fun to you? Chun Luo waved his hand. You're overthinking it. To be honest, before you sincerely acknowledge my position as the leader of the team, I won't be sharing my supplies with you. But what I did at noon really was not the right way to do it. Seeing that Chun Luo looked fairly sincere, Mealing's expression softened a little. Do you think I didn't want to eat that feast? I was practically drooling at the table. And then you told me there wasn't a share for me unless I called you big brother? I finally got interested for once, and you made me lose that completely. Chen Luo said, the captain's position requires both strength and strategy. Neither can be lacking. I'll prove to you that no matter which aspect it is, I'll crush you completely. First is strength. 3 days from now, we'll have a fight. If I lose, from then on I'll listen to everything you say. Mi Ling's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but stand up. Why 3 days later? We can do it today. No, right now. Let's fight right now. Mi Ling had been holding in a bellyful of anger since noon and had nowhere to vent it. Chen Luo chuckled. You right now? Forget fighting me. You can't even beat my Fa Wong. It's just that right now, I can't control my strength well enough. I'm worried I might seriously injure you by accident. 3 days from now, I'll have the strength to crush you completely. Chen Luo had a feeling that after another 2 or 3 days, once he used up the Mouse King and Devourer's crystals, he would be able to break through to level 4. Not only would he barely be able to use Void Walk, his physical condition would also undergo a major leap. Right now, if he relied only on physical strength and didn't use his ability, would Mi Ling accept that? And if he did use his ability, giving Mi Ling only light injuries, she definitely wouldn't admit defeat. Seriously injure her? Heh, Chen Luo couldn't bear to do that. Even if Mi Li had mastered healing. At this stage, it would still be hard for her to heal Mi Ling quickly. Besides, if Mi Ling ended up with any scars on her body, wouldn't he be the one at a loss? After hearing Chen Luo's words, Mi Ling shot to her feet, her face flushing red. That's bullshit. I can't even beat a dog? Fa Wong, the Lightning Dharma King, had not earned that title for nothing. It had truly punished wave after wave of people who wanted to eat dog meat. As for whether Peak Fa Wong had ever fought Mi Ling, and which one of them was stronger, Chen Luo really didn't know. Mi Ling had died, and the whole base had been destroyed. But Fa Wong had still been alive and well. If Chen Luo had survived until the end, then Fa Wong probably would have been the second to last to die. Well, die in Chen Luo's mouth. Mi Ling and Fa Wong's strength should have been about the same. But that was in his previous life. The current Fa Wong had basically been raised by Chen Luo at the fastest speed possible, absorbing more crystals every day than it could ever use up. What about Mi Ling? Could she have known about the existence of crystals from the very start and absorbed a full amount every day? Fa Wong breaking through to level 3 was something that would happen within these 2 days, either tonight or tomorrow night. Mi Ling? Huh, in an anything-goes fight, she would definitely get killed by Fa Wong's tricks. Mi Ling was furious. This Chen Luo was humiliating her again, actually comparing her to a dog. Looking at Mi Ling in this state, Chen Luo backed down. Fine. You're stronger than Fa Wong, okay? There was no point in saying out loud who was stronger. Fa Wong was unhappy too. Was being weaker than me that shameful? Chen Luo said, there's no point saying anything. We'll know after we fight in 3 days. Mi Ling was about to say something else when Fa Wong, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up and showed a vigilant expression. Bang, bang, bang. A knock sounded at the door, neither too light nor too heavy. A woman's voice rang out. Mi Ling, are you girls home? Mi Ling fell silent. Had someone seen her on the way back home at noon? The voice sounded a little familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. It was probably some woman from the neighborhood. The woman's pleading voice sounded again. Mi Ling, I saw you came back. Please, give me a little food. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please just give me something to eat. If they didn't respond, this woman would probably keep knocking. It wouldn't pose any threat, but it would become very annoying. It would also make it inconvenient for Chen Luo and the others to make any sound. In an extremely bad mood, Mi Ling walked to the door and said expressionlessly, You haven't eaten in 2 days? So that means you ate something 2 days ago? Chen Luo, your reply is unexpectedly fresh. The woman outside, Zhang Qin. Is that even something a human says? Mi Ling said coldly, I don't have any food either. Go away. Mi Ling's heartless words seemed to make Zhang Qin back off in the face of difficulty. Mi Ling's expression was still bad. Seeing Mi Li looking at her strangely, she sighed and started teaching Mi Li a lesson. Mi Li, logically speaking, if we have food, we should give this person a little, since she looks pitiful and says she hasn't eaten in 2 days. But no matter how much we give her, there will still come a day when she finishes it. After she finishes it, what if she comes to ask us for more? Do we give it or not? If we keep giving, she'll keep asking forever. If we don't give, then what we gave before will have been for nothing. Not only will she not be grateful, she'll end up hating us instead. The more times we give, the greater her hatred will be. It's already hard enough for us just to survive ourselves. How can we possibly keep giving to her forever? It's better to refuse her from the start. Survival of the fittest. If she can't find food and dies, then she can only blame herself for being weak. So in the future, don't pity people so easily and don't casually do good deeds either. Midi Nojid. I know. This is what they mean by a liter of rice earns gratitude, but a bushel of rice earns resentment. After hearing that, a smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. Mi Ling, your awareness is pretty high. No wonder Mi Ling had been able to keep herself and Mi Li alive in his previous life. This level of awareness was truly something else. Mi Ling gave a cold snort. 3 days from now, I want to see exactly where your confidence comes from. Chun Luo chuckled. If he didn't want to shock her to the core and let her witness Void walk, and if he weren't worried about hurting her, he would already want to spank her right now. At that moment, Mi Fan said to Chun Luo, I feel like that person just now carried malicious intent. Chun Luo gave a soft grunt. No matter what caused that malice, if she dared to come, then she could forget about leaving. Chun Luo gently stroked Mi Fan. You really are amazing, Mi Fan. With you around, we can even tell friend from foe now. Zhang Qin cursed under her breath as she left Mi Ling's home. Mi Ling, that little bitch was actually that vicious. In a while, both she and her sister would suffer for it. Zhang Qin went downstairs and arrived at the wall on the left side of the building, where 5 men were waiting. Some were in their 20s, some in their 40s. As soon as those 5 saw Zhang Qin, they immediately stood up from their squatting positions, their eyes shining as they said, Confirmed? Mi Ling is home too? Zhang Qin nodded. She's home. She just spoke to me. Zhang Qin couldn't help but recount the conversation she had just had with Mi Ling. One of the men gave a filthy laugh. Mi Li's home too. I saw her going in and out of the neighborhood with 2 men. The others couldn't help starting to chatter excitedly too. Great. Mi Ling and Mi Li are both still alive. Otherwise, it really would have been a waste. Every time I have to take pills before I can get it up, but the moment I see Mi Ling, I don't need pills at all. Holy shit. That figure, that face. Dying beneath a peony flower. Even as a ghost, you'd still be romantic. Yeah. If I get to play with her once, it'd be worth dying for. Fuck, let's hurry over there. Don't let those 2 guys get first dibs. No idea who those 2 men are. I've never seen Mi Ling and Mi Li bring men back before. Zhang Qin said viciously. Later, make them suffer hard. I've long hated the sight of them. These people were all original residents of Mi Li's neighborhood, so of course they knew about the sisters who had lived here for many years. Who wouldn't covet them? But before the apocalypse, they had been constrained by order. They had the guts to think it, but not the guts to do it. If they dared to take advantage. Mi Ling's anti-harassment skills were no joke. As for Zhang Qin, her husband, who had gone out to work and whose fate was unknown, had often stared at Mi Ling and Mi Li lecherously even before the apocalypse. When Zhang Qin saw it, she had no idea how many times she'd fought with her husband over it. She had long since come to hate Mi Ling and Mi Li. She was also extremely jealous of their looks, which was why she was willing to help these 5 men test the waters. In fact, she had been the one to suggest it first. At Mi Ling and Mi Li's place, there were currently 2 men and 2 women. But over on their side, there were 5 men alone. What was there to be afraid of? Especially since they had weapons in hand, either steel rods or stools, and had also awakened abilities. They were full of confidence. One bald, burly man in particular was holding a big iron hammer, preparing to smash the door open with it. Su Dezhu, who was standing by the window observing the situation outside, said, Brother, someone's coming. They're carrying weapons. They aren't here with good intentions. Chun Luo said casually, Go down and deal with them. Don't let them die in the hallway, or we'll have to clean it up. If they died in the hallway, they'd have to help carry the bodies out later. Otherwise, would they have to step over their rotting corpses every time they went in or out in the future? Su Dezhu nodded, grabbed his iron rod, and headed for the door. Without Chun Luo needing to say anything, Dharma King consciously followed behind Su Dezhu. Mi Li said, I'll give Brother Dezhu some buffs. Mi Li released 2 streams of golden light into Su Dezhu's body in succession. One was a strength boost, and the other was a defense boost. After being nurtured by Chun Luo, Mi Li had long since reached level 2 and comprehended a new buff that increased defense. Moreover, compared to level 1, the amplification effect had increased by a lot. If the strength increase at level 1 had been 10, then now it was at least 30. As Mi Li's level increased, this strength buff would only become more and more outrageous. Mi Li's talent was better than Su Dezhu's, but she had started absorbing crystals a few days later than him, so she probably still needed about 1 week. Mi Ling also wanted to see whether this 1 man and 1 dog really were that capable. Chun Luo was watching from the window. A bit of sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains and fell across his face. Mi Ling suddenly realized, this guy was actually pretty handsome. Mi Ling walked to the other side of the window, keeping half a meter of distance from Chun Luo as she watched downstairs. The 6 of them, Zhang Qin included, had already approached the building entrance when suddenly a black mutt dashed out. Its fur was glossy, its build strong, and it looked very meaty. The 6 people's eyes lit up. Their first reaction was that there was dog meat to eat. Dharma King barked furiously at the 6 of them. The 6 exchanged looks and were just about to step forward and beat Dharma King to death, when, from a blind spot they couldn't see, Su Dezhu charged out like a ghost and startled all 6 of them. Su Dezhu raised his iron rod first and viciously brought it down on the bald man holding the big iron hammer, straight onto his shiny scalp. Su Dezhu's own strength wasn't low to begin with, and with Mi Li's buff on top of that, the bald man's bald head burst like a cracked watermelon. The bald man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, dead without closing them. The remaining 5 had all awakened abilities, but seeing such a bloody scene happen to their own companion still scared them out of their minds. But Su Deju didn't stop. He swung another club, right at Zhang Qin. The remaining 4, trembling all over, smashed the stools and iron rods in their hands onto Su Deju. That little bit of strength was nowhere near enough to matter to Su Deju. One of them, hands shaking, tried to gather an ice arrow, but he had only just awakened his ability and wasn't familiar with using it at all. He couldn't cast instantly. To use even a single spell, he needed at least 5 seconds. Did he have that kind of time? The ones who really hit them with a ruthless move were Dharma King. Originally, their attention had been on him, but Su Deju had drawn it away. Even if their attention hadn't been diverted, the result would have been the same. With one lightning sphere from Dharma King, 3 of them were blown to death on the spot. The last remaining one was also killed by Su Deju. From the instant the fight began to the moment it ended, the whole process took less than 5 seconds. Clean and efficient. Mi Ling wasn't particularly surprised. On the way back, she had fought 5 people by herself, but those 5 had all been people who hadn't awakened abilities. Besides, Dharma King and Su Deju's tactics were a bit underhanded, but Mi Ling didn't look down on them for it. They were all killing people anyway, so why did it have to be fair and square? Chen Luo, however, was a little surprised. Dharma King had taken the lead to draw attention first. He hadn't taught him that. Self-taught? Whether it was Dharma King or Su Deju, both of them had the strength to take on 5 people alone. Chen Luo just hadn't been fully at ease and had wanted to play it safe. Turning back to look at Mi Li, Chen Luo thought to himself, Mi Ling just taught Mi Li a lesson. I'll teach you one too. Mi Li, go dig out the crystals from between those 6 people's eyebrows. Mi Li pointed at herself in shock. Me? Chen Luo nodded. That's right. Even though you're support and only need to stay in the back, there are still some things you need to experience personally. Otherwise, if you see something disturbing at a critical moment and it affects the battle, that'll be a problem. Mi Li had watched Chen Luo dig out crystals before, but she had always turned her head away and not dared to look. Just seeing it felt disgusting to her. And now he wanted her to dig them out herself? Mi Li looked at Mi Ling pitifully, hoping Mi Ling would say a few words for her. To her surprise, Mi Ling also nodded slowly. Mi Li, this is something you'll have to face sooner or later. Since it's safe right now, get used to it a little. Mi Ling swore to heaven and earth that she really wasn't taking revenge on her for not helping her speak up at noon. Taking the dagger, Chen Luo handed over. Mi Li went downstairs with a pale face. Su Deju had dragged the 6 corpses to the roadside and was just about to retrieve the crystals when he received Chen Luo's signal. He shrugged and stepped aside, leaving the spot for Mi Li. Mi Li said in a tearful voice, Dharma King, help me do it. The moment Dharma King heard that, he decisively shook his head. This was not work a dog should be doing. At the very first cut, Mi Li threw up. With trembling hands, she still spent a full 3 minutes before finally finding the crystal. Mi Li threw up again. Good lord, she had probably vomited out all of lunch by now. Once there was a first time, the second time became much more practiced. Mi Li cried inside. At noon, I joined Brother Chen Luo to deal with my sister. And now, Sister and Brother Chen Luo are teaming up to make things hard for me. More than 10 minutes later, Mi Li, pale-faced and with her hands trembling non-stop, handed the wrapped crystals over to Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled and said, once you puke enough, you'll get used to it. Your brother Deju was the same before. Chen Luo washed the crystals and unexpectedly discovered that one of them was a light blue-green crystal with a very faint color. A natural element crystal. Natural element ability users were also considered fairly rare, though not to the absurd degree of space element users. Out of 100 people, maybe 2 or 3 would be natural element users. In the future, only with the help of natural element ability users would it be possible to successfully grow vegetables and rice. Otherwise, having seeds and water still wouldn't be enough. The reason seemed to be that even the land itself had been polluted. Natural element ability users also had basically no combat power in the early stage. They only started becoming strong later on. It would take at least half a year after their levels increased before they could successfully grow crops. Mi Ling gave a soft snort and started cooking noodles. In her view, using 1 packet of instant noodles together with 2 eggs was already very extravagant. Chen Luo's spirits lifted. Sister you, let's eat noodles too. Beef noodles. Ma Yu nodded and first stewed the beef into a rich, fragrant broth. Ma Yu and Mi Ling cooked at the same time. Looking at the slices of bright, tender beef, there was probably more than half a pot of it. At least 5 or 6 gene of beef. Mi Ling was dumbfounded. Are you eating beef or eating beef noodles? Who eats beef noodles like this? Mi Ling rummaged through her own pot and only found 2 tiny cubes of beef the size of grains of rice. Mi Ling didn't realize Chen Luo was targeting her, because in her mind, Chen Luo just ate whatever was available. How could he possibly have so many options to pick and choose from? Mi Ling finished cooking first, and instantly felt like her beef noodles had lost all appeal. Comparing them to the smell of beef drifting out from the kitchen, they really didn't smell good anymore. Chen Luo said, serve Mi Li a bowl first. How could Mi Li have any appetite? She said softly, I can't eat. Mi Ling clenched her hand. I can't eat anymore either. That night, Mi Fan lay down beside Chen Luo again. By rights, Mi Fan should have gone to favor Mi Li today, but Mi Ling had driven it back. No reason in particular. It was just that Mi Ling had been offended too badly during the day. Mi Fan had the makings of a sharp tongue. Chen Luo quietly absorbed the crystals at an average speed of 1 per minute. By the time he finished absorbing 80 crystals, more than an hour had passed. He felt the power inside his body for a moment. Chen Luo estimated that if things went smoothly, then tomorrow night, after using the Rat King, the Devourer, and some of the level 1 crystals from the survivors, he would be able to break through to level 4. Compared to before, level 4 would bring quite a significant qualitative change. At that point, the current zombie crystals would become completely useless to Chen Luo. He would have to wait until the zombies evolved to level 1. While Chen Luo was cultivating, Mi Fan could only roll around back and forth on the bed in boredom. Chen Luo smiled and said, Little darling Mi Fan, time to sleep. From now on, you'll sleep with me. Early the next morning, Mayu made scallion pancakes with soy milk. Mi Ling was lying on the bed, rolling around too, looking as lifeless as a dead fish. There was a kind of suffering in watching other people eat while you could only sit there and look. It seemed like there was flour, so scallion pancakes could probably be made, but I don't know how to make them, and there aren't any scallions either. I want to drink soy milk too. Chen Luo had already used words to provoke Mi Ling once, and he didn't want to keep provoking her. First, Mi Ling hadn't driven him away. Second, she had even given up her own room. She had been broad-minded about it, so Chen Luo couldn't be too childish either. At noon, Mi Ling was in her room, chewing on instant noodles. Even with the door shut, the tempting aroma still kept drifting into her nose. I can't live like this anymore. Eat, eat, eat. Let's see what you all eat next meal. I know exactly how big my fridge is, don't I? Then in the evening, it was still another feast. Mi Ling realized something was wrong. Wait, that's not right. My fridge isn't that big. If they eat like this, 2 meals should have emptied it out. So Mi Ling opened the fridge. Good lord, it was still packed full of vegetables and meat. She couldn't hold back anymore and came to Chen Luo, asking in disbelief, how is the fridge full again? Originally, Mi Ling had been waiting for Chen Luo to run out of supplies, so he would have to gnaw on instant noodles like she was. If that fridge never emptied, wouldn't she turn into a joke? Mi Ling slapped her forehead. It seemed she had never told her sister that brother Chen Luo was a spatial mage. Mi Ling glanced at Chen Luo. Seeing that he had no objection, she said weakly, Sis, brother Chen Luo is a space-type ability user. He stored some food inside. There's enough to last at least several years. Mi Ling, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you know, Mi Ling? Right now, I feel like a clown. Mi Ling didn't dare say anything else. Mi Ling let out a cold snort. As agreed, in 2 days we'll fight. If you lose, you said it yourself, you'll obediently listen to me. Chen Luo smiled and said, maybe we can do it as soon as tomorrow. I'll do my best to satisfy your need to get abused. To be honest, Mi Ling could also tell that Chen Luo's strength was not simple. At the very least, that dog's strength was quite impressive, and Su Deju also gave her the feeling that he was not someone easy to mess with. But what could she do? Just admit defeat outright? Mi Li and Mi Fan had both defected. Now, only by beating Chen Luo could she regain the upper hand. Chen Luo had kidnapped Mi Li, leaving her no way out. There was no way she could abandon Mi Li. Mi Ling fantasized about defeating Chen Luo tomorrow or the day after, making him lie at her feet, calling her big sister, and then offering her a huge pile of delicious food in tribute. What should I eat? Sigh. I can't think about it. The more I think, the hungrier I get. The little biscuit in her hand instantly lost all appeal. That night, Chen Luo made preparations early and began absorbing crystals. Level 4 was very important to Chen Luo. He would be able to use Void Walk. His strength would undergo a qualitative transformation, and his survival ability would change so drastically it could be called earth-shaking. Without Void Walk, what survival ability could a space-type ability user even speak of? First, as usual, he absorbed 80 crystals. Under normal circumstances, by this point Chen Luo would already be unable to continue absorbing crystals. His body would be in a saturated state. But then again, it was like the day Mi Ling finished eating 3 bowls of rice. She was full, sure, but if you gave her a chicken leg after that, try and see whether she could still eat it. After finishing the chicken leg, what about another pound of crayfish? After that, a little soup, then some fruit too. How much you can eat doesn't just depend on the size of your appetite. It also depends on the quality of the food. Low-level crystals were like rice. High-level crystals were like abalone and lobster, but only once in a while. If you kept binge eating like that over the long term, the body wouldn't be able to take it, and it would also affect your appetite for the next meal. Chen Luo first took out 7 level 1 survivor crystals. After absorbing them, he used the Devourer's crystal. He was just a tiny bit away from level 4. Chen Luo took out the Rat King's crystal. This was a level 4 crystal. Even for a level 7 ability user, it still had a tiny bit of use. The moment he started absorbing this crystal, Chen Luo's body seemed to leap with joy. It felt extremely comfortable. It was probably equivalent to Mi Ling finally eating the grapes she had been craving so badly. Wave after wave of energy flowed through his palm and into the crystal inside Chun Luo's mind. The crystal slowly grew bit by bit until the accumulated amount reached a certain threshold and began to produce a qualitative transformation. A sudden sharp pain exploded in Chun Luo's head, and his face twitched uncontrollably. But it was still completely within what Chun Luo could endure. In his previous life, when he broke through level 10 and then broke through to King Tier, that pain was on a completely different level from what this was now. Some female survivors had said that the pain at level 7 was no less than giving birth. Mi-Fan noticed Chun Luo's condition, but it didn't dare move at all. It looked at him worriedly, afraid of disturbing him. The crystal in his mind seemed to be continuously secreting some mysterious energy, dispersing it throughout Chun Luo's entire body. This was strengthening Chun Luo's body. Level 4, level 7, level 10, and everything after level 10 were all major qualitative transformations. At level 4, elemental type and special type ability users would have physical fitness no weaker than level 3 body enhancement ability users. The pain in his mind faded, but the crystal was still continuously secreting energy to improve Chun Luo's body. Only a minute later did Chun Luo let out a long breath, a smile appearing on his face. More than half of the Rat King's crystal energy still remained unused. Compared to the peak of level 3, the power of a level 4 ability had only increased by about 1/3. Not much, but in terms of quality, the change was enormous. He could cast spells with greater power while using less mana. Even 2 peak level 3 ability users would not be a match for 1 level 4 ability user. Of course, that was under the premise that their combat experience was the same. Most importantly, Chun Luo could now use Void Walk. Standing by the window, Chun Luo looked up at the starry sky. I wonder if one day, with a single Void Walk, I could go straight to the moon. Finally able to use Void Walk, Chun Luo couldn't resist wanting to try it once. Void Walk was something Chun Luo had used countless times in his previous life. It was as natural as drinking water, pure instinct. The only issue before had been that his power wasn't enough to support it. With a thought, feeling that familiar spatial power, Chun Luo vanished in an instant and appeared in the living room. In the living room, Dharma King had been lying in front of Chun Luo's door, standing guard for him, when he suddenly saw an extra dark figure appear out of nowhere. He was scared half to death. Whiff, 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 whiff. Dharma King jumped up in fright. I was guarding the door for you, and you scare me instead? Early the next morning, Mi Ling said unhappily, did you make your dog wake me up in the middle of the night on purpose? Just to mess with my rest, so you could win the duel? Dharma King cast Chun Luo a resentful look. At the time, he really had been scared to death. Chun Luo smiled. You think too highly of yourself. Eat first. After that, we can have a match. Mi Ling's eyes lit up. No need to wait until tomorrow. Eat? What kind of eating was that? What they did could barely count as eating. What he had here was just filling the stomach. This morning, Mayu had made char siu buns, egg tarts, fried eggs, and spicy pepper soup. Woo, even what I usually eat isn't this good. As long as she beat Chun Luo, then he'd have to listen to her. Mi Ling confirmed. So as long as I win, you'll listen to me? Chun Luo nodded. Of course. You seem pretty confident. Want to add a little wager? Mi Ling became alert at once. Even though Chun Luo had never made a move before, everyone acted like he was very strong. She didn't have much confidence in beating him, but there was no other way. This was the only chance she had to fight him once. Mi Ling decisively shook her head. Then she heard Chun Luo say, 3 seconds. I'll make you lose so thoroughly you'll have no complaints. If I can't do it, then you win. Defeat me in 3 seconds? Mi Ling got angry. Even if you really are strong, I can't even last 3 seconds? At the start of a match, the 2 sides would be at least 3 meters apart, right? As long as I don't choose to clash head-on with you and just dodge a little, those 3 seconds will pass in an instant. Sudoju looked at Chun Luo in surprise. Could be that big brother you're gonna go all out? One swing of the sword and Mi Ling would die. But that obviously wasn't possible. Mi Ling asked what the distance between the 2 sides in the match would be. Chun Luo said, 20 meters. The greater the distance, the easier it would be for Mi Ling to take the bait. Mi Ling sneered. At the start of the match, I'll retreat right away. I refuse to believe it. What's the wager for the match? Chun Luo grinned. Simple. Just stick your butt out and let me kick it once. Mi Ling said, why do you want to kick my sisters? But Mi Ling froze for a moment, then asked, if you lose, I get to kick you too? Chun Luo waved a hand. You can kick me to death. Kick me as many times as you want. Or if you have any other request, I can satisfy it. On the surface, Chun Luo was taking way too much of a loss. This was an uneven match, but Chun Luo had absolute confidence. He had advanced to level 4 yesterday, and with the skills from his previous life helping him, how could he possibly lose to Mi Ling? Completely impossible. Mi Ling hesitated a little. This whole thing was just too strange. Was he really this arrogant? But if she lost, at most she'd let him kick her once. It was embarrassing, but high risk meant high reward, and any condition she wanted would be on the table. Mi Ling nodded. All right, I agree. Chen Luo was practically thrilled inside. He had finally found a chance to take revenge openly and above board. Otherwise, once he took Mi Ling in, where would he ever get another chance to kick her? But Chen Luo said, Deju, Mi Li, you two are witnesses. Whoever goes back on their word is a dog. Dharma King thought, if I weren't taking your side because you're my master, I'd bite you. Why does the one who goes back on their word have to be a dog? Can't it be a cat? Mi Ling strongly insisted on having the match right now. Once it was over, she could eat breakfast. Could Chen Luo refuse? The two of them went straight up to the rooftop. This rooftop wasn't small either, about the size of a basketball court. Chen Luo and Mi Ling stood 20 meters apart. Mi Ling thought to herself, I just won't clash with him head on. As long as I drag it out for 3 seconds, I win. It's not exactly honorable, but he asked for it himself, so no one can blame me. There's no way I can stick my butt out and let him kick it, right? That's way too embarrassing. No choice. I'll just have to be a tiny bit shameless. Mi Li acted as the referee and counted down with gestures. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Mi Ling's eyes were locked tightly on Chen Luo. The instant Chen Luo made any move, she would react with the proper evasive action. The next second, Mi Ling's pupils shrank sharply. Chen Luo had disappeared? How was that possible? Her eyes had been fixed on him the whole time. Invisibility? Mi Li and Su Deju looked like they'd seen a ghost, mouths hanging open. Mi Fan was very pleased with herself. As Chen Luo's bedside cat, I was the first one to know, because Chen Luo had abruptly appeared behind Mi Ling. And Mi Ling had no idea at all. It wasn't until Chen Luo lightly wrapped one hand around Mi Ling's snowy white neck that Mi Ling stood frozen in place. Disbelief written all over her face. When Mi Ling came back to her senses, her first instinct was to throw Chen Luo over her shoulder, but it was completely useless. Her strength was nowhere near Chen Luo's. Chen Luo didn't move an inch. At the same time, Chen Luo leaned his head closer to Mi Ling and gently blew a breath by her ear. Mi Ling, you lost. If what Chen Luo had used wasn't his hand but a sharp dagger, and it had sliced across Mi Ling's throat, then Mi Ling would have died on the spot. Mi Ling's expression turned ugly. Distance wasn't a limitation at all. What kind of ability was this? Spatial type, instant movement? Was this really something a human could master? Being able to produce flames, ice, or lightning was still within the scope of understanding. But suddenly breaking through the limits of space and moving like that was a bit too unbelievable. It was like resurrection magic. Chen Luo wouldn't have believed it either just from hearing about it. Mi Ling barely suppressed the shock in her heart, but inside, she felt defeated. I lost. Even though Chen Luo hadn't actually injured her in the slightest, and she hadn't lost her ability to fight, if she said she hadn't lost, that would just be shamelessly refusing to admit defeat. Did she really have to stick out her, but for him to kick? Just thinking about it made Mi Ling's cheeks heat up. Chen Luo chuckled. Let's go downstairs and eat breakfast first. Mi Ling, you come too. What happened the past 2 days was my fault. But from now on, we're all comrades, so it's better if we blend in sooner. If nothing unexpected happened, Mi Ling would also become one of his people today. When Ma Yu set a basket of char siu in front of Mi Ling, refusing would just be way too affected. And deep down, she didn't want to refuse either. Chen Luo ate his own food and didn't tease her any further. Mi Ling awkwardly finished a basket of char siu and a bowl of spicy pepper soup. After eating, Chen Luo wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue and said seriously, everyone sit down in the living room. Let's talk about what we should do next. Seeing Chen Luo so serious and now talking about the next step again, everyone unconsciously followed him into the living room. Mayu was about to clear the table, but Chen Luo called her over too. Mi Fan and Dharma King also found places to sit. After loafing around for so many days, doing nothing but eating or playing, everyone felt a faint sense of confusion in their hearts. Chen Luo tapped the glass coffee table and said, Mi Ling, I told you already. I'm not only stronger than you in terms of power, I'm also better than you when it comes to the bigger picture. Huh. The truth was that Chen Luo might not necessarily be better than Mi Ling, but Chen Luo had the experience of his previous life. No matter how amazing a strategist was, none of them could compare to Chen Luo. Chen Luo said, Mi Ling, if you were the captain, how do you think you would lead us from here? Mi Ling froze. What should the next step be? At the beginning of the apocalypse, back at school, she had only one thought, get home and see whether Mi Li was safe. That was her entire belief, the only thing supporting her all the way home. After returning home, although she unexpectedly ran into Chen Luo, Mi Li was completely unharmed, and at that moment, she was already more than satisfied. Even though Chen Luo had gone too far in teasing her, her heart was still full of gratitude. But as for what came next, the world had suddenly become unfamiliar. She was completely lost and truly had no idea what to do next. The only thing she was somewhat sure about was that she had to keep getting stronger to resist the danger she would face. Mi Ling told the truth and shook her head. I don't know. Chen Luo looked at the others again. They all shook their heads too. They lacked neither food nor drink, and their strength was steadily growing. But as for what exactly they were supposed to do, they truly did not know. Chen Luo did not mock them or act superior either. In his previous life, was he not the same as them? Chen Luo slowly began to speak. Dezhu and I once ran into a rat king. It was extremely strong, and we almost died in its mouth. Mealy and I also ran into a fat zombie whose strength was completely beyond that of ordinary zombies. And I feel that zombies are only going to keep getting stronger. If ordinary people want to fight them and survive, the only way to stay alive is to unite. Even if my judgment is wrong, when supplies become harder and harder to obtain, if one person wants to snatch resources from the mouths of countless zombies, that is basically a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Take you, Mi Ling, for example. Would you dare to seize supplies from more than 20 zombies by yourself? It's too hard, right? But if we were a squad, would you still think it was that hard? Forget about human nature, and forget about whether a hastily gathered team would truly be united. It would still be stronger than you being alone. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Luo continued. It is the general trend for survivors to live in groups, surviving through teams and gathering points. No matter how strong one person is, if he runs into a team of several hundred or several thousand people, he still has to flee in panic. Our squad is very strong. To be blunt, if we ran into a team of over 100 people, even if we won, there would still be casualties. Maybe Meili would die. Maybe Dezhu would die. That is absolutely unacceptable. So either we create our own team or we join one. Only then can we ensure that we can live on in peace. In his previous life, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu had joined a gathering point too. There had been no choice. If they did not join, they would be bullied by others. In this life, Chen Luo had no need to join any team at all. He could live perfectly well on his own. The supplies he had stored up were enough to last 100 lifetimes. If he ran into danger, he could just use Void Walk and flee directly. But could the others do that? They could not run together with Chen Luo. Unless Chen Luo planned to hide until the end again like in his previous life. Outlive everyone, and go through that same loneliness all over again. Then what the hell had he reincarnated for? Mealing agreed deeply. If she did not join a team, then she would be bullied by others. On the way back, she had often encountered the covetous looks of groups of people. If she had not been strong enough, or if the other side had not had only a few people, there would have been no way she could have made it back alive. Join a team? To be honest, I am not willing to live under someone else's command. Why should I have to watch someone else's face? Besides, Mi Ling, Mi Li, you sisters are both so beautiful. If you joined a team, what if they demanded that you sleep with them? Don't tell me you think nobody would make a move on you at that point. With order collapsed, people's desires have been unleashed. What kind of treatment two beautiful women would receive was easy to imagine. Mi Ling's expression turned fierce. Whoever dares set his sights on me or my sister, I'll castrate him. Chen Luo's expression became a little unnatural as he gave an awkward laugh. Chen Luo coughed lightly. So, it is completely impossible for us to join someone else's team, and we do not want to be bullied either. Then our next step is to create a team ourselves. A team with more people, though that does not mean we will take in any trash. After Chen Luo's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. That was true. They absolutely had to form a larger team. Chen Luo said, if zombies really are getting stronger and there are too many zombies near the city center, then anyone even remotely normal would choose to run toward the outskirts. If my judgment is correct, then before long, a lot of people will start heading for the outskirts and form gathering points one after another. In his previous life, after zombies evolved to the first level, they gained a bit of intelligence. They were no longer as easy to kill as before, and their strength had increased as well. Building a gathering point in the city center was basically courting death. Anyone with the ability and luck to survive had no choice but to flee to remote areas. There was one thing Chen Luo did not say. The apocalypse was not as simple as just zombies. Many animals, plants, and insects had mutated. Creatures in the sea had mutated too, and some powerful marine creatures were able to survive on land and had come ashore. Their numbers were not large, but their individual combat power was extremely terrifying. That forced the survivors from coastal cities to flee to Shindu for refuge as well. Even more terrifying was that humanity had come close to being completely wiped out. Chen Luo had survived not because of head-on combat, but because his ability to hide and endure was unmatched. When humanity was nearly wiped out, Chen Luo felt there was no meaning in staying alive anymore. So he buried himself. Mi Ling smiled bitterly. I really didn't think as far ahead as you did, but I also think what you said makes a lot of sense. Chen Luo chuckled. Then call me Big Brother. Asking Mi Ling for that right now was probably a little too hard for her to say. But you're not going to go back on the bet from just now, right? Chen Luo could not help feeling his whole body stir with excitement. He was finally about to get revenge for that kick. Haha, Mi Ling, you promised. You have to accept defeat if you lose. Going back on it would be even better. Then it would not be just one kick, and even if she wanted to resist, she would not be able to. Chen Luo suppressed the excitement in his heart and coughed. All right, that's enough for now. There is no rush about expanding the team for the time being. Mi Ling, come to the room with me. There are some things I need to talk to you about privately. Kicking Mi Ling in front of everyone would not be appropriate, right? Of course, it had to be done privately in the room, where they could fulfill their promise in private. Mi Li was innocent and clueless, and really thought Chen Luo had something to discuss with Mi Ling Ma. You had already cast an amused glance over before turning to clean up the table. Mi Ling was stunned at first, but then a blush started rising from her fair white neck. Was she really going to be kicked by him? But she had promised. I was still too young. I fell for Chen Luo's trap. If he had not been completely confident, how could he possibly have added that kind of wager? Gritting her teeth, Mi Ling still stood up. A kick was just a kick. What was the big deal? Chen Luo entered what had originally been Mi Ling's room first, and Mi Ling slowly followed after him. Curious as ever, Mi Fan also wanted to follow along. As a cat, it was perfectly reasonable for him to listen in, right? But Mi Ling pushed him aside. It had been one thing when Mi Fan could not talk before. But now, what if he started broadcasting it everywhere like a loudspeaker? Or used this against her at a critical moment in the future? Mi Fan looked at the closed bedroom door with grievance in his eyes. Chen Luo was still better. After closing the door, the redness on Mi Ling's face could no longer be hidden. Mi Ling turned her back to Chen Luo and said in a tone that sounded as if she did not care. All right, if you're going to kick me, then hurry up and do it. Chen Luo looked at Mi Ling strangely. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about what sticking your butt out means? Or did you not study Chinese properly? Mi Ling was standing straight. How is that sticking her butt out? Mi Ling's already flushed cheeks instantly turned completely red. Just like red apples. This was way too embarrassing. Do you really have to be this serious about it? Mi Ling said angrily. No, I don't really understand. Why did you add kicking me once as the wager? You're the one who messed with me before, not me messing with you. Did I offend you or something? How about you change the punishment? As long as it's not too much, anything is fine. Yeah, normally when someone makes a bet with a girl, even if it goes a little overboard, it'd be at most stealing a kiss. Who the hell bets on kicking someone's butt? Chen Luo couldn't exactly say. It's revenge for my past life. I still remember it now, could he? Chen Luo shook his head like a rattle drum. Don't ask why. Bet. And you have to accept the loss. Just tell me, are you doing it or not? Mi Ling felt both embarrassed and annoyed inside. This Chen Luo. After an intense mental struggle, Mi Ling gritted her teeth and said, fine. Mi Ling, keep my word. Mi Ling braced herself against the wall opposite the door, the one to the right of the foot of the bed. Her beautiful curves bent slightly. Hurry up. There was a tremble in Mi Ling's voice, and her body was trembling too. Forget doing something like this. She'd never even imagined it before. It was just too humiliating. A rush of hot blood surged through Chen Luo. This was way too stimulating. I'm actually about to do this kind of thing with the future female war goddess. Ling Yanji. This beautiful scene was almost unbearable. Chen Luo suddenly couldn't bear to kick her anymore. After dawdling for a while, Chen Luo took off his shoes. Mi Ling, who had been secretly peeking, let out a sigh of relief. If he wasn't wearing shoes, it'd hurt less. Chen Luo wouldn't actually kick me hard, right? If you dare use force, I'll cry for you to see. In truth, Chen Luo just wanted to stall for time. After 10 seconds passed, Mi Ling grew impatient. I'll count to 10. If you still don't kick me, then don't say I didn't keep my promise. It'll be because you gave it up yourself. 10, 9, 8. Chen Luo lifted his foot, still hesitating. If he kicked her, then yes, he could immediately wash away his past humiliation, but this grudge didn't necessarily have to be avenged. Did I come looking for Mi Ling just to kick her once? If I really kick her, won't I end up single for life? Sure, kicking her would feel great, but I might stay single forever? 4, 3. Time was almost up. Panic rose in Chen Luo's heart, and he smacked her with his hand instead. Smack. That feeling. Mi Ling let out a small yelp. Her face turned red enough to drip blood as she turned back and glared furiously at Chen Luo. I told you to kick me once. How can you hit me with your hand instead? Chen Luo gave an awkward smile. I forgot. How about you let me make up for it with a kick? Anyone in that situation would have a stroke on the spot. Mi Ling pounced at Chen Luo like an enraged tigress. I'm going to strangle you. Mi Ling's hands fiercely pinched Chen Luo's arm and waist. Chen Luo resisted with difficulty. Rub, like the steps of a demon. Chen Luo was in pain and enjoying it at the same time. Only when she was panting heavily did Mi Ling finally let Chen Luo go. Mi Ling said viciously, if you dare tell anyone, I'll really strangle you. If Mi Li or Mi Fan found out, she'd truly have no face left at all. Chen Luo nodded like a chick pecking rice. Mi Ling didn't leave the room right away. She had to wait until the color returned to normal on her face. Chen Luo said, at noon today, let's have sister you make some dishes you like. We'll treat it as celebrating your official joining of our team. Mi Ling warned, if you dare mess with me again, I'm turning hostile. Chen Luo laughed awkwardly. If I mess with you again, I'm a dog. F.A. Wong, do you have any manners? After Chen Luo went out, Mi Ling lay on the bed. Thinking of something, she muttered doubtfully to herself. He never asked me what I like to eat. Did Mi Li tell him? Chen Luo had Ma Yu start making lunch early. Normally there were 8 dishes. Today there were 12, most of them things Mi Ling liked. And also things Chen Luo liked. Looking at the table full of food, Mi Ling was extremely emotional. She knew that if not for Chun Luo, if this apocalypse had not improved, in this lifetime, she was afraid she would never get to eat even any four of the dishes on this table. When she had returned home from school, what she worried about most was that her younger sister Mi Li wouldn't eat well, would go hungry, or would face danger. But in the end, hey, the life they were living was basically heaven. Not only was she being protected perfectly, she was eating meat and fish every day. Thinking of this, Mi Ling raised the drink in her hand, stood up, and said sincerely, "Thank you. Really, Chun Luo, for helping me take care of my little sister." Chun Luo smiled. Of course. Wasn't it only right? Let's eat. Just like when he ate with Mi Li, Chun Luo dug in boldly, taking big bites of meat. Mi Ling was influenced by him and stopped acting reserved as well. Mi Ling chewed the fragrant, spicy slices of meat in her mouth. Woo. This meat was way too delicious. My heart wavered again, but this time I didn't lose. After eating, Chun Luo took a sip of tea and said to the fully satisfied Mi Ling, Mi Li, this isn't a suitable place to live. In the future, other survivors will come rummaging through here at least 8 times a day. It'll get annoying. In a relatively crowded residential complex like this, everyone knows there are a lot of supplies here. Before long, there'll be way too many people coming here to search for supplies. Most importantly, the terrain is bad and the field of view isn't open enough. If there's a choice, it's best not to live in a high-rise. This afternoon, pack up a bit. No rush. Put whatever you need in my storage space, and we'll leave tomorrow. That night, in the middle of absorbing crystals, F.A. Wong suddenly let out a howl. Instead of being alarmed, Chun Luo was delighted. That meant F.A. Wong had reached level 3. Every time one advanced a level, their strength almost doubled. Other than Chun Luo, F.A. Wong was probably the second in the world to reach level 3. With F.A. Wong's agility and speed, it would be no problem for a single dog to take on dozens of level 1 ability users. Mi Li, Su Daju, and the others would need at least another week before they could reach level 3. The next day, leaving the home they had lived in for more than 10 years made Mi Ling and Mi Li reluctant. But since Chun Luo had spoken and judged this place unsuitable, they could only move. The place Chun Luo chose was the villa district where his own home used to be. There were no high-rise buildings nearby, and the view was completely open. The entire villa district could be used to house the faction he would establish. At the very south end of the neighborhood, it connected directly to a mountain. If a zombie tide came, they could completely retreat by climbing up the mountain. It was a good location. Once more survivors fleeing disaster appeared in the future, it was inevitable some would covet this place. But was Chun Luo afraid? If you dared come, you were just delivering crystals. In the early stage, at most some small groups would come cause trouble, the kind with a dozen people, or a few dozen at absolute most. Chun Luo could handle them completely. After developing for a while, with Chun Luo's knowledge and supplies, his strength would only far surpass everyone else's. What gave Chun Luo a slight pleasant surprise was that his heavy truck was still there. But what made his balls ache was that someone had siphoned all the fuel. Fortunately, Chun Luo had some spare gasoline in his ability storage space. Chun Luo had barely stockpiled gasoline in the first place. 1. It was easy to collect. 2. By the middle and later stages, it was basically useless. As long as there was enough, that was fine. Because the truck's cab hadn't been used for many days, one of the windows had also been smashed, and a thin layer of dust had gathered inside. After a simple cleanup, everyone got in the heavy truck. Very soon, this truck's only use would be transporting goods. As for using the truck to ram survivors, forget it. No one was stupid enough to just let you hit them. Any zombies on the road that could be run over with the truck were run over. When there were roadblocks and the truck couldn't build up speed, Chun Luo had Su Daju, Mi Ling, and the others get out and kill the zombies, collecting the crystals. The lowest level crystals were useless to Chun Luo now, but they were still useful to Su Daju and the others. Before the zombies evolved to level 1, they still had to use these crystals. Chun Luo didn't make a move. Better to let Mi Ling and the others get more training. As they came upon a turn, a suddenly grief-stricken cry entered Chun Luo's ears. "Brother Fong, I'm begging you, leave us and run. Cut the damn crap. If we die, we die together." After advancing to level 4, Chun Luo's eyesight had also far surpassed that of ordinary people. Chun Luo looked over and saw 3 young men with darkened faces and sluggish movements, slowly trying to evade the pursuit of 5 or 6 zombies. Chun Luo froze for a moment. Had they been attacked by a poison-type zombie? If so, it could only have been a level 1 poison-type zombie. Otherwise, those 3 young men would have already been paralyzed. There were 4 young men in total. The remaining one was desperately swinging a rubber baton, fighting to the death without retreating. Judging from his condition, he had been poisoned too, but he was probably a body-type ability user, so he had a certain degree of resistance to level 1 poison. If he left his 3 companions behind as zombie bait, he could have escaped. Just then, the man called Brother Fong spotted the passing Chun Luo, and joy at surviving a hopeless situation appeared on his despairing face. He shouted wildly, "Big brother, if you can save us, please save us. I, Fong Yu, will definitely repay this great kindness. Chen Luo said calmly, all right. Chen Luo opened the car door and let out the Dharma King. Open the door, release the dog. Under normal circumstances, this had nothing to do with Chen Luo, but he admired Fang Yu's loyalty. Fang Yu could have run, but he didn't. That made Chen Luo think of the scene in his previous life when Su Dazhu sacrificed himself for him. And clearly, Su Dazhu also admired the other man and got out of the car on his own to help. But there was nothing for Su Dazhu to do. The Dharma King got out of the car and dealt with those 5 zombies in just a few moves, leaving Fang Yu and the others dumbfounded. The poison-type zombie wasn't anywhere to be seen. Low-level poison-type zombies could only spray poison at close range, so Fang Yu and the others had probably already dealt with it. Su Dazhu helped Fang Yu support his injured friends. Fang Yu walked up to the heavy truck's window, gave Chen Luo a deep bow, and said with a choked voice, "Thank you. Thank you for saving us. I'm bad with words, but if you ever need anything from me, just say the word." Thinking of something, Chen Luo asked with interest, "How many of you are there? What happened?" Fang Yu naturally did not hide anything. "There are 4 of us. We all work for the same security company and have been comrades for years. We came out today to look for supplies. It should have been a sure thing, but we ran into a zombie that could spray poison. We almost all died. Many of Fang Yu's comrades had joined the same security company after leaving the military. But after the apocalypse arrived, only the 4 of them remained. Their already precious brotherhood had become even more treasured." Chen Luo turned to Mi Li and said, "Mi Li, get down there and help treat them." Originally, the 3 poison men would have needed at least 10 days to half a month of rest before recovering. But under Mi Li's treatment, although they were still somewhat weak, they were already much better. Fang Yu grew even more grateful and even more shocked inside. This team's strength was astonishing. That dog that had gotten out of the car seemed capable of wiping all of them out with ease. Was it really a dog? A few bolts of lightning had casually wiped out several zombies. And that little girl, was she a priest? Especially Chen Luo. Though he looked young and wore a faint smile, he was the leader of this group, and he gave Fang Yu an unfathomable feeling. Chen Luo chuckled. There's strength in numbers. How about forming a team? Of course, I'll be the captain. Chen Luo happened to be short on manpower. These 4 looked pretty agreeable, and their caliber was high. Why not recruit them? Fang Yu had just seen the strength of Chen Luo's group with his own eyes. Compared to Chen Luo, he and the others were simply not on the same level. This was a real thigh to hold on to. Not to mention Chen Luo had saved their lives. Even without that, teaming up with someone like this would greatly improve their safety. Fang Yu could not think of a single reason to refuse. Fang Yu turned back and glanced at his 3 brothers. Not one of them objected. He immediately cupped his fist toward Chen Luo and said, "It is our honor that you think highly of us, and you also saved our lives. If we refused, we'd be failing to appreciate your kindness." Chen Luo smiled. "Head to the rear compartment first. Is there anything at your old base that you need to bring back? If there's nothing important, then don't bother. There are plenty of things on the streets and in the malls." Although he found these people pretty agreeable, Chen Luo would not reveal the matter of his space unless they were core members. Fang Yu shook his head. Mi Ling said, "These 4 really are pretty good. Not only do they have the courage to fight zombies, but at a life-and-death moment, they also didn't abandon their teammates." Chen Luo nodded. "It doesn't matter if their strength is a little low. Character is what matters. Otherwise, if they run the moment danger appears, what's the point of being strong?" Mi Fan also did not sense anything unusual from the 4 of them. When they arrived at the villa district where Chen Luo's home was, Chen Luo still parked the vehicle in the old spot. Most of the zombies inside the villa district had originally been killed by Chen Luo, but by now, some zombies had appeared again. Zombies would keep wandering around. When they reached the entrance of his villa, Chen Luo pointed at a villa next door and said to Fang Yu's group of 4, "There should be no one in this one. Go clean it up first. I'll come see you later." There was no way Chen Luo was going to live together with Fang Yu and the other 4. First, they had not reached that level of trust yet. Second, it was inconvenient. Fang Yu and the others nodded. The moment he entered, Chen Luo's face darkened. The living room window had originally been shut tight, but now it had been smashed open. Broken glass shards covered the floor, and there were signs that someone had rummaged through the house. With a little thought, Chen Luo knew what had happened. Someone had come in to search for supplies. Most likely, it was done by survivors from within the villa district. Shaking his head, Chen Luo could not be bothered to investigate who had done it. If anyone dared come again while he was home, then he could not be blamed for being rude. Chen Luo said, Mi Ling, Mi Li, go pick a room on the 3rd floor. Dazhu and Sister Yu, you 2 still stay on the 2nd floor. Then everyone do a full cleanup. Chen Luo himself was staying on the 3rd floor. Sima Zhao's intentions were obvious to every passerby. On the 3rd floor, Chen Luo's bedroom was in the center, while Mi Ling and Mi Li chose the remaining rooms on the left and right. Hith. Chen Luo took out Mi Ling and Mi Li's belongings from his space for them to sort out, then went down to the 1st floor. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo went into the storage room on the 1st floor and took out some rice, potatoes, cooking oil, salt, MSG, and other seasonings, then placed them inside. Then he called over Su Dezhu, carried a bag of rice and some potatoes, and headed to where Fong Yu and the others were staying. Chen Luo's hearing had also become very sharp. Before he even walked into the villa, he heard Fong Yu and the other four talking. Holy crap, Brother Fong. That dog was seriously awesome. I really can't believe a dog could have that kind of strength. It feels like the four of us together still wouldn't be enough to beat it. Be more confident. Get rid of the feels like. Chen Luo smiled when he heard that. This was the lightning Dharma King, and it had even received my true teachings. The door wasn't closed. Chen Luo coughed, and Fong Yu's group of four hurriedly greeted him. Chen Luo smiled and said, no rush. Let's all introduce ourselves first. I'm Chen Luo, and this is Su Dezhu. While you're at it, tell me what ability each of you awakened, and on which day after the great change you awakened it. The four began introducing themselves one by one. My name is Fong Yu. I'm the oldest among the four of us. I awakened on the third day. My ability is greater strength and a stronger physique. The same as Su Dezhu. My name is Yang Xian. My ability is ice. I awakened on the fifth day. If anything needs freezing, I can help chill it. My name is Su Lan. My ability is earth. I awakened on the seventh day. I can control sand and stones, but it doesn't seem very useful. Earth-type ability users were actually pretty good. Whether in the early stage or the late stage, their defense was the highest among the elemental types. They could build tall, solid earthen walls to block zombies. If they grew enough to reach king level, skills like earthquakes and summoning meteors would also be extremely powerful. The last one was called Li Fei. He said a little awkwardly, my name is Li Fei. My ability is electricity. I also awakened on the fifth day. Compared to the dog you keep, there's really no comparison. Fong Yu's talent counted as good. Among the others, they were above average. Chen Luo had never seen any of these people in his previous life either. Most likely, without Chen Luo, they would have already died in the mouths of zombies. Chen Luo wasn't disappointed either. Having people to help run errands was pretty nice too. Besides, these few weren't bad. Chen Luo pointed at the rice and potatoes he had brought over. You know how to cook, right? Use these for now. Fong Yu said in shock. Chen Luo, you saved our lives. We haven't even repaid you yet. How can we take your things? Later, we'll go find some ourselves. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Don't be so formal. We're a team now. You can count as following me. What is a little food? Eat, get some rest, and in the afternoon, sort out the supplies in the villa district and put them under my centralized management. If Fong Yu and the other three performed excellently, and Chen Luo felt they were genuinely good people, then he would treat them as core members. At that time, he would tell them a little about the secret of his ability space and occasionally give them some meat to eat. But letting them eat the same as him right away, with fish and meat every meal, wasn't that just pure brain damage? I can't finish all my food, sure. But if you haven't shown enough loyalty, then don't even think about it. Su Dezhu was a brother. In his previous life, he had sacrificed himself to save Chen Luo. So Chen Luo was willing to let Su Dezhu live well and eat well. As long as Chen Luo had something to eat, Su Dezhu would never get less. As for Mi Ling and Mi Li, those who knew. Ma Yu counted as the imperial chef. Chen Luo was training her as a confidant. He still had to rely on her for cooking. Fong Yu didn't drag things out either and nodded. All right, then you can watch how the four of us perform from now on. Chen Luo took out another walkie-talkie and handed it to Fong Yu. If anything comes up later, it'll be more convenient to use this to contact me. This walkie-talkie didn't need a signal to communicate, and its maximum communication range could reach 2,000 meters. When phones couldn't be used, this was extremely convenient. After returning home, Ma Yu said helplessly, Chen Luo, the natural gas here has been cut off. Should we use the induction cooker to cook? Chen Luo had already been prepared for this. He took out 2 gas canisters from his space and sent one over to Fong Yu and the others. Survivors didn't have much demand for natural gas anyway. After gathering points were established, if they really needed a fire-type ability, user providing flames would be enough. They didn't have many dishes to stir-fry either. At most, they could cook some rice. After lunch, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Luo called Fong Yu and the other 3 together. We'll be settling here for the long term from now on. First, scout out this entire villa district. For villas with people in them, leave them alone for now. For empty ones, if there are supplies inside, bring them out. Also collect any matching car keys. Having cars will make things more convenient too. If there were other survivors, Chen Luo wouldn't go looking for trouble with them for no reason. He would let them fend for themselves for now. Once he had more people, if they were suitable, he'd let them join. If they weren't suitable, he'd send them away with some food. That was already a very mild way of handling things. If he ran into someone unreasonable, then if they refused to leave, they could just stay forever. That afternoon, Chen Luo gathered Fong Yu, Yang Xian, and the other 2 along with Su Dezhu, Mi Ling, Mi Li, and the rest at the villa entrance. Split into 2 groups. Try to clear all 100 villas in the neighborhood in one afternoon. If there are people inside, don't touch those for now. There were definitely still survivors in the neighborhood, and Chen Luo wasn't going to drive them away for the time being. First, there was no need for it, and it was too vicious. Driving them away was almost the same as killing them. Chen Luo wasn't rotten enough to attack people who had no grievance with him. Second, what would the people around him think of him? Someone so cold and heartless. Anyone with a halfway decent moral compass would feel chilled after seeing that. Chen Luo didn't even need to drive them out. Once their supplies ran out, they would come out on their own to look for resources. Then they would either die to zombies or survive pretty well. If they survived pretty well, that meant their abilities were pretty good. If suitable, Chen Luo wouldn't mind taking them in. Suddenly, Chen Luo, whose hearing was very sharp, heard the sound of a vehicle moving. Someone had driven into the villa district, and this vehicle wasn't small. Chen Luo took a few steps and looked in the direction the sound was coming from. He saw 2 white buses driving into the neighborhood. A group of people got out of the vehicles. When he saw the figure at the front, Chen Luo muttered to himself, "Holy shit, how did I forget about her? That top-tier simp?" Chen Luo had struggled through the apocalypse for 12 years in his previous life. It was like an ordinary person recalling something that happened when they were 9 years old. He would remember important people and important events. But some things only came back to him when he saw them again. The leader of this group was a woman, apparently called Manga. She really was pretty, but Chen Luo felt nothing toward her because she was a psychological freak. Manga had a certain amount of fame in Chengdu. She was the boss of a clothing design company and also its chief designer. The company wasn't very big, and she wasn't famous because she was pretty. It was because her company only hired women, and only the kind without boyfriends. Married women were even less acceptable. Everyone guessed she had a psychological cleanliness issue and hated men. After the apocalypse, Manga led her employees and established a gathering point that only accepted female survivors, though she made some changes later. Why call her a psychological freak? Even after the apocalypse, she absolutely refused to let the employees under her date or flirt. If she caught them, she punished them harshly. Who didn't have desires? Even livestock went into heats sometimes. Her most important identity was that she was Mi Ling's #1 simp. Didn't he expect that, huh? It was only because of Mi Ling's persuasion and the intense dissatisfaction from the people under her that Manga finally considered recruiting a small number of male survivors. Mi Ling had many simps, but Manga simped the hardest. It was said that she later died while saving Mi Ling, and Mi Ling took over her position. Even among simps, very few were willing to give up their lives for the person they liked. Her title as #1 simp was absolutely deserved. It was precisely because of Manga that, no matter how high Mi Ling's talent was or how strong she became, it would still have been difficult for her to survive in the apocalypse with Mi Li otherwise. Chen Luo thought back for a moment. Manga should have been leading her people to collect supplies. Back then, they had even found Chen Luo's house, but after seeing that someone was there, they gave up. The embarrassing part was seeing a gathering point made up of this many girls. Tell me, if it were you, wouldn't you want to join too? At the time, Manga simply didn't accept men, so she rejected Chen Luo without the slightest mercy. Chen Luo stroked his chin. With a butterfly like me around, Mi Ling will probably meet Manga a bit earlier. Huh? Should I hide Mi Ling and keep Manga from seeing her? No, wait. This is a simp. Simps are good. Mi Ling herself was perfectly normal. Don't I happen to be short on subordinates? Even if this group of girls wasn't as strong as men, I'm in need of manpower right now, so I'm not picky. Chen Luo remembered that aside from Manga, there was another very powerful ability user in this team. If she hadn't died early too, then among the future king-level big shots, there should have been a place for her as well. Then it was necessary to make contact with them. Manga's group searched for supplies villa by villa, but clearly, the supplies inside the villas seemed to have already been searched through once. Very quickly, Manga and the others drew close to Chen Luo's direction. Chen Luo didn't look at Manga, even though she really was quite pretty, a slender beauty with outstanding bearing. But Chen Luo truly had no interest in her. Instead, Chen Luo's gaze fell on a woman in the crowd who wasn't very pretty, but looked very heroic in her early 20s. After Mi Ling joined Manga, this woman had become someone whose strength was second only to Mi Ling's, a powerful ice-type ability user. She seems to be called Shu Yun, but unfortunately, she died early. Manga and her group also saw Chen Luo. They seemed to notice Mi Ling too, and walked straight over. The people on Chen Luo's side were also very curious as they looked at this team of more than 20 people made up entirely of women. When Manga saw Mi Ling, her whole body trembled, and a strange emotion rose in her heart. How should she put it? It was probably like a man seeing a fairy. Manga walked over, completely ignoring Chen Luo, and stopped in front of Mi Ling. Manga smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Manga." Mi Ling was a little confused about what was going on. She had heard of Manga before. Since the other woman was polite and refined, Mi Ling also replied courteously, "My name is Mi Ling." Manga gestured toward the team members behind her and smiled. "We're all women here. How about joining us?" Chen Luo cursed inwardly. She really was taking him seriously at all, digging at his wall, right in front of him. Mi Ling clearly did not disappoint Chen Luo. If she hadn't already joined Chen Luo, would Mi Ling have refused Mu Tiange? There would have been no reason to. They were all girls here. At the very least, she wouldn't have to be on guard against them coveting her looks. At least, that was what the uninformed her would have thought. Compared to teaming up with men, Mu Tiange would, of course, make her feel more at ease. But Mi Ling already had a team now, so she refused Mu Tiange without the slightest hesitation. Sorry, I already have a team. Aside from being strict about emotional matters among her members, Mu Tiange treated them very well in other ways. One of the girls saw F.A. Wong and her eyes lit up. There's a dog here. It looks pretty mighty. Chen Luo fed F.A. Wong well and kept it well supplied, and F.A. Wong had advanced another 3 levels. How could not look mighty? F.A. Wong couldn't be bothered to pay her any attention. In F.A. Wong's eyes, humans weren't divided into men and women. Who cared whether you were a girl or a guy? As long as its master gave the order, male or female made no difference. If he said bite, then bite. This girl was probably someone who liked dogs. She pulled out a sausage from her body and wanted to feed it to F.A. Wong. But then she hesitated and couldn't bear to part with it. Supplies were so scarce now, and she hadn't gotten much food herself. In the end, she gritted her teeth and ate more than half of the sausage on the spot, leaving the rest to feed F.A. Wong. But she didn't expect F.A. Wong to look at her with a pitying gaze instead. It had smelled this stuff before. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. And yet she was being so careful with something dogs wouldn't even eat, looking so reluctant to part with it. Sigh. This person was truly pitiful. Not to mention that F.A. Wong didn't like sausages in the first place. Even if it did, it would never eat something from a stranger. The girl who offered F.A. Wong the sausage felt awful all over. If it doesn't want to eat it, fine. But why do I feel like it's looking at me as if it pities me? The others laughed and said, "You're overthinking it, aren't you? You can actually read pity from a dog's eyes. It's probably just that it wants to eat food from strangers. Even people have a hard time getting food now, so dogs definitely can't get any. Being able to resist temptation in this situation, this dog is really something." F.A. Wong curled its lip. If Master hadn't given the order, I would be bitten already. When Mu Tiange heard Mi Ling's answer, she was a little surprised. What surprised her wasn't the answer itself, but the completely unhesitating attitude. It was obvious their side was safer and more suitable. Yet Mi Ling rejected her without the slightest hesitation. Mu Tiange swept her gaze over the group. From the positions everyone was standing in and the expressions on their faces, it wasn't hard to tell that Chen Luo was the one in charge. She asked, as if she didn't care, "Is this your boyfriend?" Mi Ling's face flushed slightly, and she was just about to deny it, but Chen Luo answered bluntly, "What is it to you? Digging in my wall, right in front of me. Do you think I'm dead?" Chen Luo stopped paying attention to Mu Tiange and called out, "Everyone, start moving. Clean this place up." Watching Chen Luo and the others leave, Mu Tiange narrowed her eyes and sneered inwardly. Men were all naturally cold-hearted creatures, greedy for money and lustful by nature. As long as she used a few small tricks, she could make Mi Ling see this man as true colors and then join her side. If she spent more time getting close to her, it would happen eventually. Mu Tiange pondered for a moment, then turned and said, "Everyone, keep searching. We'll stay here for now." The bus was loaded with the supplies and daily necessities Mu Tiange had gathered, so they could settle down at any time. Originally, she and T wanted to live in this villa district. It wasn't because the conditions were bad, but because they were too good. A place like this would definitely attract a lot of people. Steady development was the kingly path. But on second thought, other residential areas might not be safe either. They would definitely be searched by large groups of people too, so there was no real way to avoid that. Most importantly, Mi Ling lived here. Mu Tiange directly chose the villa next to Chen Luo's house. With more than 20 people, they occupied 2 villas. The 2 groups searched for supplies at the same time. Chen Luo didn't care. How many supplies could there really be? He completely looked down on them. Fan Yu, Su Dezhu, and the others went inside to search the houses, while Chen Luo stayed stationed at the entrance. If anything happened, he could rush over immediately. At the same time, he was thinking about how to take down Mu Tiange and her group. The best way would be to turn her straight, but that seemed pretty difficult. Mu Tiange was also thinking about how to make Mi Ling see men as true nature, so she would join her side. The 2 of them each harbored their own schemes, with Mu Tiange competing for the supplies. It took less than 2 hours for Chen Luo's side to finish clearing out the neighborhood. In total, they got more than 300 jin of rice and some high-end snacks, all of it taken from villas that had zombies inside. The villas without zombies had almost no supplies left. Someone else had gotten there first. At the same time, the crystals from the zombies they had cleared out were given to Fan Yu and the other 3. Fan Yu and the other 3 still didn't know the secret of the crystals. That really required a bit of imagination. It wasn't until 3 months later that the existence of the crystals stopped being a secret. This stuff was completely useless to Chen Luo. and the others had enough of it too. It was also very easy to obtain, so Chen Luo gave it to Feng Yu without the slightest heartache. Mu Tinga, who had been observing Chen Luo's side from time to time, narrowed her eyes. This brat knows the secret of the crystals too? It should have been Mi Ling who figured it out. The supplies they found were placed on Feng Yu's side. Mai started cooking. The kitchen windows were tightly shut, and the range hood in Chen Luo's house was powerful enough that not a trace of cooking smoke leaked out. Mu Tinga, however, did the opposite. She opened the windows and didn't even use the range hood, preparing to stir-fry some rotten cabbage and rotten potatoes. If they didn't eat them soon, they'd really go bad. Although she hated to eat them now, that was still better than letting them rot. Mu Tinga urged one of the girls cooking, Xiao Ling, make it smell as good as possible. Xiao Ling gave a bitter smile. Sis, there's no natural gas. We can't cook even if we want to. Mu Tinga frowned. 4 of the girls under her had fire-type abilities, but their abilities were still weak. Not only did they not have enough power to support making an entire meal, they also couldn't control their strength properly. If they weren't careful, they'd burn the pot through. What now? It was already dark, and going out to look for a gas tank would be a little dangerous. They'd talk about it tomorrow. Tonight, they could only make do. Snacks were nice, but if you ate them every meal, you'd get sick of them quickly. They had found any machine that could provide electricity, and now they couldn't even cook rice. Mu Tinga ate an egg yolk pie without any appetite, then took a small sip of water, unwilling to drink more. One of her sisters had nearly died from stomach pain after drinking raw water. Water wasn't easy to come by either. Mi Ling was probably in the same situation, right? Thinking of something, Mu Tinga's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect way to gain favor? Mu Tinga gritted her teeth and took out a package of roast duck from the supplies in the living room. This kind of roast duck was the kind packed in a seal bag and loaded with preservatives. People called it roast duck, but anyone who had actually eaten it knew the truth. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. This kind of thing was hard to come by. Usually only large supermarkets had it. Small stores wouldn't carry something like this. Right now, getting it was no easy task. Mu Tinga had found it in a resident's home. There had been 5 bags in total. The group had already split 3 of them, leaving 2. Among the girls, some looked delighted, while others tried to stop her. Sis, save it. Eat it next time. If we finish it now, it won't be easy to get more later. You don't seriously think she's giving it to you, do you? Mu Tinga found a plate and put the roast duck, which was only 500 grams, onto it. The roast duck, with its added coloring, still looked pretty decent. The package had already been torn open, and the girls all gathered around. There were a lot of them, and the duck was small, but everyone could at least get a piece of meat. In the end, Mu Tinga picked up the plate and walked outside with it. Shu Yin froze for a moment. Sis, where are you going? Mu Tinga said, I'm taking it to Mi Ling. Everyone was instantly stunned. One of the girls blurted out, Sis, we risked our lives to snatch that from the zombies, and you're giving it to an outsider? No matter who it was, nobody would be happy about that. Mu Tinga soothed them, I can tell. Mi Ling is a good person. If I can trade 1 roast duck for a sister, isn't that worth it? A simp could always find a reason. Mu Tinga's preference still hadn't been exposed for the time being. Even though everyone was unhappy, they couldn't change Mu Tinga's decision. Carrying the roast duck, Mu Tinga came to Chen Luo's house. The door was closed. She couldn't get in, and she couldn't use force either. A dog suddenly appeared. It was Fa Wang. It looked to see who had come. Mu Tinga immediately showed a guarded expression. This dog, it wouldn't jump over and snatch my roast duck, would it? If you dare steal it, don't blame me for getting ruthless. Mu Tinga was a rare psychic-type ability user. She could use mental attacks, and she could also manipulate objects like steel needles or daggers. Right now, she was only level 2, so she still couldn't use mental attacks. But manipulating objects was no problem. She could even make things float through the air. But she was overthinking it. Would Fa Wang even care about something like that? Whiff, 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 whiff. Fa Wang barked wildly. In front of me, you're not even as tempting as braised pork. Don't try using a honey trap. Dinner was about to start. Hearing the commotion, Chen Luo came downstairs to take a look. Mu Tinga smiled. Open the door. I'm bringing Mi Ling something to eat. Chen Luo laughed. Yo, a real simp, huh? Can't go crushing someone's drive to improve, right? Chen Luo smiled and said, give it to me. I'll take it up. Mu Tinga shook her head. No, I have to hand it to her myself. What if you secretly keep the roast duck I brought from Mi Ling and eat it yourself? Fa Wang shook his head. Even a dog would shake its head after seeing this. You're overthinking it. There was no way Chen Luo was letting Mu Tinga into his villa. What if she saw what they were eating and your whole mindset collapsed? Then Mu Tinga had another thought. Wait, if this brat Chen Luo secretly keeps the roast duck for himself, then tomorrow I can ask Mi Ling about it. Wouldn't that expose Chen Luo's ugly, selfish, greedy face? Thinking that, Mu Tinga suppressed the pain in her heart and handed the roast duck to Chen Luo. This had been saved from the mouths of her other sisters. If Mi Ling liked it, she would even give her the last one too, with a smile on her face. Mu Tinga walked back to her own place in complete satisfaction. Just imagining how happy Mi Ling would be when she ate the roast duck made Mu Tinga feel as sweet as if she'd eaten candy. Chen Luo shook his head. Sigh, pitiful simp. He was about to go upstairs when he happened to run into Mi Ling, who was also coming down. Mi Ling looked at the roast duck in surprise. Where did that come from? Chen Luo curled his lip. Mu Tiange sent it over. Mi Ling said in surprise. We're not even close. She gave me this? Here with Chen Luo, no one knew who would eat the roast duck. But in other people's hands, it was a different story. Mi Ling couldn't figure it out. She and Mu Tiange weren't friends, so how could she bear to give this away? Chen Luo let out a mocking laugh. If she wants to give it, let her. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luo casually tossed the roast duck Mu Tiange had painfully forced herself to part with into the trash can without the slightest regret. He didn't dare keep something from stranger. Mi Ling felt it was a bit of a waste, but only because food had been wasted. Subconsciously, Mi Ling looked at F.A. Wong. Don't waste it. F.A. Wong wagged his tail and walked away. Dogs really wouldn't eat it. When Mu Tiange went back, she thought, roast duck is greasy. If Mi Ling gets thirsty after eating it, and they don't have much water, what then? I can go without drinking. But I can't let Mi Ling go thirsty. So Mu Tiange came trotting over again with 2 bottles of mineral water. Mi Ling was completely at a loss. No, wait. What's with the unprovoked generosity? Could there be poison in the food and water? After thinking it over, Mi Ling decided not to drink it and simply threw it into the trash can. If Mu Tiange, who was currently feeling all pleased with herself, found out, she would probably explode on the spot. Chen Luo took out a real roast duck as an extra dish. After buying it, Chen Luo had almost forgotten about it. There was just too much good food around. This roast duck had already been sliced, and it came with sweet bean sauce, shredded scallions, and shredded cucumber. It was even giving off steam. How could Mu Tiange's preservative-packed roast duck possibly compare? Mealy asked, Brother Chen Luo, do you like duck skin, or do you like duck meat? Chen Luo smiled. I like both. Mealy carefully picked out the golden, tender, crispy duck skin from the roast duck, spread sweet bean sauce on it, and stuffed in some shredded scallions. She didn't eat it herself, and handed it to Chen Luo first. Chen Luo was deeply touched. If his hands weren't oily, he really would have wanted to pat Mi Li's little head. I really didn't spoil you for nothing. Mi Ling watched suspiciously. Not for me. Could it be that this little girl? That was probably it. When she had needed protection the most, Chen Luo had appeared, and he treated her this well. The two of them were only 3 years apart. Whether now or in the future, no one was more suitable for Mi Li than Chen Luo. Mi Ling would feel at ease watching over this too. If she left Mi Li to anyone else, Mi Ling simply wouldn't be reassured. But why do I feel a little sour? Suddenly, the whole table of food didn't taste that good anymore. The next day, Mu Tiange found a chance and asked Mi Ling, was the roast duck good? Mi Ling gave an awkward smile. Why, it was good. Mi Ling finally got to experience what it felt like back then, when she had just gotten home with 2 classmates, and they had taken out wrinkled bread and asked, Mi Li, why aren't you eating? Even though there was a huge difference between bread and roast duck. Here with Chen Luo, they were the same. Even dogs wouldn't eat them. Mu Tiange smiled. As long as you liked it. Mi Ling asked the question that had been bothering her. Why did you give me roast duck? Mu Tiange smiled. I just feel like we're very fated. The moment I saw you, I felt a natural sense of closeness. If a man had said that, Mi Ling would have instantly concluded, this bastard has designs on me. Get lost. But this was a woman, and Mi Ling still didn't understand Mu Tiange at this point. That night, despite the strong objections from her sisters, Mu Tiange resolutely brought over the last roast duck and 2 bottles of mineral water again. Another roast duck ended up in the trash can. Chen Luo thought it over. I should at least show some response. I also need to deepen the favorability of the girls across the way a bit. But what should I give them? Needless to say, if I casually gave them some real meat dishes, wouldn't their favorability instantly explode? But I'm not a simp, so why should I? Thinking of something, a sly grin appeared on Chen Luo's face. Chen Luo found dozens of tons of cucumbers in the vegetable section and specifically picked out the kind with poor color and appearance, but pretty big size. I'm here to bring you cucumbers. Cucumbers are great. Eating them is good for your skin. Chen Luo took a total of 30 cucumbers. Didn't he know exactly how many people were on the other side? But 1 per person should be enough. Everyone gets 1. Open up, cucumber delivery. Shui Yun, the future ice-type ability user second only to Mi Ling, opened the door. With a trace of caution, she asked, what is it? Chen Luo lifted the packed cucumbers in his hand. You gave us roast duck, and I happen to have some cucumbers here, so I brought them over for you. When Shui Yun carried the cucumbers inside and handed them out to everyone, all the girls got excited. Cucumbers, it's cucumbers. I want to eat cucumber. Don't wash them. Water is too precious. Just eat them raw. I'm not eating it. I can't bear to. A few dirty-minded queens immediately looked at the girl who said she wouldn't eat, their faces breaking into wicked grins. Mu Tiange's expression was ugly. If it weren't for getting close to Mi Ling, she wouldn't even bother giving Chen Luo a proper glance. She would absolutely not eat something given by a man. Mu Tiange thought to herself that she had already gained a lot of Mi Ling's favor. After all, she had eaten her roast duck. It was time for the next step, Make that stinking man reveal his true face. Create a crisis and make Chen Luo expose his ugly, cowardly side in the face of life and death. Once Mi Ling saw clearly, wouldn't she naturally fall right in her bowl? Mu Tiange went to find Chen Luo. I want to cooperate with you on something. Chen Luo smiled. Let us hear it. Mu Tiange said, there's that dare mall 3 miles east of here. There are a lot of supplies inside, but I estimate there are also a lot of zombies there. I'm not confident I can pull it off smoothly, and you have 8 or 9 people on your side too, so I want to work with you. If we take the supplies there, the food alone will be enough to last at least a year, and the daily necessities will last for decades. After it's done, you take 30% and I take 70%. We have more people on our side, so naturally we'll be doing more of the work. Chen Luo froze. That mall was the exact large shopping center he and Melia had gone to before. There was only this one large mall nearby. I already took almost all the supplies inside. What are we going there for, to watch zombies dance? Chen Luo decisively shook his head. No, I'm timid. There are at least several hundred zombies inside. I don't dare go. Mu Tiange was truly speechless. Fine, if you're cowardly, then you're cowardly. But you don't even bother to hide it. What a spineless waste. How did Mi Ling end up liking you in your group? Sure enough, I didn't misjudge him. This person is greedy for life and afraid of death. Mu Tiange tried to persuade him. If you don't hurry and take those supplies now, by the time you do have the guts to go, there won't be any chance left. Chen Luo chuckled. You already don't have a chance. He refused again. Grinding her teeth, Mu Tiange said 50-50. After we succeed, we split it in half. Chen Luo immediately grew suspicious. What kind of trick is this? If Mu Tiange knew the true strength on Chen Luo's side, even a 90-10 split wouldn't be too much. But she didn't know. And with Mu Tiange's personality, someone who hated men, Chen Luo was clearly inferior to her on the surface. Would she really be so generous as to offer 50-50? What medicine was this gourd selling? Chen Luo called out, Myphin, who had been licking its fur on the sofa, ran over when it heard him and looked at Chen Luo in confusion. Even after its intelligence had increased greatly, Myphin, this cat, still hadn't changed its habit of licking fur. At most, it no longer licked its paws. After pretending to think for a while, Chen Luo refused once more and went back inside. Chen Luo asked Myphin, is this person up to something bad? Myphin nodded inexplicably. Yeah, but why? How did you offend her? Chen Luo rubbed Myphin hard. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Sitting at home, and disaster falls from the sky. But you picked the wrong target. You kicked an iron plate. Mu Tiange left resentfully. This man was way too cowardly. His guts were tiny. Originally, she had wanted to pull a little stunt at them all, put Chen Luo and Mi Ling in danger, make Chen Luo reveal his ugly, selfish face, and then save the beauty like a hero when Mi Ling was at her most desperate. But she hadn't expected this guy to be such a coward. It was obviously a deal where he got to take a huge advantage, and he still wouldn't do it. If the fish wouldn't bite, then what? A man-s figure flashed through Mu Tiange's mind. Get his help. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes as he watched Mu Tiange leave. The best outcome would be for his side and hers to merge together, yin and yang joining as one. Men and women working together made things easier. In his previous life, the reason Mi Ling had been able to develop was largely due to that group of girls. There was no helping it. There were just too many simps. Among female survivors with strength, at least half of every 10 had joined Mi Ling. Once there were more girls, there were also more simps fighting to get in. After the apocalypse, there were basically no forms of entertainment left. It seemed the most fun thing left was making babies. If a base was filled entirely with men, trouble would break out sooner or later. Women also needed to find some kind of support, whether to protect themselves or to communicate with each other. Mutual benefit. But the problem was that Mu Tiange didn't associate with men. She refused to let any male join, much less unite with Chen Luo's side and listen to a man like him. That made it very difficult. In his previous life, it had only been because of Mi Ling's strong insistence, the base need to develop, and the strong dissatisfaction of the girls that Mu Tiange had finally given in. At the current point in time, it was very hard. The best and fastest way was actually to get rid of Mu Tiange. Once that obstacle was gone, Chen Luo could show off a bit of strength and then bring out dozens or even hundreds of tons of rice. The leader was strong, and food security was guaranteed. Chen Luo wasn't some dirty old man, either, someone who would scheme against them. There would be no reason to refuse. And on Chen Luo's side, what was the best way for Mu Tiange to make Mi Ling join her? The same thing. Get rid of Chen Luo, the stumbling block. Chen Luo hadn't brought up joining forces because he knew it was impossible. Mu Tiange hadn't brought it up because she didn't want to take him in on Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo looked at Mu Tiange's back, his expression turning cold. Originally, I didn't plan to make a move on you, but it looks like you were the first to start harboring bad intentions toward me. So don't blame me now. As long as you don't threaten me, everything is negotiable. But if you threaten me, then I can't keep you around. Strike first to gain the upper hand. He couldn't wait until the other side made a move before acting. But he had to pick the right time and assassinate Mu Tiange. Damn it, this stinking woman. Could it be that just to be with me, Ling? She actually wants to get rid of me, her love rival? I never saw in my previous life that Mu Tiange could be this ruthless. Who should he send to assassinate her? Su Daju wouldn't work. Setting aside that success would be a bit difficult, he might even get killed instead. Mu Tiange was far too wary of men. Chen Luo couldn't let Su Daju take that risk. If Feng Yu and the other three were strong enough, he could test them out, but clearly that wasn't possible either. That left only. Chen Luo shifted his gaze from Myfin to Fa Wang. Who would guard against the dog? It was too suitable. Even if it got exposed, they could just say Fa Wang had gone crazy and dump the blame on it. If it found an opportunity, Fa Wang could kill her with at most 2 sprays, then attract a horde of zombies. Chen Luo patted Fa Wang on the head. You get what I mean? I'm leaving it to you. Fa Wing nodded. I'm a dog assassin. A more complicated title would be the assassin sent out by that damn dog thing. But Chen Luo had miscalculated. Mu Tiange didn't give him that chance. After leaving, Mu Tiange returned to her own villa and gathered everyone together. We're going out to look for supplies. Of course, Mu Tiange wouldn't say out loud that she wanted to make Chen Luo look bad. That wasn't the image she presented in front of everyone. The 2 buses drove out of the residential complex. Fa Wang wagged his tail. He'd look for another chance when they came back. Master had said there was no rush. I am a killer. I have no feelings and no money. Fa Wang himself had never imagined that one day he would become an assassin. Once there was a first time, there would be countless more. A dog's life was full of exhaustion. With Mu Tiange directing them, they arrived at an old residential complex nearby. The place was very small. Shuyan asked in confusion, Sis, what are we doing here? We've already searched this place. Mu Tiange smiled and explained, this complex doesn't have natural gas pipelines installed. They're still using gas canisters. When we searched last time, we didn't take those away. Everyone immediately understood. Mu Tiange walked straight toward a certain building by herself. Someone lived here. She went up to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of room 301. The person she wanted to find was here, but she wasn't sure whether he was home. If she only knocked, the person inside might stay on guard and refuse to respond. So Mu Tiange called out on her own initiative. Brother Feng, are you there? The door flew open at once, revealing a slightly chubby young man with messy hair inside. The young man called Brother Feng lit up the moment he saw Mu Tiange. Brother Feng nodded and bowed as he said, President Mu, it's you. How would I dare call myself Brother Feng in front of you? You can just call me Xiao Feng or Fengzi. Mu Tiange kept a blank expression, but sneered inwardly. If it weren't for me Ling, I wouldn't bother looking for trash like you. Brother Feng wasn't really a brother, just like Sister Feng wasn't really a sister. His real name was Jiang Feng. Before the apocalypse, he was a food delivery driver. He often delivered food to Mu Tiange's company and was quite familiar with some of the girls there. Of course, he knew Mu Tiange too, but he had never had a chance to speak to her. When Mu Tiange had been in this residential complex earlier, she ran into Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng shamelessly pestered her, wanting to join Mu Tiange's group. Was that even possible? He was rejected without mercy. Now, because she wanted to deal with Chen Luo, Mu Tiange thought of him. Jiang Feng wasn't very strong, and his frontal combat ability wasn't much to speak of, but he had awakened a wind-type ability. Even with the same ability, different levels of comprehension led to different skills. The skill Jiang Feng had comprehended was something he called Lingbo Weibu. He could run insanely fast. At least for now, it was very hard for zombies to catch Jiang Feng. Mu Tiange planned to have Jiang Feng lure some zombies into Chen Luo's villa, expose Chen Luo's true nature, and then arrive at just the right moment to save Mi Ling. For one thing, Jiang Feng really was suited for this job. It was very safe for him. For another, Jiang Feng wasn't one of her people, and Chen Luo didn't know him. Mu Tiange briefly explained the matter. Jiang Feng's smile froze, and he said awkwardly, if it's helping President Mu, of course I'm willing, but isn't this harming someone? Mu Tiange explained. After you lure the zombies over, I'll show up and deal with them. I'm punishing a scumbag. What? Are you helping a scumbag? Or are you also a scumbag? Jiang Feng immediately shook his head. I'm definitely not a scumbag. I hate scumbags the most. This favor. Jiang Feng looked at Mu Tiange without speaking. I can't help for free, right? You have to meet my demand. Mu Tiange sneered inwardly. After it's done, I can let you join us. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. Thank you, President Mu. I'll definitely perform well. He was the very image of a bootlicker. Mu Tiange and Jiang Feng agreed on the number of zombies to lure and the time to bring them over. Then she left. The time to lure them over was right now. As Mu Tiange went downstairs, she felt contempt in her heart. She had heard that this guy not only liked to call himself your brother Feng all the time, but even his online ID was something like your brother Feng of the Heaven Blasting Gang. The girls carried the gas canisters downstairs one by one, muttering inwardly that if only there were men around to lend a hand at a time like this. Men should be responsible for the hard labor, while girls handled cooking and laundry. Wasn't that a perfect match? Some of the girls' hands kept trembling. It wasn't because they were tired, but because they had an inborn fear of gas canisters. They were afraid it might suddenly explode. The two buses only loaded 20 gas canisters before they stopped. The buses had limited space and couldn't carry much. Mutinga called out, then led everyone away. After checking the time, she saw that Jiang Feng had also started moving. Jiang Feng hummed a tune as he went downstairs. This favor was easy, and it was also about punishing a scumbag, making the scumbag reveal his true face. Actually, I won't be a scumbag too, but my strength doesn't allow it. Xiaoling, very soon Brother Feng will be able to stay with you all day long. Hee. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng had taken a liking to a gentle, petite girl from Mu Tianga's company, but the gap between them had been a bit too large. One was a delivery driver, the other a workplace beauty. He had no thoughts about Mu Tianga. He knew his own limits. He couldn't handle her, and he didn't like her either. He could tell that Mu Tianga despised him, but there was no helping it. For Xiaoling's sake. So what if people look down on him? Jiang Feng muttered, my brother Dezhu works as a security guard in that villa district. I didn't find him last time. I'll try again this time. Jiang Feng changed into a cyan short-sleeved t-shirt and held a wooden longsword in his hand. Asaki. Jiang Feng swung the longsword a few times. Somewhat disappointed. Why couldn't he create a tornado? I still need to practice more. One day, I'll become a man like the wind. Jiang Feng went downstairs and casually dodged around, quickly shaking off the few zombies in the complex. When he reached the road, he gathered the power of his ability into his legs and instantly shot forward like a rocket. With his current level 2 strength, his speed could reach an astonishing 24.5 meters per second. Only because he had mastered the method of using his wind-type ability could he reach this speed. Other wind-type ability users would already be impressive if they could reach half of Jiang Feng's speed. Even though Chen Luo was level 4, he still couldn't catch up to Jiang Feng when Jiang Feng used his ability unless he used Void Walk. F.A. Wang's short-term burst speed could barely compare to Jiang Feng's. Of course, using this kind of ability consumed Jiang Feng's strength. So when there weren't many zombies nearby, Jiang Feng obediently relied on his physical fitness to run. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng had also been an amateur parkour athlete. Looking at the zombies he had left behind, Jiang Feng burst out laughing. You can't catch me, haha. He could shake them off, sure, but if Jiang Feng really had to kill zombies, he could only pick off isolated ones. Very soon, relying on his speed, Jiang Feng safely ran to the area near Chen Luo's villa district and began attracting zombies. He controlled the distance well, giving the zombies the illusion that they could catch him. Mu Tianga had said that a number of around 30 to 40 zombies would be best, and definitely no more than 50, or it would be troublesome even for her to deal with. It wouldn't be good if he overdid it and got himself killed. After a huge amount of effort, Jiang Feng finally managed to lure over a little more than 30 zombies. Following the villa number Mu Tianga had provided, Jiang Feng easily found Chen Luo's place. Before the apocalypse, he had often delivered food here too. Jiang Feng ran ahead to Chen Luo's villa entrance and opened the iron gate to the yard. The iron gate wasn't locked during the day, making it convenient to go in and out. It was only locked at night. Locked or not made no difference anyway. Zombies couldn't open doors, and ability users could just climb over directly if they wanted to get in. Even if it were locked, it would have been useless against Jiang Feng. An ability user who couldn't pick locks was not a good delivery driver. Just as Jiang Feng was about to lure the zombies into the villa, he suddenly saw that inside the villa, 2 people and a dog were watching him. The dog was F.A. Wang. The people were Su Dazhu and Chen Luo. Jiang Feng said in shock, Dazhu, why are you here? Dharma King was just about to step forward and bite Jiang Feng, this uninvited guest, when Chen Luo stopped him. Su Dazhu said in surprise, Brother Feng, is that you? The zombies were right behind him, so Jiang Feng didn't have time to talk. Originally, he had planned to lure the zombies into the courtyard, but Su Dazhu was inside, so he couldn't do that anymore. Damn it. Mu Tianga never said my friend was in there. I can't join you by getting my friend killed, can I? Chen Luo clicked his tongue. Isn't this your Brother Feng? In the previous life, he died horribly. In the previous life, Chun Jing, that green tea bitch, had run off with all of Chen Luo and Su Dazhu's supplies, and the 2 of them just happened to be injured too. At that point in time, all the zombies had already evolved to level 1, and some had even started evolving to level 2. The easy-to-get supplies had also been almost completely looted. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu suffered miserably. Then a man like the wind appeared, your Brother Feng. Su Dazhu had a pretty good relationship with Jiang Feng. After getting off work, Su Dazhu often teamed up with Jiang Feng in games. Jiang Feng also often ran into Su Dazhu while delivering takeout. Jiang Feng was a decent guy, very loyal, and he even brought Chen Luo along with him. Relying on his speed, Jiang Feng was responsible for drawing away the zombies, while Chen Luo and Su Dazhu were responsible for collecting supplies. Jiang Feng took half, and Chen Luo and Su Dazhu split the other half between the 2 of them. Chen Luo had no objection, since Jiang Feng was taking the biggest risk. But after only a few days, Jiang Feng died. Fighting like that by using speed to lure zombies was basically dancing on the edge of a blade. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. Once a zombie managed to attack him and injure him, it would mean complete doom. At the time, Chen Luo didn't know how Jiang Feng had fallen either. He only heard him let out a scream, then saw him surrounded by zombies from all sides. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and was about to try drawing the zombies away to help Jiang Feng, but by then Jiang Feng had already stopped breathing. He died terribly, torn apart by the zombies. Chen Luo hadn't expected to run into Jiang Feng now. If he didn't count as an acquaintance, Chen Luo wouldn't have stopped Dharma King at all and would have just let him bite Jiang Feng to death. He and Jiang Feng had no grudges against each other, so why had Jiang Feng brought zombies to his villa? They needed to be clarified. As soon as Jiang Feng saw Su Daju, he shouted, "Daju, so you're here? I'll lead the zombies away right now." Jiang Feng, who had originally been about to rush into the courtyard, immediately ran farther away with the zombies behind him. Chen Luo thought it over. Jiang Feng's original intention had been very clear. He had meant to drive the zombies toward his place. But after seeing him and Su Daju, he changed direction and moved the zombies away. He and Jiang Feng had no grudge between them, and Su Daju was even Jiang Feng's friend. There was no way Jiang Feng would do this on his own. The only explanation was that someone had ordered him to. Who had he offended recently? He had offended quite a few people, but the only one still alive was Mu Tiange. Thinking of this, Chen Luo's face darkened. There's a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no gate to hell, yet you insist on barging in. Nice one. You moved against me before I even moved against you. If I were an ordinary person with this many zombies lured over here, I might actually have died. First, he had to confirm it with Jiang Feng. Not long after, Jiang Feng, having shaken off the zombies, ran back over and laughed. Daju, so you're here. Sorry about that. Bringing this many zombies over might scared you. Su Daju also laughed. Yeah, Brother Feng, I knew you wouldn't bring zombies here to hurt me. But Chen Luo said, Mu Tiange was the one who told you to bring the zombies over, wasn't she? Jiang Feng said in shock, how did you know? At the time, the only people present were him and Mu Tiange. Could it be that Chen Luo was that scumbag? Or could it be that you dumped Mu Tiange, and this is her revenge? Damn, you're amazing. You even managed to deal with that exterminator nun. Chen Luo snorted lightly. So it really was Mu Tiange behind this. Damn it, she can't be left alive. Even if I have to force kill her, I need to get rid of her. Who knows what other tricks she'll pull. He wasn't afraid himself, but the people around him might get caught in it. Chen Luo asked again, when Mu Tiange told you to lure the zombies over, did anyone else know? Jiang Feng gave a bitter smile. No, at the time, it was just the two of us. She said she wanted to punish a scumbag, and that she'd make her appearance at the critical moment. Chen Luo was about to say something else when he heard a roar that seemed mixed with pain. The sound came from the direction of a neighborhood entrance. Jiang Feng and Su Daju looked over in confusion, not knowing what it meant. But Chen Luo's expression shifted slightly. A zombie had transformed into a mutant. Judging by the intensity of that roar, it seemed to be a level 4 or 5 mutant zombie. Right then, 2 buses were driving toward the neighborhood. They were Mu Tiange's 2 white buses. A group of zombies was blocking the entrance of the neighborhood. These were the zombies Jiang Feng had lured over, then led back to the gate. When Mu Tiange saw them, she didn't panic. Calmly, she said, speed up, ram through them, kill them. Mu Tiange was worried. What if she arrived a little too late and Mi Ling got eaten by zombies? The timing wasn't that easy to control. So she came back a little earlier. The girl driving nodded, sped up, and drove straight toward the zombies. At this point, the zombies still hadn't evolved to level 1. They had no intelligence and just stood there stupidly blocking the vehicle. Several of them were sent flying on the spot. But one zombie dodged to the side and looked on coldly. Then both of its hands gathered a fireball about the size of a basketball and hurled it at the bus. With a bang, the rear window of the bus shattered completely, and the fireball exploded in the back seating area. Screams rang out. The bus was carrying gas canisters that Mu Tiange's group had brought, so no one had been sitting in the very back. As a result, no one was injured or killed. The flames clung to the gas canisters and began burning fiercely. No one knew whether the canisters would explode the next second. Mu Tiange's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Stop the bus. Get out." The group scrambled out in panic. The zombie had already condensed its next fireball and hurled it into the crowd. 2 girls were blown to death on the spot. Mu Tiange's face turned a little pale despite herself. How could there be such a freakish zombie? Mu Tiange said with a trembling voice, "Girls, focus fire on it." All the girls with ranged attacks trembled as they gathered their powers and attacked the zombie. But this wasn't a low-level zombie. It was going to stand there and let them hit it. Mu Tiange's attack was the fastest. All she needed to do was use her mental power to control the fruit knife she carried with her. A fruit knife floated mysteriously into the air and shot quickly toward the zombie's neck. Facing the fruit knife, the zombie's hands suddenly flared with flames, and it grabbed the flying blade barehanded. Although the zombie's hand was pierced a little, it was nothing serious. Before the other's attacks could even arrive, the zombie rushed straight at Mu Tiange. First, Mu Tiange had been the first to attack it. Second, the zombie seemed to vaguely understand that to catch the bandits, you first catch their chief. Mu Tiange's mind went a little blank. Why is it charging straight at me? The girl's spells finally came flying at the zombie, but its agile body dodged when it could, and even when it couldn't, it didn't care. In the short term, their attacks still posed no real threat to it. The gap in levels was a little too large. This zombie wasn't considered terrifying. It was only level 5, but appearing at this stage made it somewhat terrifying to the current survivors. Mu Tiange panicked. Looking at the zombie closing in on her, she instinctively shoved the person beside her out in front of her. In her previous life, she had been willing to die for Mi Ling, but that didn't mean she was willing to die for anyone else. Chen Luo had only heard about it and never seen it with his own eyes, so the details were unclear. The arriving Chen Luo clicked his tongue and said, "Serve you right. Chen Luo came here mainly to kill this mutant zombie. From a level 0 zombie, mutating all the way to level 4 or 5. This zombie could live for most one day. It might have gained intelligence, but to say a zombie of this level was smarter than a human? Impossible. Chen Luo was fully confident he could kill it, so why wouldn't he come? For other people, this was a disaster. For Chen Luo, it was a benefit. Even though Chen Luo had only just stepped into level 4, he had mastered the skills from his previous life. Void Walk, combined with the Void Sword. That was enough for him to kill above his level. Level 5, level 6, and even some less agile level 7 zombies. Anything above level 7 was another matter. In a panic, Mu Tiange shoved a girl forward to block in front of her, shocking everyone present. Was this really President Mu? The one who had led them out alive after the apocalypse began? Taking the chance to run backward, Mu Tiange saw Chen Luo, and a vicious look flashed through her eyes. Perfect. She could use this coward to hold off the zombie. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. If this group of girls had all been involved in Mu Tiange's actions, then even if they were useful, he wouldn't take them in. But Jiang Feng had said only Mu Tiange, and he knew about that matter, and Chen Luo believed him. Because Mu Tiange had no presentable reason for it. She couldn't exactly say she had taken a liking to Mi Ling and wanted to get rid of Chen Luo, could she? Chen Luo didn't value this group of girls that much anyway. The one he cared about was Xu Yun among them. Her talent was very good, and her character was good too. Mu Tiange was definitely going to die. The only difference was whether she died by his hand or by the zombie-s. If she died by his hand, and he killed her directly right now, then no matter what, she had been someone these girls had lived with day and night. Women were soft-hearted. If he killed her himself, there would definitely be some distance between them and him. The best outcome was for her to die at the zombie-s hands. As he mocked her, Chen Luo said, "President Mu, at a critical moment like this, using your own sisters as a shield, is that really okay? TSK, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." At the same time, he swung a brutal slap straight at Mu Tiange's face, caught completely off guard, and with Chen Luo moving so fast, the slap landed hard and true across Mu Tiange's face. The pale right side of Mu Tiange's face immediately swelled red, with a faint dent in it. What kind of strength did Chen Luo have? That slap sent Mu Tiange flying back 4 or 5 meters. She was in a sorry state, hair disheveled, and happened to land right beneath the zombie. Was the zombie going to be polite with her? Its sharp, powerful hand stabbed straight into Mu Tiange's chest and pierced through. This zombie was already capable of restraining its own desires. It knew now wasn't the time to enjoy a meal. Killing everyone first and eating later wouldn't be too late. Mu Tiange let out a miserable scream, then went limp, her life or death unknown. Just then, something happened that even Chen Luo hadn't expected. A girl rushed out from the vehicle, holding a burning gas canister in her arms, madness written all over her face. She screamed shrilly, "Sisters, run first. I'll fight it with my life." After saying that, the girl hugged the gas canister and charged toward the zombie. That girl was Xu Yun. Earlier, Xu Yun had seen that even when their spells hit this zombie, they didn't do much. She immediately realized their group couldn't deal with this zombie. If they focused fire, the zombie would counterattack, and the losses would be devastating. If they didn't focus fire, it would be a slow death, and the losses would still be severe. It was better for her to hold the zombie back by herself. Just so happened that Xu Yun had spotted the gas canister in the vehicle. If it exploded, it might injure or even kill the zombie. Xu Yun held the fiercely burning gas canister, her face filled with sheer madness. Even Chen Luo, seeing the scene, had to admit, "Girl, I don't admire walls. I only admire you." Even Chen Luo was scared watching this, let alone a woman. How much courage did that take? It was rare enough to be precious. He couldn't let Xu Yun die. The Void Sword had already condensed in Chen Luo's hand, and the zombie seemed to sense an unusual power, but it never expected that the figure in front of it would suddenly appear behind it and slash straight at its neck. Its final thought before death was, "I was ambushed." The zombie's head separated from its body, and it died on the spot. Any method that could kill a human could also kill a zombie. The only difference was that zombies could feel pain, but pain wouldn't affect their combatability. If a normal person had an arm cut off, they would most likely collapse to the ground screaming in pain. A zombie would only keep fighting. If its head was gone, then of course it was dead. Its greatest weakness was the space between the eyebrows, but that had to be attacked from the front. How could that compare to the smoothness of a sneak attack from behind? Chen Luo was more than familiar with this whole sequence. Clean and decisive. One sword strike instantly killed a level 5 zombie. The cost was also huge. One use of Void Walk and one Void Sword had nearly exhausted all the power in Chen Luo's body. All the girls present stared at Chen Luo in shock. Just like that, it was solved. Jiang Feng, who had been watching from behind, also had his mouth hanging open. Chen Luo had no time to act cool. He hurriedly shouted at Shu Yun, who was just as petrified and standing there in a daze, "Throw away the gas canister. Are you waiting for it to explode?" Shu Yun snapped out of it like waking from a dream. She screamed and threw the gas canister away. After running far off, she collapsed to the ground and covered her face, sobbing. Was she not scared? Of course she was. She was scared to death. She just hadn't had time to think about it then. When she came back to her senses, her whole body turned icy cold and weak. Go ahead and cry. Girl. Crying isn't crime. Let her cry for a while. Letting out was good too. No one dared go near the gas canister. Half a minute later, it really did explode. Taking advantage of the smoke after the explosion, while everyone was still shaken, F.A. Wong slowly padded over toward Mu Tiange. No one knew whether Mu Tiange was completely dead or not. If there were things the master couldn't conveniently do, then it could only fall to me. Not dead? No problem, I'll finish you off. F.A. Wong quietly walked up to Mu Tiange and smacked her right in the face. GG, she was really dead this time. F.A. Wong thought this gas canister was seriously powerful. It blew this woman's face apart. Chen Luo glanced at F.A. Wong. Holy crap, you're getting more and more dog-like. Even though the zombie was dead, no one showed any joy. Because 3 of their sisters had died, and Mu Tiange, the core figure, was dead too. Mu Tiange's final actions had chilled their hearts even more. At this moment, they were not only sad, but also lost. What should they do next? And who should they listen to? Who was going to carry the banner now? Chen Luo first took the red crystal out of the zombie's head, a smile appearing on his face. This thing would be of no small help to him. Then Chen Luo walked over Shu Yun, reached out a hand, and said softly, "I'll help you up." Shu Yun looked at Chen Luo, then reached out her hand. Chen Luo said, "Comfort your sisters. The dead need to be buried too." Chen Luo called over Fang Yu and the other 4, telling them to take the bodies to the mountain behind them and find a place to bury them. Shu Yun said softly, "Thank you," putting on an act. Chen Luo asked, "What are your plans from here on?" Shu Yun froze. Plans? Yes. The living still had to go on living. Shu Yun couldn't help looking toward Chen Luo. Everyone cleaned up a little, and each went back to their own place. Shu Yun gathered everyone together. Sisters. Mu Tiange is dead. Were everyone has plans. Before, they had all called her sister, but now they were directly calling her Mu Tiange. There was no helping it. What she had done was too chilling. Hearing that, lost expressions appeared on many faces. When Mu Tiange was alive, they still hadn't known what to do. They had only been taking one step at a time, living one day at a time. Now that Mu Tiange was dead, they were even more lost. Someone said, "Shu Yun, you should lead all of us. I used to not accept you, but just now, when you charged at the zombies with a gas canister to save us. If it were me, I really couldn't have done that." Everyone started talking at once, but they all agreed. This was far better than Mu Tiange. You could only see a person's true character in a moment of danger. When something happened, Shu Yun really stepped up. Shu Yun waved her hand. "Someone else is more suitable than me." Everyone looked around. "No way." "Who?" Shu Yun said in a deep voice. "Chen Luo." The moment those words came out, the girls immediately exploded into chatter. Just now, that man killed a zombie in one strike with his sword. He was so cool, and the sword in his hand was seriously awesome. It even glowed. The important part is, I saw with my own eyes that Chen Luo suddenly appear behind the zombie. A superpower? If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. That man is way too strong. If I stay by his side, I feel like I'd be a lot safer. One girl hesitated. What if he has designs on us? If he had designs on you, you'd be the one benefiting, okay? He wouldn't even need to play dirty. If he just gave me one look, I'd go warm his bed tonight. No need to wait until tonight. I can do it right now. Shu Yun smiled helplessly. The conversation was getting more and more off track. Chen Luo also told me he has 50 tons of rice over there. As long as we join him, I think we definitely won't have to worry about starving to death anytime soon. One of the girls was stunned. 50 tons? She immediately started calculating. We still have 20 people right now. If each person eats 1 gene of rice a day, then 1 ton is 2,000 gene. 1 ton is enough for 100 days. 50 tons, 5,000 days. 15 years. Everyone was immediately tempted. Not only was he strong, he was handsome, and he had food too. Wasn't that basically the perfect thigh to cling to? I agree. I agree too. Sai, we want to sure, but does he even want us? Shuyan said, I'll go ask him. It should be fine. Shuyan was very confident. Chen Luo had been the one to mention his stockpile of food in the first place. He had revealed it on his own, and the meaning was obvious. Finding someone to rely on was better than drifting around rootless like duckweed. Chen Luo was sitting steadily at home, calm and in control. Only someone with a broken brain would refuse. This group of girls didn't have any ambitions anyway. They wouldn't be going anywhere. Sure enough, Shuyan came. Chen Luo nodded. As long as you can follow the rules I said, then it's fine. Chen Luo came before the group and gave a light cough. 20 pairs of bright, shining eyes stared at him. To be fair, not a single one of these girls was ugly. Even the worst-looking ones were still hovering above the passing line. With a serious expression, Chen Luo said, Of course I'm willing for all of us to unite together. But there are a few things I need to make clear in advance. If you can't do them, then don't agree. Shuyan nodded. Go ahead. Chen Luo said, First, no matter what time it is, you must absolutely obey orders. If you join and then refuse to follow command, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Of course, there won't be any of the lewd stuff you're imagining. I'm not forcing anyone who doesn't want to. No one refused. Second, there is no distinction between men and women on my side. Do I distinguish between men and women? Do zombies distinguish between men and women? When it comes to fighting, men and women are treated equally. Don't come telling me later that you don't dare or that you're scared. Chen Luo's expression turned cold. If that happens, the consequences will be severe. These girls had escaped from an office building with thousands of people in it. Aside from luck, their mental strength was all pretty solid. They had all dared to fight. When they were dealing with the zombies earlier, not a single one had run. Anyone mentally weak had already been weeded out long ago. But ugly truths had to be set up front, and this was also to stop them from developing that kind of thinking. Third, rich water shouldn't flow into outsiders' fields. If you need to find a partner, try to find one within our group. My greatest bottom line is this. If you meet someone outside in the future and your heart is moved, then he must marry into our side and join us. If I think he's suitable, I'll let him join. Marry into the family? The girls were a little dumbfounded. Chen Luo explained, I work hard to raise and train people, only for them to get stolen away by someone else. That's one thing. But if the other party has bad intentions and digs out our internal secrets through you, that will become a threat to everyone. Chen Luo began pouring them a bowl of toxic chicken soup. If he isn't even willing to do that, then what right does he have to say he loves you? Then you might as well not want him. If you don't even dare eat the poop of the person you love, then what right do you have to say you love him? The girls whispered among themselves. Chen Luo's words made a lot of sense, and besides, all of that was too far away. Right now, the only thing on their minds was staying alive. In the end, Chen Luo said, and I guarantee that I will do everything I can to protect your safety. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry. He went outside and gave them a few minutes to think and discuss. In less than 3 minutes, Shu Yun ran out and said, Chen Luo, everyone agreed. A smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. Thank you all for trusting me. For now, Shu Yun will lead you. Shu Yun will be responsible for contacting me. It's getting late, so start cooking. I'll give everyone a little surprise at noon. As he watched Shu Yun's back, Chen Luo thought to himself that Shu Yun was quite good. She could be nurtured as a core member. But he still couldn't give her fish and meat every day just yet. It had only been a short time. That could wait until later. What were they eating for lunch? There wasn't much to eat. They cooked rice and stir-fried shredded potatoes. When Fan Yu came, Chen Luo hadn't given him anything good. Now that this group of girls had come, Chen Luo hadn't given them anything either. When everyone performed well enough, he'd find an excuse later and bring out a little meat. But for now, to celebrate everyone joining, Chen Luo also took out one thing. Lao Gundi Chidi Zausa. I was gone die. Chen Luo chuckled. 1 bottle per person. That 1 bottle would probably be enough for each of them to eat for several days. In the afternoon, he'd have Ma Yu lead people in making steamed buns and flatbread. Eating nothing but rice wasn't a real solution. Fan Yu's group of 4 was also in great spirits. With a group of girls joining them, the feeling instantly became different. Yang Xian's eyes kept sneaking glances over from time to time. I feel like I'm not far from getting a girlfriend. I think so too, including boss. We've only got 7 men, but there are more than 20 girls. Too many Yin, too little Yang. I'm not eating this Lao Gan Dai. I'm saving it to coax a girl. Jiang Feng came over to Chen Luo with a fawning smile. Brother Chen, bro, I want to roll with you too. Can you take me in? Chen Luo looked at him and smiled. In a certain sense, Jiang Feng had counted as someone who had done him a favor in his previous life. His ability was pretty good too, and Chen Luo had some understanding of what kind of person he was. He was a Mu Tiange, so why wouldn't he take him in? At noon, Chen Luo also ate rice and shredded potatoes together with everyone else. After eating fish and meat every day, having 1 vegetarian meal was a nice change of pace. Only rice, this true carnivore, was eating the chicken breast that Ma Yu had specially cooked for it. This was his precious favorite. Anyone could be wronged, but rice absolutely couldn't be wronged. Even though the meal was very simple, no one complained. It was better than usual. Having something to eat at all was already good enough. After the meal, Chen Luo instructed Shu Yun, write down everyone's name, ability, and on which day after the great change they awakened. Register all and let me see. Chen Luo, only look at your abilities, not your appearance or your age. Chen Luo gave her paper and a pen, and very soon, Shu Yun handed the completed information to Chen Luo. Right now, including Shu Yun's group, there were still 20 people. Before this, not counting Mu Tinga, 3 had died. First, he looked at their abilities. 6 body type users for fire type, 2 lightning type for ice type, 2 earth type, 1 nature type, and 1 light type. Chen Luo was a little pleasantly surprised. It was a light type user? This was a very rare ability. It couldn't compare to space type, but even so, you would only get one like this among 5 or 600 people. There were already few survivors to begin with, so that ratio was very low. The light element could not only heal, but also provide support buffs. Not only that, some light element users were not weak in combat either. Mealy was an extreme case. She seemed to have an absurdly strong comprehension ability for support-type light element spells, but when it came to combat, she basically could not do it. This light element user was called Wang Ling. She was the girl Jiang Feng had been coveting. She awakened on the 3rd day, which was decent enough. The one with the best talent was Shu Yun. She awakened near dusk on the 1st day, at 5 o'clock. Those who could awaken on the 1st day were all good seedlings. They all had king-level potential. Someone like the Magic King was already top tier. Everyone said it was a dog, yet everyone was inferior to a dog. The other girls had average aptitude. There was even one who awakened on the 13th day. If someone like that did not make any contributions later or find a powerful backer, she could only do logistics. The treatment for logistics personnel was easy to imagine. Aside from Mayu, who was personally appointed, only frontline combat personnel could enjoy good benefits. To put cruelly, people like that were cannon fodder. Chen Luo thought it over. In another 2 or 3 days, level 1 zombies would start increasing in number. He had to take these girls out for some training over the next 2 days. While they were at it, they could also search for supplies. If they came across good stuff, he would have a proper excuse to reward everyone. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Luo had everyone gather, including Mayu. Mayu had not experienced much fighting yet. Chen Luo did not expect her to be very strong. He simply wanted her to get used to the scene of battle. Mayu was indeed very lucky. Although her cooking was good, it was not like she was #1 in the country. She had simply met Chen Luo at the right time. What gave Chen Luo a headache was whether he should leave someone behind to guard the base. There was nothing especially valuable. Even if things were lost, he would not feel too pained. But there were still some supplies Chen Luo had taken out on the surface. Besides, having someone break into his home always felt disgusting. His own bedroom, his private space. Who would feel comfortable if someone entered it? Once there were more bases nearby in the future, there would be no shortage of home-stealing dogs. After thinking about it, Chen Luo still had the 2 men. Fang Yu and Su Lan stay behind. Chen Luo instructed them. If there are only a few people, warn them. If they don't listen, beat them up. If there are too many people, pretend you didn't see anything and wait for me to come back and deal with it. The 2 nodded. Everyone began to set off, split into 3 vehicles. The first was Chen Luo's heavy truck. Yang Xian drove it. It was used to load supplies and clear the way. The second was a bus. It was the company shuttle bus from Mu Tinga's company, used to transport the girls. There had originally been 2, but one of them had exploded because gas cylinders had been placed inside it, so it could no longer be driven. The third was the black Audi driven by Chen Luo. Mi Ling sat in the passenger seat, while Mi Li Mayu and Mi Fan sat in the back. Su Daju sat in the heavy truck. Even if they asked him to sit on the bus, he refused. Inside the heavy truck's cab, for grown men were bragging and joking around. Suddenly, Jiang Feng said, "Quick, look at that zombie." Even after turning into a zombie, she still looks pretty delicate and clean. She must have been a great beauty when she was alive. Yang Xian, who was driving, said exaggeratedly, "You can even tell that? Should we knock her out and bring her back?" Su Daju also joked. Brother Feng said before that once the lights are off, everyone looks the same. With a bang, the heavy trucks in a white van blocking the middle of the road flying, clearing the way forward. Their destination this time was a clothing wholesale market not far away. The girls did not have much clothing to change into, and Su Daju was still wearing Chen Luo's clothes. Although clothing was far less important than food, it was still best to have some if possible. At the same time, they could let everyone experience battle and temper their coordination. Chen Luo could also see what weaknesses everyone had. With the heavy truck clearing the way, the journey was not too difficult. Chen Luo glanced around. The zombies inside this clothing wholesale market, plus the surrounding zombies, were estimated to number around 300 or 400. First, he would let them handle it themselves. Once they were exhausted, he and the Magic King would take action. Chen Luo shouted, "Set up the formation." The formation was naturally tank, mage, and healer. Though there were only 2 healers, Jiang Feng controlled a number of zombies. If more than 30 zombies appear at the same time, lure some of them away. The body enhancement users were the tanks. If zombies got close, they would rely on them to clear the zombies and ensure the elemental ability users could output safely. A mature mage could kite on her own, but Shinluo could not count on them doing that right now. The main group cleared out the zombies one by one, while Jiangfeng was responsible for luring away the zombies that came rushing over. Otherwise, once there were too many zombies, it would exceed the main group's capacity to handle them. Facing the zombies, no one panicked, but Shinluo shook his head as he watched. The accuracy of their spells was not high. It was only because there were quite a lot of zombies that they could hit anything. Shinluo clearly saw an ice arrow that had obviously been aimed at a young male zombie end up hitting an older woman zombie instead. Several spells overlapped on the same zombie, causing wasted damage. When they had just awakened, depending on each person's situation, they could use 2 or 3 spells. Those spells could heavily injure zombies, but they could not instantly kill them. Once they reached the peak of level 1, they could release about 6 or 7 spells. Their casting speed was also a little slow. As long as they were skilled enough, casting one spell every 1 or 2 seconds was completely possible, instead of the 5 or 6 seconds it took them now. But there were also talented ones, such as Mi-Ling. Her small fireballs were fast and accurate, and she could even release continuous flames to roast the zombies nonstop. If her level were a bit higher, she should soon comprehend area of effect spells. If only Shu Yun and the others had come here, they would probably have been wiped out. Shenluo and the Magic King did not make a move. They simply stood to the side and held the line. If anyone was in danger, they could provide assistance, but it was not needed. Jiangfeng contributed quite a lot. If not for him, they would probably have had to face over 100 zombies pouncing at them at the same time. Once the zombies were almost cleared out, everyone began choosing suitable clothes and selectively loading them onto the heavy truck. Men and women alike had to work. If this had been before the apocalypse, the men probably would have done the work while the women stood off to the side chatting. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Shenluo sneakily stuffed some black stockings into his space. If you do not want people to know, then do not do it. Was there any thief who did not get caught? Shenluo thought no one saw him, but he did not know that Mi-Ling, who was also loading clothes, had seen him. Mi-Ling had only swept her gaze over unconsciously from the corner of her eye. That was? Mi-Ling, you wear that stuff? I didn't expect you to have that kind of hobby. Terrifying indeed. No, wait. He shouldn't be that perverted, right? Then who were they for? Mealy? A strange thought rose in Mi-Ling's heart. It did not seem to match my younger sister's temperament. The color is wrong. More than 20 people loaded clothes onto the heavy truck, and Jiangfeng and the others deliberately put on a good performance. Very soon, the heavy truck was filled with clothes. They were all youth clothing. In this season, the clothes on sale were basically all summer clothes. Shirts, shorts, jeans, t-shirts, everything was available. Everyone wiped the sweat from their foreheads. One girl looked at Mi-Ling with envy. Mi-Ling, you really are a natural beauty. After so much time has passed, your skin is still so fair and tender, and your complexion is really good too. Although Shu Yun and the others were all pretty girls. After so many days of fear, poor food, poor drink, and poor sleep, every one of them looked somewhat haggard, with bad complexions. Looks 20. If they had not become ability users and greatly improved their physical fitness, someone probably would have collapsed long ago. Once this girl said that, the others also echoed her one after another. Mi-Ling smiled bitterly. Natural beauty, my ass. When she had returned from school, she had been covered in dust from the journey. Before taking a shower, she had looked in the mirror and seen a dark-faced woman, looking much worse than Shu Yun and the others. It had been miserable. Shenluo ate 8 dishes and 1 soup every single day, all personally made by Mayu. With good food and good drinks every day, how could her complexion be bad? If it weren't for Shenluo, will Mayu even know who she was? Would she serve her like this? With Shenluo protecting her, she slept very peacefully every night. If not for Shenluo, she might still be wandering around with Mi-Li, hiding here and there while searching for supplies, constantly worrying about threats from zombies and other survivors. She definitely wouldn't be eating well, and she wouldn't be sleeping peacefully either. Just like on the way home, she would have to stay on alert all night and often have nightmares. That kind of feeling was really too exhausting. At least Shu Yun had over 20 people gathered together, so they could look out for each other. Without Shenluo, her complexion and spirits definitely wouldn't be better than Shu Yun and the others. There was a supermarket inside the market. It wasn't big, but because there were quite a few zombies in this market, no one had searched it yet. One of the girls rushed in with delight, ready to empty out the supermarket. In summer, the thing supermarkets had the most of was water. The weather was hot, and everyone had done quite a bit of work, so they were all very thirsty. One of the girls was just about to open a bottle of mineral water and take a big gulp when Shu Yun stopped her and turned to ask Shenluo, "Captain, can we each be assigned 1 bottle of water first?" Shenluo smiled. 2 bottles per person. Only after getting Shenluo's approval did everyone finally open their bottles of mineral water. After the apocalypse descended, drinking tap water would cause severe stomach pain. Some of these girls had experienced that pain before and knew how precious water was. They were terribly thirsty, but they couldn't bear to finish it all at once. Some only drank half, then carefully put the bottle away. Some even only allowed themselves to drink 1/3. Watching this, Mi Ling felt awful. What kind of world was this, where even a mouthful of water had to be saved like this? It seemed like she had been the same on the way back home, and only after returning had things completely changed. Mi Ling sighed and exchanged a glance with Mi Li. Mi Li's feelings were also very complicated. Ever since Brother Chen Luo arrived, she had never gone hungry or thirsty again. What she was thinking at that moment was about the same as Mi Ling. Mi Li thought to herself that tonight, she would lay it all out with Brother Chen Luo. The heavy truck was already full. There was nothing worth staying for. And the Group S powers were nearly exhausted as well. Chen Luo said, "Get ready to head back." But Jiang Feng called out, "When I was luring the zombies just now, I saw a pastry shop by the entrance. There are still quite a few pastries inside." Chen Luo felt no reaction at all, but the girls were overjoyed. When they arrived at the pastry shop, the cabinets inside were already leaning every which way, and quite a few pastries had been scattered across the floor. Some of the pastries seemed to have already been taken by someone. Shu Yun stepped forward in 2 quick strides, picked up a piece of bread, tore off a bit, and tasted it. Shu Yun said in surprise, "The texture is a little worse, but it hasn't expired yet. It's edible. Then let us eat this tonight. Better finish it early so it doesn't expire." Everyone took packaging bags and started packing pastries into them. As for the ones that had fallen on the ground, they only hesitated slightly. As long as they weren't stained with blood, they took all of them. Everyone was beaming with joy, but Mi Ling and Mi Li felt even worse. Chen Luo sighed inwardly. What a group of sensible girls. Tomorrow at noon, he'd take out some cured meat or canned meat and give them an extra dish. And add 1 apple too. After taking the crystals out of the zombies, everyone returned to the city. They made it home safely all the way. Chen Luo asked Fang Yu, who would stay behind, and sure enough, someone had tried to climb into the villa with bad intentions, but Fang Yu had shouted them off. Chen Luo instructed Mayu, "Cook. I'm a little hungry." At noon, he had only eaten a little shredded potato, which wasn't nearly enough to last through digestion for long. This afternoon, Chen Luo had been very satisfied with Shu Yun and the others' attitude. Their combat level might have been a bit lacking, but they had the right qualities. No one had screamed or shouted, and no one had fled at a critical moment. Chen Luo decided to reward them a little. Shu Yun and the others were split between 2 villas. So Chen Luo took out 2 walkie-talkies and taught them how to use them so they could get in touch if anything happened. He also took out 2 fully charged phones and power banks and gave them 1 set each. At night, when they had nothing to do, they could watch movies to pass the time. That naturally drew a burst of cheers. At night, Chen Luo was in his room playing computer games. When a knock came at the door, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. It was Mi Li. Was there a chance to do something naughty? Mi Li sat down close beside Chen Luo and said softly, "This afternoon, when I looked at Sister Shu Yun and those people, I really understood how lucky it is to have you here, Brother Chen Luo." Mi Li lowered her head, her face red as she said, "Brother Chen Luo, can I be your girlfriend?" With Mi Li's personality, saying something like that must have taken an unimaginable amount of courage. Chen Luo answered Mi Li with action. 3 minutes later, Mi Li let out a low cry. "I am not ready yet," Chen Luo said in a wolf grandma kind of tone. "Mi Li, what time do you think this is? In this world, no one knows how long they live. Just because they're S today doesn't mean they're LLB tomorrow. By the time you're ready, your brother Chen Luo might already be dead. Wouldn't that be a real pity?" When Mi Li heard that, she felt it made far too much sense. Instead, Mi Li took the initiative to hug Chen Luo. When there are flowers to be plucked, pluck them. Don't wait until there are no flowers left and break branches in vain. Even Chen Luo hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. He had thought he'd need to wait a while longer. For some reason, Chen Luo felt like a pair of eyes was staring at him. A cold sweat instantly broke out over him. Mi Fan was here. Chen Luo grabbed Mi Fan, who sure enough was curiously watching from the side, and threw it out of the room. Mi Fan? Chen Luo had held Mi Fan in one hand and opened the door with the other, then directly tossed it onto the ground from a height of more than 1 meter. You could say that was a bit rough. Ahem. It also proved how impatient Chen Luo was. That kind of height was nothing at all to a cat, but Mi Fan was dumbfounded. Mi Fan felt very wronged. Chen Luo, you weren't like this before. With a click, the door was immediately locked from the inside, and Mi Fan couldn't get back in even if it wanted to. F.A. Wong, who was lying on the ground, seemed to be mocking it. Just be good and sleep outside with me. At that moment, Mi Ling opened her door. There was no bathroom in her room, and she was thinking of using the separate bathroom on the 3rd floor. When Mi Ling saw Mi Fan, she said mockingly, "Isn't this Chen Luo's little kitty? Why aren't you sleeping with him? Why do you run into the living room?" Mi Fan snorted. "Chen Luo is bullying Mi Li in the room. I saw Mi Li looking really uncomfortable. He must be afraid I'd help Mi Li, so he tricked me out." Mi Fan had its pride too, okay? Hearing Mi Fan's words, Mi Ling froze. Bullying? What kind of bullying? Mi Ling wasn't like Mi Fan, who understood nothing. Mi Ling's expression kept changing, and instinctively she was about to rush into the room to help Mi Li. Fa Wong stopped her. Without the master's permission, no one can enter. You have to follow procedure and knock first. Otherwise, don't blame me if this dog 1T recognized people. Just as Mi Ling was about to knock, she thought of something and suddenly gave up. Mi Li was willing herself. If she rushed in, what would that make her? Mi Ling couldn't have feasts. Damn it. Mi Li had only just become an adult. If it were anyone else, Mi Ling could slap him to death. But this person was Chun Luo. Mi Ling let out a long sigh. The cabbage in her family had been rooted by a pig. Forget it. Wasn't this bound to happen sooner or later? With complicated feelings, Mi Ling returned to her room. Mi Fan wanted to follow her in, since Mi Fan was used to having someone sleep with it. Now it could only favor Mi Ling instead. But with a smack, Mi Ling shut the door. Mi Fan's big blue eyes were faintly shimmering with tears. Ooh, no one wants me anymore. Mi Ling felt inexplicably irritated. She tossed and turned, barely sleeping the whole night. At 7 o'clock the next morning, at the dining table, breakfast was millet porridge and xiaomai. Chun Luo said, Sister you, fry 2 sunny-side-up eggs later. Mayu nodded and said with some confusion, Where's Mi Li? Still sleeping? She usually doesn't sleep in. Mi Ling let out a cold laugh. What else could it be? She got ruined by a certain someone. Chun Luo looked embarrassed. How did his sister-in-law know? Then again, Mi Li had gone back to her room. Mayu immediately understood. So that was it. She had long seen that Mi Li liked Chun Luo. It really hadn't been easy for him to only eat her up now. Originally, she had thought Chun Luo would have rushed to it a long time ago. It really wasn't easy. In times like these, who still had the leisure to slowly fall in love? Mayu casually glanced at Mi Ling. How was Chun Luo going to deal with his sister-in-law? At the side, Fa Wong was gulping down the breakfast made for it, while Maifan lay on the sofa with a cold, aloof look on its face. Feeling guilty, Chun Luo walked over to Maifan. Maifan, why aren't you eating? Going hungry isn't good. Maifan gave a light humph. Maifan is very angry. The consequences are very serious. Chun Luo said awkwardly, How serious? Last night, in his impatience, he had grabbed Maifan and tossed it out in one move. It was only normal for Maifan to be angry. Maifan lifted its head. How serious? The kind that one dried fish snack can't fix. Chun Luo laughed. Will 10 work? No, it has to be 20. All right, deal. Well then, seeing how sincere you are, I forgive you. Hug hug. Chun Luo's heart was practically melting. It was just too cute. But then, Chun Luo gently stroked Maifan. Maifan, hugs are fine during the day, but you're already a mature little kitty now. At night, you need to sleep by yourself. He had to quickly cultivate Maifan's sense of independence. Chun Luo didn't want to hold it while sleeping anymore, and it could forget about sleeping with Mi Li too. He brought breakfast into the room for Mi Li. It wasn't until a little after 8 that Mi Li finally came out of the room, shy and awkward, not daring to look at anyone. Chun Luo didn't sink into a land of tenderness. He still acted according to yesterday's plan. He gathered everyone together and began training them. The main focus was training spell application. If a spell couldn't hit its target, what was the point? For all the elemental users, he gave them a fixed target and had them practice aiming with very little power. Mi Ling was already very accurate, so he had her attack Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng would soon be facing a large number of first-level zombies. First-level zombies were no longer the kind you could only fight in close combat. They could use spells. If he got hit, even a light injury would be the least of it. Dodging spells was absolutely necessary. Mi Ling was just right for training Jiang Feng. As for people like Su Dezhu, who were body-type power users, they could assist from the side. At 10 o'clock, Chun Luo checked the time and had Mayu start cooking. Originally, the extra meal Chun Luo had prepared for everyone was cured meat or kin luncheon meat. But after consummating the marriage last night, he was in a good mood, so he added a feast. Chun Luo deliberately revealed one of the generators in his garage. So having meat in the refrigerator now seemed perfectly reasonable. He took out about 20 gene of pork and had Mayu make braised pork with potatoes. It was already hard enough for Mayu to cook for so many people by herself, though she could still manage. But he couldn't keep letting her handle it alone forever. The team would only keep growing in the future. They couldn't always rely on Mayu alone. Chun Luo assigned her an assistant, Jiang Ling, the girl who had awakened light element powers. She didn't really need much practice, so staying in the back to help was enough. Her cooking couldn't compare to Mayu's, but it was still pretty good. The meat Chun Luo took out had originally come from cold storage, so it was about the same as meat taken from a refrigerator. When Jiang Ling saw the pork, her eyes nearly went blank with shock, and she subconsciously swallowed. Pork? Mayu's mild. Chun Luo felt like you all Haven Tea had a proper meal in so many days, so he specially added something extra for you. There was no way Mayu could say, hey, this is a wedding feast. Jiang Ling was in charge of peeling the potatoes and cutting them into chunks. The rice was rinsed a little and set to cook, while Mayu cut the meat and started cooking. Only when a meal was served did everyone realize they were eating braised pork with potatoes today. with no trace of oil in their stomachs. Their guts immediately began to churn. There was no living room big enough to hold nearly 30 people, so Chenluo simply moved the dining table into the yard. Everyone could gather together and have a good time. The fragrant braised pork and rice teased every single person's stomach. Chenluo understood how they felt, so he didn't waste any words. Eat. Each person also got a bottle of cola. Chenluo had taken out 20 jin of pork. With 30 people, each person could get about 7 liang, and with the potatoes added in, it was more than enough for everyone to have a delicious meal. Everyone couldn't help but feel lucky. Following Chenluo was just too good. As they ate, some of the girls couldn't help but cry. They were just too overwhelmed. The smell of the braised pork seemed to carry very far, drawing over a battered sedan. A haggard-looking man and woman got out, seemingly brother and sister. The pair who got out really were siblings. The older brother was Li Ming, and the younger sister was Li Hui. They had felt that staying in the city would only get more dangerous, so they had risked coming to a more remote area. They had originally thought a more remote place would be much better, maybe even with a rescue base somewhere, but unexpectedly, while there were indeed far fewer zombies than in the city, all the supplies in places like supermarkets were completely gone. When they came here and saw the supermarket inside the villa district, they had originally been overjoyed, but after going in, they were deeply disappointed. They searched through 2 villas and didn't find any water at all. They didn't dare drink tap water. They still had a little food left. So they weren't hungry, but they hadn't had any water for nearly a whole day. They just couldn't find any. Their lips were already badly cracked. Li Hui, the younger sister, heard sound from Chenluo's side, so she came over to take a look. After getting closer, even though they weren't hungry, when they saw the braised pork on the table, they still couldn't help swallowing. At a time like this, braised pork was just too devastating. Li Ming tried hard not to look at the braised pork and the ice-cold cola. The cola had been chilled with the help of an ice element power user. Cola, of course, only had soul when served ice-cold. Everyone looked at the suddenly appeared Li Ming. Li Ming forced out a smile. Sorry to disturb everyone. Do you have any clean water? I could trade food for it. If you're just begging, then there was no way I'd give it to you for free. Chenluo nodded. Shu Yin, bring over 2 bottles of mineral water. Hearing there was water, and that Chenluo had agreed to trade, Li Ming immediately showed a relieved smile. Li Ming went back to the car and brought 2 packs of instant noodles. After hesitating, he took out 2 ham sausages as well. Seeing Shu Yin look toward him as if asking whether to trade, Chenluo shook his head. Shu Yin, for little things like this, you can decide on your own next time. She was a girl with good judgment, but a little too restrained. Shu Yin nodded and agreed to the trade. Li Ming quickly took the water. He opened 1 bottle and first handed it to his sister. Only then did he open one for himself and start drinking, unable to hold back. Chenluo watched this and nodded inwardly. His character seemed decent for now. But what use was good character? What did it have to do with me? This was just a transaction. Chenluo called out, everyone keep eating. Don't let the food get cold. After drinking the water, Li Hui stared eagerly at the braised pork, her eyes almost unable to move away. Li Ming watched all of this and badly wanted to trade some food with Chenluo for a little braised pork, just to satisfy his sister. But they did not have much food left either. They could satisfy their cravings for the moment, but what about the next meal? With a sigh, Li Ming drove the car a little farther away. Parking in front of someone else's gate would only ruin their appetite. The brother and sister sat in the car. Li Hui suddenly said, Brother, there's a group of older sisters over there. They don't look like bad people. How about we join them? Li Ming froze for a moment, then immediately felt tempted. If it had been a bunch of grown men, he would never join them even if you beat him to death. He was a man himself, and he knew very well that once men's desires got stirred up, there was nothing they would not do, especially at a time like this, when order had collapsed, and his younger sister was pretty. But a group made up of women was truly different. Li Ming nudda. Stay in the car. I'll go down and ask. Li Ming could tell Chenluo was the one in charge. Standing outside the fence, he found Chenluo and said with a flattering smile, Big brother, it's really not safe for me and my sister, just the 2 of us. Could we get you protection? Of course, if there's anything you need done, just say the word. Chenluo had already guessed this, so he was not surprised. He said directly, that depends on whether you're qualified. Right now, you and your sister need to go out and find zombies, kill 10 of them, and use the crystals in their heads as proof. You can use weapons, but you can't rely on vehicles or other outside help. Ding! NPC Chenluo has issued you a quest. Li Ming seemed to hear that kind of voice in his head. There was no refusal, but they had to kill zombies first. Li Ming realized this was a test to see whether they were useless or not. Instead of feeling upset, he actually relaxed a lot. If Chenluo had let them join without saying anything, he would have been worried he had walked into a trap and that he and his sister would get butchered. Li Ming nudda. We'll go right away. Li Ming returned to the car and explained things to Li Hui. Then he took out a blood-stained fire axe from the vehicle and headed toward the outside of the residential complex. Afraid Chenluo might think he planned to use the vehicle, Li Ming did not drive. Chenluo watched their backs. They did not look like trash. People like this, dragging family along with them, were easier to trust than single people, because they had attachments. If they wanted to betray someone, they had to weigh the consequences carefully. Chun Luo was absolutely not giving the Li siblings a chance just because he was in a good mood. He needed to recruit people. That was something he had to do. If he ran into capable people, why would he not take them in? Right now, Chun Luo had 30 people on his side. Was that a lot? Not at all. It was far too few. This was the apocalypse. People would die, and the death rate would be high. 3 months from now, Chun Luo had no idea how many of the people around him now would still be alive. Chun Luo was not going to feed anyone for free. Once the zombies evolved to the first level, everyone would go out and kill zombies to get crystals. If he did not recruit people, then when they ran into teams with over 100 or several hundred people later, would his side even be worth looking at? The reason he had not recruited before was partly because it was inconvenient, but more importantly because the survivors had not yet been beaten down enough by the apocalypse. Take Shu Yun's group, for example. If he had tried to recruit them right after the apocalypse started, did you believe they would not throw a tantrum on the spot and expect them to work yesterday, hauling things around? Yeah, right. Would they be as obedient as they were now? Of course, he could also command them by force. But if he did that, there would definitely be resentment and some hatred in their hearts. If the apocalypse could train them for him, why should he do it himself? Wouldn't it be better to let this world play the villain while he played the good guy? Only now had things barely reached the point where he could start taking people in. But he did not want just any trash. First, they had to obey orders. Second, they had to have the courage and strength to kill zombies. If they passed both, then he could have Myfin sense them as well. That would make things much safer. If Li Ming and Li Hui died at the hands of zombies and failed to complete the mission, then they lacked ability. Chun Luo would not feel any pity at all. It was not like he was making them face 10 zombies at once. This was already very simple. As long as they had hands, they could do it. Li Ming and Li Hui left the residential complex and went looking for zombies. If they were afraid of zombies, they would never have had the nerve to make it from the city all the way to Chun Luo's place. They had killed quite a few zombies already. The blood on the fire axe in Li Ming's hand belonged to zombies. At the start of the apocalypse, they had not dared face zombies. They had been forced into it. Very soon, they ran right into 2 zombies. But the first one to attack was actually Li Hui. A streak of black light appeared in her hand. To make sure she hit properly, she waited until the zombie got close before throwing it. Facing the approaching zombie, Li Hui was a little nervous, but she stayed fairly calm. The black light struck one of the zombies accurately. On the surface, the zombie showed no wounds at all, but speed became abnormally slow. It was slow as a turtle, like the footage had been slowed down. A dark-type curse ability, slow movement. The way Li Hui looked, she seemed like just a young girl, yet she was actually a dark-type ability user. The chance of awakening one was about the same as a light type. The 2 zombies that had originally been moving together became one in front and one behind. That meant they only had to deal with one zombie at a time. Li Ming skillfully brought the fire axe down onto the zombie's head. He did not use the blade, but the back of the axe. He was afraid it would get stuck. Li Ming was a body-type ability user. His strength was pretty good, and after 2 axe strikes, he knocked the zombie to the ground. The remaining zombie was even easier to deal with. From raising its claws to actually hitting someone's body, it needed a full 3 seconds. If someone still got hit by a zombie like that, then there was really nothing to say. If Li Hui used slow movement twice, they could kill zombies even more safely. It was not that she could not do it, but that there was no need. When they encountered lone zombies, Li Hui did not act and only let Li Ming handle them. If it was a group of zombies, the kind with 4 or 5 together, they would normally choose to avoid them. But in order to finish Chun Luo's mission as quickly as possible, Li Hui kept casting slow movement over and over. Li Hui said with a sigh, "Brother, looks like the existence of crystals isn't some secret after all. I thought only we knew about it." Li Ming smiled. "There are plenty of smart people. Since that person told us to kill 10, then we'll kill 20 and prove ourselves." Very quickly, the 2 of them completed Chun Luo's mission with extra to spare. But on Chun Luo's side, they ran into a bit of trouble. Wang Guofu was a homeowner in the same villa district as Chun Luo's family. Before the apocalypse, he worked in real estate, and not on a small scale either. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford a villa here. He had money. There was a telescope in his house. Whenever he had time, he would use it to observe the entrance of the neighborhood and see whether any rescue team had come. Because of the angle, he had not been able to see Chun Luo's place. But today, on a whim, he climbed up to the rooftop because he wanted to see farther. By accident, Wang Guofu spotted Chun Luo's place. A group of girls and a few men. Wang Guofu found the men a little familiar. 2 days ago, they had almost entered his house, but gave up after seeing someone inside. Wang Guofu's telescope was top-grade goods, worth 100,000. The clarity was unbelievably good. The braised pork on the table fell right into his eyes, and Wang Guofu immediately swallowed hard. He had always been used to eating rich food, delicacies from land and sea at every meal. Trapped in a neighborhood and forced to eat junk food, he had endured it because he had no choice. But once he saw that braised pork, he could not hold back at all. His mind was filled with only one thought. He wanted meat. Wang Guofu returned to the house and opened the safe. After thinking for a moment, he took out 100,000 yuan, then took out 2 gold bars. What could money not do? Spending 10,000 yuan to buy 1 bowl of braised pork should be enough, right? Wang Guofu's movement paused. After thinking it over, he tucked a pitch-black object that had been under the pillow at the head of his bed into his waist. A handgun. His background wasn't clean. He had made his fortune in the gray areas, and he also had a bit of a fondness for firearms, so he had secretly kept one for himself. Partly for self-defense. Wang Guofu muttered to himself, I'm definitely eating that braised pork. Sigh, a tiger fallen to the plains. Me, Wang Guofu, actually begging someone for a bowl of braised pork. At the very least, I should get 2 bowls. Very soon, he arrived near Chen Luo and the others, smiling all over his face as he said, hello everyone. Seeing as we're all neighbors, and we've all fallen on hard times. Could you give me a bowl of meat? I'm really starving. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Guofu glanced at the ground and immediately froze. A black dog was eating meat. Just meat. It was even eating vegetables. Wang Guofu cursed inwardly. What times are these already, and they're still feeding a dog? Wouldn't it be better to kill the dog and eat its meat? At the same time, Wang Guofu felt even more certain. If even a dog was eating meat, that meant this group had plenty of it. Even a dog had something to eat, but I don't. Could a person be worse off than a dog? Just a bunch of young people and little girls. They had to be easy to talk to. Chen Luo didn't speak. He couldn't possibly personally handle every little matter as the boss. Chen Luo gave Fang Yu a look. Fang Yu understood and stood up. Sorry, we don't have enough ourselves. That was true. It was often they gotta eat meat either. Wang Guofu was furious inside. You fucking liar. Saying that with your eyes open. Then what the hell is that dog eating? You think I'm blind? Though he was angry inside, Wang Guofu still kept a smile on his face as he said, a 1 tea eat for free. I'll pay. How about 10,000 for 1 gene of cooked braised pork? How about 100,000 a year? I'll buy 10 gene. That was already an outrageous price. Even when supplies were tight, a gene of pork wouldn't sell for 10,000, and no matter how amazing the hotel, it wouldn't dare charge that much. Fang Yu chuckled. Not for sale. Wang Guofu raised the price. 50,000 per gene. That's not little, is it? Don't be too greedy, young man. How about 100,000 and 2 gold bars here? Trading that for 5 gene of meat isn't too much, right? Fang Yu still shook his head. Before the apocalypse, Wang Guofu had always been overbearing and arrogant. Under normal circumstances, he would already told his lackeys to smash the place up. Now he was already on the verge of exploding. Shuyan's words made Wang Guofu completely snap. Shuyan stood up and said, if you're hungry, I have 2 packs of instant noodles here, but you'll have to trade something for them. If you don't have anything, you can kill zombies and trade the crystals in their heads. As for the secret of the crystals, Chen Luo had no intention of using that to trade with people who didn't know about them yet, because they were all poor bastards. They also hadn't absorbed any crystals, so they were weak. What do they possibly offer? Wang Guofu was completely enraged. You people eat meat, and I eat instant noodles, and I still have to trade something for them? If the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I've got no temper? Wang Guofu pulled out the pistol at his waist, pointed it at the crowd, and roared, everybody fucking squat down and put your hands on your heads. Damn it. I gave you face and you refused it. Holding the pistol, Wang Guofu kept pointing it at every single person present. Other than Chen Luo, a trace of panic appeared on everyone's faces. The power of firearms was deeply carved into everyone's hearts. Even after becoming ability users, they would still instinctively feel fear. Chen Luo, however, was full of disdain. A tiny handgun like this, even if it emptied its whole magazine, it still wouldn't be able to kill him. No matter where it hit, it wouldn't even be enough to seriously injure him. The spells of ability users, even a level 1 ability user, could seriously injure zombies. Could a tiny handgun do that? And if a level 1 spell hit Chen Luo, a level 4 ability user, it would only count as a light injury, let alone a handgun. Otherwise, why in Timu Tinga's group focused fire and instantly killed that level 5 fire-type zombie that day? At most, they had only managed to lightly injure it. Chen Luo was a bit weaker than that zombie, but not by much. Wang Guofu shouted, this is too much. You feed meat to a dog. But won't he even spare me a little? Although everyone felt some instinctive fear, they weren't in a panic. Chen Luo was just about to make a move. But unexpectedly, Fang Yu directly stepped in front of Chen Luo and used his body to shield him. When Yang Xian, Su Lan, and the others saw Fang Yu's action, they also quickly used their bodies to protect Chen Luo, Mi Li, and the others sitting together. This was a perfect chance to show their loyalty. Thanks, brother, for delivering this opportunity right to us. Before the apocalypse, Fang Yu and the others had worked for a professional security company and had served in the military. They knew Wang Guofu's gun wasn't fake, but at most it had 6 bullets. There were so many ability users on their side. Any random one of them could deal with Wang Guofu. It would be impressive enough if Wang Guofu even managed to fire 1 shot. Chen Luo smiled. He didn't need it. but he was very satisfied with this attitude. Fan Yu said in a low voice, "Brother, that gun of yours can kill, at most, one person. You got so many people here. If you dare pull the trigger, you're definitely dead. Take a brother's advice. Put the gun down, and I can pretend nothing happened." Chen Luo glanced at him. "You can pretend nothing happened, but the others here can't." Wang Guofu let out a cold laugh. "It's true I can't shoot all of you dead. But whoever dares move, I'll shoot him. If anyone else got the guts, trade your life with me." Back when Wang Guofu was still a street thug, he had gone through this kind of thing plenty of times. As long as you were ruthless enough, what was the use of having more people? Wang Guofu pointed at me, Li. "Yeah, you. Bring me 2 bowls of braised pork. If you don't, I'll shoot you dead." Sigh. He pulled out a pistol and took a hostage, all for a bowl of meat. Chen Luo stood up, ready to end this farce. But Dharma King moved first. Wang Guofu had insulted him just now. Dharma King was very unhappy. "Was I the one who refused to give you food? I was just lying there minding my own business and still got caught in the crossfire? Did I provoke you or what?" Dharma King trotted toward Wang Guofu, and Wang Guofu immediately became alert. But then Wang Guofu froze for a moment, because he clearly saw a fawning expression all over Dharma King's face. As strange as that was, seeing such a flattering grin on a dog's face. Dharma King thought to himself, "Everyone seems pretty afraid of that gun, so he'd better play it safe too." Dharma King flopped on the ground, rolled around, and even exposed his belly as he kept moving closer to Wang Guofu. Wang Guofu burst out laughing. "This dog is all looks and no use. The moment it sees a person, it's the first one to defect. What is the point of raising it? This dog isn't even fit to eat shit." The others were also somewhat unable to believe it. Dharma King had always been pretty aloof in front of them. Fan Yu and the others also clearly knew how strong Dharma King was. What kind of act was this? Only Chen Luo's mouth twitched. "Dharma King, aren't you overdoing the playing safe a bit? Who would stay highly on guard against a dog? Especially a dumb dog." After dropping his guard, Wang Guofu shouted, "Hurry up, or don't blame me for opening fire." Woof! Dharma King suddenly let out a thunderous roar, far louder than usual. That sudden roar made Wang Guofu's mind tremble violently, and the hand holding the gun shook. When Wang Guofu looked toward Dharma King, he was horrified to discover a cyan ball of lightning shooting toward him. The next second, Wang Guofu's entire body was blasted flying by the power of the lightning. The explosive force of the lightning killed him on the spot. Everyone stared in dumbfounded shock. That was way too dog-like. First acting weak, then launching a sneak attack. If a person used a trick like that, they wouldn't find it strange, but this was a dog. Who taught him that? Chen Luo shouted inwardly. It really wasn't me. Dharma King was already dog-like in his previous life, or else he wouldn't have been so hard to deal with. Dharma King could even play dead. The number of ability users he had fooled was countless. Dharma King looked at Wang Guofu's corpse with disdain. "Let us see if you still dare look down on dogs now." As for the worshipful looks from the others, Dharma King didn't care in the slightest. "Don't worship me. Bro is just a dog." Chen Luo said, "What a killjoy. Ignore him. Keep eating." Dharma King, pick up that gun. Everyone had killed quite a few zombies by now. Seeing corpses and the like naturally wouldn't scare them. Fa Wang held the gun out in his mouth to Chen Luo, and Chen Luo passed it to Li. Even if it wasn't very useful, it could still serve as protection at a critical moment. Better than having nothing. At this time, the Li siblings, Li Ming and Li Hui, also returned. Li Ming handed over 20 crystals to Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked a little surprised. "I said 10 in total would be enough." "Not bad. You got guts. All right. You passed the test. You can join." Fan Yu, explain the rules here to them. "All right. What abilities do you have? And when did you awaken?" Li Ming and Li Hui exchanged a glance. Then Li Ming said, "My physical strength increased, so I count as a warrior. My little sister, counts as a mage. I awakened on the 3rd day. My sister awakened on the 2nd day." Chen Luo asked in detail, and his eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Li Hui to be dark element type, and her talent wasn't bad either. If her level could be raised, she would still be somewhat helpful to him. Fan Yu pulled the 2 of them aside and explained to them the rules Chen Luo had originally set with Xu Yun and the others. The earlier parts were fine, but when it got to the later part, Chen Luo's face darkened. There was no need to mention the 3rd rule, right? The girl looked only 16 or 17. After Li Ming heard it, his expression turned strange, but it wasn't unacceptable. He agreed to it. Chen Luo had Wang Ling make another separate serving of braised pork with potatoes for the Li siblings to win them over a little. It was a happy day today, so everyone got a share. They continued training in the afternoon. Although they could still occasionally see survivors entering the residential complex, no one asked to join. At night, Li Ming moved into the villa where Fan Yu and the others were staying, while his younger sister Li Hui stayed together with Xu Yun and the others. Li Ming, still not familiar with the place, felt that if Chen Luo's group really had bad intentions, they would have no way to resist anyway. So he agreed to be separated from his sister. Li Hui had just joined, and everyone showed her goodwill. Strangers were naturally met with cold faces. One of their own was welcomed with smiles. There wasn't any entertainment at night, so everyone took out a phone, propped it up in the middle, then gathered around it to watch a movie. Li Hui was young, so everyone had her sit in the middle. Everyone chatted and laughed. Compared to the lonely, boring life she used to have in the dark with her brother, this was much better. She could also feel everyone as concerned for her. Li Hui thought to herself that joining this place seemed to have been the right choice. In Chun Luo's room, Chun Luo calculated the time. Meili should have finished absorbing the crystals by now. This was exactly the period when passion burned hottest. How could he bear to be apart from her? But there was a giant third will stubbornly staying in the room and refusing to leave. Chun Luo patiently tried to persuade Mi Fan, but Mi Fan said, "I'm very well behaved. I'll stay quiet and still." Chun Luo glared at her. "Fine. If you want to leave, I will." No matter how much Mi Fan thought about it, she just couldn't understand why he suddenly didn't want her around at night. Chun Luo entered Mi Li's room, and of course the two of them got all lovey-dovey. Mi Li said shyly, "We can't do naughty things yet. It still hurts." Chun Luo let out an "oh." There would be plenty of chances in the future. There was no rush. Just as he was about to hold Mi Li in sleep, Chun Luo thought of something. "How about you try using a healing spell on yourself?" Midi, morning. Chun Luo's meal was plain and simple. After all, this wasn't tea, some 8 dishes, 1 soup spread. As for Shu Yun and the others, they had cooked rice porridge. With that much rice, why not eat it? Rice porridge could satisfy both hunger and thirst, tasted good, and was also good for the stomach. There was plenty of it. Drink as many bowls as you could. After breakfast, Chun Luo gathered everyone together. Yesterday, everyone trained for a whole day. Today we'll conduct live combat drills. Today as target is the Yulin residential complex to the south. We'll collect some supplies there. Practice is still just practice. It's very different from real combat. In practice, the targets stay still. Do zombies stand there and not move? Also, the tension from zombies lunging at you will affect your performance. What is the use of being accurate in training if you panic and fumble in real combat? A girl who was familiar with the situation over there said with some difficulty, "I know that place. There are probably quite a lot of people there. More people meant more zombies." Chun Luo waved his hand. "It's fine. I'm here." Hearing that, everyone felt much more at ease. The scene of Chun Luo killing that level 5 zombie with a single sword strike that day had been deeply shocking. Otherwise, even though Mu Tiange was dead, there was no reason for them to listen to a young man barely in his early 20s, right? They were all white-collar workers. Which one of them wasn't he older than Chun Luo? Making others truly submit to you is no easy thing. As for guarding the home base, he still arranged 2 people, Fang Yu and Su Lan. This time, they used the heavy truck and the bus. That was enough to transport everyone. So Chun Luo sat on the bus. Yulin residential complex was about 2 kilometers away, and they had to pass through a busy street. At first, whenever they ran into zombies, they simply ran them over with the vehicles. But once they reached the busy street, the vehicles could no longer move forward. Even the heavy truck couldn't smash through. Dozens of cars were tangled together, blocking the road. Chun Luo contacted them over the radio. "First rely on the vehicles to clear the zombies following us, then get out and move the cars. Elemental type users attack. The others protect them from the front. Jiang Feng, try to control the number of zombies." Because the vehicles couldn't drive fast, at least 40 or 50 zombies had followed them. Adding the nearby zombies already in the area, there were close to 100. Jiang Feng got out of the vehicle and immediately ran toward the zombie horde, drawing their attention and then luring them away. The girls opened the bus windows and attacked the zombies outside from the windows. With the protection of the vehicle, the zombies couldn't reach them. The zombies weren't arriving all at once, and Jiang Feng had lured part of them away. So Chun Luo's group now actually outnumbered the zombies. If there were only a few people, then dozens of zombies would be terrifying for ordinary people. But once the number of survivors increased, it became a one-sided crush against the zombies. Chun Luo simply watched quietly as the others fought. Zombies in motion weren't that easy to hit, but the accuracy of their spells really was better than on the first day. After clearing out the zombies that had followed them, everyone got out to deal with the other zombies coming over while also moving the vehicles out of the way. Chun Luo spoke up. For the small cars, everyone just lift them together and throw them onto the opposite side of the road. A level 1 ability user, even if female, had greater strength than an ordinary adult man, let alone a level 2. This was already the 18th day of the apocalypse. As long as someone wasn't the kind who couldn't even absorb 1 crystal a day. Any survivor who had learned the secret of the crystals early had already advanced to level 2, because level 2 was really simple. It only required absorbing 20 crystals. Level 3, on the other hand, was much harder. It needed around 150. Mi Li and Mi Ling, and even Su Deju, whom Chun Luo absorbed on the first day, had not reached level 3. They still needed another 2 or 3 days. In that regard, they really weren't as good as Fa Wang, who had advanced a few days earlier. Level 2 and level 2 were not the same either. Su Deju was at peak level 2, while most people were only at the initial stage of level 2. At present, only 4 girls in the team, along with Yang Xian and the others who had learned the secret of the crystals too late, had not advanced to level 2. Chun Luo thought to himself that tonight he would let a few core members absorb the Rat King crystal that still had some power left in it. If that wasn't enough, he would also let them absorb the crystal from that level 5 fire-type zombie. 10 people easily threw a small car to the other side of the road. They advanced slowly all the way. In many places, small cars could pass through, but the heavy truck and the bus could not. Each had its own advantages. Meanwhile, Chun Luo sat in the vehicle like some grand old master, doing absolutely nothing. While observing, he gently stroked me Fan. Without realizing it, his hand moved to me Fan's little belly. Myfin said one sentence, and it instantly ruined Chun Luo's entire mood. Myfin, no lewd stuff. It still hurts. Chun Luo, Myfin, even if you want tea, let me watch. I can still eavesdrop. Last night, I jumped onto the balcony and almost fell off. It scared the cat to death. Chun Luo's expression kept changing. This cat knew way too much. I need to kill the cat to silence it. I need to find something for Myfin to do at night. Otherwise, it's too idle, and whenever it's idle, it loves sticking its nose into other people's business. I need to get it addicted to the internet and teach it how to use a phone. Sigh, sister-in-law, that S on you too. Couldn't you sleep with Myfin when you had time? Now it has no one to keep it company. They hadn't even made it halfway before the girls were almost out of mana. They had already killed more than 200 zombies. Fortunately, they had already passed the traffic jam section, so the heavy truck could keep moving. When they arrived near Yulin residential complex, Chun Luo instructed, get out. Everyone take a weapon and fight the zombies. The weapons were basically all kinds of clubs or axes. Chun Luo also took out some stun batons for Shu Yun and the others. Even if they were out of charge, the batons could still be used as weapons. It could be said that as long as more than 100 zombies didn't pounce at them all at once, there was basically no pressure dealing with these lowest level zombies. Compared to what the girls had originally imagined, the difficulty was much lower. Sure enough, there was strength in numbers. On the road at the entrance of the residential complex, there were more than a dozen restaurants of various sizes. Chun Luo said, go into the restaurants first and see if there are any supplies worth collecting. Split into 4 teams. Don't act alone. Move whatever you find onto the truck. There were quite a lot of zombies here. Unlike Chun Luo's area, which had fewer people, most of the supplies here were still intact. Before long, rice, flour, grain, and cooking oil were being loaded into the heavy truck. A cheer went up as the girls discovered a supermarket that seemed not to have been touched or emptied by anyone yet. The supermarket was a little over 100 square meters in size, which wasn't small. Mi-Ling's eyes lit up. A supermarket of this size might sell that thing. After entering the supermarket, what made everyone even happier was that this supermarket also sold bottled purified water. More than 20 large barrels of purified water were lined up by the wall. Everyone else's attention was on the water and food. But Mi-Ling was searching for something near the checkout counter. She remembered that things like that seemed to be displayed beside the counter. She had noticed it by accident before. Joy appeared on Mi-Ling's face. She found it. She grabbed a plastic bag and started stuffing it inside. Shu Yan looked at Mi-Ling in confusion. What was she looking for? She hadn't seen exactly what Mi-Ling was packing. She had only seen 3 words, ultra-thin type. Mi-Ling sensed someone watching her. When she saw Shu Yun staring at her, her whole face instantly turned red. Seeing Mi-Ling's expression, Shu Yun suddenly understood. So Mi-Ling was looking for that. If it had been one of her former co-workers, Shu Yun really would have wanted to tease her a little, but this person was Mi-Ling, so she didn't dare. No one knew exactly what Mi-Ling's relationship with Chun Luo was. Shu Yun's thoughts started running wild. This thing should be for use with Chun Luo, right? Otherwise, she couldn't think of who else it would be for. And Mi-Ling was the one personally looking for it. If you're not going to use this thing, why are you looking for it? Mi-Ling felt aggrieved inside. If it weren't for Mi-Li, would I want to look for this? Damn, Chun Luo. Shu Yun glanced at it, then walked away as if nothing had happened, pretending not to notice. Piece by piece, the supplies were moved onto the truck. There was also a fruit shop next door. Most of the fruit had already rotted, and only some apples, pears, and watermelons still looked edible. Anything worth passing by was worth taking, so of course those were loaded onto the truck too. These shops were all storefronts on the first floor of Yulin Residential Complex and another residential complex across the street. The residents of the 2 complexes lived upstairs. Chun Luo sensed something and looked up in one direction. He saw several different people watching from the windows above. Chun Luo didn't care. Let them watch if they wanted. An auntie in her 40s couldn't help saying, young man, I could tell at a glance that you're a kind-hearted young man. Annie hasn't eaten watermelon in many days, and the heat is unbearable. Can you bring one up for Annie? As soon as she said that, similar voices came from several other rooms in the building. Please, handsome guy, bring some water up here. Do you have any meat? Bring up some of those braised duck legs from the supermarket. Bring a few packs of cigarettes up for this old man. I'm dying from holding back. Everyone on Chun Luo's side was speechless. What nerve these people had. Chun Luo chuckled and said, My legs aren't very convenient. I can't climb stairs, so I want to be delivering anything. The uncles and aunties immediately refused to let it go. What kind of person are you? Don't you understand respecting the elderly and caring for the young at all? Chen Luo gave a mocking laugh. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were 70 or 80 years old. Most of these people were only in their 40s or 50s. Survivors over 60 were extremely rare. Likewise, so were those under 13 or 14. Having a few in a group of 10,000 would already be pretty good. The ones who survived were almost all young or middle-aged adults. Chen Luo couldn't be bothered with them and signaled everyone to continue. But the residents of the complex weren't having it. One Annie ran out of her room and spread the word as she ran, "Everyone, get out here now. Stop sleeping. Someone is moving all our supplies away. If the things downstairs weren't theirs, then whose were they?" After so many days, the survivors in the complex had more or less gathered together. More than half of them had gathered in this street-facing building. Part of it was to give each other courage. Another part was that if a rescue team ever showed up, they would be able to find out immediately. Old Zhang, Old Li, everyone get downstairs now. Bring whatever you can use. Gather up. It was still morning, not yet 9 o'clock. But most survivors' body clocks were already in chaos. With no entertainment, the best way to pass the time was to sleep, and it also reduced energy consumption. Everyone passed the word around, and they quickly met up on the first floor. Strangely enough, there were no zombies on the first floor. It seemed they had already been cleared out. What is going on? Why gather everyone? Some people came from outside the complex and moved all the supplies from the supermarket and restaurants below our building. If we let them take everything, what are we supposed to do after we finish our food? Someone hesitated. There are quite a few zombies outside, right? They killed all the zombies? What if they make a move on us? One, Annie sneered. I saw it. They used a big truck to run them over. Most of the people with them are a bunch of young girls, and there are fewer of them than us. A big truck? One old man couldn't help exclaiming. If we had that truck, wouldn't we be able to crush zombies too? We have to keep that truck, and we absolutely can't let them take our supplies. Go, hurry up. Don't let them run away. Should we call Qin Guang and those boys too? Forget it. Those little beasts already fell out with us long ago. They don't know the first thing about respecting their elders. 70 or 80 people, carrying clubs, feather dusters, rolling pins, little stools, and other ridiculous weapons, ran toward the entrance of the residential complex. Most of these people were older. There weren't many young people, only around 20. At the exit of the residential complex was a black hollow iron gate that blocked zombies from getting in. Originally, these uncles and aunties hadn't dared leave the complex. What if they got bitten by zombies? But Chen Luo had already cleared out most of the zombies, so now they had the courage to go outside. As soon as they stepped out, the group aggressively shouted, "Put all that stuff down right now. What you're doing is stealing. It's robbery, understand? At your age, and you still don't learn anything good. How did your elders raise you?" Seeing a group of older uncles and aunties come out holding weapons, everyone was a little dumbfounded and immediately became alert. Chen Luo quickly understood what was going on and let out a cold laugh. What a bunch of shameless old bastards. They did not dare deal with zombies, but the moment they saw actual people, each one acted more arrogant than the last. Chen Luo stepped forward and sneered. "Does this belong to your family or something?" A middle-aged man in his 40s snorted. "Well, it actually does. This supermarket was opened by my little brother. He died. So doesn't that make it mine?" The uncles and aunties all started talking over each other, criticizing Chen Luo's group for being completely unreasonable. Among the few young people there, most were men, and their eyes lit up as they stared at the girls present. They spent all day surrounded by a bunch of middle-aged women. How could that compare to the girls in front of them? Some of them could not help whispering and pointing. "We're taking this truck. Go back wherever you came from. Old Zhang, aren't you a driver? Get this heavy truck into the neighborhood." As they spoke, some people were already preparing to climb into the truck bed and seize the supplies. Whoever grabbed something first would get to keep it and would not have to share with anyone else. Chen Luo said coldly, "Get lost. Don't go looking for death." There really were people who were not afraid of dying. Or maybe they simply did not believe Chen Luo would dare make a move. Hidden inside this relatively enclosed residential complex, they had never seen survivors killing each other. A little old man who looked to be in his early 50s stepped forward and said disdainfully, "What, you want to hit someone? Come on then, hit me. Go ahead. I'm telling you, if you dare hit me, I'll lie right down on the ground and never get up. If you don't cough up at least 100,000, don't even think about leaving." As he spoke, the old man even shoved his face right up in front of Chen Luo. "Hit me. What, you don't dare? TCH. Growing up, Chen Luo had never seen someone make such a request. The old man's face was practically pressed up against Chen Luo's palm. Was Chen Luo supposed to indulge him? He was the one asking for it. Chen Luo swung out with a slap. The old man instantly flew 4 or 5 meters away and collapsed on the ground without a sound. An older woman stepped forward to check on him. "Old Li, how are you? Wake up." Chen Luo heard someone whisper, "Old Li used to pull fake injury scams all the time. He is acting really convincingly." Chen Luo. Chen Luo was utterly speechless. "You people are getting old. So your eyesight does not work anymore, is that it? Could you not see that half his face was crooked? If he did not show them something ruthless, there was no way these people would back off. The ones making the biggest fuss were only around a dozen people. The rest were just following the crowd and tagging along to watch the excitement. Chun Luo shouted, "What are you standing around for? Can't you see they're stealing our supplies? What? Are you all so respectful of the elderly and caring toward the young?" Everyone responded and gripped their weapons as they moved forward. They had fought zombies plenty of times, but dealing with other survivors was a first. An older woman screamed, "What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, this Annie knows magic." A wisp of flame actually formed in her palm. This grandpa knows magic too. And I've even studied Tai Chi lightning 5 consecutive whips. Chun Luo sneered. If he did not kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, this crowd would never disperse. A spatial sphere exploded on one man's face, spraying blood mist everywhere. Then Chun Luo turned and fired another shot at a young man who was about to climb into the truck bed. "Olma, how are you?" Someone launched a sneak attack. No martialesics. The deaths of 2 people were a massive shock to this crowd. 2 young men with malicious intentions had been hiding in the dark, trying to ambush Chun Luo with spells. Not only were they useless, they did not even touch Chun Luo. Chun Luo's side also began to move. This group was nothing more than a mob, and they fled wailing for their fathers and mothers. The Dharma King pounced on several people who had just tried to attack Chun Luo and left none alive. Other than the ringleaders, Chun Luo did not slaughter everyone. Chun Luo shook his head. Why bother? In the apocalypse, what could this kind of trash do besides waste food? They bullied the weak and feared the strong. With so many people, if they just dared fight zombies, the supplies here would not have ended up being collected by him. Everyone continued gathering supplies, though their moods were somewhat complicated. After all, they had just killed people. What Chun Luo did not expect was that another group came out from inside the neighborhood. This group was obviously different from the mob from earlier. Sometimes you could just tell whether someone had killed zombies before or gone through bloody battles. There were more than 20 people in this group, and most of them were young. Only 2 or 3 were older. They were the exact opposite of the previous group. Young people dared to fight and charge ahead, and their ability to adapt was strong. Chun Luo watched the newcomers. The person walking in front seemed a little familiar. Chun Luo remembered. Back when he was still weak in his previous life, he had run around with this person before. After all, they had not lived far from each other. This man's name seemed to be Chun Guang. They had not been close. Survivors were always somewhat wary of each other. Chun Luo remembered that Chun Guang really had been the type to fight hard and push forward. In his memory, the man did not seem bad either. Chun Guang's group walked straight over and first looked at the corpses on the ground in surprise. Chun Guang came closer, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and smiled. "Bro, want a Huazi?" Chun Luo indifferently shook his head. "Sorry, I don't smoke." Chun Guang lit one for himself and pointed at the people on the ground. These old guys were seriously infuriating. They spent all day cursing at us, saying we had no respect for our elders. All they wanted was to sit back and enjoy the benefits, as if we were supposed to risk our lives to feed them. We couldn't stand it. So we pulled out the people who actually dared to fight and work and cut ties with them, for the sake of being neighbors. We did not make things difficult for them. Never thought they'd end up dying at your hands. Among survivors, some dared to fight and kill, while others were cowardly and timid. Smart people would separate themselves from the cowards to avoid being dragged down by them. As for the cowardly and timid, they either changed or could only slowly wait for death. Although Chun Guang's group did not have as many people as the previous batch, their combat strength was on a completely different level. Chun Luo's expression turned cold. "What? Do you want to avenge them?" Chun Guang immediately waved his hands and gave an awkward smile. "Bro, don't misunderstand. We came over this time for 2 reasons. First, we want to make friends. With more friends, people can look out for each other. Second, we want to ask you all for a favor." Chun Guang held out his hand. "My name's Chun Guang." Even though Chun Luo could crush Chun Guang's side with ease and their strength was not on the same level at all, there was no grudge between them. So there was no need to put on some aloof act. When it was time to show respect, he should show respect. Refusing even to shake hands? Wouldn't that just be looking down on people? Chun Luo was not afraid of trouble, but he would not go looking for it either. Besides, Chun Luo was already thinking about recruiting people. If this group was decent, why not take them in? Chun Luo also reached out his hand. "Chun Luo." Chun Guang smiled. "Yo, same family name." Chun Luo asked, "What favor?" Chun Guang said, "There are a lot of people in this neighborhood, nearly 1,000 apartments. There are plenty of supplies, and a large portion of them still hasn't been collected. But in the past 2 days, we've run into a problem. There's a zombie dog in the neighborhood that used to be a husky. It can use lightning, runs very fast, and most importantly, it has gained a bit of intelligence. When we have too few people, it attacks. When we have a lot of people, it refuses to show itself. It's seriously hard to deal with. One of our companions was killed by it. If we don't get rid of it, no one will feel at ease. Over the past 2 days, we've also found the place where it nests, but we don't have enough manpower. We might not be able to block it off. You also have quite a few people. So we wanted to ask you to help us kill it together. Chen Luo asked back, what about the payment? Chen Guang froze for a moment, then smiled. As for payment, how about 300 jin of rice and 5 barrels of water? Chen Luo let out a faint chuckle, pulled Mi Fan over, and then agreed. Of course, he did not care about that little bit of supplies, but he also needed to enter this residential complex to collect supplies. If he didn't deal with this zombie dog, the people under him wouldn't be safe either. Second, if this zombie dog had gained a bit of intelligence and Chen Guang's group still couldn't handle it, then it was at least level 2 or level 3. Level 4 was impossible. If it were level 4, Chen Guang's group would have died out long ago. Zombies, or other zombie creatures, could speed up their evolution by devouring people. Chen Luo figured it was most likely level 2. If a level 2 zombie dog wanted to run, and it was lightning type on top of that, Chen Guang and the others really didn't have many ways to deal with it. A level 2 crystal was pretty decent too. Chen Luo had gotten level 4 and level 5 crystals before, but he hadn't gotten a level 2 one yet. It would also be good for helping Mi Li and the others rank up faster. Mi Fan had already confirmed that this group didn't have any ill intentions, so there was no need to worry about them pulling anything. But caution was still necessary. If they dared try anything, then sorry, he'd be taking their crystals. Chen Guang looked at Mi Fan in Chen Luo's arms in shock. Of course, it wasn't because he knew Mi Fan's ability, but because the cat was really beautiful. With a cat like that keeping him company, boring days would be a little easier to get through. But Chen Luo didn't seem to be short on supplies. And those supplies weren't Chen Guang's alone. Chen Luo instructed, you guys keep moving the supplies. I'll go in and take a look. Dharma King, let's go. Chen Guang was stunned again. Wait, just you alone? That probably won't work, right? Chen Luo smiled. Didn't you see there's a dog following behind me too? A dog? Only then did Chen Guang notice a black dog running behind Chen Luo. The black dog's fur was glossy, its whole body clean, and it looked full of spirit. Except it was missing one ear. Chen Guang's group stared in disbelief. This dog looked like it had been living pretty well. Otherwise, if it had been starving the whole time, how could it be this energetic? And on top of that, good grief, he was holding a cat in his arms and had a dog following behind him. Big brother, this was a disaster period, not some peaceful golden age. He had 2 pets, and he had a whole bunch of girls with him too. From Chen Luo's tone and words, all these girls listened to him. Peak of life. This life of his was way too good. Chen Guang remembered that there had also been a big yellow dog in the complex that hadn't turned into a zombie. On the 3rd or 4th day of the disaster, some old man had beaten it to death and made dog meat out of it. Chen Guang suddenly realized a problem. Something he hadn't noticed before. That was Chen Luo's appearance. His complexion was rosy, his eyes were bright, his whole body was clean, and even his clothes were neat and tidy. Their own lives had been fairly decent, but could they compare to Chen Luo? Chen Guang realized that Chen Luo must be living extremely well. Otherwise, he couldn't have such a healthy look. And in times like these, anyone who could live well undoubtedly had considerable strength. Chen Luo turned and handed Mi Fan to Mi Li to hold. Mi Fan didn't struggle. Mi Fan only act cute and cuddly depending on the situation. Mi Li asked, Brother Chen Luo, do you want me to go with you? Chen Luo smiled and waved his hand. Wait for me to come back. Chen Guang cursed inwardly and prayed this girl was his actual younger sister. Otherwise, how was anyone supposed to keep living? Comparing people really could piss you to death. A cat, a dog, and a wife. He was probably just one step away from having 4 dishes at every meal, right? Chen Guang led Chen Luo into the complex and introduced it with a bit of pride. After so many days of effort, we've basically killed off all the zombies moving around inside the complex. Originally, we planned to finish clearing the zombies inside the complex before dealing with the ones outside. But then you showed up. The zombies inside the residential buildings definitely haven't been killed yet. Chen Luo smiled and praised. Then you guys really do have guts. Dharma King snorted. You're so impressive, yet you still came looking for a dog to help? Asking this king for help? No problem, right? Chen Guang brought Chen Luo to a spacious large garden, then stopped more than 100 meters outside it. That zombie dog usually stays in the garden. With the terrain here, it can run in all 4 directions. We don't have enough people. Even if we block all 4 directions, that's only 5 or 6 people each. There's no way we can stop it. If we force it, there will definitely be casualties. Chen Luo nodded. You guys can't catch up to it. But Dharma King definitely can. This zombie dog should be level 2. It wasn't a mutant variant, so it couldn't have evolved that quickly through devouring to reach level 3. Otherwise, it would be at the Dog King level. Chen Guang asked, Chen Luo, do you have some way to deal with this zombie dog? Chen Luo hadn't brought anyone with him. So, Chen Guang guessed that Chen Luo had some method specifically for the zombie dog. What method could Chen Luo have? Use a dog to deal with a dog, obviously. Chen Luo signaled to Dharma King to go into the garden and take a look. Even if this zombie dog were level 3, Dharma King would still be fine. Chen Guang's group was stunned. Wait, your method is to send a dog? Do you have a grudge against your pet dog or something? A whole group of us couldn't do anything about it, and you're saying one dog can solve it? Are we really worse than a dog? Chen Guang advised, it's too dangerous. It's rare enough for a dog to survive without turning into a zombie. Better not let it go. Chen Luo smiled faintly. It's fine. Shun Guang didn't try to persuade him anymore. Chen Luo didn't look like a fool. If he insisted on overestimating himself, no one else could be blamed. Dharma King entered the garden, turning left and looking right. But he still didn't see the so-called zombie dog. You tricking a dog? I was still thinking of seeing whether it was pretty or not. Wait, no. There seems to be a dog scent. Shun Luo and the others also stepped forward. Shun Guang said, looks like that dog isn't here for now. Let's leave first and wait. Sooner or later, we can catch it here. Shun Luo looked at Dharma King, and Dharma King nodded. Shun Guang and the others were surprised. Huh, the dog can even nod? Pretty smart, huh? Dharma King began carefully sniffing the scent as he walked. And everyone quickly understood that he was using a dog's nose to search for the zombie dog. Having a dog really was nice. Very soon, Dharma King went up to the 8th floor of one building. Before they even got close, Chen Luo could already smell a strong scent of blood. Room 802. A hole had been broken into the door, seemingly big enough for a dog to pass through. A low growling whine came from inside. It was the zombie dog making a threatening sound after sensing people approaching. Chen Luo stepped forward and with force tore off the entire security door of room 802. Chun Guang and the others clicked their tongues to themselves. Was the door already broken to begin with? Woof woof woof. A hoarse, sharp bark rang out, somewhat different from a normal dog's bark. Dharma King flew into a rage. What the hell are you barking at? Then, as if he thought of something, Dharma King's expression changed slightly. Instead, he quietly stepped backward, hid behind the others, kept sticking out his tongue, and wore a silly grinning look. My task is just to find this zombie dog. Do I really need to fight it myself? Although I'm very confident I can easily deal with this dog. What if I get injured? As a mature dog, I need to know how to hide my sharpness. If it's not a dog's job, never rush to do it. Lying low is enough. Shun Luo glanced at him. No one knew a dog better than its owner. This was very spirited indeed. It was good at lying low. But then again, if you don't kill this dog, how can its crystal belong to us? Whoever kills it gets it. That was the rule, unless someone had no shame. But Chen Luo hadn't fallen so low that he'd throw away his dignity for a level 2 crystal. Letting Dharma King fight was one reason. With him watching, nothing would happen. On the other hand, Chen Luo also wanted to show off the strength on his side. Shun Guang and the others were just about to carefully enter the room. This zombie dog was unusual, completely different from the normal zombies they usually encountered. Having received Chen Luo's look, Dharma King charged in. Dharma King wanted to see whether the zombie dog was pretty, but the zombie dog didn't care about any of that. It opened its mouth and condensed a bolt of lightning, aiming right at Dharma King. The FA King crazily zigzagged left and right, moving at high speed. The zombie dog was dumbfounded. You're running that fast. How am I supposed to aim? Chen Guang and the other's pupils shrank too. What the hell? How is it this fast? With a crack, the zombie dog's lightning attack hit the wall and blasted a hole in it. But didn't T strike the FA King? Taking advantage of the gap before the zombie dog's next attack, the FA King stopped dodging and rapidly closed in. Green light swirled around the FA King's tail, and the power of lightning gathered on it. Thundertail sweep. Chun Luo smiled. Yo, learn a new skill, huh? Mid to late stage elemental ability, users weren't limited to ranged attacks. They could also attach elemental power to the surface of their bodies. The zombie dog had no way to dodge at all, and was struck hard by that fast and ruthless Thundertail sweep. The zombie dog was slammed against the wall, but the FA King's tail didn't leave it. It continuously released lightning power, electrocuting the zombie dog without pause. The zombie dog's body kept twitching, unable to get back up. The battle was over. The entire fight hadn't lasted more than 10 seconds. If the zombie dog hadn't also been lightning attributed and somewhat resistant to lightning power, it probably wouldn't have lasted that long. The gap between level 2 and level 3 wasn't small, but it still hadn't reached the point of complete suppression. The problem was that one knew tactics, and the other didn't. Chun Guang and the others were all stunned, speechless, watching from behind. That settled it just like that? This dog can use lightning too? It looked like it had completely crushed that zombie dog. Good lord, this dog even knows how to juke. The companion of theirs who had been killed by the zombie dog had ranked in the top 5 among them in strength. It was precisely because he had been arrogant and ended up alone that the zombie dog killed him. Originally, Chun Guang had wanted to ask whether Rice was for sale and buy her back as a companion. But now he had already thrown that thought to the other side of the world. What was the point of being pretty? Could that be eaten? Better to buy this absurdly powerful dog instead. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Only someone sick in the head would sell a magical dog like this. Chen Luo stepped forward and took the crystal out of the zombie dog. Chen Guang said in shock, "What is that?" Apparently, they still didn't know the secret of crystals. Chen Luo briefly explained the secret of the crystal. Chen Guang and the others immediately looked extremely excited. So there's actually a way to increase their own strength like this. At that moment, they couldn't wait to find some zombies and test it out. Chen Guang said solemnly, "Chen Luo, many thanks. The value of this information can't be measured even with 10,000 pieces of gold. Chen Luo smiled faintly. All right, the cooperation is over. It's time to hand over the supplies you promised us. Chen Guang nodded. Okay, we'll go back and get them right away. Chen Luo was the first to head downstairs. Chen Guang and the others whispered among themselves. Chen Guang, this guy's really damn strong. He didn't hide the information about the crystals at all, and he didn't ask us for anything before telling us. That kind of bearing is no ordinary thing. How about forming an alliance with them? I feel like our strength is decent enough, but there's no way we can compare to them. Yeah. That group of girls is really easy on the eyes. Maybe this can even solve the single problem. Wouldn't that be great? Chen Guang, wasn't he the leader of this group at all? On what basis would you be the boss? No one would accept it. Chen Guang was only the representative sent out by this group to communicate. A group like this had only united for the sake of staying alive. In the early stages, it wasn't easy for a true leader to appear. Chen Guang nodded. I'll find a chance to ask later. By the time Chen Luo returned outside the residential complex, everyone had already finished transporting the supplies. The space in the heavy truck's cargo compartment was only filled to about 1/3. How could that be enough? They had to fill it completely before going back. Chen Luo signaled for Yang Xian to drive the truck into the residential complex, parking it on a road beside a building near the outer edge. Groups of 4 started searching house by house. Chen Luo sat on the bus when Chen Guang and the others came over. They had also brought some supplies. This was the payment for Chen Luo making a move. But it wasn't the payment they had originally agreed on. It was far more than promised. There were probably 1,000 jin of rice, 10 barrels of water, and on top of that, there were actually some sausages too, around 10 jin's worth. Chen Guang got on the bus with a smile and said with a face full of friendliness, even though you didn't ask for payment for the crystal information, we can't just give nothing. That information is really precious. The extra supplies are our thanks. Don't think it's too little. Chen Luo nodded with a smile. You're too polite. We're all survivors. We should help each other. Chen Guang's smile faded a little as he said, Chen Luo, the world has suddenly become this dangerous. Even with this many people on my side, we still have to think twice before going outside. There is strength in numbers. How about considering joining forces together? I'm not bragging, but everyone on our side has killed at least more than 10 zombies. We dare to fight and dare to risk our lives. We don't keep cowards. Join forces? No. What I want is annexation. Only I get to make decisions in my territory. There can only be one voice. I'm stronger than you. I have more supplies than you. I've seen more than you. And I have more methods than you. I can survive better. So if we're joining together, then you can only listen to me. It might be a bit overbearing, but don't ask for the reason. I'm just that overbearing. Chen Luo thought to himself that what Chen Guang meant was simply helping each other out, basically teaming up to get by. They wouldn't obey his orders the way Xu Yun and the others did. That wouldn't do. Better to have nothing than that. If he wanted to make them obey, the best method for now was to display absolute power, crush them, and make them realize the gap between the two sides. Chen Luo didn't directly say, you all have to listen to me. Instead, he started feeding them a whole round of sweet talk. No, stating the facts clearly. Chen Luo analyzed, you underestimated that zombie dog just now. It only avoided fighting you head on because there were so many of you. If it had really fought you directly, at least 1 or 2 of you would died no matter what. Chen Guang nodded in agreement. Have you ever thought about it? Since that zombie dog could gain the power of lightning, is it possible that other zombies could evolve all kinds of magical powers too? Zombies evolve too. That is not hard to understand, right? When that time comes, will zombies still be easy to kill? You can hide in this residential complex, and if you gather enough, you'll have more than enough food and drink to last half a year. But maybe zombies won't find you. What about other survivors? Once all the supplies in the complex have been collected by you, if they get desperate from hunger and search one place after another, do you think they won't find you? Don't assume it'll just be 1 or 2 survivors. Their numbers will be at least greater than yours. When that time comes, how will you resist? Will you hand over the supplies or fight a bloody battle? Chen Guang's current situation was still pretty good. But in the previous life, hadn't he still ended up in such a miserable state that he mixed together with Chen Luo? Well, in his previous life, Chen Luo had also been miserable when he was weak. Either Chen Guang's teammates had all died or their supplies had been snatched away. Just because you were the first to gather the supplies, did that make them yours? Only what you could keep was truly yours. Chen Guang was so startled by Chen Luo's words that cold sweat broke out all over him. Was this world really that terrifying? Would zombies continue evolving? Chen Luo was right too. Once they had gathered up all the supplies for themselves, other people could only rob them. Chen Guang forced himself to stay calm and said, if that's the case, then shouldn't we be even more united? Chen Luo gave a light chuckle and shook his head. But why would I choose to join forces with you? That's just the situation you're about to face. I'm different. Whoever dares to come, I'll kill them. To say something that ISN team meant to look down on you, even if all of you attack together. I alone could easily wipe you all out. The strong do not join hands with the weak. The weak attach themselves to the strong. An alliance is fine too, but you'll have to listen to me. Chen Guang, something happened. Zhang Liang was just wounded by a zombie. It's serious. Come take a look quick. Chen Luo was chatting with Chen Guang when one of Chen Guang's companions rushed over in a panic. Chen Guang was startled. Wounded by a zombie? Could be a zombie horde? No way. Zhang Liang wasn't stupid enough to go head-on against a zombie horde, was he? Leaving Chen Luo behind. Chen Guang hurried off to see how his companion was doing. Zhang Liang had been standing at the neighborhood entrance, smoking. A zombie was coming toward him, but he didn't pay it much attention. He was just planning to give it a hit when it got close. After dealing with zombies for so long, Zhang Liang had already figured them out. Zombies were strong, but their movements were slow. As long as he dodged the zombie's attack and smashed its head a couple times, it would go down. Zhang Liang was already used to it. He wasn't afraid of zombies at all, but he hadn't expected this zombie to break the usual pattern. Before it even got close to Zhang Liang, it launched a fireball at him. Caught completely off guard, the stunned Zhang Liang was hit head-on. The fireball struck Zhang Liang in the chest, and his abdomen was instantly burned through. Severely injured. If his companions hadn't been nearby and saved him in time, Zhang Liang would have died. What they found even harder to understand was that when the zombie saw so many people, it actually ran away instead of charging at them recklessly like zombies usually did. Saving Zhang Liang came first, so they didn't chase it. But how were they supposed to save him? Could ordinary wound medicine possibly treat injuries like this? If he didn't get treatment in time, Zhang Liang was going to die. When Chen Guang arrived and learned what had happened, his whole body turned cold. There really were zombies like Chen Luo had said, capable of using spells and even possessing simple intelligence. They had been staying inside the sealed-off neighborhood, planning to clear out the zombies inside first before exploring outside. So they had never encountered a first-level zombie or even a mutant. They had always thought only survivors could wield special abilities. Chen Luo walked over, and Chen Guang looked like a drowning man grabbing at a lifeline. "Si Chen Ji, do you have any way to save my brother here?" Chen Guang didn't really think Chen Luo had a solution, but in a desperate moment, he would try anything. Maybe there was a way after all. Chen Luo nodded, called Meili over, and had her cast a healing spell on Zhang Liang. Chen Luo didn't say, "You have to agree to become my underlings before I'll save him." That kind of thinking really would have been worrying. Silver-white energy appeared in Meili's palm and flowed into Zhang Liang's wound. Zhang Liang's wound began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Guang and the others stared at Meili in utter shock. A healing spell? There was a power like that? No one in their group had it, and they had never seen anyone with it either. With an ability like that, who would still be afraid of getting hurt? Meili cast 2 healing spells in a row. Zhang Liang's wound hadn't fully recovered, but fresh flesh had already grown across the entire injury. Zhang Liang had originally been half dead and drifting in and out of consciousness, but now he was already able to get to his feet briskly, though it still hurt a little. Zhang Liang said with immense gratitude, "Thank you, thank you." Chen Luo let out a light laugh, gave Chen Guang a look, and left with Meili. That look was telling Chen Guang to think about the proposal he had just made. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, a first-level zombie would show up and help him out too? You think I'd lie about something like that? Chen Luo shook his head. If he weren't short on manpower right now, why would he need to go through so much trouble? He wouldn't even need to coax them. They'd be the ones begging him, and then he'd decide whether he wanted them or not. Right now, Chen Luo's standards were low. As long as you followed orders and dared to fight zombies, he would take you. Once his numbers increased, then talent and strength would be required before he would even consider it. As soon as Chen Luo left, Chen Guang sighed. I didn't think he would really be right. Zombies can actually use spells. What kind of hell world is this? Is it even letting people live anymore? Chen Guang repeated what Chen Luo had said earlier. He said an alliance is fine, but we'd have to listen to him. Zhang Liang was the first to speak. Then we listen. I don't really want to admit it, but he really is more capable than us. Leaving everything else aside, if we join him, at the very least we won't have to worry about injuries anymore. With a priest around, what is there to be afraid of? Everyone gave their own opinion. Judging from the way he acted, he already knew the secret of the crystals. Damn it, there are so many of us, and we still had to wait for someone else to tell us. We lost so many days because of that. His brain really is better than ours. I don't care. I am dumb anyway. Even if I don't listen to him, nobody's going to listen to me. I don't care either. He's got a lot of girls over there. As long as he lets me join, I'll do anything. That guy isn't just smart, is he? He casually threw out a dog, and even that seemed really strong. I have a feeling this person's strength might be terrifying. Chen Guang gave a bitter smile. Oh right, I forgot to mention it. He said he alone could easily crush all of us working together. I didn't believe it before, but now I kind of do. A middle-aged man in his 40s lit a cigarette and said thoughtfully, logically speaking, we were the ones who cleared out the zombies in this neighborhood, and we had already counted the supplies here as our own. Right now, he's moving the supplies, and it's only because we didn't stop him. If we had dared to stop him, he probably would have wiped us out on the spot. We already had the idea of joining forces before. No matter whether we're talking about the bigger picture or raw strength, this person really is better than us. After we join up, are we supposed to make him listen to us? That makes no sense. The fact that he brought it up directly in advance and spoke plainly about it makes me think he's actually not bad. Our goal from the start was just to stay alive. Having a smart person lead us is better than stumbling around on our own. I'll just say it outright. Even if you all don't agree, I still want to join them myself. At least the chances of surviving would be a little higher. Qingguang looked around. It seemed like not a single person objected. So what the hell was there left to discuss? Especially the 3 girls in their original group. After seeing so many girls gathered over there, they had already gone to help them work. They had defected on the spot. Women staying with women felt safer than staying with a bunch of grown men like them, didn't it? Even if they didn't want to join, they had to now. Otherwise, with a bunch of beasts stuck together, life would become even harder. Qingguang's group came running over eagerly. Qingguang said with a smile, "Qinji, we're willing to listen to you." At first, he had still been calling him Qinluo, but Qingguang had enough sense to switch straight to Qinji. Qinluo laughed. The fooling actually worked. Being able to get another batch of manpower was obviously a good thing. Even if it was a bit hasty and there hadn't been much time to examine them properly, didn't he still have Myfin? Qinluo's expression turned serious. "Fine. Welcome, everyone. I only have 2 requirements. Follow orders and dare to fight zombies. If you can't do that, don't blame me for turning hostile." Fuang chimed in from the side, right? Right. Me too. I'll turn into a dog-faced bastard and stop recognizing anyone. Qingguang and the others nodded repeatedly. At a time like this, it wasn't convenient for Qinluo to ask about all their specific details. Then that's that. Help move things together. Since we're joining forces, let's all live together so we can look out for each other. No problem moving everything over to my place, right? With Qingguang's group joining in, the heavy truck was quickly packed full. Qinluo planned to go back once to drop the supplies off in the villa district, then make a few more trips. Qinluo arranged for Qingguang and the others to keep moving supplies and gather everything together first, while he himself led his original group back to the villa district. They had already cleared the route on the way here, so there were no obstacles on the road. But there were a few more vehicles in the villa district. "Boss, we've searched more than a dozen villas, and we still haven't found any food or usable supplies at all." The one they called Big Brother was a man in his 30s. His features were sharp, and he had a very masculine air about him. Kind of like Hua Qiang. His name was Lu Wei. Lu Wei said calmly, "Xiao Wei, don't rush. On a day with heavy snow falling everywhere, if you can't find food out in the wild, you could try looking for squirrels. If you find squirrels, you'll find the food they've stashed away. Same thing. If you find survivors, you'll naturally find food too." Xiao Wei nodded, half understanding. Lu Wei was thinking to himself that the people living in this villa district were either rich or powerful. The wives and daughters in these households? Not a single ugly one among them. He hadn't run into a pretty woman in many days. "Brother Wei, there's someone in this villa." Lu Wei had gathered 18 or 19 survivors and built up a bit of authority among them through ruthless methods. They had come together to the villa district near Qinluo's place to look for supplies, and at the same time, see if there were any pretty women. The one discovered was a young man. Lu Wei's group ignored the young man and forced their way into the villa to search through it. The young man swallowed his anger and let them search. There were not many supplies left anyway, so it wasn't worth risking his life. But Xiao Wei, dissatisfied with what they found, smashed a steel pipe into the young man's head. "Fuck, why do you get to live in a big villa while I don't?" At the sight of blood pouring out, Xiao Wei became wildly excited. This feeling of being completely unrestrained was just too good. He could hack whoever he wanted. Fuck. The more Xiao Wei hit, the better it felt. Before long, he had beaten the young man to death with a flurry of blows. Lu Wei saw it happen and did not stop him. It was a good chance to establish authority. Everyone else who witnessed it felt a chill run down their spines. Xiao Wei grinned and said, "Ah, what a pity. There really weren't many supplies." Lu Wei said, "Keep searching." Very soon, they found villas that belonged to Qinluo and Shuyan. Fang Yu and Su Lan, who had stayed behind, noticed them immediately. "Su Lan, scared. What do we do? There are quite a lot of them." Qinluo said that if there are too many people, we should pretend we didn't see them. If a conflict broke out, Fang Yu and Su Lan only had 2 people on their side. They definitely would not end up well. Fang Yu shook his head. "No, we can't let them go in and search. We got supplies stored inside. Even if Qinluo didn't specifically ask us to, we can't just stand by and watch. How about this? We'll go down and warn them first. We'll say our main group is about to come back. If they still won't listen, we'll fight and then run. Lure them away and buy time. With the electric batons in our hands, maybe we'll even get a chance to counterkill them." Su Lan, note that? All right. Otherwise, we'd just be freeloading. If things went smoothly on Qinluo's side, they should be back soon too. Fang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared carefully toward the entrance of the neighborhood. Qinluo and the others are back. I saw Qinluo's car. Several vehicles had suddenly appeared inside the neighborhood. There were sedans, vans, and small trucks, all parked not far from the neighborhood entrance. Qinluo narrowed his eyes. A considerable number of survivors had entered the villa district. At the very least, there were more than a dozen of them, not just one or two. Chen Luo had Yang Xin drive the vehicle into the villa district. Otherwise, unloading would be too troublesome. The reason Chen Luo had never driven in before was because he lacked the skill, and backing out would be a headache. Yang Xian had been a driver in the military. Sure enough, once they got close to their villa, Chen Luo saw Fang Yu and Su Lan confronting a group of people. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't heard the sound of the cars, he would have attacked directly. He had to see how many people the other side had first. Chen Luo and the others all got out of the vehicles. When Lu Wei's group saw a bunch of girls and only a few men, their eyes instantly lit up. Only a few men? And the rest were all pretty girls? Then what was there to be afraid of? Chen Luo kept feeling that this Lu Wei looked a little familiar. Then Chen Luo remembered. Wasn't this the backer that Chen Jing, that green tea bitch, found later on? He had heard Chen Jing had it pretty miserable in Lu Wei's hands. In the original timeline, this Lu Wei should only have come to the villa district more than 10 days later. Was this because he had wiped out the nearby zombies, causing a butterfly effect? Holding a steel rod, Xiao Wei walked to the back of the heavy truck and banged hard on the door, shouting noisily, "What's in the truck bed? Supplies? If we saw it, we get a share. Split half with us." He was deliberately picking a fight. In Xiao Wei's mind, they had 20 men on their side. How could they possibly lose to the few men on the other side? As for a bunch of women, they weren't even worth mentioning. With just a little intimidation, they'd be scared pissless. He knew this kind of work well. Smack! Xiao Wei got slapped across the face, not too hard, not too light. Lu Wei had hit him. Xiao Wei looked at Lu Wei in confusion. "Why are you hitting me?" Lu Wei scolded him. "They risked their lives to get those things. Why should they split half with you? Think your face is that big?" Lu Wei looked at Mi Ling and Mi Li beside Chen Luo, doing his best to hide the greed in his eyes. What absolute top-tier beauties. Lu Wei forced a smile and said, "Sorry, everyone. We didn't know this was your territory. We'll leave right now." And as he spoke, Lu Wei really did lead his people away. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. This Lu Wei was a poison-type ability user. He didn't know whether he had reached second level yet. The poison gas he released was just like a weasel's fart, both foul and toxic. He absolutely could not let him release that stuff. It would disgust people for days. Mi Fan said, "That man is full of malice." Chen Luo chuckled inwardly. Did you really need to say that? After they had moved a bit farther away, Xiao Wei couldn't help asking Lu Wei, "Big brother, no way. We're just letting it go like that. That's not your style." Lu Wei lightly smacked Xiao Wei on the head. "Now that we know they're here, are you afraid they'll run away? Wouldn't it be better to find a chance to launch a sneak attack? Stop always thinking about fighting the moment you meet someone. That's what brutes do. Use your brain more." Xiao Wei suddenly understood. That was more or less what Chen Luo was thinking too. If I fight you head on and you release that poison gas, I might not be able to eat for days. And if Mi Fan or Mi Li gets caught in it, that'd be even worse. If I can ambush you, why would I fight you head on? The difference was that as long as you got even a little farther away from me, I'd make my move. Lu Wei was quietly lecturing Xiao Wei when his head suddenly exploded. Chen Luo released a spatial sphere and hit Lu Wei's head with perfect accuracy. With that hit, how could his head not explode? On the spot, he had only the faintest bit of life left. Lu Wei's last thought was, "I got fucking ambushed." Still not fully reassured, Chen Luo gave him another hit. Chen Luo waved his hand. "Kill them." This was basically just a rabble anyway, and they were quickly wiped out. Chen Luo's face was full of disdain. "Once I know you'll become a threat to me, you think I'd still let you leave? What? Am I supposed to wait until you make your move and then counterattack? There are always idiots who know full well the other side has bad intentions, yet still refuse to act. Then only after they get schemed against do they fly into a rage and strike back. Only after their brothers or their women suffer irreparable harm do they realize it's too late for regret. But I'm different. I've always believed in striking first. As long as I think you're a threat and I can kill you with ease, then I'll do it on the spot." Until the moment he died. Lu Wei never imagined that while he had been planning to find a chance to ambush someone, he would be ambushed on the spot instead. "I really have to hand it to you, you sneaky bastard." Everyone started moving the supplies into the villas, specifically setting aside several villas as storage warehouses. In truth, if Chen Luo just put everything into his ability space, it would not be nearly this troublesome. But the timing still wasn't right. At present, only the core members could know about it. Besides, with this many people, and especially for ability users, this little bit of hauling was nothing. Very soon, the supplies from one heavy truck had all been unloaded. Everyone was delighted. With this much food, they could eat for a long time. And there was even plenty of meat. For example, sealed duck legs, chicken feet, sausages, cured meat, and so on. Without stopping, they continued on to Chun Guang's place to move supplies. The day after tomorrow, a considerable portion of the zombies would evolve into level 1 zombies, almost like a time program. Before that happened, they had to move all the supplies out. Otherwise, trying to move supplies again later would be very difficult. After thinking it over, this time Chen Luo had F.A. Wang stay behind to guard the home. With F.A. Wang there, ordinary people posed basically no threat at all. And F.A. Wang was truly dog-like. It could tell whether there was danger. If there was danger, it would really run. Without Chen Luo's orders, it would never fight to the death. Chen Luo couldn't stay behind to guard the house. He had to protect the girls the whole way while they transported supplies safely. After arriving at Chen Guang's place, they first transported all the supplies Chen Guang and the others had stored back, while Chen Guang continued searching for more supplies. There really were a lot of supplies in the residential complex. What household didn't have half a bag of rice or flour and some snacks? Bottled water was also practically a necessity in every home. As Chen Luo moved supplies on a large scale, plus the news that Chen Guang's group was leaving, somehow the word got out. The other survivors in the complex came running over crying to stop them. You can't leave. If you leave, who'll protect us? These people also had a clear understanding in their hearts. They knew Chen Guang's group was different from them, and that they had to rely on Chen Guang and the others for protection. Chen Luo let out a sneer. The way you people tell it, you're pretty amazing. Either you know magic, or you've got some divine skill like lightning 5 consecutive whips. Why would you need anyone else to protect you? Your total numbers are even greater than ours. Wouldn't it be better to rely on yourselves? If you refuse to change, then even if you die, you can't blame anyone else. Chen Luo used 2 spaceballs on the empty ground beside them. The explosive scene instantly made them scatter in fear. While the others were transporting supplies, Chen Luo didn't stay idle either. He came to an apartment that hadn't been searched yet. It was only on the first floor, so Chen Luo entered through the window. After going inside, he took out 500 gene of sausages from his space and placed them in that household. These were supplies Chen Luo had stored himself. Once the girls came in and found those sausages, they would definitely be overjoyed. Chen Luo sighed. For the sake of letting you all eat sausages, I've really gone to a lot of trouble. And he couldn't even say it. Doing good deeds without leaving his name behind. Being the man who silently gives behind the scenes for you. Sure enough, after a while, an earth-shaking scream rang out from the room where Chen Luo had put the sausages. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought they had run into a terrifying zombie. Several of the girls stared at the sausages hanging in the room with flushed faces. So many sausages. Now, they had something to eat. How could there be so many sausages? Maybe this family made sausages for a living? Whatever, as long as there was food to eat. Shu Yin excitedly reported it to Chen Luo, and Chen Luo said with a smile, then tonight everyone can eat sausages. The heavy truck and the bus were loaded up a bit at a time. It took a full 5 trips before they had more or less cleared out the residential complex on Chen Guang's side. The supplies they obtained, conservatively speaking, were enough to feed everyone for at least 3 months. Shu Yin placed the highest value sausages with Ma Yu for safekeeping. Sausages were the kind of thing that didn't go bad easily. Chen Luo didn't stop her. If they were kept with me, these 500 gene of sausages would very likely become 1,000 gene. When there was a chance, he would have Ma Yu turn some of the pork she had stored into cured meat and sausages. It took more than 3 gene of meat to make 1 gene of sausage. And with sausage as a side dish, it was incredibly good with rice. Ma Yu sliced 5 gene of sausage and put it into a pot, steaming it simply for a bit, and a rich fragrance immediately filled the air. There was no need for fancy cooking methods, and 5 gene of sausage, paired with rice, was already enough for everyone to have a delicious meal. Just thinking about how many sausages there were made, everyone feels sweet inside. Even if Chen Luo ate a little more, it should still be enough for them to eat for dozens of meals, right? What a joke. With that much good food around, who would eat sausage? After finishing his meal, Chen Luo lay on the bed in a post-meal daze, feeling extremely content. A knock sounded at the door. Chen Luo chuckled. On the 3rd floor. It was just him, Mi Li, and Mi Ling. It definitely wasn't Mi Ling, so it could only be Mi Li. Learn to take the initiative, huh? Chen Luo opened the door, only to find that it was Mi Ling. Mi Ling was wearing a long black dress. She seemed to be rather fond of the color black. Then wouldn't the black thing I secretly took before be a perfect match? The somewhat loose dress still couldn't hide her astonishingly beautiful figure. Chen Luo noticed that Mi Ling was carrying a plastic bag in her hand, with something inside it. With an unnatural expression, Mi Ling handed the plastic bag in her hand to Chen Luo. After Chen Luo took it, his face filled with shock. Mi Ling's face also turned red all at once. Condoms? Shocking. Flame Princess Ling actually gave me this. My sister-in-law is actually blushing red in front of me. The story I have to tell with the school beauty. Mi Ling's face was full of blush, and she gritted her teeth inwardly. Why are you looking at me that shocked? If it weren't for Mi Li, did you really think I'd be willing to do this kind of thing? Mi Ling had originally prepared a whole speech, planning to properly lecture Chen Luo, but when the moment came, she couldn't get the words out. Mi Ling stammered. Mi Li is still young. In another 2 years, it'd be about right. If you're already prepared to be a father, then just treat it like I'm being nosy. After saying that, Mi Ling hurriedly pulled the door open and was about to leave. In her panic, her head hit the door with a thump. But Mi Ling didn't care about it all. Too embarrassing. Chen Luo called out big. Mi Ling, I also have something to give you. Don't get the wrong idea. Mi Ling, Mi Li, and Zhu were all close to level 3. And Chen Luo was preparing to seize the time and get them promoted to level 3. Chen Luo still had half of the Rat King's crystal left, along with a level 5 fire-type crystal. These could speed up their advancement. With every level up, the difficulty of leveling increased by geometric multiples. The others all needed 20 days to reach level 3. At that speed, wanting to reach king level in a few years would be impossible. But a few years later, among the surviving humans, there were quite a few king level existences. There was no other reason. High-level crystals could rapidly raise one's level. If Chen Luo had enough crystals of sufficiently high level and quantity, he could advance to king level in 1 month. But that was obviously impossible. If there really were zombies like that, if Chen Luo dared to go, he would just be going his death. Mi Ling was so flustered that she didn't hear what Chen Luo said at all. Chen Luo shook his head and went to Mi Li's room first. When Mi Li saw Chen Luo, her face reddened a little. Not these 2 days. Chen Luo felt a bit depressed. For some things, healing magic really was useful. But for some relatives, healing magic truly didn't work at all. It couldn't drive away these annoying relatives. The level 5 fire-type crystal was still quite useful to Chen Luo, but not useful enough. There was absolutely no way it could let Chen Luo advance to level 5. It was better to use it to quickly let a few trusted subordinates reach level 3. Chen Luo used it on Mi Li first. The effect was truly great. Mi Li, who had originally still needed another 2 or 3 days to advance, reached level 3 10 minutes later. Only a small portion of the crystal's power had been consumed. Chen Luo then went to give some to Su Dezhu. In the gap, he gave the Rat King's crystal to Shu Yun. Shu Yun was someone Chen Luo intended to groom as a trusted subordinate. Not only was her talent good, but her attitude also satisfied Chen Luo greatly. If he wasn't going to promote her, then who was he going to promote? Letting her advance would also make her even more wholeheartedly loyal. Shu Yun accepted the obviously different crystal with flattered surprise. Thank you. I'll keep working hard. Chen Luo said with a smile. I'm counting on you. At the moment, only Shu Yun had this treatment. Fang Yu and Qin Guang did not. With the help of the level 5 crystal, Su Dezhu also quickly reached level 3. Chen Luo sensed it for a moment. The crystal's power had only used up about 1/5. He went to Mi Ling's room and knocked on the door. When Mi Ling saw Chen Luo, her expression was still a little unnatural, and at the same time, she felt a bit wary inside. Knocking on her door this late, could he be up to something bad? If he was, should she shout or not? If she shouted, and Mi Li heard it, wouldn't that be awful? Chen Luo said, you gave me something, so I have to give you something back too. Mi Ling's facet darkened. Did he really have to bring that up again? Chen Luo took out something good and had Mi Ling hold it in her hand. Feeling the burning power coming from it, Mi Ling was startled. This thing should be useful to you too, right? You should use it yourself. If your strength gets stronger, you'll be able to lead the team better. Mi Ling was a fire type herself, so this fire type crystal suited her more. Chen Luo smiled. Why be so polite? What's the relationship between us? It's better for you to absorb this now. Just give it back to me when you reach the 3rd level. Mi Ling nodded and stopped refusing. Right? This was her future brother-in-law. 10 minutes later, Mi Ling also advanced to the 3rd level and returned the crystal to Chen Luo. The crystal still had 3/4 of its power left. Back in his room, Chen Luo looked at Mi Fan rolling around on the bed out of boredom. And only then did he realize that no matter who he forgot, he couldn't forget their Mi Fan. Mi Fan had already advanced to the 2nd level long ago. After all, not many could compare to Mi Fan's talent. But strangely, Mi Fan's strength hadn't changed at all. Those pink little paws still had no lethality whatsoever, nor had she awakened any other skills. The only change was that she seemed a little prettier than before. Chen Luo couldn't make sense of it. No matter what type of ability it was, leveling up should have made her a bit stronger. What a rare sight. What kind of ability was it exactly? No matter what kind of ability Mi Fan had, she was so well behaved that he had to set her up too. Chen Luo chuckled. Mi Fan, I haven't spent time with you for several days now. Let's sleep together tonight. Mi Fan looked at Chen Luo with sparkling eyes. Really? Chen Luo laughed awkwardly. Only today and tomorrow. The next time might be 1 month from now. Mi Fan didn't care. She was very happy. Chen Luo held Mi Fan in his arms. Time to cultivate, Mi Fan. Mi Fan absorbed the 5th level crystal, while Chen Luo absorbed the 1st level crystals from Lu Wei and the other survivors from daytime, along with a very small number of 2nd level crystals. Chen Luo's strength had grown too quickly, making it hard for him to improve rapidly again. He would only be able to keep growing quickly once the zombies turned into 1st level zombies. Usually, the power inside Chen Luo's body wasn't completely stagnant. Even without absorbing crystals, it would naturally grow on its own, just very slowly. The speed was about the same as a 1st level ability user fully absorbing for lowest grade crystals every day. Mi Fan finished absorbing very quickly and also reached the 3rd level, but there was still no change at all. After leveling up, Mi Fan didn't have her usual liveliness. She seemed to be sensing something. After a long while, Mi Fan said uncertainly, Chen Luo, I keep feeling like some bad change is going to happen before long. Probably the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow would be the prelude to zombies changing from the lowest level into the 1st level. A portion of the zombies would become first-level zombies. Was that what she meant? Chen Luo was shocked. Aside from himself, probably no one knew about this. And now there was one more cat? Chen Luo didn't know what Mi Fan's ability was, but based on the novels, movies, and TV shows he had seen in his life, it seemed to be a prophecy-type ability. Back at the mall, Mi Fan had sensed that Mi Li would be in danger, and sure enough, they had encountered a devourer. Mi Fan could sense it, but she couldn't change the outcome. That might be the reason Chen Luo hadn't seen Mi Fan in his previous life. Chen Luo batted Mi Fan. Didn't expect you to be a little fortune teller. I wonder what you'll be able to do once you reach the king level. The next day, there was no need to keep collecting supplies. Having enough was enough. Chen Luo gathered everyone. Today's mission was to clear out the zombies a little farther away, but without wiping them all out. Everyone was puzzled. They understood clearing zombies for safety, but why leave some behind? Leave some behind, of course, so they could advance to the first level and then have their crystal harvested. If there were several hundred first-level zombies, even Chen Luo wouldn't dare confront them head-on. But if there were only several dozen scattered first-level zombies, what was there to fear? Chen Luo didn't explain, and there was no need to explain. Following Chen Luo's orders, everyone began clearing zombies a little farther out. There hadn't been many zombies nearby to begin with. Not only were they not clearing the sparse zombies around them, they actually had to protect them. The zombies stupidly kept trying to bump into the vehicles, and they even had to avoid them. That night, Chen Luo instructed again, starting today, every villa needs someone on night watch. Take turns. Each person stands watch for 1 hour, so you don't end up not knowing if other people sneak close or zombies come over. Each villa had around a dozen people. 1 hour per person was enough to stand watch until dawn. It was a bit tiring, but very necessary. No one had any doubts about this requirement. It was only proper. Chen Luo was thinking that by tomorrow morning, or even in the middle of the night, first-level zombies would be everywhere. These zombies would all have gained a tiny bit of intelligence. If you drove a car into them, they would dodge, and they would even use spells to fight back. They would be like low-level animals like rats. If they were alone and saw that you had numbers, they would know to retreat instead. When there were enough rats, they would even dare eat cats. If they relied on weapons again, like Chen Luo's electrobaton, they could forget about dealing with them. Before you even got close, a spell would already be flying at you. It would no longer be possible for Chen Luo and Su Daju to rely on a batch of electric batons and easily kill several hundred zombies. It could be said that the difficulty of the apocalypse would jump all at once from easy mode to hard mode. Then the difficulty would keep increasing, little by little, until it reached nightmare mode. Until in the end, aside from Chen Luo, all of humanity was wiped out. Did anyone really think Chen Luo made it to the end by toughing it out with sheer strength? He survived by hiding. He found a place to hole up, and only by relying on Void Walk did he stay alive. In the middle of the night, Chen Luo heard some movement. A lone zombie had approached. Chen Luo didn't bother with it. Every villa had more than 10 people. If they still couldn't deal with 1 or 2 zombies, then if they died, they died. If someone got injured, there was another light-type user, Wang Ling, who could heal them. If the injury was serious enough, they would naturally come find him. In the morning, Xu Yun gave Chen Luo the unused Mouse King crystal, and she had also reached the 3rd level. Chen Luo congratulated her. Xu Yun blushed a little. Chen Luo had gone to see her specifically last night, and after she went back, the girls in the room had teased her for a while. Did Chen Luo secretly give you special treatment and let you eat sausage? Xu Yun reported, a zombie came last night. It could shoot ice arrows. If its aim hadn't been bad, someone might have gotten hurt. Thinking about it, Xu Yun still felt some lingering fear. If it had hit a vital spot, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Chen Luo asked, how was it dealt with? Xu Yun answered honestly, everyone focused fire and instantly killed it. Chen Luo shook his head. Everyone focusing fire on one zombie? Their mana was way too cheap. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Luo would usually assign everyone's task for the day at this time. After getting used to it, everyone would gather together on their own. Their discipline was very good. There was no one dragging their feet or showing up late. Looking at the group of more than 50 people, Chen Luo felt a bit emotional. Originally, he had only planned to have himself, Su Deju, Mi Ling, Mi Li, and a few others. But he hadn't expected to run into girls like Xu Yun and the others. Not taking them in would have been a bit of a waste. This group of pretty girls was just too eye-catching. It was hard to believe no one would set their sights on them. So it would be better to bring in a group of people to protect them. Anyone thinking of bad ideas would have to think twice. Having more people was not bad either. They could help collect crystals for him. Chen Luo said, last night, a zombie that could use spells showed up. This kind of zombie is becoming more and more common. So I want to ask everyone, what should we do if we run into one? Someone said, that's easy. We have so many people. We can kill in seconds. Chen Luo sneered. Can your spells be cast endlessly? Or do you think your casting speed is definitely faster than a zombie's? When a bunch of people gather together, a zombie spell can hit someone even with its eyes closed. And with so many people packed together, it's not easy to dodge either. Are we only dealing with one zombie? I'll tell you the truth. Starting today, unless the weather is bad or there are special circumstances. Every person must kill at least 5 of these spell-casting zombies every day. 5 per person every day. Some people could not help thinking that this was a bit too hard. If it were the kind that could not use spells, even 10 a day would not be a problem. The problem was that these zombies could cast spells. Fighting them was genuinely dangerous. One mistake could mean serious injury, or even death. One of the girls could not help saying, "Why do we have to push this hard? Killing 1 or 2 a day should be enough, right?" Chun Luo chuckled. "Why push this hard? Because after absorbing the crystals from this kind of zombie, your strength increases faster. That zombie that blew up a whole bus that day, everyone who saw it understands. If one day all zombies evolve to that level, do you think those of you who aren't risking your lives now will still survive?" Even though Chun Luo had instantly killed that level 5 fire zombie, it still remained a shadow in many of the girls' hearts. Their own spells had barely affected it, while its damage was terrifyingly explosive. If not for Chun Luo, probably very few of them would have survived. Chen Guang and his group had not seen that level 5 zombie, so they could not help asking those who had. The discussion immediately broke out. After learning what had happened, every one of them sucked in a cold breath. It was too terrifying. What shocked them even more was Chun Luo's strength. He had killed that kind of zombie in a single hit. Chun Luo clapped his hands, and everyone quieted down. If you don't dare to fight, then what's the difference between you and that bunch of old men and old women? Since you're all following me, I naturally won't send you to your deaths. Now, I'll share with you the patterns I've figured out about zombies. Everyone immediately focused with full attention. This was the experience of a strong fighter. It could save their lives. I want to talk about the lowest level zombies. I'll talk about the ones that can use spells. Just like us, they come in all kinds of abilities, body type, fire, ice, and more. Even I can't tell from appearance alone whether a zombie can use spells or not. That day, Zhang Liang suffered a huge loss because of that. So from now on, every zombie you encounter is to be treated by default as a level 1 zombie. This kind of level 1 zombie will run if your numbers greatly outmatch theirs. They won't just throw themselves away. If you attack them, they'll instinctively dodge. That's what makes them troublesome. They may even call their companions to deal with you together. So trying to use numbers to deal with them is unrealistic. If you chase them too hard, you'll only drag yourselves into danger instead. And if you run into a zombie group of dozens, you absolutely must not clash head-on with them. Casualties are inevitable, and it's not worth it. Aside from defending the base or being forced into it for supplies, who would choose to go head-to-head with a zombie horde? Even if you win, you still lose. The best lineup for dealing with them is 4 people, 2 warrior types and 2 mage types. Don't worry, even though they've evolved and gotten a bit faster, they're still not as fast as you. So if there are too many, you can run. Of course, the best lineup would also include 1 support. But there are too few support-type ability users. Everyone slowly digested this. After waiting a while, Chun Luo said, "Now I'll teach everyone a little trick for dodging spells." Chun Luo casually called on me Ling and Shu Yun. Chun Luo said, "Attack me with your spells. I'll dodge." The flying speed of spells was extremely fast. At close range, they arrived in the blink of an eye. It was very hard to rely on the body alone to dodge them. But when facing Mi Ling and Shu Yun's attacks, Chun Luo always managed to dodge them as if taking a leisurely stroll. He was not using speed. With only slight movements and footwork, he avoided both of their attacks. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Mi Ling. She had always thought her spell casting was very accurate. Yet not a single one hit Chun Luo. Chun Luo smiled lightly. "Is this hard? As long as I teach everyone this trick, and you practice more, all of you can do it too." Everyone became even more focused, holding their breath in fear of missing this precious technique. Chun Luo said, "If you wait until you see the spell before dodging, it's almost impossible to avoid it. But I can judge the path of the spell from Mi Ling and Shu Yun's hand movements before they release it. That lets me move in advance and dodge the attack." Mi Ling suddenly understood. "So it's prediction." Chun Luo smiled. "That's right. Since spells are hard to dodge, pay attention to the direction the zombie's hand is aiming. Once its hand moves, judge the spell's trajectory and dodge ahead of time. As long as everyone gets familiar with this technique, dealing with level 1 zombies will become easy." Mi Ling seemed to be thinking. After a moment, she said, "Want to try again?" Chun Luo laughed inwardly. "Fine, let's do it." The first few shots were casual little fireballs from Mi Ling, each weak in power, and Chun Luo dodged them easily. But one of the later fireballs actually hit Chun Luo. Mi Ling smiled. "I predicted your prediction." "Predicted my prediction?" Chun Luo could not help laughing. Mi Ling really did have strong combat talent. Otherwise, she would not have been called the War Goddess, Spirit Flame Princess. Compared to Chun Luo, Mi Ling was far too weak. In a real fight, she would not have had the chance to release this many fireballs at all. If Mi Ling and Chun Luo were at the same level. No way, you don't actually think Chun Luo would fight Mi Ling head on, right? I'd run first, then find a chance to ambush you to death. Against an evenly matched opponent, I never fight head on. Too dangerous. You say that's shameless? TCH. The ones who care about face are already dead. Mi Ling did not feel proud at all. This was only because she had controlled the fireballs well and kept them weak, otherwise she could not have fired them as quickly. It was probably also because Chen Luo had been careless. Right now, the gap between her and Chen Luo was still far too great. Chen Luo smiled. Don't worry. Level 1 zombies absolutely do not have the intelligence to predict like that. If you ever meet one that can, just run. That's completely beyond what you can resist. All right. This morning, everyone will find partners and train this technique. After lunch, we'll head out. What they ate at noon was still sausage. Many of them were afraid they might not live to see the day they finished all that sausage. Chen Luo said, we have a total of 52 people. 12 will stay behind to guard the home base, rotating in shifts. The remaining 40 people will form teams of 4, making 10 teams in total. These 10 teams should keep a proper distance from one another. Don't get too far apart, so you can support each other. Each team takes one walkie-talkie. Use it if something comes up. The dangers of the apocalypse did not come only from zombies. More often, they came from survivors. If everyone spread out too far, then if they ran into a survivor group of more than 10 people, there was a good chance of real danger. With only 4 people in a team, if they ran into 1 or 2 zombies, the zombies would not run away either. Hearing Chen Luo's words, many people let out a sigh of relief. They had truly been afraid Chen Luo would scatter them all over different places. As much as possible, each team would be made up of 2 men and 2 women, with at least 1 body type ability user in every team. Before setting out, Chen Luo said flatly, by 6 in the afternoon, or once the mission is done, everyone returns to the villa area and regroups. Today only counts as half a day. Each person needs 3 first-tier crystals. Any team that doesn't finish will be punished as a whole. No dinner after you get back. Consider that the punishment at the start was very light. If a team kept failing to complete missions, then they shouldn't come back at all. They could return only after finishing it. Other than Chen Luo's team, no one drove. They all went on foot. There were still a few scattered zombies nearby, just enough for them to get some basic practice in. Only then did everyone suddenly understand. No wonder some zombies had been deliberately left alive during the earlier cleanup. That kind of foresight was enough to make people genuinely submit. Chen Luo only observed from the car for a while before driving away. He had already done everything he reasonably could to guide them and arrange things properly. If they still died, there was no one else to blame. He couldn't possibly stay glued to them and act as their bodyguard. He could protect them now, but could he protect them forever? This was the apocalypse, not childless play. Danger was everywhere. Chen Luo had already prepared himself for casualties among them. Of course, Chen Luo left because he wanted to go somewhere with more zombies and collect more crystals. He arrived at a street where the zombie count was starting to grow dense. Chen Luo said, you 3 get out. Daju, Mi Ling, you 2 kill the zombies. Mi Li, buff them and collect the crystals while you're at it. Mi Li pulled a bitter face. I'd rather fight zombies than dig out those bloody crystals. If there's anyone to blame, it's me for not having any combat skills. Su Daju was already 3rd tier, and Mi Li was 3rd tier too. With Mi Li's buffs, Su Daju's defense and strength could already compare to Chen Luo's. Su Daju was the warrior, Mi Ling was the mage, and Mi Li was the healer. Their warrior mage healer setup was complete, and all 3 of them were 3rd tier. Against these 1st tier zombies, or even zombies that hadn't reached 1st tier yet, wasn't this as easy as taking candy from baby? These zombies didn't even count as training for the 3 of them, but 3rd tier or 4th tier zombies weren't something Chen Luo could just find whenever he wanted. Chen Luo slowly drove behind them. It wasn't like Chen Luo was doing nothing either. He took out a self-made textbook and started teaching me Fan in his arms and F.A. Wong in the passenger seat. 9 years of compulsory education. Chen Luo said, I'm teaching you pinyin now. If you run into characters you don't know later, you can just check the dictionary. Mi Ling found it funny. Was this something a human would do? Teaching a cat and a dog how to read? 8 zombies charged at them. This was also the largest group they had run into all afternoon. Su Daju was about to rush forward, but Mi Ling stopped him. Mi Ling had a feeling that she could use a new spell. She released a fireball. If her old fireballs had been 5 centimeters in diameter, this one was 10. When the zombies ran close, Mi Ling threw the fireball out. Once it entered the zombie group, she instinctively controlled it for a moment. At once, the flames exploded, blasting 5 zombies off their feet. The remaining 3 were outside the main area of effect and were still full of life. Mi Ling was thrilled. Her instinct really had been right. Chen Luo let out a light laugh. F.A. Wong had already comprehended a similar skill some time ago. All right. As for the remaining 3, Mi Ling chose to kill them one by one. That spell just now had consumed quite a lot. After the 3 of them had killed more than 100 zombies, both Mi Ling and Mi Li were out of mana. The boss Mi Li cast had become stronger, but the cost had also increased. She kept casting them on Su Daju and couldn't hold out for long. With only Su Daju alone, there wouldn't be any danger to his life, but getting injured would be unavoidable. Chen Luo and F.A. Wong stepped in and easily killed more than 200 zombies. The proportion of first-tier zombies was a bit low, around 1/3. After checking the time, Chun Luo started heading back. After Chun Luo returned, everyone else had already arrived. The few who had been injured were treated by Wang Ling, so there was nothing serious left. But what made everyone's expressions turn ugly was that one person had died. The dead man had originally been part of Chun Guang's team, a male first-tier elemental ability user. He was hit in the head by a spell and died on the spot. Seeing that everyone's morale was low, Chun Luo said flatly, "Don't blame me for being too harsh and forcing you to fight. It's this world that's too cruel." Originally, everyone had been only half convinced by Chun Luo's words. Were there really that many zombies that could cast spells? But for what they saw that afternoon, at least 1/3 of the zombies had suddenly learned magic. If you didn't move forward, the world would force you to. Chun Guang gave a bitter smile. Sigh, what a damn bullshit world. 2 teams failed to complete their task. Chun Luo didn't go soft on them. He let them go hungry for 1 meal. It was only 1 meal. They hadn't tried going hungry for 3 days, had they? That night, every crystal the members absorbed was a first-tier crystal. Compared to the lowest-grade crystals, first-tier crystals contain more than twice as much energy. And the quality was on a completely different level. Shu Yin reached 3rd tier. She had originally been able to absorb 11 lowest-grade crystals in 1 day. But now she could only absorb 7 first-tier crystals. That was just an exception. Most people could only absorb around 1.5. Chun Luo collected the remaining crystals. Absorb as many as you can. Hand over the extra. Chun Luo wished people could absorb more. That meant their growth speed was faster. What reassured Chun Luo was that after absorbing their crystals, no one kept idling around. Instead, they started dodge training. A teammate had died that afternoon, and it had shaken them badly. If they worked harder now, their chances of surviving later would be a little higher. Chun Luo also began absorbing crystals. As a 4th tier, Chun Luo could absorb around 65 first-tier crystals in 1 go. Fa Wang, who was only 3rd tier, absorbed just 13. For Chun Luo, the quality of first-tier crystals was still too low. After all, he was already 4th tier. The lowest-grade crystals had no effect on him at all. Chun Luo estimated that it would take around 20 days for him to reach 5th tier. In his previous life, Chun Luo had been lucky and only spent 1 month. It wasn't much faster than his previous life because back then, when he was 4th tier, most of the crystals he absorbed were 3rd tier crystals. Naturally, the speed was nothing like absorbing 1st tier crystals. It was basically like a level 40 Chun Luo farming level 10 monsters. It was already good enough if he could still level up. On the 2nd day, they continued killing zombies. Today was not bad. Only 1 team member was critically injured, but they managed to save him. No one died, and everyone completed the task of 5 crystals. But the members' hearts felt even heavier because the chance of running into spell-casting zombies had doubled compared to yesterday. Yesterday, out of every 3 zombies, only 1 could cast spells. Now, out of every 3, 2 could. This world was getting harder and harder. Chun Luo watched coldly. If they couldn't keep up with the speed of zombie evolution, the casualties would only grow more and more severe. If survivors hadn't constantly been killing zombies and causing the zombie population to plummet to the point that in the mid and late stages there were more survivors than zombies, humanity would have been wiped out before those terrifying monsters even descended. On the 3rd day, there were clearly more survivor teams heading toward remote corners. Almost all of those survivors were moving in groups. They should be grateful that before the zombies had evolved to 1st tier, they had been given a chance to gain experience fighting them, a chance to grow stronger, and a chance to learn what other survivors were nearby. They were not Chun Luo. They had almost no chance of escaping alone. If they didn't unite and try to survive together, then even having a 1 in 10 chance of survival would be considered good. In just one morning, Chun Luo saw 2 waves. One of them was killed by Chun Luo because they were asking for death themselves. They actually dared to harass my sister-in-law. Chun Luo thought to himself that it was necessary to strengthen the base's defenses, leave more people behind to guard it, or let Fa Wang stay home and watch the place. Chun Luo and his group arrived by a large bridge. Several cars were parked on the grass beside it. On the grass, 7 or 8 men had surrounded a man and a woman. A few people by the cars stood there coldly as if they saw nothing, including some female survivors. The man and woman seemed to be father and daughter. Chun Luo had sharp hearing, and the corner of his mouth twitched when he heard one of the men say in a sleazy tone, "Little sister, you wouldn't want to see your father get hurt, right?" From that line alone, Chun Luo could already more or less tell what was happening. Chun Luo might be cold-blooded, but he still couldn't stand this kind of thing. He thought he might as well collect this group's crystals too. Maybe there would even be a few second-level ones. Mealy saw it too and cried out in shock, "That's my classmate." Chun Luo paused for a moment and asked, "Are you close?" Mealy nodded. "We're close. She's my best friend. Brother Chun Luo, hurry and help them." If it were a stranger, Mealy would not go save them. But this was basically her best friend. How could she just watch her die? Chun Luo was not completely heartless either. Well, since she was Lee's best friend, then of course he would save her while he was at it. Chun Luo had no intention of wasting words at all. since they were all in the same group. Then none of them would be left alive. He was not afraid of godlike opponents, only pig-like teammates. Even though a few of them had not participated, they could only blame their own bad luck. Without another word, Chun Luo released F.A. Wong. A dog, it's a dog. F.A. Wong seemed even more attention-grabbing than a young girl. The whole group stared at F.A. Wong greedily, completely unaware that the god of death in lightning form had arrived. They also did not know the relationship between Chun Luo's group and Mi Li's best friend, so they did not take her hostage. Su Daju and Mi Ling also moved one after another, easily killing the whole group. Mi Li happily ran to Zhang Jingjing's side. Jingjing, it's me. The badly shaken Zhang Jingjing was both surprised and delighted when she saw Mi Li. It's Mi Li, and Sister Mi Ling too. Zhang Jingjing had been to Mi Li's home a few times, so of course she knew Mi Ling as well. Mi Ling had also met Zhang Jingjing's father, Zhang Dongcheng. Once before, after comforting Zhang Jingjing for a while, Mi Li brought her in front of Chun Luo. Chun Luo gave Zhang Jingjing a look over. She was the sweet-type girl. If Mi Li was the school belle, then this Zhang Jingjing was the class belle. She was nowhere near Mi Li, but still not bad. Mi Li pleaded, "Brother, this is my best friend, Zhang Jingjing. Let's bring her back with us." Chun Luo thought to himself, "Damn, this name. It seems like it's missing something." Chun Luo nodded. "Fine, as long as she follows the rules over there." He had to give Mi Li face. Besides, it was not as if they were refusing to take in anyone at all. If her ability was decent, she might even turn out to be an unexpected gain. Zhang Jingjing thought to herself, "So Mi Li and the others are led by this handsome guy in front of me?" She had not asked Mi Ling, and instead directly asked Chun Luo. That probably meant he really was the leader. Chun Luo said to Zhang Jingjing's father, "Zhang Dongcheng, you can drive, right? Drive and follow us." Zhang Dongcheng looked refined and scholarly, around 40 years old. After all, his daughter was not that old either. Zhang Dongcheng said gratefully, "Thank you for saving our lives. I can drive." Chun Luo had Zhang Dongcheng and his daughter ride in a car by themselves. It just so happened that Chun Luo had already planned to head back anyway. The morning's harvest had been pretty good. When they arrived at the villa district, Chun Luo said, "Mi Li, arrange for your best friend to stay with Shu Yun. There's no way she's moving in here." Mi Li nodded, but Zhang Jingjing ran over. "Mi Li, I'll sleep with you tonight." The two of them had slept together before. In Zhang Jingjing's eyes, it was completely normal, and it could also deepen her relationship with Mi Li. Chun Luo directly refused with a cold face. "No. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter this villa. 1/3 will like me fan was enough. Now, another one too?" Shu Yun quickly ran over and led Zhang Jingjing away. For lunch, they had stir-fried potatoes with sausage. It tasted even better than plain steamed sausage. Chun Luo did not know how many people would survive, or who would survive. Since they were following him, he would do his best to let them eat something good. Zhang Jingjing wolfed down her food. Before all this, with her wealthy family background, she would not have been interested in it all. Thinking of something, Zhang Jingjing asked, "Where's Mi Li? Why haven't I seen her? What is she eating for lunch? What was Mi Li eating for lunch?" Her question made the other girls freeze for a moment. They were not 3-year-old children. Other than occasionally eating together with everyone, Chun Luo otherwise always ate in his own room in the villa. Chun Luo was not hiding in his room eating plain buns with pickled mustard greens, was he? Chun Luo had even said before that there was still quite a bit of pork stored in his fridge, and that he would make braised pork for everyone again when there was a chance. Well, maybe before this he had been eating braised pork every day, and now it was braised pork plus sausage. Every bit of the supplies they collected had passed through their hands. Whether it was gathering supplies, loading them, or unloading them, they had done every step. How could they not know whether there was good food and what good food there was? The best thing was this sausage. If Chun Luo did not share any with them at all, they definitely would have been unhappy, but he gave them some every day, and not a small amount either. Being able to eat sausage every day already left them very satisfied. Even if Chun Luo ate braised pork every meal, that was still something he had earned himself before. What was more, Chun Luo was also responsible for protecting everyone. So what if he ate some braised pork? One of the girls smiled and said, "Mi Li is probably eating sausage too for lunch." There was nothing wrong with that statement, but a few other girls nearly burst out laughing. Zhang Jingjing's words made Shu Yun frown slightly. That sounded a little like she was trying to compare herself. Were sausage and potatoes not enough to satisfy you? If you and Mi Li did not seem to be close, then as someone who had just arrived and shown no value at all, there was no way you would be getting this food. Still, Zhang Jingjing had only said it casually, so Shu Yun could not judge too much from just one sentence. Shu Yun smiled and explained, "Chun Luo is like the boss, and we're basically the employees. Eating with the boss always feels a little uncomfortable, so we eat separately." Zhang Jingjing nodded, but she looked distracted. Mi Li was definitely eating something better, yet we're such good friends, and you still didn't bring me along. Zhang Jingjing felt a little upset inside. The sausage that had smelled so good earlier now seemed a bit less appetizing. Chun Luo picked up a saltwater prawn, dipped it in vinegar, and put it into his mouth. It was very fresh and delicious. Chen Luo said to Mi Li, observe that best friend of yours for a while first. Don't reveal the things on her side. Everyone had to have their own value. They would see whether she could do anything. As long as she behaved herself, even if she had no real ability, they would still arrange a logistics position for her. What was the point of someone without value living in this world? Even Mi Ling, Chen Luo's elder sister-in-law, still had to fight zombies every day, and she killed far more than the others. Had Chen Luo ever let her eat for free? If the zombies had not already basically evolved to first level, Chen Luo definitely would have arranged for Zhang Jingjing and her father to kill 10 zombies and see whether they could do it. Just like Li Ming and Li Hui before them. Sending them out now would just be sending them to their deaths. Mi Li nodded. Got it. After lunch, Chen Luo called Fang Yu over. Aren't there still a few survivors in the villa district? Tell them to leave. If they don't want to leave, that's fine too. Arrange for them to kill zombies. If they don't know what's good for them, then don't hold back. In extraordinary times, he could not leave future trouble for himself. Fang Yu nodded and left with a few of the brothers. Chen Luo cursed inwardly. Useless trash really couldn't be helped. For the sake of being neighbors, he had wanted to give them a chance to join and rely on him, but all they knew how to do was hide in their villas all day. When Shu Yun saw Chen Luo come out of the villa, she hurried over and said, Chen Luo, we've basically killed off all the zombies around here. If we want to kill more, we'll have to go farther out. The zombies still haven't evolved, and we've already done one full cleanup before. These past few days, we've been killing at least 300 to 400 zombies every single day. Do you really think zombies are endless? Chen Guang happened to run over as well and said carefully, bro, that group of brothers under me, just like you said, 20 crystals is enough to evolve to level 2. Level 1 crystals work even better, so most of them are already close to reaching level 2. It'll be either today or tomorrow. Do you think we should wait until they reach level 2 before going out to kill zombies again? That'd be safer. Chen Guang meant well too. Once they reached level 2, the chance of dying would drop drastically. At level 1 against level 1, one careless mistake could get you killed. That was just human nature. Everyone wanted the safer option. Chen Luo had required them to obtain at least 5 level 1 crystals every day, unless there were special circumstances. The current situation was obviously a special circumstance. They were about to advance, so if they could kill zombies more safely afterward, why rush now? If you force them out to kill zombies again, they would definitely start to feel dissatisfied. Chen Luo thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Something's about to happen anyway. Stay and guard the base. Chen Guang and Qian asked curiously, what is it? Chen Luo explained, didn't you see any survivors fleeing here on the road? They'll definitely be gathering supplies. There's no way nobody will come here. There's still some scattered supplies in other places. But no one waits until they've eaten everything before going out to search. Humans are like squirrels. They can't help constantly gathering supplies to make themselves feel secure. Especially now that the nearby zombies are basically gone. That'll make them even bolder. Chen Guang sighed. People really don't get to rest. Chen Luo said, take some people and guard the entrance to the residential complex. Drive the bus over and keep the AC on. Otherwise it'll be too hot. If anything happens, contact me through the walkie-talkie. Oh right, bring that Zhang Dongcheng who just joined today, wasn't it? Let's see how he performs. Chen Guang nodded. Chen Luo then said to Shu Yun, as for that Zhang Jingjing, no need to treat her specially. Shu Yun suddenly understood. So this Zhang Jingjing wasn't some connected insider after all. Maybe from now on, there would be survivors trying to enter the villa district every day. If that happened, peaceful zombie hunting would probably be impossible. Living in the apocalypse was exhausting. You had to guard against zombies, gather supplies, and also watch out for other survivors stealing your things or robbing you outright. In his previous life, Chen Luo had never had that kind of worry. The ones who needed to worry were other people. Don't ask why. Without ruthless, iron-blooded methods, there was no way to intimidate people. A cold glint flashed through Chen Luo's eyes. If he didn't kill a few people to establish authority, he wouldn't be able to stand firm. Hang dozens of corpses at the entrance and see if anyone still dared to force their way in. Other than the main entrance, the villa district was surrounded by high walls. Even before the apocalypse, security here had been excellent. Ordinary people couldn't sneak in. Chen Luo had originally wanted to block off the entrance, but he couldn't. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient for him to go in and out. It wasn't like they would never transport supplies again. They couldn't possibly rely on walking forever, could they? Chen Guang led his people and comfortably enjoyed the cool air in the bus. After several straight days of slaughter, they finally had a chance to relax. It felt really good. Once people heard there was air conditioning, everyone who could come came. As the group enjoyed the cool air, they also kept watch on the situation outside the residential complex. About 10 minutes later, several vehicles drove toward the complex. Chen Guang frowned and got out of the bus. It didn't look like there were that many people. Chen Guang had over 20 people on his side, so he didn't use the walkie-talkie to call anyone. If they couldn't handle this many people and needed reinforcements, that would make them look completely useless. When the people in those vehicles saw the bus group getting out, they stopped at the entrance as well, and more than a dozen people got out. Chen Guang said politely, You're not allowed in here. Go check somewhere else. The group couldn't help frowning when they heard that. Not allowed in? They knew this was a villa district, and they had wanted to find a couple of villas to settle down in. A young man smiled and said, "Big bro, are all the villas occupied?" Chen Guang only smiled and still said, "Go check somewhere else." To be honest, if there hadn't been a lot of people on the other side, and if they hadn't been unclear on how many more people were inside the complex, this group might have tried to force their way in. Is this your property or something? If conflict broke out, they might just be courting death. Just then, another convoy was approaching from not far away. There were probably more than 10 vehicles. Chen Guang's expression changed. He had no idea how many people the other side had. If a conflict broke out, his side wouldn't get the better end of it. When in doubt, find a boss. Chen Guang immediately turned around and contacted him through the walkie-talkie. "Brother Chen, a lot of people just came over. More than 10 vehicles, maybe 50 or 60 people." Chen Luo was eating ice cream, reading a novel on his phone, lying back in a chair, and occasionally petting me fan beside him. When he heard the message through the walkie-talkie, he wasn't surprised at all. He said into it, "Everyone assemble at the entrance to the residential complex." Chen Luo wasn't surprised. Given the location and conditions of this villa district, it was the best place in the area. It would be stranger if nobody came. Every villa had at least 2 walkie-talkies. When Xu Yun heard the order, she immediately arranged for everyone to gather. Zhang Jingjing, who had been placed together with Li Hui, was called up too. Zhang Jingjing felt a little frightened. Were they about to fight? Without drawing attention, Zhang Jingjing tried to move toward the back and stand together with Li Hui. Xu Yun asked, "Right, what ability do you have?" Other people had already asked Zhang Jingjing this before. She said, "Strength type." Xu Yun said, "Then stand in front." Zhang Jingjing couldn't help protesting. "Why? I'm only 18. Isn't Li Hui standing in the back too?" Li Hui explained softly, "I'm a support type ability user." Chen Luo said, "I have to stand in the back." Xu Yun had no time to waste words with Zhang Jingjing and dragged her to the front. Zhang Jingjing said with a tearful voice, "Mili and I are good friends. You can't treat me like this." She had already found out from Li Hui that Chen Luo was the absolute decision-maker here, and Mili seemed to be Chen Luo's lover. Mili ran over and comforted her. "It's fine, Jingjing. You'll have to go through this sooner or later. Don't worry. I'll buff you. If you get hurt, I can heal you too." Zhang Jingjing had nothing to say now. There were traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. "Mili, you weren't like this before." Zhang Jingjing stared blankly at the corner of Mili's mouth, because there was a smear of white there, clearly left behind by a creamy ice cream. But in her heart, Zhang Jingjing thought, at a time like this there was still ice cream? Could it be? "Mili, like I wouldn't know whether you have a brother or not. You probably sacrificed your looks to latch onto Chen Luo, this sugar daddy of yours. Didn't you? Fine, so you latched onto him. But you don't even care about our old sisterhood at all. You wouldn't even say one word to help me. If you can do it, then so can I." Before she could think any further, Zhang Jingjing was dragged to the front by Xu Yun. Chen Luo, meanwhile, drove over to the entrance before the others arrived. The survivors from the first convoy looked a little shabby, but their mental state was decent. They probably still had some supplies left. The second convoy had quite a lot of people, over 30 of them. Aside from a few leaders at the front, every one of them looked exhausted, with cracked lips. By the time Chen Luo arrived, he heard one person shouting, "My big brother is a level 2 ability user. Are you bragging to let us in or not?" Chen Guang looked disdainful. Was level 2 really that impressive? All right, level 2 really was impressive. They had learned the secret crystals far too late, and even now, this group still hadn't advanced to level 2. But among the main force, every single girl was already level 2. That Xu Yun seemed to be beyond level 2 already. The moment he saw Chen Luo, Chen Guang hurriedly called out, "Big brother." Everyone couldn't help looking at Chen Luo. This young man was the boss. In the second convoy, a burly man with a bare upper body and a thick gold chain around his neck let out a scornful laugh. I was wondering what kind of big shot he was. Turns out he's just a pretty boy. His name was Sun Dawei, and this group followed his lead, because he was the only level 2 ability user. He had also only learned about the crystals after seeing someone else dig one out. But he hadn't shared that secret with the others. He had kept it hidden. They were just a mob, even if he was the so-called boss. Whether they were truly united was another matter entirely. Sun Dawei laughed and said, "Little brother, you're the one in charge here, right? There's basically no supplies left anywhere nearby. Not afraid you'll laugh at us, but my people haven't had food or water for a whole day. Can you spare us some?" Chen Luo sneered inwardly. Of course, there were no supplies in places without zombies. But in some residential compounds, Chen Luo hadn't completely cleaned them out. There were definitely still supplies there. But those places had zombies. Very few people dared to go, especially after the zombies had evolved to level 1. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Giving support is definitely not possible, but we can trade. You can use the crystal in the center of a zombie's brow. One crystal can be exchanged for 1 bottle of water and 1 gene of rice. My supplies aren't that abundant either. I'm only making this trade out of consideration that we're all survivors." Sun Dawei's expression changed drastically. Was this kid stupid? He actually just blurted out the secret of the crystals like that. If everyone else leveled up, how was he supposed to keep control of the team? He relied on being stronger than everyone else to make the others submit on the surface. Sure enough, even the lackeys besides Sun Daowei were full of shock. Shu Yun, Mi Ling, and the others had arrived. On Chen Luo's side, there were only a little over 50 people total, just slightly more than the other side. Sun Daowei threw his head back and laughed. I thought you had some huge force. In the end, you just brought a bunch of women. Though I gotta say, these women are all pretty good looking. Sun Daowei turned around and said viciously, he says we have to go kill zombies before he'll give us supplies. But are zombies easy to deal with? Don't you all know that? After a stretch of silence, a middle-aged man said, young man, we're really starving. You should have quite a lot of supplies, so just give us a little. If you don't, and we get desperate from hunger, there's no telling what we'll do. Chen Luo had a lot of supplies. Even giving them 1 month's worth of food would be a drop in the bucket. But could he give it? Absolutely not. He could not open that door. Otherwise, people would think he was weak. Next time when they ran out of options, they would come again. Or the news would spread, and even more people would come asking for supplies. That would be an extremely stupid thing to do. Chen Luo had already given them a bit of hope, but they would rather deal with him than deal with zombies. Were they not afraid of death? Of course they were. Once survivors with abilities started fighting, both sides would suffer. A level 1 survivor was far harder to deal with than a level 1 zombie. The middle-aged man had plenty of life experience. He had accurately judged that Chen Luo didn't seem to dare make a move. They were penniless anyway. If you didn't give them anything, they would just put on a desperate, fight-to-the-death posture and see whether you would give in. Sorry, only 2 chapters today. So they were betting he didn't dare kill people? If there were several hundred of them, he really would have to think carefully. Chen Luo let out a mocking laugh. Right at that moment, a voice came from Chen Luo's camp. It's best to value peace in all things. Just give them a little and let them leave. Chen Luo's expression changed. Shu Yun, Chen Guang, and the others' expressions changed as well. Chen Luo turned around and discovered that the one who had said it was actually Zhang Jingjing, who was standing in the front row. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides wasn't large to begin with, and the other side looked ready to fight to the death. Standing in front, Zhang Jingjing was terrified. If a fight really broke out, there was a very high chance she would be beaten to death. In her view, if food could be used to send them away, why fight a life-and-death battle? She thought her reasoning was completely right, so she softly said that sentence out loud. Sun Daowei burst out laughing. This little beauty is absolutely right. We aren't asking for much. Just give us 2,000 gene of rice. If there's not enough rice, flour works too. Some water, plus some other food, and that's enough. Really, it's not much. The people behind Sun Daowei also echoed him one after another. The little girl really has a kind heart. We really don't have a choice. Once we get something in the future, we'll pay it back. Chen Luo fixed his eyes on Zhang Jingjing. Under his stare, Zhang Jingjing became a little frightened. Chen Luo backhanded her across the face and said coldly, "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have any place speaking here? The boss is talking up front. It would have been one thing if some clueless underling interrupted, but you actually fucking spoke for the other side. Everyone else is quietly waiting for my orders. What? You think you're special?" Half of Zhang Jingjing's face swelled up, and she fell to the ground. The intense pain made her burst into loud sobs. Zhang Jingjing's father couldn't hold back anymore. He ran over and rebuked him. Was my daughter wrong? There's so many people on that side. If a fight breaks out, what good will come of it? You've got supplies filling several villas to the brim. Taking some out to avoid casualties for everyone, isn't that a good thing? For the sake of a little supplies, you're making the people under you risk their lives. What kind of heart do you have? Mealy came over, trying to help Zhang Jingjing up, but Zhang Jingjing shoved her away in one motion. Zhang Jingjing sobbed. Don't act fake with me. At noon, you and Chen Luo secretly ate good food. Fine, you didn't bring the others, but you didn't even bring me. And I kept treating you like a friend. I stood in the front while you stood in the back. Maybe you were even laughing at me inside. Mealy felt miserable. The supplies weren't obtained by me, and I don't have the right to decide anything. Besides, you only just got here. Mi Ling watched and shook her head, sighing inwardly. Given Chen Luo's personality, you're probably done for. Chen Luo's face looked a little ugly. I saved you. You eat my food, drink my water, and then say this kind of nonsense that disrupts morale. How did you even survive until now? You're so naive and childish it's pitiful, especially this Zhang Dongsheng. At your age, you've lived all those years for nothing. If food could really send this group away for good, would Chen Luo be reluctant to part with his 80,000 tons of rice? He had been annoyed at first, but then he wasn't angry anymore. What kind of people had he not seen in his previous life? Chen Luo shook his head. Some people could be saved. Some people should never have been saved. For the moment, he couldn't be bothered dealing with Zhang Dongsheng and his daughter. Chen Luo turned around and said with a chuckle, "Sorry to let everyone see something laughable." Sun Daowei grinned. "I already heard you have enough supplies to fill several villas. I'm only asking for 1 villa's worth. That's not too much, right?" Chen Luo let out a light laugh, then smiled at the dozen or so people from the other convoy. "What about you? You're also here for supplies, right?" The young man leading them saw Chun Luo chatting and smiling as if nothing was wrong, completely unflustered. A strange feeling rose in his heart, and he hurriedly waved his hand with an apologetic smile. Big brother, we just came to see whether there was a place here where we could settle down. We still have a bit of supplies, and we absolutely didn't mean to threaten you. Since the villas are full, we'll be leaving now. After saying that, the young man really did leave with his people. Watching the young man leave, Sun Dawei cursed inwardly. What a coward. Sun Dawei said impatiently. So are you giving or not? Chun Luo's expression remained calm. In his hand, he had already condensed an enhanced spatial sphere. Chun Luo smiled and said, sure, I'll give it to you right now. In the early stage, space-type abilities, under the same level, might not have damage as high as fire or lightning types, but spatial power was invisible and colorless, unlike fireballs and lightning, which had obvious colors. A real household weapon for sneak attacks. A second-level ability user? That awesome? I'm so scared. Here, have a taste of something good first. When Sun Dawei and his group first arrived, they had been shouting that Sun Dawei was a second-level ability user. With a bang, Chun Luo's enhanced space sphere directly blew Sun Dawei's head apart. Sun Dawei only saw Chun Luo's hand motion. Not even a second had passed before he was killed by the sneak attack. At least, that was what he believed. Several screams rang out. Sun Dawei died with his eyes still open. No one on his side had expected Chun Luo to suddenly erupt and kill Sun Dawei on the spot. That was the strongest person on their side, yet he had been instantly killed. They had all seen how strong Sun Dawei was. The moment Chun Luo made his move, Mealy had no time to care about Zhang Jingjing and immediately cast a defense-boosting buff on the group of body enhancement ability users standing in front. Chun Luo waved his hand and said, they don't want to live, so let's grant their wish. Su Daju charged at the front. As a third-level ability user, with Mealy's enhancement on him, he was completely unafraid of these first-level ability users. Mi-Ling followed behind Su Daju. The ones standing at the very front on Chun Luo's side were all second-level ability users. To be honest, they were a little scared too. But Chun Luo had said before that anyone who retreated during battle would face serious consequences. When Chun Luo killed people, he really did it without blinking. No one dared to fall back. Besides, the ones who would definitely win this fight were them. So everyone charged forward as well. After just one clash, 7 or 8 people on the other side died. Among the ones left, a few worked up the courage to attack Su Daju, only to see that he had merely suffered minor injuries and seemed completely fine. Instead, he became even more ferocious and continued slaughtering with his steel rod. In a very short time, Sun Dawei's group collapsed. They had no backbone left, and even less any strict command structure. With disaster right in front of them, they all scattered and ran. If they didn't run, they would die. Seeing this, Chun Luo sneered. And here I thought you really weren't afraid of death. Hadn't eaten for a day? In Mi-Ling's words, hadn't they eaten just a day ago? 2 or 3 years into the apocalypse. Survivors who were often starving really would risk their lives for food. If they didn't, they would starve to death. But these people had only been hungry for one day. They were still far from having the resolve to stake their lives on it. Their desperate act had been nothing more than a bluff to scare people. There had once been a man who fought Chun Luo, the Void Sovereign, over a single sausage. That was someone who truly dared to risk his life. Other than Su Daju suffering a few light injuries, everyone else was completely unharmed. Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Dongsheng were dumbfounded. They had thought it would be a bloody battle, but who would have expected it to be this easy? No wonder Chun Luo had refused to back down at all. If they hadn't stepped forward just now, maybe nothing would have happened at all. As for these people, Chun Luo had originally planned to hang up their corpses, but after thinking about it, he gave up on the idea. It was summer now. If they were left at the entrance of the residential complex, the stench they gave off would be enough to choke people to death, and it would also breed a huge swarm of flies and bugs. Once you smelled that stink, how could you still eat? Chun Luo could accept it, but the others probably couldn't. Besides, after another thought, Chun Luo decided, welcome to come deliver crystals. Second-level crystals were not easy to obtain. Chun Luo said, take out the crystals and bury the bodies on the back hill. The group all nodded. Brother, Chun Luo, spare me this once. I won't dare do it again next time. Don't kill me, Sa. Zhang Jingjing cried pitifully, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Dongsheng also kept quiet weakly, completely lacking the imposing air he had when he had just scolded Chun Luo. If he didn't beg for mercy now, then when would he? Chun Luo smiled. What are you talking about? You're Mi-Li's friend. How could I possibly lay a hand on you? Zhang Jingjing's face had just lit up with joy when she heard Chun Luo continue. But I can't keep you here anymore. We're not the same kind of people. Leave right now. Get out while I haven't changed my mind yet. Chun Luo let out a cold snort. Zhang Jingjing widened her eyes. She wasn't stupid to the core. After what had just happened, she had already fallen out with both Chun Luo and Mi-Li. If she stayed, there definitely wouldn't be anything good waiting for her. Mi-Li wasn't even speaking up for her anymore. It wasn't like Chun Luo's place was the only place she could survive. Mi-Li, if you can latch onto a big shot, then so can I. There will be a day when you'll have to beg me. If Millie had been living just as miserably as Zhang Jingjing, then Zhang Jingjing probably wouldn't have become this mentally unbalanced. She did understand the situation and relied only on her own guesses. Her way of thinking had not fully changed yet. If you could not adapt to the world, then the world would abandon you. Zhang Jingjing nodded. Only now did Zhang Dongsheng start to regret it. He did not want to leave such a safe place. And Chen Luo was so powerful. But when Chen Luo swept him with a sharp glance, he did not dare say a word and could only leave together with Zhang Jingjing. Millie opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but gave up in the end. Chen Luo put an arm around Millie and walked toward the villa, but his foot lightly kicked F.A. Wang without leaving a trace. F.A. Wang was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. When a master wasn't in a good position to act, it was time for me to act. Oh. The assassin sent out by that bastard dog thing is making a move again. The first time, there was no chance to catch the target before the target died. This is the second time. Wow. So you leave all the dirty work to me? If this doesn't earn me an extra drumstick, that really wouldn't be fair. No, wait. What's wrong with braised pork? Or ribs? Are they not fragrant enough? Only someone with a screw loose would choose a drumstick. F.A. Wang stopped walking, kept sticking out his tongue, and quietly followed after Zhang Jingjing and the other one. Chen Luo glanced over and curled his lips. I didn't say anything and I didn't do anything. I just accidentally kicked F.A. Wang. People in this world could be divided into three kinds. Friends, enemies, and my people. You could never be one of my people, and you could never become a friend anymore, so all I can say is sorry. You have a little bit of looks. A woman seeking revenge can be terrifying. What if you became some big shots woman and stabbed us at a critical moment? I, Chen Luo, am not afraid of your revenge at all. Even if I can't beat you, I can still run. But Mi Ling, Mi Li, and the others can't run. They can't walk through the void. For everyone's safety, all I can say is sorry. There have been plenty of things like this. Presumably, if Millie fell into your hands at this time, her ending definitely would not be good either. Millie couldn't bear to do it, so it could only be me. No, that's not right. I didn't do this at all, and I know nothing about it. You can't pin this on me. Having a dog really is great. Chen Guang ran over. Brother Chun, that young man who left just now has come back again. He says he has something important to tell you. Chen Luo turned around and frowned. Something important? What is it? Chen Guang shook his head. No idea. He didn't say. But I think that kid is pretty steady, not like someone who'd spout nonsense, so I came to report it. That was true. If that young man had taken advantage of the situation back then and tried to threaten them like Sun Dawei had, then he would have stayed behind just like Sun Dawei. He looked fairly clever, so there was no way he wouldn't understand the consequences of messing with Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, and Mi Ling took Millie back. Long Chun had brought along the group, fleeing with him, wanting to find a place to settle down. They couldn't keep sleeping in the car forever. They came to a place that basically had no zombies and were just about to enter a villa district to take a look, but unfortunately they were stopped by someone. Later, they ran into Sun Dawei. When one of the leaders on the other side smilingly asked him whether he was also there for supplies, Long Chun felt a chill run down his back. He immediately ran. After leaving, a thought appeared in his mind. There were no zombies around here. Could it be that a group from the villa district had dealt with them? The next moment, not long after he had left, he heard waves of miserable screams rising and falling one after another. It made his skin crawl. Running really had been the right choice. But where could he run to? He had no destination, and this world had become extremely dangerous. Lung Chun was at a loss, and another thought came to him. Why not try joining them? The reason he had this thought was that there were a lot of girls on their side, though that was not the key point. The key point was that those girls all seemed to be living quite well. Their clothes were neat, their expressions calm. Compared to the somewhat shabby girl already in his own team, they were on a completely different level. If the people on that side were rotten to the core, there was no way those girls would look as healthy as they did now. He could treat those girls well, and judging from Chen Guang and the others' attitude, he probably treated his subordinates well too. That was what gave Lung Chun this idea. When he brought it up to the others in his team, their eyes visibly lit up. With just this handful of people, if they ran into any slightly bigger danger, they would be finished. For example, if they ran into Sun Dawei again, would they still be able to escape? He touched the item in his arms and gained a bit of confidence. So Lung Chun ran back and spoke to Chen Guang. Chen Luo came to the entrance of the neighborhood again and asked calmly, "What important matter do you have?" Lung Chun forced a smile and said, "Big brother, are you taking in people? We want to follow you." Chen Luo's expression immediately turned unpleasant. "This is the important matter you were talking about?" Lung Chen's heart turned cold. The man in front of him really was ruthless. Lung Chun did not dare waste time and quickly took the item out of his arms. It was a pale white crystal about the size of a quail egg. Chen Luo's pupils suddenly shrank. This thing, it was a crystal, and such a big one at that. Chen Luo moved like lightning and snatched the crystal into his hand in one motion. A smile could not help appearing on his face. Good lord, it was actually a level 6 crystal. A level 6 crystal could only be obtained from a level 6 zombie creature. Did the Lung Chun in front of him have the strength to kill a level 6 zombie? Yeah, right. They would already struggle against a level 3. A level 3 zombie could wipe out all of them. As for level 6, with the current strength of the survivors, even 1,000 people piled together would not be enough to kill one. Without the strength to fight a level 6 zombie, how could he possibly obtain a level 6 crystal? At present, zombies could not possibly evolve to level 6 yet. Only mutants could. The increase in strength of mutants was completely unreasonable. Even Shenluo was afraid he might have bad luck and run into a level 7 one. But mutants had one fatal flaw. Their lifespan was extremely short. The greater the increase in strength, the faster they died. Some lived only 1 or 2 minutes. You did not even need to kill them. They would die on their own. As for why mutants appeared, even the Shenluo of his previous life had never figured it out. The mutant might die, but its crystal would not disappear. So as long as your luck was good enough and you came across a mutant that had died suddenly, you could obtain its crystal without lifting a finger. In his previous life, during the middle stage of the apocalypse, Shenluo had been surviving alone. He had come across the corpse of a king-level mutant, dug out its crystal, and only then soared to greatness. Otherwise, no matter how good your talent was, it was very hard for a lone survivor to increase in strength quickly, especially with Shenluo's cautious personality. How could he possibly keep risking his life to kill zombies non-stop? There was no need to ask. Shenluo already knew that the Lung Chan in front of him was exactly this kind of lucky person. But now, it had benefited him instead. Lung Chan stared blankly at his own hand. Where was my treasure? Shenluo's expression turned friendly. This was a gift-bringing lucky star. What a pity. If the crystal's level had been a little higher, it would have been enough for him to advance straight to level 5. Shenluo smiled and asked, "How did you get this thing?" Lung Chan answered honestly, "I got it from a dead monster." That monster was more than 10 meters tall. Shenluo understood. Once body-type zombies reached a certain level, they would grow larger. Shenluo had seen zombie monsters over 100 meters tall more than once. Lung Chan added, "I know this is a crystal, but be careful. This thing is really strange. I only absorb a little bit, and it felt like my body was about to explode. It was terrifying. I only tried absorbing it once, and I didn't dare do it again. I figure Big Brother, with all your experience, might know why." Shenluo smiled. Of course he knew the reason. Every person had a limit to how much crystal power they could absorb in a day. If it was even a little too much, the body would not be able to endure it. If absorbed by force, it could cause vomiting blood or even death. Compared to Lung Chan, the power contained in a level 6 crystal was not only astonishingly great, its quality was also extremely high. Lung Chan simply could not control how much he absorbed. Even a tiny bit too much would naturally make his body feel awful, so he thought it was the crystal itself causing the problem. When Mi Ling had been at the peak of level 2 and absorbed a level 5 crystal, Shenluo had needed to watch over her from the side. Lung Chan knew this was a treasure, but since he had been hurt by this crystal, he had not dared use it again. If he had fully understood the reason, he probably never would have given this crystal to Shenluo. Shenluo was not the kind of person to take something and then deny everything afterward. With this crystal as an offering to join, if Lung Chan wanted in, that was not impossible. Shenluo asked, "What's your name?" "Big Brother, my name is Lung Chan." Shenluo nodded and said to Chen Guang, "Chen Guang, explain our rules to him. If he's willing to join, take them in. As for a test, forget it. They don't have much strength anyway. If they don't even have courage, they won't live long here either." Chen Guang smiled. "Brother, your luck is pretty good. Brother Chen is actually willing to take you in. I'll explain the rules to you now. First, you absolutely obey Big Brother's orders. Second, if you act like a deserter during battle, slash." Chen Guang made a throat-cutting gesture. Lung Chan smiled bitterly. Was it really this strict? He had already handed over the treasure. If he did not join now, would that not be too unfair? Shenluo did not care whether they joined or not. If they did not join, was he supposed to return the crystal? Was Shenluo that kind of person? Keep dreaming. Shenluo looked at the level 6 crystal in his hand with a face full of smiles. Almost none of the power inside had been lost. The little bit Lung Chan had absorbed was hardly worth mentioning. It was basically the same as a brand new level 6 crystal. With this level 6 crystal and the level 5 fire element crystal, he could advance to level 5 in about 3 days. That was more than half a month faster than originally expected. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 would bring one qualitative leap in strength, and advancing from level 4 to level 5 would only bring an even greater one. Once he reached level 5, his overall strength would increase by at least double. At level 4, he could only use short-distance void walk once. At level 5, he would be able to use short-distance void walk 3 times, greatly increasing his ability to save his own life. There were 100 villas in the entire villa district. Shenluo's people, along with their supplies, occupied fewer than 10 of them. There were more than enough extra rooms. Chen Guang arranged one for them. Shenluo deliberately brought Mi Fan along and observed them carefully once. None of them carried any malice, but he could not let his guard down. Had Zhang Jingjing and her father not been the same when they first came? People could change, and Mi Fan could not sense loyalty. Fa Wang came back. looking all proper and respectable as he gave Chen Luo a slight nod, indicating that his mission had been completed. Chen Luo felt that after the apocalypse, Fa Wang had not only awakened a lightning ability, but his brain seemed to have mutated too. Compared to other dogs, he was much more dog-like. Otherwise, if he had only strength without much intelligence, he would have long since been killed by people overwhelming him with numbers or by an ambush with bait. But when the Tao rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10. Another group came by in the afternoon, but there were fewer people than Sun Daowei's group. And they had some supplies too. When they ran into Chen Guang's group, they didn't think of starting a conflict and just left directly. Chen Luo didn't care either. As for those with bad intentions, he could give them a little time to develop and level up to 2nd tier. Chen Luo thought of something and instructed Chen Guang. If more people come, ask whether their team has anyone with a light type ability or any other support ability. If they do, and they're willing to join, take them in directly, or just tie them up and bring them over. There were too few light types. Right now, there were only Mi Li and Wang Ling. With just the 2 of them, if there were even a few more injured people, they simply wouldn't be enough to heal everyone. It would be different with a few more. Support abilities were extremely rare. As for whether they were loyal or not, Chen Luo didn't care. If it really came down to it, he could just treat them as tools. When dinner was served that night, they had porridge and steamed buns, and the dish was scrambled eggs with scallions. Among the collected supplies, there were still quite a few eggs. Eggs had a longer shelf life, but it was still limited, so there was no need to save them and not eat them. Before the apocalypse, it wouldn't have seemed like much, but now, it was practically top-tier food. Lung Chen's group wolfed it down. It had been a long time since they'd eaten a proper, hot meal. Of course, there wasn't enough of the dish to go around. So Chen Luo had Wang Ling make another serving for them. How should he put it? The 6th-tier crystal Lung Chen had handed over was very valuable. It was basically the same as bringing merit with him when defecting to join them. So Chen Luo didn't mind treating them a little better. But when it was time to fight, they still had to fight. After the meal, Chen Luo gave them another batch of 1st-tier crystals. He already had more than enough 1st-tier crystals, especially now that he had a 6th-tier crystal. Once he reached 5th tier, even a crystal-hungry monster like Chen Luo would no longer need 1st-tier crystals. Lung Chen thought to himself that the rules here really were strict, but the treatment really was good too. For the night watch, Chen Luo had some of the members who still hadn't reached 2nd-tier standard. The 2nd-tier members still had to keep killing zombies tomorrow. Obtaining crystals was one goal, but more importantly, he wanted them to go through more combat. Chen Luo also arranged for a few girls to take part in the night watch together. With men and women working together, the work didn't feel as tiring. Joking around a little was fine, but if anyone started getting handsy, he'd break your hands and break your legs. Chen Guang muttered quietly, "What if it's the girl making the move?" Chen Luo said expressionlessly, "If there's a girl like that, I only have 4 words to say. Please contact me." Chen Luo also began absorbing crystals. A 6th-tier crystal alone still wasn't enough to get him to 5th tier, but with an additional 5th-tier crystal, things would be different. Before this, he had also absorbed quite a few 1st-tier crystals. Chen Luo started by absorbing the 6th-tier crystal. If there was any 5th-tier crystal left over, he would save it for Mi Ling, Mi Li, and the others to break through. He gave the Rat King's crystal to Wang Ling so she could reach 3rd tier sooner. Her light type leveling up was more useful than the others. When he felt a slight swelling pain in his body, Chen Luo stopped absorbing. The 6th-tier crystal had consumed about 2/5 of its power. Chen Luo was very satisfied. A 6th-tier crystal really was good stuff. The annoying relatives were gone, but after what happened with Zhang Jingjing, Mi Li was in a bad mood. After going through this, though, her heart would become even stronger. Chen Luo could only hold her and comfort her. He hadn't wanted to bring Myfin along, but Myfin pitifully begged to be allowed to sleep with them. Fine, since he wasn't going to do anything bad tonight, he might as well let it sleep with them. Myfin was very happy, with one paw on Chen Luo and one paw on Mi Li. Myfin thought that if there ever came a day when it could sleep holding Mi Ling too, then its cat life would truly reach the peak. What a little scumbag cat. So greedy, never satisfied. It was really too shameless. Morning came, and everyone assembled. Chen Luo said, "Other than those who stood watch last night, everyone who has reached 2nd tier will continue going out to kill zombies." Chen Guang, how many people on your side have reached 2nd tier? Chen Guang said 7. Chen Luo nodded, then said to Lung Chen, "Today all of you are going to. Since you only got here yesterday, there won't be any crystal quota for you today. Just follow behind the others and watch. Learn how to fight. Shu Yun, you're leading the team." Shu Yun was the only 3rd tier among them, and she handled things with good judgment. There were 37 people in total, and they were still going on foot. Yang Xian drove the heavy truck slowly behind them. Looking at Shu Yun, who was leading the group, Lung Chen said to Chen Guang beside him in surprise, "Hidden expert, huh? I thought you'd be the one leading the team. Didn't expect it to be a pretty girl. Is she that strong?" Chen Guang laughed. "Huh, I'm really just a little brother here. The girls in our team followed boss earlier, so they've all reached 2nd tier. Shu Yun, who's in charge?" has good talent, and is highly valued by boss. I think she's already 3rd tier. Lung Chun clicked his tongue inwardly. Damn, every one of those girls was 2nd tier. While killing scattered zombies along the way, Shu Yun led everyone to the residential complex where Mi Li's home was. When zombies hadn't yet reached 1st tier, if they were trapped inside a room, there was a high chance they wouldn't be able to break out. Once they evolved to 1st tier, they could use spells to break open doors and get out. Now that basically all the zombies had reached 1st tier, there would be quite a few more zombies inside the complex. Shu Yun's plan was to kill those zombies while also collecting supplies from his complex. So she had Yang Xian drive the heavy truck over, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As they approached the complex, Shu Yun saw that there really were some zombies inside and smiled. Their crystal supply was settled. Also, this meant there probably wasn't any survivor team stationed in this complex. Zombies were bodyguards protecting supplies. Shu Yun and the others already had plenty of experience fighting zombies, and the zombies weren't gathered together, so they easily killed the ones around the outer edge of the complex. Shu Yun said, "Groups of 4. Search each building unit for supplies and move them onto the heavy truck. Be careful of zombies that may be in the rooms or hallways. Contact us if anything happens. Jiang Feng, stay at the entrance to the complex. If anything happens, use the walkie-talkie to inform everyone." The group spread out, with each team taking 1 building. If they ran into zombies, the body-type members would step forward to draw the zombies' attention, relying on speed and reflexes faster than element types. They would dodge the zombies' attacks and let the element-type members strike. Even if they got hit by a zombie, it wouldn't be a big problem. Since they were 1 tier higher, as long as their heads weren't hit, they wouldn't be seriously injured. After clearing out the zombies, they entered the apartment buildings to search. Quite a few doors had already been broken, which made it convenient for the team members to enter and search. For the ones closer to the heavy truck, they directly carried whatever useful supplies they found over to it. More than a dozen vehicles were quickly about to drive into the complex. Jiang Feng, who was guarding the entrance and staying hidden in a corner, saw them, and his expression changed. He immediately contacted the others over the walkie-talkie. "Attention! A large number of vehicles have entered the complex. Be careful." After hearing that, Shu Yun said, "Everyone gather up first and see what's going on. There's no rush to collect supplies." The heavy truck was too conspicuous. After this convoy entered the complex, they immediately spotted it. By coincidence, one team was carrying the supplies they had collected onto the truck. "Yinli, get down here now. Someone's here, and there are quite a few of them. We don't know whether they're friend or foe. Meet up with everyone first." Yinli froze for a moment. "Then what about the supplies we collected? If we all gather together, are we really afraid someone will take the supplies? Whoever dares touch them, chop off his hand." After thinking about it, Yinli felt that made sense and got down from the truck. But she was a little too late. A group of people had already come straight to the heavy truck, and several vehicles blocked it off. Yinli, who had been 1 step too slow, got trapped there. The other 3 didn't abandon her. More than a dozen people got out of several vehicles. When they saw the 2 pretty girls in the group, their eyes clearly lit up. After so many days, they hadn't seen girls this pretty and this clean. A filthy, dark-faced man grinned and said, "Hey there, girls." Yin Li and the others forced out a smile, trying to stall until more people arrived. But the dark-faced man had already started getting handsy. Normally, he wouldn't have dared to go this far, but now he had no scruples at all. Quite a few men stared at the women with wolf-like eyes. Yin Li slapped the dark-faced man's hand away and shouted sharply, "What are you doing?" The dark-faced man grinned even more lewdly. "Doing what you like." As he spoke, his hand reached for an even more inappropriate place. Yin Li cursed, "Go home and touch your own mom instead." The dark-faced man's expression changed, and he sneered. "Fiery enough. I like girls like that. Real fun." Even though the 2 male team members tried to shield Yin Li and the other woman, Yin Li still got groped once. Hot-tempered as she was, Yin Li immediately drove a vicious kick straight into one man's crotch. Yin Li was level 2. Her strength was no joke. After getting kicked in such a vulnerable spot, the man bent over like a shrimp, clutching his crotch, his face twisted in agony. The dark-faced man flew into a rage. "You dare hit my brother? Cripple these 2 men first. We'll deal with the 2 women slowly." More than a dozen fists and kicks, mixed with clubs and sticks, all came crashing toward the 2 male team members. Because of the cramped positioning, those who couldn't reach with their hands or feet only pretended to cast spells, threatening the people on Chun Luo's side. One of the male team members was from Lung Chun's group and was only level 1. Seeing that someone was about to be beaten to death, Yin Li gritted her teeth and was just about to cast a spell in retaliation. When the dark-faced man's side saw that, their expressions changed, and they no longer cared that Yin Li was a woman. They absolutely couldn't let her release that spell. Someone would die. At that moment, a brick came flying over. Jiang Feng saw that things seemed to be going badly and wanted to throw a brick to draw some of them away. But only 7 or 8 people chased after him. An iron rod smashed hard into Yin Li's head, and blood instantly poured down her face. Then the dark-faced man brought it down on Yin Li's head again, his expression savage. You bitch, acting shameless after being shown respect. A black car pulled over and someone shouted, "Hey Z, what you doing?" The dark-faced man ran over with a flattering smile. "Brother Yuan, some bitch tried to hit me, so I'm teaching her a lesson." Lu Yuan frowned. He could more or less guess what had happened. But Hey Z was fairly capable, so he couldn't be too harsh on him. Lu Yuan said, "Don't go too far. This better not happen again." Hey Z was just about to answer with a grin when scattered groups of people started arriving from the distance. Shu Yun and the others had been spread out across the whole residential complex and couldn't get here immediately after seeing the heavy truck surrounded. Along with the information Jiang Feng relayed over the radio, everyone rushed over as fast as they could. Shu Yun shouted loudly, "Stop!" When Shu Yun saw the people lying in pools of blood, her whole body froze for a moment. With a fierce motion, Shu Yun released an ice arrow that shot straight through one man's head. The man died on the spot. Seeing this sudden change, Lu Yuan immediately got out of the car. The others were also shocked into stopping and turned to look towards Shu Yun's side. Shu Yun wanted nothing more than to kill these people right away, but there weren't many people with her at the moment, while the other side seemed to have 60 or 70. Shu Yun said coldly, "Let them go." More and more members kept rushing over. The number of people at Shu Yun's side grew larger and larger, all of them staring at the other side with hostile expressions. Lu Yuan roared angrily, "You killed one of my people, and you still want me to let them go?" Still burning with rage, Shu Yun immediately aimed an ice arrow at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't panic at all. Earth Shield. Lu Yuan was a level 2 Earth-type ability user, whether in the early stage or the late stage. Earth-type ability users had the strongest defense. Shu Yun's ice arrow still pierced through the Earth Shield, but it had lost almost all its force. Both Shu Yun and Lu Yuan's expressions changed. This opponent was tough. All the team members had gathered over. Lu Yuan's expression changed again. Their side did outnumber the other side by quite a bit, but if a major battle really broke out, even if they won, they wouldn't come out well. Especially the woman leading them. She had actually broken through a shield. If she attacked others, wouldn't it be one shot, one kill? After a brief moment to cool down, Shu Yun also calmed herself a little. If a large-scale battle broke out, she believed they could defeat the other side. But she couldn't guarantee how many of her own people would survive. If more than a dozen died, she wouldn't even have the face to go back and explain it to Chen Luo, even though they currently made up more than half the base S numbers. Most of the real experts had stayed behind at the base. She couldn't act recklessly. The base was nearby. They should go back first and report everything to Chen Luo. With Chen Luo leading them, they could take revenge with almost no casualties. Shu Yun said coldly, "Return our people." Lu Yuan also didn't want an all-out clash, so he said slowly, "Fine." Several members were returned, but Yin Li was already no longer breathing. Shu Yun's hand trembled. Yin Li was dead? Wang Ling desperately kept using healing on her, but it was useless. There were two choices. 1. Shu Yun had the confidence to win against greater numbers and wipe out this group, but she had no idea how many of her own side would die. 2. Go back and find Chen Luo, then let him lead the main force to take revenge. Acting on hot blood for the moment would definitely feel satisfying, but a lot of people would die. Chen Luo had entrusted these people to her. She couldn't afford to be that impulsive, even though Shu Yun desperately wanted to avenge Yin Li right now. Grinding her teeth, Shu Yun said, "Just you wait. Chen Luo won't let you off." At most, it was only a matter of half an hour. Shu Yun decided to endure it for now. Tears slipped uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She and T led the team well, and something like this had actually happened. One man on the other side mocked, "Look, this woman-s crying." "Hith hith." Shu Yun said in a low voice, "We're leaving." Yang Xian shot them a cold glance and was about to drive the heavy truck away. But someone stopped him. "Leave the truck. You can't take it." Lu Yuan did not stop them. He wanted to see how Shu Yun would react. If Shu Yun insisted on driving it away and was willing to fight for it, it wouldn't be too late to give it back then. Shu Yun said, "Let them have it. We're leaving." Watching Shu Yun and the others walk away, Hey Z said, "Brother Yuan, why didn't we keep them? So many pretty girls." Lu Yuan backhanded Hey Z across the face. "Damn it. Why did you have to stir up trouble for no reason? That woman isn't easy to deal with." Hey Z covered his face. "What's there to be afraid of? We've got so many people. Would she really dare fight us to the death?" Lu Yuan thought to himself that this group had to be somewhere nearby. He needed to find a chance to figure out their background and wipe them out in one go. Otherwise, they would definitely come back for revenge. Lu Yuan's group came from a nearby economic development zone. They were workers from a factory. Lu Yuan usually had quite a bit of authority among them, and with his decent brains and strength, he had become the Group leader on the surface. Shu Yun and the others returned quickly to the villa district. Their hearts heavy. Su Daju, who had been guarding the entrance to the residential complex, saw the person in Shu Yun's arms and immediately realized that another battle was about to happen. Shu Yun found Chen Luo and lowered her head. "I'm sorry. I didn't lead everyone well. Yin Li didn't die to zombies." She died at the hands of survivors instead, when survivors fought each other. The number of people who died was no less than those who died in zombie jaws. As long as a person was still alive, danger could come at any moment. The world would only grow more and more dangerous. Chen Luo had deliberately wanted to temper them. Flowers in a greenhouse would never grow. With one of the members dead, Chen Luo also felt bad. This was someone who had been with them for quite a long time. Chen Luo let out a long breath. He did the right thing. Fighting them on the spot would have been irrational. Chen Luo gathered everyone together. In a low voice, Chen Luo said, "You all follow me. If you die at the hands of zombies, I have nothing to say. But if someone bullies you, did they ask whether I agreed to it first? I won't agree to it. A blood debt must be repaid with blood. And as a person, if I can avenge a grudge, I never let it wait overnight. Everyone, come with me. Nobody gets to bully my people and still stay alive." Everyone who heard about this was filled with righteous anger. Chen Luo's words in particular made their blood boil. As long as they followed Chen Luo, no one could bully them. One after another, everyone got into the vehicles, preparing to arrive as fast as possible. The Dharma King also wanted to follow, but Chen Luo rebuked him. "What are you following for? Are you even human? Don't you want your home anymore?" The Dharma King looked embarrassed. "Right, I wasn't human. No need for me to go." The group drove toward the residential complex. One car after another entered the complex. Worried that something might happen, Lu Yuan had specifically arranged for a few people to keep watch in that direction. "Brother Yuan, someone's here. Looks like it's the group that just left." Lu Yuan immediately looked out the window and saw more than 60 people getting out of the cars. One young man seemed to have noticed him and shot a razor-sharp gaze straight at him. Hiding inside the room and refusing to come out was an extremely stupid thing to do. If they got trapped inside, it would be troublesome. Lu Yuan immediately brought everyone down to the first floor, preparing to deal with Chen Luo. Lu Yuan felt troubled. The visitors had come with bad intentions. They had come for revenge so quickly. "Sai, Haizi, why did you have to stir up trouble?" Lu Yuan carefully counted the people on the other side and quietly let out a breath of relief. He had a slight numerical advantage. If the other side was smart, they definitely wouldn't clash head-on with him. It would only end with both sides badly damaged. The two groups stopped at a certain distance from each other. Shuyan pointed at them and said, "It's them." Chen Luo clapped slowly and sneered. "You got some nerve. You actually dared to bully my people, and one of them even died. I can't even find a reason to spare you." Lu Yuan's heart jolted. He had a particularly deep impression of Shuyan. This woman's spell had actually pierced through his earth shield. There were also a few level 2 ability users in his team, but their spells couldn't even break through half of the earth shield. The gap was far too large. Lu Yuan's instincts told him he was definitely not Shu Yun's match. Even though he found it hard to believe that he couldn't beat a woman, the facts were right in front of him. And now, Shu Yun was acting meek and obedient, as if she were complaining to the young man before her. Relying on money? Yeah, right. And this young man was especially arrogant. Looking at them like they were already dead, they absolutely couldn't fight head-on. But the other side had come for revenge, and they had come this quickly. That clearly meant they had tremendous confidence. What should he do? Lu Yuan forced out a smile. "Little brother, this was our fault. We'll return the heavy truck right now, and we'll compensate you with 1 ton of rice. How about it?" Chen Luo let out a cold laugh. "One of our people died, and you're compensating us with 1 ton of rice? Then how about I give you 100 tons of rice in exchange for all your lives? No matter how many supplies you have, once we kill all of you, they'll naturally become ours." The people on Lu Yuan's side were unhappy too. This was looking down on them too much. Lu Yuan frowned. This young man was too arrogant, but arrogance had to have a reason behind it. Otherwise, nobody was a fool. Why would they let him be the leader? Young people were hot-blooded and care about face. If he didn't give him an explanation, they really might start fighting. Even if his side won, they would probably be left with only a dozen or so people. Manpower was capital. It couldn't be lost. Lu Yuan glanced back at Haizi. "This matter started because of you, so the only option is to sacrifice you." Lu Yuan shouted, "Seize Haizi and hand him over. Let them vent their anger. This whole thing started because of Haizi. We can't let everyone take the blame together." Naturally, nobody on Lu Yuan's side wanted a real fight. If they could sacrifice only Haizi, that was obviously for the best. Besides, Haizi had always been extremely arrogant. A lot of people had long since been sick of him. As soon as Lu Yuan shouted, several people immediately restrained Haizi. Haizi was dumbfounded and cried out, "Brother Yuan, I've always followed your lead in everything. You can't do this to me." Besides, that woman from their side attacked first. Lu Yuan had already made up his mind and couldn't be bothered to listen. He waved his hand. Haizi struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free from them. Treated as a discarded pawn, Haizi was thrown over to Chen Luo's side. Su Daju immediately pinned him down like he was grabbing a chick. Chen Luo sneered inwardly, throwing out one person as cannon fodder and thinking the matter was solved. How could that be possible? Chen Luo, always repay even the smallest grudge. In my previous life, there was someone who kicked me in the butt once, and I still remember it in this life. Fine. Let's teach this Haizi a lesson first. He's the one who caused this, right? Guang also came up to help. Together with Su Dezhu, he forced Haizi to his knees. Haizi's face had gone from dark to pale with fear. Snot and tears were running down his face. He cried, "Big brother, I didn't know she was your person. Besides, I wasn't the only one who made a move." Li Kuei and Mao Er hit her too. Li Kuei and Mao Er were terrified. "You bastard, you really have no loyalty at all. Even when you're about to die, you still want to drag others down with you." Chen Luo looked at Lu Yuan and said with interest, "What do you say?" Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and turned back, saying in a low voice, "For everyone's sake, we can only sacrifice you two as well. Take them over too." Li Kuei and Mao Er cursed and wailed, cursing both Haizi and Lu Yuan without sparing either of them. On Chen Luo's side, several more people stepped forward and held the three men down. Chen Luo said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Go up and slap the hell out of them. Keep slapping until they die. Don't use your hands. Too dirty. Get a few of you with stinky feet and take off your shoes." Chen Guang was the first to take off a shoe. Chen Luo felt his whole body go a little numb. Good lord, it really was foul. Shu Yan didn't mind at all. She took one shoe and viciously smacked Haizi across the face, then gave Li Kuei and Mao Er a hit each too. Pa, pa, pa. With 3 muffled smacks in a row, all 3 of their faces were knocked crooked. The 3 cried and begged for mercy. "Big brother, we really know we were wrong. We're willing to join you and help deal with Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan's heart instantly tightened. But when Chen Luo said he didn't need them, he relaxed again. The first to step up were the people from Yan Li's group. They hated the 3 of them the most. Once they picked up the shoes, they just kept swinging without end. In the silent surroundings, all that could be heard was the repeated smack of heavy slaps and the non-stop screams of Haizi and the other 2. They screamed so miserably that even Lu Yuan's people couldn't bear to watch. Very quickly, the 3 men's faces were so swollen they couldn't even open their eyes anymore. But was that the end? He had said to slap them to death. Everyone took turns stepping forward, each giving them several hard slaps. Chen Luo shouted, "Wang Ling, heal them. Wouldn't it be a waste if they were slapped to death too early?" The people in the back hadn't had their turn to vent yet. The sole of Chen Guang's shoe got slapped clean off. Chen Guang said awkwardly, "Bad shoe quality." "It's fine, I've still got the other one." Shu Yan was panting. She had just found a few long wooden boards with nails in them. Shu Yan said viciously, "Use these to slap them." After saying that, Shu Yan took the lead. The nails on the wooden board sank deeply into the faces of Haizi and the others. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. Their skin isn't thick enough. After more than 10 minutes, Haizi and the other 2 were slapped to death alive. Lu Yuan's hands trembled. He had never expected the people in front of him to be this ruthless. No wonder people said never offend a woman. Lu Yuan said in a low voice, "All right. The ones who took the initiative to cause trouble are dead now. You people also killed one of ours before. Let's call it even." Chen Luo gave a mocking laugh. "How could there be such a cheap deal? Do those few trash lies compare to the life of one of my people? Not enough. None of you are going to end well." Lu Yuan said in disbelief, "Are you even going to be reasonable?" Chen Luo let out a cold snort. "They made a mistake, and we only punished them after coming to their door? If I hadn't come, was I supposed to pretend nothing happened? Besides, why should I reason with you? The biggest reason in this world has always been your fist. If I only had 2 nobodies on my side, would you still be talking reason with me? You dare talk about fairness? I'd crush you directly. There'd be no way I'd hand Haizi and the other 2 over to Chen Luo so he could vent his anger." So Lu Yuan's words were a joke. Besides, was Chen Luo the kind of person who reasoned with others? Lu Yuan said angrily, "I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Fine. You want to fight? Do you really think I'm scared of you? The people on my side all fought their way out from the zombies. And I even have a few more people than you. If you leave now, there's still time." The people behind Lu Yuan silently gripped their weapons and prepared to unleash their abilities. Lu Yuan was furious. Damn it. If he'd known this earlier, he wouldn't have handed Haizi over. It was useless anyway. This bro was really sly. If you weren't willing, you should have said so earlier. You beat up his people right in front of him, and after that you still want to chop him too. Sigh. This hot-blooded kid really didn't think about the consequences at all. Just reckless. Damn, what rotten luck. Chen Luo chuckled softly and said calmly, "All of you step back. I'll do this alone." It had already been quite a few days since the last time he made a move in front of the girls. As for the newly arrived Chen Guang, Long Chun, and the others, they had never even seen him truly fight. If you wanted to keep your subordinates in line, money alone wasn't enough. You also needed strength. Chen Guang and the others were shocked. Alone? Chen Luo raised a hand, signaling everyone to retreat. Lu Yuan froze for a moment. Showing off at a time like this? That really was something. The next second, Lu Yuan and the others saw a nearly transparent light sword suddenly appear in Chen Luo's hand. This, a man should have a lightsaber of his own. Before they could think further, Chen Luo rushed to Lu Yuan like a ghost. Lu Yuan had already prepared himself and immediately used an earth shield in front of him. Disdain showed on Chen Luo's face. "If you were at the same level as me, and I gave you time to use your ability, Only then could your earth shield block my spatial power. The void blade passed through the earth shield like it was cutting through sand, then passed through Lu Yuan's body. Lu Yuan's body was instantly split into two halves, as if space itself had been cut apart. The upper and lower halves separated on the spot, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. Lu Yuan had been instantly killed, and in a way completely beyond normal understanding. His body had split in half, yet there was no bleeding. The scene was too bizarre. On Lu Yuan's side, screams rose one after another. Even Chen Guang, Lung, Chun, and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. What kind of ability was that? Although Chen Luo had said he would handle it alone, Meili still couldn't help worrying. She didn't want to see Chen Luo get hurt, so she cast buffs on him to increase his defense and strength. Chen Luo grinned. Having a wife care about you really was nice. Like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, Chen Luo rushed straight into Lu Yuan's camp. Although the Void Blade still couldn't last for over an hour, keeping it up for 3 minutes was no problem now. 2 more people were cut in half by Chen Luo's blade. The body enhancement ability users didn't dare go forward at all, afraid of being chopped to pieces. While the elemental users all released their abilities at Chen Luo, dozens of spells came pouring in, packed so densely that relying on footwork alone to dodge every single one was completely unrealistic. If he used Void Walk, of course he could avoid them all. But Chen Luo didn't use it. He didn't need to. Relying on his movement, Chen Luo rushed in front of another man and used him as a human shield, though he still got hit by 3 spells. They were all first level. Even without Li's buffs, they only caused minor injuries, completely unable to deal any serious damage to Chen Luo. Chen Luo grabbed a meat shield and just kept slaughtering with the Void Blade. The other side broke down. What kind of monster was this? Being able to cut people in half with one sword was already bad enough, but even when abilities landed on him, they were practically useless. If it had been some shield like Lu Yuan's, they would have had nothing to say and wouldn't have found it that terrifying. But the spells had genuinely hit Chen Luo's body, and the difference between that and missing him entirely was almost non-existent. How were they supposed to fight this? They were already terrified when Lu Yuan got instantly killed. Now, they were terrified to the extreme. This kid wasn't human. If they didn't run now, they'd die at this kid's hands. The crowd exploded apart and fled with every ounce of strength they had. Chen Luo chased after 60 or 70 people all by himself, cutting them down. That scene deeply shocked Xu Yun, Chen Guang, Lung Chun, and the others. Mi Ling sighed. It feels like the gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. Without him, I wouldn't even have been able to advance to the 3rd level now. Mi Ling said, let's all move together. Even if I don't want to, we can't leave trouble behind for ourselves. In everyone's hearts, Mi Ling's status was still higher than Xu Yun's. After all, Mi Ling slept in the same house as Chen Luo. A villa was still a house. Was there a problem with that? Everyone directly blocked the road, and not a single person escaped. The reverence in Chen Guang's eyes was truly on a completely different level now. Damn, when he said he could take all of us on by himself and crush us easily, he really wasn't bragging. Even if we had 10 times as many people, it still wouldn't be enough for him to cut down. Chen Guang flattered him, saying, bro, you're seriously too amazing. Following you is definitely the most correct decision I've made in my whole life. Lung Chen's attitude was also clearly much more respectful than before. Even the way he walked had become cautious. They had never seen Chen Luo fight before. Their previous awe had only come from the fact that Chen Luo was the boss of the base. Although they knew Chen Luo's strength shouldn't be low, they had no idea just how strong he really was. As for the girls, their eyes were sparkling as they looked at Chen Luo with worship. If they didn't feel they were unworthy of him, they would have already thrown themselves into his arms. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Basic stuff. No need to make a fuss. Chen Luo said, I'm also sorry about Yan Li's death, but that's just how this world is. Danger can appear at any moment. The ones who can best protect you are actually yourselves. Improve your own strength as quickly and as much as possible. I can't protect all of you every second of every day. So the most fundamental reason I brought you out wasn't to collect crystals, but to temper you and let you experience more battles. Now that you've chosen to follow me, no matter who it is, as long as someone bullies you, I will definitely make them pay the price. All right. Clean this place up and gather the supplies here. It's almost noon. A few girls who know how to cook should head back first and make lunch for everyone. Although one person had died, no one felt too much grief. They were already somewhat used to life and death. Most of them were actually excited instead, because Chen Luo had proven through his actions that following him was the right choice. With a boss like this, was there still any need to worry about being bullied? Under his protection, they could also grow more safely. Before, some people might still have felt unconvinced deep down, but from now on among this group, no one would question Chen Luo's decisions anymore, especially since Chen Luo didn't seem to do anything every day while everyone else fought for their lives. Oh, so the boss was actually leaving the training opportunities to us. By the time Chen Luo left the base, half an hour had already passed. During this time, things had not been calm. 2 men in ragged shirts, with greasy hair and filthy faces, passed by the entrance to the villa district. These two were starving. The sun was scorching, and they had no energy at all. The moment they saw this villa district, their spirits instantly lifted. These two were called Sieta and Meowhui. What delighted them even more was that at the entrance, there was a black dog, and, judging by its size, it wasn't small. As the saying went, first black, second yellow, third brindle, fourth white. Black dog meat was the most fragrant. After starving for more than a day, the two of them were overjoyed when they saw the black dog. This dog was naturally F.A. Wong, the only one left behind to guard the place. Sieta was about to pounce, but Meowhui stopped him. Wait. Sieta didn't understand. What are we waiting for? What if the dog runs away? Meowhui shook his head. We've been hungry for more than a day. Dogs run fast. If we rush over and scare it off, what then? After thinking about it, Sieta nodded. True enough. Then what do? Meowhui gave a nasty grin. We need to find something to lure that dog over. People always say dogs can't stop eating shit. Perfect, I've got a pile for it. Fresh. That dog must be starving too. With this stuff? How could it not take the bait? Sieta nodded hard. F.A. Wong saw the two of them, but ignored them. If I leave, what if someone takes the chance to sneak into the district? Master entrusted me with the important duty of guarding the house. I'm not falling for some trick to lure the dog away from the mountain. Sieta and Meowhui went over to the roadside and started grunting. Maybe because he was affected by it, Sieta also got the urge to shit. It was pretty strange. They hadn't eaten anything for more than a day, yet they could still dump out this much shit. Very soon, the two of them finished. Then they ran into a problem. Damn, there was no paper. It didn't matter anymore. Their bodies already stank anyway. Meowhui didn't mind the stink or the disgust. With a wicked grin, he got ready to lure F.A. Wong over. Sieta, who had also finished relieving himself, suddenly realized a problem. The dog eats shit, I eat the dog. If the dog eats Meowhui's shit, then I eat the dog. Doesn't that mean I'm eating Meowhui's shit? That was too disgusting. He couldn't accept it. Sieta hurriedly said, let it eat mine, let it eat mine. Maybe because the smell matched, Meowhui also realized the problem and shook his head in refusal. No, it should eat mine. Sieta became unhappy. Why should it eat yours? Meowhui snorted. Because I came up with this idea. Sieta said angrily, I don't care. It has to eat mine. F.A. Wong looked at the two of them with a face full of confusion. Why were they suddenly arguing for no reason? The more the two argued, the fiercer it got. Getting more and more angry, Meowhui suddenly grabbed a handful of shit and smashed it on his Sieta's face. Smack! A streak of shit appeared on Sieta's face. Sieta froze. Meowhui froze too. Meowhui laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Sieta's body trembled nonstop. With a shaking hand, he grabbed a clump of yellow-brown shit and smeared it right onto Meowhui's face. Woo-woo, Meowhui failed to dodge. Good lord. The two of them started fighting on the spot. You smear me once, I smear you once. Before long, both of them were covered all over in shit. A true mutual defeat. How awkward. Meowhui lay on the ground, panting. Why bother? We've used up all the shit. How are we supposed to lure the dog now? Sieta panted and said, it's fine. I can still shit more. If I won, let it eat mine. Between eating shit and eating dog meat, Meowhui ultimately chose to eat both shit and dog meat. Otherwise, there was no other way. Sieta really did produce another pile. Seeing Sieta's smug expression, Meowhui got annoyed. He grabbed a handful of his own shit from Sieta's body and smeared it onto the fresh pile Sieta had just produced. Sieta said angrily, Sieta really wanted to mash that shit onto Meowhui's face, but he couldn't. If they wasted any more, there really wouldn't be any left. Then forget eating dog meat. F.A. Wong saw all of this clearly. F.A. Wong was laughing himself crazy. These two idiots were actually playing with shit together. After growing this big, this was the first time the dog had ever seen something like this. But when the two of them placed the stinking pile not far away and signaled for F.A. Wong to come eat it, while also making coaxing sounds with their mouths, F.A. Wong froze. The dog's face slowly twisted. F.A. Wong's expression became terrifying. This was the greatest humiliation. You could set your sights on dog meat, but you couldn't insult a dog like this. F.A. Wong was so angry that lightning flashed unnaturally around his body. Sieta and Meowhui were dumbfounded. How could this dog generate electricity too? Especially with F.A. Wong's ferocious expression right now. The two of them felt that something was very wrong. F.A. Wong pounced over, and the two of them turned and ran in fright. Just then, Chen Luo came back. When Chen Luo saw F.A. Wong chasing people, he shouted, F.A. Wong, what are you doing? Chen Luo's face changed. What was his smell? How'd there end up being so much stench at the entrance after he went out for a while? F.A. Wong was mad out of his mind and didn't even hear what Chen Luo said. Chen Luo cursed inwardly. What was wrong with F.A. Wong? He was actually treating his words like passing wind. Of course, those two didn't get away. F.A. Wong was much faster than they were. If you wanted to eat dog meat, then you had to be prepared to get counter-killed. Maybe you'd think this was too much. One was human, one was a dog. Could they really be compared? But nature was all about the strong preying on the weak. If F.A. Wong had just been an ordinary dog, wouldn't it have been eaten? If you hunted a male lion, you had to be prepared to be eaten by the pride. Fa Wang was so angry it couldn't even eat lunch. Chen Luo, meanwhile, was considering whether he should recruit more people. Other people were constantly taking in new members. If he didn't, then if he ran into a group of several hundred people, his side wouldn't be enough at all. With the manpower he had now, who knew how many would still be left after another 2 or 3 months? If Shu Yun's side had had a few more people today, this probably wouldn't have happened either. Chen Luo had originally planned to create a large base anyway, to see whether it could survive the increasingly difficult apocalypse. He wanted elites, but he also wanted the basic lower layer. Elites were also selected from the lower layer. In his previous life, survivors with good talent who could reach level 10 or king level were not people you could casually run into. That took time. As long as they could follow orders and dared to fight zombies head on, they could be taken in for now. There were plenty of supplies anyway, so there was no fear of not being able to feed them. Chen Luo passed this order down. If they encountered survivors coming near the area again, they could give them a test, and whoever passed the test would be accepted. Those with support abilities did not need to be tested and would be accepted directly. After that, as long as they passed the inspection of the beloved group mascot me fan, that would be enough. Chen Guang said. Boss said that if we run into people with support abilities, even if they don't want to join, we tie them up and bring them back anyway. Chen Guang passed it to Sudaju, Sudaju passed it to Lung Chun, and it got passed along one by one. In the end, somehow, it turned into, Boss said that as long as it's a pretty girl, just tie her up and bring her back. Chen Luo refused to take the blame for this. A conspicuous signboard appeared at the entrance of the villa district. In order to face this mutated world, we are now recruiting like-minded friends to form a settlement and survive together. There are crystals in the centers of zombies' brows that can help survivors level up and grow stronger. The stronger the zombie, the better the quality of the crystal. Absorbing crystals can strengthen supernatural abilities and raise one's level. This base has several level 3 ability users and possesses formidable strength. Benefits. First, 3 meals a day, all you can eat, with meat available from time to time. Second, excellent living environment. Move in with just your bags. Daily necessities and clothing are provided. Third, this base has generators and can satisfy basic daily entertainment needs. Fourth, enough crystals to meet your leveling needs and strengthen your own power. 5. The settlement is your support. It protects you from being bullied. Requirements. 1. Obey commands. 2. Be willing to fight zombies and reach level 2. 3. Assist ability users. Special ability users may ignore the level requirement or have the requirement lowered. 4. If family members can follow the rules, then even if they're only level 1, they can be brought in together. Note, this settlement has strict discipline. Those who violate morality and order, disobey commands, or run away during battle will be severely punished. This was the recruitment notice Chen Luo had spent more than half an hour making, and he had also taken advice from Yi Ling, Shu Yun, and the others. The requirements were not very high, but they were not low either. They were recruiting people, but that did not mean they wanted just anyone. If they did not show some of the settlement strength, then why would capable people simply come running over just because you were recruiting? This treatment was already very good. Revealing that there were level 3 ability users here could show off their military strength. Other than Chen Luo's place, it would probably be very hard to find another level 3 ability user. It was not that there were none. They were just truly hard to come across. With these conditions, as long as a survivor did not have much ambition, once they saw this, they would basically want to join. And if anyone had greedy thoughts and dared to make trouble, Chen Luo was not afraid at all. He had absolute confidence in punishing them. After lunch, Chen Luo did not ask Shu Yun to keep leading people to kill zombies. They had already completed their task in the morning, and he could not keep people in combat all day. The afternoon was for free practice. Chen Luo's location was relatively remote, but precisely because it was remote, more people would pass by instead. Everyone wanted to find a place with fewer zombies to settle down. At 1:30, a 7-seater van drove to the entrance of the residential complex. The people in the vehicle clearly hesitated when they saw the guards at the Villa District gate. But when they saw the notice board with black words on red paper, they could not help moving closer to read it. Chen Guang saw the group, but did not question them. He simply waited quietly for them to finish reading the notice. Absorbing crystals to strengthen abilities? Damn, the secret of the crystals was just being announced to the public like this? Meals provided in full, with meat sometimes? Was that real? Crystals also provided in full? What shocked them even more was that the settlement in front of them actually had several level 3 ability users. Level 3? They had never even heard of one. Yet there were actually several here. The strength was too terrifying. The treatment and strength were top tier. The few people who had been worrying about where to go were immediately tempted. But the treatment was good, and the requirements were high too. They had to reach level 2 to join. Of the 5 of them, only 2 had reached level 2. Someone asked, "Brother Chow, what do you think?" Wang Chow hesitated for a moment. If it's really like what they say, then there's nothing to discuss. We'd definitely join. But only Lu Qi and I have reached level 2. You 3 don't meet the requirements. Lu Qi said, "Let's get down and ask." Doesn't it say family members can come too? The eyes of the others clearly lit up. They got out and carefully asked about it. This settlement had level 3 ability users. That was too scary. Who knew how many level 2 ones there were? Chen Guang smiled and shook his head. Family members means blood relatives. But level 1 people can also join if they hand over 3 level 1 crystals. If a level 1 ability user could produce 3 crystals, then it proved they really had the strength to kill zombies and would reach level 2 sooner or later. And if a level 2 ability user was willing to pay for them, then it meant their relationship was very good. In that case, what was the harm in taking them in together? The current survivors who had not reached level 2 had simply learned the secret of the crystals too late. Rules were dead. Chen Luo had told Chen Guang that he could be flexible. Chen Guang secretly found it strange. Level 2 ability users were not rare at all. If not for the boss, their whole group would never have known the secret of the crystals, and they would all still be level 1. Lu Qi then said, I'm a level 2 support type. I can heal and provide a strength buff. I wonder if you can make an exception? Chen Guang was extremely surprised. A support type? That really was a rare one. Without even needing to ask Chen Luo, Chen Guang knew they absolutely could not let this guy get away. Chen Guang immediately nodded. Yes. Chen Guang confirmed. After joining, you'll need to fight zombies every day. Otherwise, where will the crystals for leveling up come from? How will supplies be gathered? But moving as a team will be much safer. If you can't accept that, then you can leave. The few of them had still been somewhat hesitant. But when they saw the pretty girls standing under the sunshade and watching them with interest, they exchanged a few glances and immediately agreed. There were pretty girls here, and nobody said so. If they had said it, what the hell would there have been to think about? Chen Guang smiled and brought them over to Chen Luo, who was sitting in the shade nearby, playing on his phone. Boss, these people want to join us. See if they're acceptable. Chen Luo stood up while holding Mi Fan. Speaking to people while lying in a chair was impolite. It did not matter with familiar people, but newly joined members still needed to be shown some respect. Chen Guang said, Wang Chao here is level 2, Lu Qi is a level 2 light type, and the other 3 are level 1. Chen Luo understood. With this light type Lu Qi here, bringing along 3 deadweights did not matter. Anyway, nobody at his place could loaf around. This Lu Qi sounded a little familiar. Chen Luo seemed to have heard of him before. He was a somewhat well-known support type. Chen Luo nodded. Welcome to the group. Have someone settle them in. After Mi Fan confirmed it, they were not impure-minded people sneaking in. When college freshmen enroll, what they hope for most is probably a pretty senior girl to guide them around. A pretty girl took them to get settled into a villa. Chen Luo smiled. His luck was not bad. He had recruited a light type this easily. Hopefully they could truly integrate here. Throughout the afternoon, 3 more groups passed by the entrance of the complex one after another. The first group still did not know the secret of the crystals, and they had no special abilities either. They wanted to join. Chen Guang told them to come back after reaching level 2 first. Though unwilling, no one dared act out. The second group was large, more than 20 people. Among them were 3 level 2 ability users, 2 men and 1 woman. Although they were traveling together, they were faintly split into 2 factions, with each of the 2 men acting as a leader. If they joined, they would obviously become no different from common members, and they were unwilling. Chen Guang, who was only level 1, also refused to take them. The only level 2 female ability user, however, brought one of her sisters running off the vehicle to ask to join. The expressions of the 2 men changed. They wanted to stop them, but they did not dare go too far. The notice board clearly said there were several level 3 ability users here. They did not dare act arrogantly. Looking at the 2 girls, Chen Guang's eyes lit up. Both of them looked pretty good. This time, Chen Guang did not require them to be blood relatives. Having lots of girls in settlement was very important. Powerful men would come because of the reputation, while women would not dare stay in a settlement full of men. It felt far too unsafe, so they would also come because of the reputation. In his previous life, Mealing's faction had grown rapidly in exactly this way. If not for seeing the girls at the entrance, these 2 girls who wanted to join would not have been so decisive either. Staying among a group of stinky men and getting leered at all day was too unbearable. Anyway, girls would not receive special treatment in the settlement. Even though they were not family members, Chen Guang was not that rigid about it. In one afternoon, they had taken in 7 people. If they had opened the gates completely, they could have taken in at least more than 30. That night, Chen Luo continued absorbing the power of the level 6 crystal. After reaching level 5, he could carry out a small operation. Chen Luo knew where a level 4 mutant was. He could go kill it and take its crystal. It would not help Chen Luo much, but he could get it to Mi Ling, Mi Li, or Fa Wang. Logically, Chen Luo already had a very good chance of killing a level 4 mutant now, with almost no real danger. But in Chen Luo's view, the risk was still too high. It did not fit his steady personality. If mutants were not so hard to find, and if there were not so many supplies there, Chen Luo would not even want to go. Chen Luo could feel that by tomorrow night, he would break through to level 5. At level 5, he could use Void Walk continuously or use it over long distances. That would make things much safer. The next day, another 9 people from Chun Guang's group reached level 2. The rest would almost all reach level 2 tomorrow. Other than the ones who had just joined and did not need to collect crystals on their first day, no one would get special treatment, not even the girls. Everyone was treated equally. Chen Luo instructed Xu Yun, "Today, you all head to Xingfu Road. I'm planning to go to the vegetable market there tomorrow and organize a group operation. Clear out the zombies along the way first. Be careful. Don't get too close to that market. Stay at least 500 meters away." Although Xu Yun was surprised, she did not ask more questions and simply nodded. Even though level 1 zombies had gained a tiny bit of intelligence, once you figured out their attack patterns, there would basically be no casualties. Today, Xu Yun had learned her lesson. No one split up to search for supplies anymore. Everyone stayed within each other's line of sight, and not a single person died. The few people who had joined yesterday were secretly astonished. This group's strength really was impressive. Their coordination was seamless. They had killed several hundred zombies. Yet not one person had even been injured. Meanwhile, Chen Luo stayed home to stand guard. Today, only 3 people were recruited, but all of them were level 2, 2 men and 1 woman. That night, Chen Luo was a little excited. He would reach level 5 tonight. After level 5, unless he deliberately went looking to die in a massive zombie horde, it would be impossible for level 1 zombies to harm him through sheer numbers alone. Sure enough, after draining the level 6 crystal dry and then absorbing most of the power from the level 5 crystal, Chen Luo successfully reached level 5 as he had wished. The good news was that he had advanced to level 5 in less than a month after the apocalypse began. The bad news was that for quite a long time, unless he ran into some lucky opportunity, it would be hard to increase his strength quickly. Level 1 zombie crystals were already useless to Chen Luo. All of his attributes had improved quite a bit, but the most fundamental change was that the power of his ability had undergone another qualitative transformation. He could now use abilities of the same power with less energy. Before, if he could only use Void Walk once for 100 meters, now he could use it once for about 500 meters. Could 100 meters and 500 meters be the same? At 500 meters, with no obstacles blocking the view, you would not even be able to see where I ran off to, especially since zombies did not have very good eyesight. A smile spread across Chen Luo's face, and he happily celebrated with Mi Li. Only Mi Fan was unhappy. I have to sleep alone again. The next day, Chen Luo gathered everyone. Compared to the previous 2 days, the team had grown from 65 people to 74. That could not be called a small number, but it definitely was not a lot either. Chen Luo was not in a hurry. How long had it even been? Among the 74 people, only 5 were still level 1. Everyone else was either level 2 or level 3. Chen Luo said, "Today we're carrying out a group operation, and I'll be joining too. The target is the vegetable market on Xingfu Road. It's a bit dangerous, so everyone be careful." The apocalypse had happened a little after 9 in the morning. At that time, there might not have been many people on the roads, but there would definitely have been plenty in the market. There would not necessarily be an overwhelming number of zombies inside the market, but they would be much more densely packed, and it would be hard to come across just a few isolated ones. Groups of more than 10 zombies moving together would be considered small, especially that level 4 mutant zombie. If it saw that Chen Luo had brought so many people, then with intelligence roughly equal to a 10-year-old human, it would definitely gather some zombies and act as a group. Chen Luo alone was confident he could handle a zombie horde at that scale, but it would not achieve the effect of training the team members. Although there were many zombies at the market, there were also plenty of supplies. There were all kinds of grain, oil, rice, and flour, along with all kinds of dried goods. When they heard they were going to the market, many people showed nervous expressions, but since Chen Luo had spoken, no one dared back out. People still had to be assigned to guard the base. Chen Luo looked around and this time planned to leave Chen Guang behind with some people. Even though Chen Guang was weak, he still knew how to read the situation. Of course, relying on just a dozen or so people to guard the place was not safe, so Chen Luo left Fa Wang behind as well. It cannot be called foolproof, but against a team of several dozen people, Fa Wang alone could deal with them. As for Chen Luo's group, they drove every vehicle with good carrying capacity, forming a long convoy as they headed for the market. A convoy like that would be hard for anyone to miss. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Anyone who dares rob my home had better first see whether he has the ability to walk away unharmed. A group of 60 people set out, yet they were driving 22 vehicles. There were all kinds of cars. The ones who could drive moved slowly along the road, while the ones who could not drove followed beside the vehicles and cleared the zombies off the road. They advanced at a turtle's pace, and half an hour later, they reached the market. To be precise, this was a farmer's market, not one of those small neighborhood vegetable markets. There were small cold storage units, wholesale stalls, grain, and oil shops, seasoning shops, agricultural products, and even live chickens, ducks, and fish for sale. Correspondingly, there were probably around 1,000 zombies here, and the zombie density was relatively concentrated. More often than not, groups of a dozen or more zombies gathered together. The four-man squad method would not work here. If more than 10 zombies used spells together, it would be hard to dodge through prediction and movement alone. If they clashed head-on, there would be casualties. Chun Luo smiled and said, when facing a situation like this, you need to learn how to use luring and constant kiting. Jiang Feng, go draw the zombies out. Bring them out batch by batch. Jiang Feng made a bitter face. I'm a Grand Gale Sword Master, and now I'm stuck doing monster pulling work. For Jiang Feng's safety, Mealy gave him a buff. Jiang Feng entered the market, and a group of 7 or 8 zombies on the outskirts spotted him and immediately chased after him. As long as he kept more than 20 meters away from the zombies, they could not hurt him. Low-level zombies did not have that much range. Level 1 zombies could not even catch level 1 survivors, much less Jiang Feng, a level 2 wind user. As long as Jiang Feng controlled the distance well, it would be fine. The zombie speeds also varied. As they ran, the gaps between them became obvious. 10 team members stood ready. When a zombie in front arrived, 2 of them focused fire and instantly killed it. Normally, once level 1 zombies had gained a tiny bit of intelligence, they would retreat if they saw too many people. But their intelligence was limited. They thought their brothers were right behind them. I've got plenty on my side too. Why should I be afraid of you? The result was that they came forward one after another, just to die. This method was not easy to use either. First, it had to be in an open area. Otherwise, too many obstacles would affect speed. Second, there could not be zombies nearby. Otherwise, if zombies flanked you from both front and back, there would be no way to escape. Third, your luck could not be too bad. You could not run into zombies faster than you. And it could not be used against large zombie hordes either. There would always be a few zombies that ran at nearly the same speed. Chun Luo said, if you run into zombie groups that only outnumber you by a little in the future, you can use this method. If there are too many, don't use it. If you die, don't blame me. Everyone's eyes lit up as they nodded. Actually, this method wasn't all that clever. Anyone who'd spent enough time dealing with zombies would naturally think of it. A few fast second-level members split up to lure the zombies away. Very quickly, they cleared out the 100-plus zombies around the outer perimeter of the market. Only the zombies in the center of the market and along the other 3 sides were left. Chun Luo said, I'll lure the zombies below myself. Chun Luo didn't dare let Jiang Feng do it. If he ran into a mutant zombie, he'd die on the spot. At Chun Luo's current 5th level strength, his top speed was close to 40 meters per second, even though he wasn't a lightning type or wind type. In his previous life, Chun Luo had only heard people mention that at this point in time, there was an Earth-type mutant zombie in the market, probably around 4th level, with a slight chance of being 5th level, but it couldn't possibly be 6th level. Chun Luo first arrived at the area selling pork, beef, and mutton. This section covered 500 to 600 square meters, with roughly 80 to 90 zombies inside. The moment a few zombies saw Chun Luo, they immediately charged out after him. Unlike the outer perimeter, once a few zombies started moving, the rest packed into this area followed as well. It was like dropping a catfish into a pond. All the zombies chased after Chun Luo, and when the nearby produce section saw the commotion, even though they didn't spot Chun Luo himself, they still rushed over to join in. Chun Luo turned and ran. For Chun Luo, this number of zombies was nothing at all, but if he killed them all himself, it wouldn't serve the purpose of training the team members. In the produce section, an old farmer zombie wearing a straw hat was sitting on a stool, as if still selling vegetables. Hearing the disturbance, it ran out too. It was very fast, a little faster than Jiang Feng. Chun Luo had intentionally slowed down. Otherwise, the zombies wouldn't keep playing with him. With nearly over 200 zombies chasing him, Chun Luo didn't notice the old farmer zombie hidden among the crowd right away. Suddenly, Chun Luo sensed movement behind him. He looked back and saw a zombie with astonishing speed rapidly closing in on him. In the blink of an eye, it was about to catch him. The old farmer zombie fired 3 earth spikes in a straight line, almost completely sealing off all of Chun Luo's possible movements. Not only was Chun Luo not alarmed, he was delighted instead. Found you this quickly? Chun Luo directly crouched down to dodge the spikes while beginning to condense a void blade. Another 3 spikes came flying at him. Chun Luo used void walk and instantly teleported behind it. Otherwise, once the old farmer zombie hid back inside the zombie horde, he would still have had to use void walk sooner or later. Void walk not only dodged the old farmer zombie's attack, but also brought Chun Luo behind it while it was completely unprepared. The old farmer zombie didn't even have time to use an earth shield before Chun Luo's sword slashed across its head. Chun Luo grabbed the still twitching head and kept running forward. A 4th level zombie had absolutely no power to fight back in front of Chun Luo. More than 200 zombies were chasing Chun Luo, and over 40 of them had roughly the same speed. If Jiang Feng dared lure a zombie horde like this, he'd get his teammates killed. When everyone saw Chun Luo bring over this many zombies, they were stunned. Chun Luo shouted, "Everyone start running. Use your speed advantage to shake them off. At the same time, prepare your spells. Just turn back, aim roughly, and throw them. Once you throw them, run again. Don't stop." Chun Luo ran past the team members, and the zombies behind him naturally began chasing the others. Everyone started running, keeping a bit of distance from each other. At the moment, the zombies couldn't catch them at all. As soon as their spells were ready, some people just threw them backward. There were so many zombies that even a blind throw could hit something. No one dared stop. At most, they left themselves a gap of 0.3 seconds. The zombies couldn't react fast enough to counterattack. By the time they wanted to strike back, the team members had already started running again. Even if the zombies forcefully threw out spells, they couldn't hit anyone. The distance wasn't enough. As long as they kept this rhythm and there were no zombies blocking the path ahead, there wouldn't be any danger. The surrounding zombies had already been cleared out earlier. More than 200 zombies were wiped out with ease. Everyone showed happy smiles, and some were even excited. As long as they trained hard with this method, no matter how many zombies there were, it still wouldn't be enough for them to kill. Chen Luo shook his head. That was only if they could keep up with the pace of zombie evolution. Most survivors simply couldn't keep up with how fast the zombies evolved. Besides, if Chen Luo hadn't killed the old farmer zombie, then no matter what method they used, all they could do was run. As for how many escaped, that would depend purely on luck. Even if I don't sleep, I'll still write the 4th chapter. After that, Chen Luo kept using this method to lure zombies. It was a bit too tiring, but it was steady and reliable. Otherwise, if they fought the zombies head-on, the casualties would be too severe. This method soon ran into a problem, because the members' supernatural energy was quickly exhausted. After advancing to 2nd level, they could cast around 10 spells at most. If those didn't hit a zombie's vital point, they still couldn't kill it in one shot. The 60 people had only barely killed a little over 400 zombies before they were already panting heavily and unable to use their abilities anymore. The elemental type members were basically done for. From here on, it was Chen Luo's turn. Su Dezhu and the others had to kill carefully, since the zombie density here was a bit higher. Chen Luo took out his long and used iron rod, a 5th level fighting 1st level, with Mealy's buff on top of that. Wasn't that just a grandpa beating up his grandson? Besides, Chen Luo wasn't going to fight head-on. Chen Luo killed over 400 zombies by himself. The rest were mainly taken down by Su Dezhu, Mi Ling, and the others. After laboriously swinging hundreds of times, even Chen Luo was breathing a little hard. Once the number of zombies reached a certain level, sheer exhaustion alone could kill Chen Luo. Everyone was dumbstruck, especially Wang Chao, Lu Qi, and the others who had joined later. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? One person had killed more than half the zombies in the wholesale market. Chen Luo waved his hand. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take away whatever supplies we can carry. Everyone hurriedly nodded in excitement. With a boss like this, who wouldn't be happy? Yang Xian drove the heavy truck inside. There were also several large cargo trucks and many smaller trucks in the market. While collecting crystals from the zombies, everyone also searched for the vehicle keys. They found the keys to most of the trucks. Meanwhile, Chen Luo headed to the cold storage room. This cold storage room couldn't compare to the one where Chen Luo had stockpiled pork. It seemed rather small. Chen Luo was preparing to take out some pork and beef. Even if the cold storage had lost power, if there was still pork that hadn't gone bad, everyone would be too happy to question it. Would they really dig into why the pork hadn't spoiled? Let's take out 10 tons. That's 20,000 gene. Chen Luo directly kicked the cold storage door open with one fierce blow. With a loud bang, Chen Luo entered the cold storage room, and to his great surprise, there was actually still a trace of cold air inside. Chen Luo was puzzled. Hadn't the power been cut off long ago? Could it be a backup diesel generator? But without anyone around, a diesel generator couldn't have kept running for this long. Who is it? A trembling voice came from the room next door. Without checking what supplies were inside, Chen Luo left the cold storage room and quickly followed the voice to the room beside it. Through the window, he saw a pale-faced woman with sleepy eyes. Chen Luo swept his gaze over the room. It was a machine room, and inside were 2 high-power diesel generators. It wasn't hard for Chen Luo to guess what had happened. The woman in front of him had been keeping the diesel generators running, ensuring the cold storage room continued operating normally. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Big sister, you're saved." After a round of conversation, it indeed proved Chen Luo's guess. The woman in front of him was named Yang Lan, and before the apocalypse, she had worked in this cold storage facility. There was one other employee who also had T turned into a zombie, but he died at the hands of the zombies. As for Yang Lan, she had hidden in this room and survived until now by relying on the frozen vegetables she had carried over from the cold storage. When Yang Lan learned that it wasn't T that the apocalypse had been brought under control, she was deeply disappointed. Yang Lan said weakly, "Mister, and can you take me home? My home is." It was more than a dozen kilometers away, and still in a busy district. Chen Luo shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have that ability. I can only say that if there's a chance in the future, I can take you there to have a look. But not now. You preserved so many supplies. I could take you back to my gathering place. For the sake of so many supplies." If it were a request that was easy to handle, Chen Luo would definitely satisfy it, but this was truly too dangerous. He really didn't dare. Yang Lan nodded with difficulty. It really was asking too much. The diesel in the backup diesel generator had already run out. If Chen Luo had come a few days later, all the supplies in the cold storage would have gone bad too. Chen Luo was full of smiles. Although there weren't many supplies in the cold storage, there were still 80 tons of beef and 50 tons of mutton. There were only some carrots, green beans, and lettuce among the vegetables. After all, it was only a small cold storage, and it wasn't even full. The beef and mutton were all packed in cardboard boxes. Almost all of them 100 pounds per box. Chen Luo didn't think much of this amount of stuff, but he could use it to openly reward the members and save himself the trouble of kindly deceiving them. He called over 2 girls and had them bring Yang Lan to the vehicle. After hiding in the machine room for so many days, Yang Lan's body had already become very weak. If she didn't have much ability, doing logistics work was fine too. When the other members learned that there was so much beef and mutton, they practically went crazy with joy. Even if they ate it every day, every meal, they still wouldn't finish it all in a year. The Ice-type members hurriedly released cold air to freeze the beef and mutton, with the Ice-type members maintaining them. The beef and mutton wouldn't spoil in the short term. If it went on for too long, though, it would affect the taste and be far inferior to storing it in Chen Luo's ability space. Of course, the supplies in the farmer's market were not limited to this. In the wholesale market, there were also several thousand cases of beer and beverages, dried shrimp, and cured meat. There were canned goods, packaged chicken feet, chicken legs, whole chickens, and whole ducks. There was also quite a lot of various grains and seasonings. It could be said that the supplies in this farmer's market were very abundant. At this point in the previous life, powerful gathering places would all come over to take a look, but because of the existence of the breakthrough body zombie, not a single person succeeded. By the time someone did succeed, those beef and mutton supplies had long since been gone. The weather in the morning was already getting a bit hot, but everyone happily moved things at high speed. It wasn't hard to imagine that once they got back, there would definitely be a huge feast. They kept moving things for 2 full hours before all the supplies were loaded onto the vehicles. With just the vehicles Chen Luo originally had, it really was enough to transport all the supplies back in one trip. They returned fully loaded. Just as Chen Luo's group drove out through the main gate of the farmer's market, another convoy arrived. The people in the vehicles stared in extreme shock at the large number of zombie corpses inside the farmer's market, as well as the supplies loaded on some of Chen Luo's vehicles. It wasn't hard to guess what happened. A middle-aged man reached out and stopped the lead vehicle in Chen Luo's convoy. Chen Luo said calmly, "Don't block the road." The middle-aged man looked somewhat embarrassed and was just about to say something when a motorcycle drove over. A young man with dark skin, but very spirited, got off. Chen Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. It was him, Xiao Haoran, who in the later days carried the title of Invincible Iron Fist. Chen Luo hadn't expected to run into him here. Xiao Haoran hadn't come looking for Chen Luo. He had come looking for the middle-aged man blocking the road. Xiao Haoran said with some pleading, "Brother Long, I heard you caught a live chicken. Can you give it to me? My mother can't hold on much longer. Before she leaves, she wants to drink a bowl of chicken soup. If you can find someone who knows how to make chicken soup, even better. I can sell this life of mine to you." After body-type ability users reached level 4, they could use the power of the ability inside their bodies to temper their own bodies. After that, they could be divided into 2 directions: defense-oriented or strength-oriented. Everyone's physique was different, and the effects of using ability power for tempering were also different. Like Su Dezhu, his increase in strength wasn't much, but the effect of raising his defense was astonishingly good. Su Dezhu could directly withstand the spells of elemental-type ability users of the same level. People who leaned toward defense like this were often suited to stand in front when fighting large zombie hordes. After all, once zombies reached higher levels, their intelligence wasn't much worse than humans, and could even be higher. There was no way to win with tricks anymore. You could only clash head-on. Xiao Haoran, on the other hand, was the other extreme. The effect of increasing his strength was astonishingly good, and he had even tempered most of the power in his body into his pair of fists. These fists were known as Iron Fists. He had taught who knew how many people a lesson and had never tasted defeat. Because of that, Xiao Haoran gained the title Invincible Iron Fist. His growth speed was not the slightest bit slower than other king-level ability users. He absolutely had king-level potential. Unfortunately, in the previous life, he died early. At level 10, Xiao Haoran died, beaten to death in a group fight. And before the apocalypse, Xiao Haoran had already been the national Sanda and combat champion, with real hard-earned skill all over him. Naturally, Chen Luo had quite a deep impression of someone like him. At this moment, Xiao Haoran pleaded, "Brother Long, can you give me that chicken you caught?" Last night, Xiao Haoran heard his mother, who was being tormented by illness, murmur a few words about chicken soup in her sleep. Xiao Haoran's mother was also someone who understood reason. How could she possibly make things hard for Xiao Haoran by saying she wanted to drink a bowl of chicken soup? Wasn't he that just deliberately making things difficult for him? But Xiao Haoran happened to hear the unintentional sleep talk. His mother wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few more days. Xiao Haoran had already made up his mind that he would stake everything to fulfill this final wish of hers. Xiao Haoran heard that the brother Long before him had caught a live chicken that had run out of the vegetable market. So he followed him all the way here and found him. Brother Long froze. You want my precious hen? This was a hen that could lay eggs. It laid one egg every day. A golden chicken, a priceless treasure. He couldn't even bear to eat it himself and was planning to keep it for egg laying. And now you're asking me for it? Who the hell are you? Brother Long was unhappy inside, but didn't show it on his face. He waved his hand. Sorry, brother. I can't agree to that. Brother Long spoke politely, but the people behind him were nowhere near as polite. What a nice little scheme you've got there. You asked for Brother Long's chicken. Make it sound nice. Say you'll sell your life to Brother Long. More like you want Brother Long to raise you for the rest of your life, right? Damn, where'd this guy get the nerve? Not only does he want the chicken, he even wants someone to make the chicken soup for him. That face of his is really something. How about Brother Long helps you into the bridal chamber too? This guy seems to be the Sanda champion Xiao Haoran. His skills are no joke. Someone recognized Xiao Haoran. TCH, what's the use? One electric shock from me. And if it doesn't fry him dead, then what? Xiao Haoran clenched his fists, preparing to subdue Brother Long and force him to comply. As long as there was a way, he couldn't let his mother leave this world with regrets. Right at that moment, Chen Luo lowered the car window and cut in. I have chicken here, and I also have a chef. I can meet your request. You're saying you'll sell your life to me, right? Xiao Haoran froze for a moment, then said yes. As long as there's a proper bowl of chicken soup, I'll sell this life of mine to you. Chen Luo smiled. Fine, I'll make that deal. One bowl of chicken soup in exchange for a top-tier expert? If he didn't make this kind of trade, heaven would strike him with thunder. Mi-Ling watched from the side, a little puzzled. This really wasn't Chen Luo's style. Usually, when he ran into a beggar like this, it was already a good thing if he just told him to get lost. Could it be that he was moved by this man's filial devotion? That had to be it. Hard to tell, but sometimes your heart is actually pretty kind. Chen Luo turned around and said, Diju, Mi-Ling, you three switch to another vehicle. I'll go take a look with this Xiao Haoran. Chen Luo was planning to bring Xiao Haoran and his mother straight back to the base together. The three nodded and got into another vehicle. Chen Luo said, Xiao Haoran, right? Get in. We'll bring your mother back to my place. Xiao Haoran could tell that the young man in front of him held no low position in this group. He probably wouldn't joke about something like this with him. If it didn't work out, it still wouldn't be too late to come back and find this brother Long. Xiao Haoran nodded. And Chen Luo's two lackeys lifted his motorcycle onto the vehicle. Brother Long still wanted to say something. He had originally planned to spend about a week slowly grinding down the zombies in the market, but he hadn't expected Chen Luo to beat him to it. In such a short time, there was no way they had done it by slowly wearing them down. That kind of strength was terrifying. He wanted to ask how Chen Luo had done it, what supplies he had gotten, and whether they could trade for some. But Chen Luo said, Don't make me say it a third time. Move. Although Chen Luo's expression was calm and his tone wasn't loud, Brother Long could feel it clearly. If he still didn't get out of the way, Chen Luo would probably beat the hell out of him. At the same time, Chen Luo's people were also staring at Brother Long and his group with unfriendly looks. What a joke. With such an awesome boss around, why would they need to be afraid of trouble? Brother Long forced a smile and said, Don't get mad. I'll move right away. Brother Long waved his hand and hurriedly led his people aside. He was at least a smart man. Chen Luo said, Wait for me on this road. I'll be right back. With so many vehicles, taking another road would mean too many obstacles, but if they headed back first, Chen Luo wouldn't feel at ease either. Chen Luo had come from the east, while Xiao Haoran's temporary residence was to the south. Xiao Haoran said, It's nearby. Not far. Just a few hundred meters. The zombies nearby had already been cleared out too. There weren't many left, and if there were any, Xiao Haoran would get out and deal with them cleanly and decisively. It really was clean and decisive. A fireball brushed past Xiao Haoran's head once, but his expression didn't change at all. Even when dealing with three zombies at the same time, he took them down in just a couple of moves each, striking their vital points. The zombies couldn't even touch the corner of Xiao Haoran's clothes. This guy had real martial skill. Chen Luo estimated that at low levels, without any powerful skills, if he and Xiao Haoran were at the same level, then without using Void Walk, he would absolutely not beat Xiao Haoran's match in a frontal fight. Even though Chen Luo had probably gone through more battles than Xiao Haoran, his actual combat technique really wasn't as good as Xiao Haoran's. In his previous life, when Chen Luo fought, if he couldn't scheme his opponent to death, then any fight he could avoid, he absolutely would avoid. Frontal combat was way too dangerous. Wasn't it better to knock someone out from behind with a sneak attack? Right now, he was only crushing people through absolute power. So as for combat technique and all that, I really don't know any of it. Don't think too highly of me. What's the use of being strong anyway? In the end, I was the one who survived to the very last. They entered an old residential complex and stopped below one of the buildings. Xiao Haoran said, Big brother, wait for me a moment. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao Haoran came back down carrying a woman in her 50s on his back. Judging from her appearance, though, she looked more like 60, worn and aged. Mother Xia barely managed to open her eyes. After getting into the vehicle, Xia Haoran said in a low voice, "Cancer. Late stage." Chen Luo understood at once. She was beyond saving, unless merely advanced to level 7 right now. The current healing spell could only treat some external injuries. It still hadn't reached the point where it could cure terminal illnesses. After meeting back up with Mi Ling and the others, Chen Luo started heading back to the city. Brother Long and his people immediately entered the market to see if there was anything left they could pick up. All the high-value supplies have been taken away by Chen Luo. What remained were just rotten vegetables, rotten fruit, and spoiled meat. If they wanted that stuff, Chen Luo had no objection. In less than half an hour, Chen Luo returned to the villa district. His home hadn't been robbed. Right now, supplies were still plentiful. Although other people knew Chen Luo's side had quite a lot of supplies, they didn't know how many people were left guarding the place. As long as supplies were still sufficient and other places still had supplies to be found, there was no need for everyone to fight each other to the death. Chen Luo called over 2 girls and had them arrange a room just for Mother Xia in the villa next to his own. Xia Haoran looked at Chen Luo eagerly. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Wait a bit. I'll have someone handle it right now." Chen Luo went into the villa and said to Ma Yu, who had stayed behind at home, "Sister Yu, make a chicken soup. Bring out your best skills. This time, you need to do it seriously, all right? Whatever ingredients and seasonings you need, just say it." Ma Yu nodded, then muttered, "That's not right. Are you saying I wasn't serious before?" Chen Luo said awkwardly, "This time you need to be even more serious. It's important. Hurry up." Ma Yu said, "If you want the chicken soup done right, it'll take at least 3 hours." Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, "Make some home-style dishes too. 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. It couldn't just be chicken soup. Maybe Mother Xia wanted to eat something else too. If he was going to win people over, then he might as well do it thoroughly." What was there that he didn't have? After Chen Luo came out of the villa, everyone had already started moving supplies. There were a bit too many supplies this time. Several villas weren't enough to store them all, and the beef and mutton especially needed proper storage, with ice-type ability, users adding ice at regular times every day. Xia Haoran was extremely excited. With this much stuff around, saying they had a chicken really wasn't bragging. Chen Luo thought for a moment, then called over Shu Yun. After the supplies are moved, have people bring out 300 gene of beef and 300 gene of mutton. Skewer them up. We're having barbecue tonight. Ability users all had huge appetites, especially after being pent up for so long. With more than 70 people, there was no need to worry about not finishing it. When this news spread, nearly everyone went crazy with happiness. At a time like this, being able to eat barbecue was just too extravagant. Chen Luo called Xia Haoran over and brought him to Mother Xia's room. When Mother Xia saw Chen Luo, she wanted to sit up, but she couldn't. She smiled weakly and said, "Thank you, young man, for taking us in." Mother Xia already looked to be in terrible condition. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Andy, just tell me whatever you want to eat. If you have any requests, just say them." Mother Xia waved her hand. "I'm old. I don't want to eat anything." She still didn't know that Xia Haoran had sold himself for her. Chen Luo didn't say much more and told Xia Haoran not to do anything. Just stay with his mother. 3 hours later, at 12:30, Maya had already finished cooking all the dishes and brought them to Mother Xia. On the dining table were 8 dishes and 1 soup. Pork with vermicelli, boiled shrimp and spicy broth, steamed perch, napa cabbage with beef, braised shredded dried tofu, stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, Chinese yam with ear mushrooms, and soft tofu. And also the chicken soup Xia Haoran had specifically asked for. The color, aroma, and taste were all perfect. Xia Haoran was dumbfounded, and Mother Xia even struggled to rub her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Andy, time to eat." Xia Haoran looked at Chen Luo with deep gratitude. He had never imagined that Chen Luo would be able to provide a whole table like this. Unable to refuse any longer, Mother Xia, with Xia Haoran attending to her, happily finished the meal. What Chen Luo hadn't expected was that Mother Xia would go so quickly. Before dying, Mother Xia said in a trembling, slow voice, "Young man, I can tell you're a good person. Take good care of my son." Then Mother Xia said to Xia Haoran, "No one knows a son better than his mother. Since he can bring out something this precious and let you honor me with it, he clearly values you a great deal. As a person, don't let him down." Xia Haoran gripped Mother Xia's hand tightly. To Chen Luo's surprise, Xia Haoran didn't show too much grief over his mother's death. Xia Haoran said in a low voice, "It's good that she passed away peacefully. She won't have to suffer from the torment of illness anymore. Staying alive in this world would only mean more suffering. I was already mentally prepared for this. Big brother, just watch what I do from now on." Chen Luo gave a grunt of acknowledgement. He understood Xia Haoran's character well enough. Otherwise, if he were some ungrateful wretch, no matter how capable he was, Chen Luo wouldn't give him even a single grain of rice. Chen Luo said burial or cremation. After handling Mother Xia's funeral, Chen Luo arranged for Xia Haoran to stay on Feng Yu's side. He did not give Xia Haoran any special treatment right away. with Xia Haoran's ability and talent. His rise was only a matter of time. If someone got special treatment without making any contributions first, the others would feel unfair about it. I joined earlier than you, and I've contributed more than you. Your treatment is still better than mine. Why? Everyone was happily skewering meat, while Chen Luo was thinking that it was time to start managing the group in a more structured way. The team was getting bigger and bigger, so the rules had to be established early. He also couldn't let some people just drift along and loaf around. He needed to build a system of rewards and punishments, and set up a rank structure to motivate everyone. Chen Luo copied a rank system from settlement in his previous life and quickly worked one out. The settlement's rank positions were divided into leader, deputy leader, elder, elite member, ordinary member, and new member. There was also a special position called honored retainer. Only Chen Luo could command someone in this position. Su Dazhu and Mi Li were both honored retainers. Each rank received different treatment. For now, anyone who had reached level 3 could be named an elite member. Everyone else was an ordinary member. As for anyone joining from now on, sorry, they could only start as new members. After joining, a new member would automatically become an ordinary member after half a month, or could be promoted early for meritorious performance. A certain number of points could be given out each day based on each person's performance. Points could be used to exchange for supplies, like 1 point for 1 bottle of cola. If someone made an extra contribution, like helping Chen Luo find a high-grade crystal, he would even be willing to give 10,000 points. Positions depended only on points, not on level. As long as your contribution to the settlement was great enough, like bringing Chen Luo a king-grade crystal. So what if he made you a deputy leader? Elite members with command ability could be made in a captain's and lead squad. Chen Luo gathered everyone together and announced this set of rules. Given the current situation, Xu Yun would lead the women's team, while Fang Yu and Chen Guang would serve as temporary captains and lead the men's teams separately. Su Dazhu was Chen Luo's absolute confidant. Yet Chen Luo did not give him an official position because Su Dazhu was not suited for it. Just like Mi Li, aside from being an honored retainer, she did not hold any position either. Let her lead a team? Mi Ling had a talent for leadership and was very suitable for it. Chen Luo planned to wait until she advanced to level 4, then appoint her as an elder so she could help him manage things in a proper and justified way. Mi Ling would definitely earn points faster than the others. Did he miss someone? Down below, F.A. Wong was very dissatisfied. What about me? At the moment, it seemed there still wasn't an elder yet. I have to work hard and become the first dog elder.